This young man is Talon, a renowned assassin from an organization I can't name because I'm just BCing. Since infancy, instead of mother's milk, Talon tasted the foul blood of his kills. From kicking old geezers into the sea to ravaging a pig, there was nothing Talon wouldn't dare. Right now, he was surrounded by a group of masked individuals. They glared at him contemptuously and asked, "Talon, you're the ace of the Crystal Assassination Organization, codenamed GICA, aren't you? Today, we're going to knock you off your pedestal." Ignoring their blustering words, Talon calmly ate his ice cream while leaping up to meet their attacks. But these assassins were no pushover-esque. They unleashed a massive firepower, creating a world-shaking explosion, ending the life of the man who stood at the pinnacle of the assassin world. It seemed his eternal rest had finally come. But fate, it turned out, had a twisted sense of humor. He was summoned to an ancient world, not in the body of a hero, but as a dazed and utterly clueless bridegroom. And the one who performed this trans-dimensional summoning was a woman with a lethally stunning figure. This woman was none other than the powerful Empress, Violetta, of the Grand Ignis dynasty. Faced with treacherous undercurrents and her Orton pressured by her ministers to marry, she came up with a bold idea: summon a scarecrow husband to deceive the world. Looking at Talon, she could only sigh in exasperation. The summoned man had not a shred of cultivation, just a commoner. Well, whatever. That might be for the best. It would save her a lot of trouble. As for Talon, after grasping the situation, his eyes lit up like car headlights. What? He didn't have to do anything. Just be a handsome figurehead and he'd be fed and clothed for life. Such a great deal actually existed. When Violetta confirmed this was indeed the case, he excitedly slapped the bed and replied, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's get to the husband and wife duties while things are hot." She put on a serious face and replied that while she couldn't handle the husband and wife duties, he would never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life. With that, she turned and left, leaving Talon utterly stunned. Only then did he discover a contract bracelet on his wrist. The system explained that a summoned person could not do anything to harm their summoner. Immediately after, the system announced a request to activate the Supreme Sovereign program. After a moment of thought, he chose no, because the path of a Supreme Sovereign was something he wouldn't take even if it were paved with gold, especially since he was as happy as a clown, living the leisurely life of a prince consort. What the hell did he need a supreme system for? As he casually went to the hall for tea, the system popped up again with a notification: activation abandoned. Erasing target's memory, preparing to search for a new target. But it kept trying to link with him, causing a critical system error. Talon wondered why. It was clinging to him like a starving leech. The system then displayed a request to link in an auxiliary mode. Feeling that it was just a persistent, he reluctantly agreed and gave it a very catchy name: Astro. The system seemed to love the name. It immediately requested that he learn to control his aura. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. He also felt the gravity of the situation, so he agreed to learn how to suppress his aura. And after a moment of circulating his energy, he sighed. Have I gotten stronger again? This is truly worrying. He asked Astro to check his abilities and was told that he came from a super high-dimensional plane, a place with extremely strict heavenly laws where he was always suppressed. In that super high dimension, he had long endured the suppression of 490 gyro rules. So, upon arriving in this low-dimensional world, his body was like a dry sponge, constantly undravenously absorbing the power of heaven and earth to strengthen itself. He curiously asked about the number of suppressing rules in this world. The answer 3,000 left him speechless. He casually spat out a mouthful of water, blasting a huge hole through the roof. He asked the system to check his current status. The information appeared named Talon. Realm none. Attributes unknown. Bloodline Terran. Descendant of the Flame Emperor. Scion of the Dragon. As a Terran, his limits are undefined. As a descendant of the Flame Emperor, he can suppress all other bloodlines and physical bodies. As a Scion of the Dragon, he can dominate all beasts and other living creatures. In summary, he is a being from a super high-dimensional space. Insufficient data for an accurate assessment. After hearing this, Talon understood he didn't belong to this world. He went to the armory to test his strength. He picked up a ridiculously oversized greatsword. With a light squeeze, it shattered into pieces like a super crispy cookie. He could only grumble. The Empress is so strict, yet her blacksmiths cut quarters on materials, making the sword so brittle. But in reality, it was because he was too strong. What the hell did it have to do with the sword? Astro, the system, hurriedly explained. That was a 6-tier extreme edge blade. In the Grand Ignis dynasty, that's already a top-grade item. Hearing this, Talon realized it was because he was just too overpowered. He picked up another sword and admired it. Now this is a fine sword. But a second later, it cracked and shattered when he tapped it against his hand. There was no longer any doubt. He put the broken sword away and thought, I roughly understand just how ridiculously powerful I am now. As for these weapons, I won't touch them again. A lifetime of killing in my previous world was tiring enough. The next morning, Talon woke up in frozen horror when he saw Violetta lying next to him in an extremely seductive nightgown. She was also just waking up, which made him panic even more. What a shattering event happened last night? Did I lose my virginity? Violetta, still groggy, was extremely embarrassed. Talon placed a hand on her face and asked, When did you get into my bed? Don't tell me. Hearing this, Violetta snapped awake and replied, Did you sleep well last night? Hearing this, Talon bashfully scratched his head and asked, What do you mean? Sleep well? Did I sleep in the wrong place? Violetta shook her head and replied, I slept here to silence the gossips. If we slept in separate beds on our wedding night, those with ill intentions would start spinning tales. From now on, I will occasionally stop by. I'll also send a few servants. If you need anything, just tell them. After saying this, she opened the door to leave and added one more thing. Summoning you here for my own selfish reasons. I sincerely apologize. Watching the figure of his reluctant wife disappear, Talon lay back on the bed and let out a wicked smile. As expected of an empress, the woman who's keeping me is truly no mortal. Such charisma. This is truly the stuff of dreams. That night, in the imperial study, Violetta was reading memorials and assessing the situation. The situation in the north has gotten this bad. Her subordinate, General Leona, reported, The demon Karn have been acting frequently. I fear someone is pulling the strings from behind the scenes. According to our intelligence, the demon master has already left the Demon King's Peak. Hearing this, Violetta shouted, That damn old geezer. She threw the memorial down on the table and rushed outside. I will lead the campaign myself and personally chop off that old man's head. In 3 days, General, you will lead the troops to the northern front. As you command, Your Majesty. 3 days later, Violetta, riding a crimson steed, led a legion to war. She turned to Leona and asked, Is everything arranged? Leona quickly replied, Lena is already following him in secret. Nothing will go wrong. Your Majesty, you pay far too much attention to this prince consort. He's clearly a spoiled man with no use whatsoever. Why care so much about him? Hearing this, Violetta smiled and replied, After I married him, the fortune of the Grand Ignis dynasty has become more stable, and even my own strength has increased. But enough of that. Let's move out. And so, they marched off to war. At the same time, a shadowy figure watched them from afar, foretelling an ominous event to come. But no, that shadow was just Lena. And the narrator wonders why people in this country dress so strangely. With one shoulder exposed like that, Lena sighed in frustration. She's really something else. Going on a campaign with Her Majesty, and not even taking me with her. And on top of that, she makes me secretly protect this useless prince consort. Her Majesty is fighting for the country, while this guy runs up a mountain just to eat. He didn't even see her off. I really don't get it. How could Her Majesty marry a disaster like him? Lost in thought, Lena was startled when she heard the Imperial Guards cry out, It's bad. The prince consort has been kidnapped. Lena thought, What a pain. I wonder if that useless prince is so scared he's pissed his pants. Over on Talon's side, he was being dragged away by thugs like a pig to the slaughter. He was still happily enjoying his roasted meat, marveling. The flavor really isn't bad. Too bad you can't taste this. Astro. The system foolishly apologized to Talon for that. And so, Talon was delivered to a group of people in red robes. One of them, named Beast, looked at him doubtfully and asked, Fourth brother, are you sure you didn't grab the wrong person? How could the Empress's husband be such a useless-looking fool? Up in a tree, Lena observed Talon and thought to herself, He really is a useless OIF. What in the world does Her Majesty see in him? And this is the useless face of Talon that Lena was talking about. Looking closely, he really did look like a certified idiot at that moment. Lena thought further. This group must be from the Blood Wind Spires branch in the Grand Ignis dynasty. The moment they let their guard down, I have to get him out of here. With that thought, she flew straight towards Talon. who was completely stunned to see another sexy girl coming to his rescue. She landed clumsily and immediately realized she had fallen into a trap. A trap had been set in advance. The spirit cage array, a 6-tier ceiling formation, rendered her immobile and helpless. Beast laughed triumphantly and said, the heavenly pride of her generation, reaching the 5th level of the void-shattering realm at only 16 years old. Of course, we had to use a formation worthy of you. Talon questioned what this toy-like formation was and asked Astra to explain. Astra replied, the world the Master is currently in is divided into 10 cultivation tiers. Tier 1 Body Tempering Realm, Tier 2 Key Gathering Realm, Tier 3 Core Condensation Realm, Tier 4 Nirvana Realm, Tier 5 Void Shattering Realm, Tier 6 Life and Death Realm, Tier 7 Awakening Realm, Tier 8 Transcendence Realm, Tier 9 Saintly Entry Realm, Tier 10 Saint Ascension Realm. Each tier is further divided into 9 levels. At that moment, Lena drew her sword, preparing to go all out against them. Beast saw this and sneered. Don't waste your energy. This Imperial Suppression / formation was custom-made, specifically to counter you. Hearing this, Lena was stunned. Who are you? How you know so much about me? He took off his mask and laughed smugly. How do I know? Take a good look. And then, Lena was taken to a cave and chained up in a very suggestive manner. While that idiot was still casually eating roasted meat as if nothing happened, Lena shouted, Beast, you're Beast of the Smoke Wolf Stronghold. You're still alive? Seeing that they knew each other, Talon clapped his hands and stood up to announce, Since you all know each other, I'll be taking my leave now. Beast grumbled and held him back. Leave? We haven't even gotten to the main event. Pretty boy. Hearing this, Talon casually replied, Oh, in that case, I guess I won't leave. Beast was impressed. As expected of that woman's husband. You've had some guts. I'll give you that. With that, he pulled a packet out of his pocket, handed it to Talon, and said, You just need to brew this into a liquid and throw it onto the Empress's martial arts training ground. Not only will you save your own life. Before he could finish, Talon snatched the packet from him and replied, All right, no problem. The man was completely bewildered. He pulled out a vial of some potion and continued, A verbal agreement isn't enough. You still have to. Before he could finish his sentence, Talon had already snatched the vial from him and chugged it down in one go. The man was utterly astonished. Talon, looking extremely bored, said, Can I go now? I'm worried that if I'm delayed too long, those female attendants of mine will get suspicious. That wouldn't be good for you. Beast was frozen for a good 5 seconds. Thank you. What was I about to say? And what should I do next? Talon was also deep in thought. I've cooperated this much. He should let me go now. I need to get out of here quickly and get back to my roasted meat and wine. I just want to be a happy little prince consort. Lena, however, was furious and shouted, You are shameless. Her Majesty must have been blind to choose a spineless man like you as her husband. Beast snapped out of his daze and said with a sinister smile, Stupid? Prince consort, this is called knowing how to adapt to the times. Do you think everyone is like you and your mother? You fools, can't you see the situation the Grand Ignis dynasty is in? Lena replied with great sadness. Beast, what you said is not wrong. The Grand Ignis dynasty is in turmoil, beset by enemies from within and without. It's on shaky ground. And now, the Blood-Winged Spire has started to get involved. Sensing that things were not going well, Talon interjected. I've drunk the poison. I finished the task you gave me. Can I take her and go now? Lena, hearing this, shouted angrily. Don't pretend to be a saint. I don't need your help. Beast also chimed in. That's not possible. I have some old scores to settle with this little bitch, and I want to take care of it now. Talon insisted. No way. She's coming with me. This concerns my antidote. It can't be exposed. If she doesn't come with me, I'm dead anyway. Might as well die right here. Hearing this, Beast sneered. Is that so? Then you can just stay here and wait for the poison to take effect. Talon, slightly annoyed, said, Everyone, calm down. Don't be so petty. Let me think this through. Beast's underlings shouted. If you don't have a plan, then shut up. Our big brother has already shown you plenty of face. And you still don't know your place? Now you're talking back to me. With that, he charged straight at Talon, and grabbed his top knot. To Lena's complete shock, she thought, the prince consort is just an ordinary person with no cultivation. Can you withstand this? And then, everyone was stunned by Talon's calm demeanor. His face darkened as he growled. Do we really have to do this the hard way? Beast's lackey suddenly felt an immense, terrifying killing intent that made them tremble uncontrollably. Talon turned to the green-haired man and said, "I hate it when people touch my hair." And as soon as he finished speaking, the green-haired man was obliterated by a light punch from Talon. The remaining men were utterly shocked. This was a powerhouse at the 5th level of the void-shattering realm, and he just evaporated like that. The sky above was now eerily clear, with a huge hole that Talon had created with that gentle punch. He then casually waved his hand. Beast's two remaining underlings were instantly erased. Now, only Beast was left, cowering on the ground in absolute terror. Talon calmly approached Beast and said, "I just want to be a leisurely prince consort, enjoying a peaceful and carefree life. Why won't you let me do that?" Hearing this, Beast was so scared that tears streamed down his face. As for whether anything else was streaming down there, the narrator can't be sure. He immediately prostrated himself, cowering and begging for his life. "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please spare my life." And then, Talon just clapped his hands once. Beast began to slowly disintegrate into nothingness in a most brutal fashion. He was burned to ashes, not a single trace left behind. Lena was also terrified. Seeing Talon approach, she squeezed her eyes shut and begged, "Prince Consort, spare me." Lena knows she was wrong. "Don't kill Lena, please." And then, the seal was broken with a simple squeeze of Talon's hand. To Lena's utter disbelief, the spirit cage array destroyed just like that, with a single squeeze from the prince consort. Talon angrily said, "Are you an idiot? Who kills their own people? Just stay put while I go erase the evidence." With that, he shot off at an incredible speed. Lena let out a sigh of relief, but then was horrified to see a mountain flying straight towards her. She tried to calm herself down. It wasn't the prince consort who did it. It's just a mountain that decided to jump on its own. Right, that's what happened. But wait a minute. Since when can mountains freaking jump? And this was the scene before her eyes. Her jaw dropped and her mouth formed an L. She stammered, "Prince consort, are you a real monster?" Then she flew out and thought, could it be that the prince consort is a legendary being beyond the 10th tier saint realm? Before she could finish her thought, a loud boom accompanied by an earthquake-like tremor occurred. And just like that, the mountain behind her was completely filled in by another ridiculously massive mountain. Talon waited, dusted off his clothes, and said, "All taken care of. This time, there won't be any trace of my work." He then turned and continued, "And you, little girl, just say that you were the one who saved me. Don't say anything more. Got it?" Lena, still confused and about to question Talon, was met with an extremely dangerous look from him. "Didn't your mother ever teach you to listen carefully to your elders?" At that moment, the hair on her neck stood up as she replied, "Lena understands. I guarantee I won't say a single word out of line." Hearing this, Talon smiled kindly and was about to lead her away when a voice called out from the forest, "Prince Consort, young general, are you two all right? Where are the kidnappers? Could it be Abyss?" Talon yawned widely. Lena understood and awkwardly said, The villains have been killed by me. You can all rest easy and head back." Hearing this, Talon happily added, "All right, that was a false alarm. You've all worked hard. Let's get back to the barbecue." A girl named Empress stepped forward and reported, "Your Highness, there are bandits in this mountain. I'm afraid it's no longer safe." Talon replied sternly, "It's fine. This little girl here has killed them all." The soldiers began to whisper among themselves, "The prince consort is done for. The young general hates evil. She can't stand gluttonous and lazy types like Talon. And he even called her little girl. We'll have to try our best to intervene later, so the prince consort doesn't get beaten to death by the young general." What? To their surprise, the two of them walked together affectionately, as if nothing had happened. Seeing the soldiers frozen in place, Lena shot them a look and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and follow." The soldiers were completely bewildered, unable to understand when Lena's temperament had changed a full 180 degrees. That night, Talon was engrossed in roasting a pig. He asked, "Little girl, do you have a knife?" Lena shyly offered her precious dagger to Talon. He ate the pork with great relish. While eating, he marveled, "Oh, the skin is crispy, and the inside is juicy and tender. Really not bad. And it's so springy too." The soldiers couldn't understand what was happening. "It's over. The young general is broken." Once everyone had settled down to rest, Talon turned to Lena and asked, "Little girl, You seem to know a lot about the people who kidnapped me earlier. Are you old acquaintances? Lena put on a very serious expression and replied. The leader's name is Beast. He was once the chieftain of the Smoke Wolf Stronghold. It was the trial my mother set for me before my coming-of-age ceremony. A year ago, he was supposed to have been beheaded and put on public display. I never thought he would become a blood-wind spire assassin. Hearing about the coming-of-age ceremony, Talon glanced down at Lena's chest and asked, "So, how old are you this year?" Lena replied bashfully, "I'm not 18 yet. Only 16. Talon quickly changed the subject. "I have to criticize your mother for this. At your age, she's letting you do this kind of life or death fighting. It's too much." Hearing this, Lena just nodded in agreement, completely flustered. The soldiers nearby whispered amongst themselves with great enthusiasm. This time they kidnapped the prince consort, but their target was the Empress. Who knows who's behind this? Offering such a high price? Since their mission failed this time, someone else will definitely come within 7 days. Talon, overhearing this, was shocked. Ember then approached and reported, "Prince consort, perhaps it's best if you stay in the palace for the time being and not go out. The formations in the Imperial Palace are strong. Even the Bloodwind Spire assassins wouldn't dare to trespass." Hearing this, Talon put on an extremely trustworthy face and replied, "That's a great idea. Staying in the palace is much more comfortable." The soldiers showed expressions of utter contempt. "Prince consort, just how afraid of death are you?" Lena also shook her head in confusion. "The prince consort is so ridiculously strong. Why does he have to hide his abilities?" And so, Talon turned to chat with Lena. "Let's go take a look up ahead. Get some fresh air." The soldiers continued their whispering. "Hey, boss, do you think the young general has fallen for that pretty boy? Why is she being so nice to the prince consort? What nonsense are you spouting? The young general has always admired Her Majesty. She's just extending that respect to her husband. It's perfectly logical. Don't speak recklessly." I know, but this Bloodwind Spire is going too far. I wonder how many more citizens will suffer, and how much more trouble Her Majesty will have to face." The two were chatting enthusiastically as they reached the edge of a cliff. Talon then asked, "Just now, those Imperial guards were discussing how the Bloodwind Spire will bring disaster to the people and cause trouble for Violetta. What do they mean by that?" Lena looked towards the soldiers and shook her head, exasperated by their endless gossiping. She turned to Talon and replied, "Your Highness, the Bloodwind Spire specializes in evil deeds and uses any means necessary. Since their mission failed this time, they will likely do as they usually do, slaughter common people to extort protection money from the Grand Ignis Dynasty's officials." Hearing this, Talon asked about this so-called protection money, and Lena explained, "Usually, when a pride officials in the court infringe upon the interests of some local noble families, those families will post a bounty at the Bloodwind Spire. The Imperial Court protects these officials, so the Bloodwind Spire assassins, unable to get to them, will slaughter the common folk to force the court to comply. And so, the court can only pay protection money for the Bloodwind Spire to cancel the bounty. They don't return the money to the noble families. Instead, they split it between them. This time, the mission to kidnap the prince consort failed. Following the Bloodwind Spire's usual methods, they will continue to target you. If they can't get to you, they'll slaughter citizens to demand protection money." Hearing this, Talon was furious, thinking, slaughtering citizens? How can they call themselves assassins when they are so shameless? The people are innocent, back on Earth. Even though my foster father's organization was ruthless, they had a strict rule never harm innocent civilians. After thinking, he turned to Lena and asked, "With your understanding of Violetta, if she knew my strength was passable, would she let me handle some things?" Hearing this, Lena timidly replied, "Her Majesty would certainly do so, but those 3 words of yours, passable, seem a bit of an understatement, don't they?" Talon then fell into deep thought. If the Bloodwind Spire assassins target the citizens and I make a move, my true strength will be exposed. But if I don't, the people will be slaughtered. War will break out, and it will all be because of me. Violetta will definitely abandon me, whether I act or not, as long as the Bloodwind Spire makes a move. My days of lazing around and waiting for meals are over. No, I absolutely cannot let this happen. I have to beat those Bloodwind Spire guys until they're crying for their mommies." Seeing Talon lost in thought for a long time and making strange gestures, Lena asked with concern, "Prince consort, is this a case of, if you can't find the answer to the problem, You just solved the problem itself? Are you really going to seek out the Bloodwind Spire for revenge? Talon snapped back to reality and replied, Revenge for what? That kind of thinking is wrong. This is about eliminating a threat to the people, upholding justice. But we don't even know the location of the Bloodwind Spire's branch in the Grand Ignis dynasty. Talon put on an extremely confident expression and replied, No problem. I can find them easily. After saying that, he looked around for a moment to make sure no one was there. He then suddenly wrapped his arm around Lena's waist, making her yelp in surprise. And then, with a BLOM, he shot straight into the sky with a single leap. Lena was astonished. The prince consort isn't using any spiritual energy, just his physical strength to launch himself into the air. How terrifying. In less than 30 seconds, they had shot straight through the 9 layers of clouds with exhilarating speed. Lena was in utter shock. She tried to say something, but Talon was flying at the speed of a deity. She was screaming so much she couldn't say anything more. They were flying so fast it felt like her buns were about to fall off. The system that announced, Lena's body has reached its limit. Recommend slowing down. And so, he stopped in a place with only clouds and wind. Lena let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he threw a thunderous punch. A celestial shield shattered into pieces, revealing a floating island in the sky with a small mansion on top of it. Lena saw this and wondered, I can't believe it. It's a flying spiritual artifact. No wonder Her Majesty could never find the location of the branch spire. It was in the sky all along. Talon then ordered Lena to stay close to him. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. And so, the two of them approached the house. Lena was still wondering, what do we do now? Are we going to sneak in? Talon smiled confidently and said, Sneak in? That sounds so cowardly. We're walking right in. With that, he leapt and flew straight towards the entrance of the house. With one kick, the door shattered to pieces. Inside were countless people with extremely powerful and menacing auras. Lena, terrified, said, What? Even the weakest person here is in the void-shattering realm. A woman from the Bloodwind Spire saw the two of them, sneered, and asked, Such unfamiliar faces are a rare sight. Who are you? What business do you have at our Grand Ignis branch of the Bloodwind Spire? And then, another loud explosion came from outside. A black shadow moved with superhuman speed, executing a deadly technique with masterful skill. Lena, in a panic, said, His Highness the Prince Consort told me that if you can use your fists, you don't need to waste words. Just go straight for the kill. At that moment, 3 extremely dangerous-looking figures arrived. Lena recognized something and said in astonishment, Silver Rim Assassins. Gold Rim Assassins. Why would the Bloodwind Spire's branch in the Grand Ignis dynasty dispatch such high-level assassins? And so, it was a 3-on showdown to see who was the best. Astro, the system, also provided a notification Silver Rim Assassins can only be held by those in the 7th tier Awakening realm. Gold Rim Assassins have the same requirement as Silver Rim, but with the added condition of a 100% mission success rate. And then, one of the 3 assassins, a man with orange hair, remarked, Lena, the daughter of Leona, and the prince consort of the Grand Ignis dynasty, to be able to find the location of the Bloodwind Spire and even make it up here, and to dare to kill people in our spire. I have to admit, you two have guts. It seems I'll have to deal with this myself. The other 2 added, Don't kill them. This prince consort still has some value. As for that bitch Lena, keep her alive for some fun. Then we can send her head to the northern front. That Leona will go crazy, which will be good for our future plans. Lena was furious. Damn you. Your intelligence is so detailed. I'm afraid you must have spies within the Imperial Court. Talon also said with great seriousness. Although this is just a branch spire, the fact that a flying artifact of this caliber has appeared, and they are so concerned with the affairs of the court. Their ambitions are not small. This is truly troublesome. This situation feels much more complicated than I imagined. And then, the orange-haired man executed some kind of extremely formidable technique. He said smugly, The Grand Ignis dynasty holds a great secret. Our main headquarters has been watching for a long time. Come on, let me see. In our intelligence reports, you, Prince Consort, are just a useless commoner. What is your true strength? I wonder. Before he could finish his sentence, his face contorted in what looked like extreme pain. At that moment, Talon used some kind of shockwave. It distorted the entire sky. He just smiled, and everyone around him felt an extreme, splitting headache. They had no strength left to counterattack. The orange-haired man was trembling so hard he dropped his weapon, continuously coughing up blood and begging. Sir, I think we might have had a misunderstanding. Please be merciful and forgive me. Talon replied sternly. A misunderstanding? I just want to live my life in peace. To be a leisurely, unkind person. Yet you people send assassins to trouble me. And even let me know that your Blood Wind Spire headquarters has long had designs on the Grand Ignis dynasty. Isn't that forcing me to destroy your Blood Wind Spire headquarters to eliminate future threats? Why do you people keep pushing me like this? With that, he cocked his arm back, unleashing an incredibly powerful punch that blew the orange-haired assassin to bits, leaving his two subordinates in a state of absolute terror. Those idiots in the intelligence department called this kind of monster a useless cripple? Son of a bitch. At that moment, Talon retracted his power and turned to Lena. Say, little girl, why is your body so weak at your age? What happened? Lena, replied, Prince Consort, do you really not know how powerful you are? Your Highness, do you want to go to the Bloodwind Spire's main headquarters right now? Hearing this, Talon replied, I have no choice. The Bloodwind Spire headquarters has been coveting the Grand Ignis dynasty. I have to eliminate it sooner rather than later. You quickly check if there are any fish that slipped through the net. If not, we'll head to the headquarters right away. Let's move quickly. We might even make it back in time for dinner. And so, he approached a certain room and shattered the door with a single punch. Inside was a treasure trove filled with gold, silver, and jewels. He then made an excuse. We came here to destroy the Bloodwind Spire. That is for the people, to eliminate evil and uphold justice. No, Her Majesty, this is stolen money. You see gold, but I see filth and fresh blood. With that, he dived straight into the pile of gold, grabbing handfuls like a madman. Think about it. They kidnapped me, poisoned me, and insulted me. As the victim, taking a little compensation can't be called unreasonable. Lena's face was one of pure awe, and she shook her head in disbelief at this prince consort. Talon, while scooping up gold, explained, they plotted against the Grand Ignis dynasty, committing treason and corrupting the court. As Her Majesty's husband, it's not a problem for me to collect a small fine, right? With that same awestruck expression, Lena didn't want to say another word about her prince consort's greed. A moment later, the pile of money had vanished for some unknown reason. Talon smiled smugly and said, those Bloodwind Spire's assassins first forced me to destroy their branch spire. Now they've wronged me into destroying their headquarters, wasting my precious rest time. And it wasted your time too. It's not a problem for me to take a little fee for my troubles, right? Lena, her face pale, replied, who would dare to have an opinion? Suddenly, Talon spotted an extremely precious green jade stone. He immediately crushed it and transferred its spiritual energy to Lena. Lena was utterly shocked. A mountain quake earthen talisman? Your Highness, this talisman is extremely precious. It's a 7th-tier defensive talisman. What are you doing? Talon replied, I received intelligence that the Bloodwind Spire's headquarters is a bit far. I'll have to fly a little faster later, or we won't make it back for dinner. But I'm worried your body won't be able to handle the speed. With this talisman, it shouldn't be a problem. Before Lena could understand what was happening, Talon scooped her up like a sack of potatoes. He cheerfully exclaimed, all right, let's go. And then, with a roar, he shot straight into the sky again, shattering half of the mansion's roof. His current speed was no longer visible to the naked eye. Lena was astounded. I can't believe it. At the Prince Consort's speed, even a 7th-tier defensive talisman is having a hard time keeping up. Talon, looking intently at the system's control panel, determined that they were almost there. He then went into an extremely dangerous freefall. Disclaimer: this action should not be attempted. Not even once. Folks, free falling and landing on one foot. This can only be performed by professional martial artists. Do not try this under any circumstances. That earth-shattering landing sent the Bloodwind Spire's mansion into a violent tremor. Talon marveled, as expected of the number one assassin organization. This place reeks of fresh blood. At that moment, a group of fully masked assassins emerged and surrounded the two of them. Who dares to trespass into the Bloodwind Spire? Just then, an old man and a woman, both seemingly very powerful, stepped out. The woman said with a sneer, what a surprise. Someone actually has the courage to barge into our Bloodwind Spire headquarters. The old man added, there are always countless ways for people to seek death. Lena saw the two of them and was terrified. The two assassins next to that golden cloud. Their aura is so frightening. Just then, a voice echoed down from the upper floor. I was wondering which guest had suddenly graced us with their presence. I never expected it to be the prince consort of the Ignis dynasty, and the daughter of Leona as well. With that, he leapt down from a height of over 100 meters, landing on the ground, to the respectful bows of all his subordinates. Greetings, Spire Lord. Lita, terrify, said to Talon. This is the Lord of the Bloodwind Spire, the king of assassins of the southern domain. He's still alive. Talon heard the son calmly said, You people from the Bloodwind Spire seem to be very interested in the Grand Ignis dynasty. Lord Kale replied, Correct, I am very interested in the Grand Ignis dynasty. But right now, I am even more interested in you. According to my intelligence, you are a useless prince consort. Yet, in such a short time, you managed to get here and break through our defensive formations. It seems you have a treasure that can break formations, don't you? Perhaps by capturing you, I'll get much closer to the secrets of the Grand Ignis dynasty. Seize him. Be gentle. Don't hurt him. Just as the subordinates were about to move, the old man stopped them and said, Don't move just yet. Let me play with him for a bit. Lita provided more information. Your Highness, that must be the Vice Spire Lord of the Bloodwind Spire, Scorch of the Scorching Sun, and, hearing this name, Talon was impressed. That's a pretty cool sounding title. But Scorching Sun, what's there to be afraid of? That there are over 100 people on the ground floor, and more than 10 on the upper floor. When I make my move later, I can't let a single one escape, or my identity will be exposed. The old man then approached with a contemptuous look on his face. It seems the prince consort of the Grand Ignis dynasty has more guts than I thought. You don't even seem to regard me as a threat. With that, he turned to the Spire Lord and added, Spire Lord, can I play a little rough? The medical fees can be deducted from my bonus. The Spire Lord shook his head in resignation. I really can't do anything with you. If you really want to play, mind your limits. Just don't kill him. Hearing this encouragement from the Spire Lord, he turned back to Talon and taunted him. Such a pretty little face. So handsome. Slender arms. Soft flesh. And so fair and clean. It seems the Empress of Grand Ignis really likes pretty boys like you. Now, what do you all think? If I punch you, will this little pretty boy cry? His subordinate snickered. More than crying. I'm more interested in whether he'll piss his pants. And I'm worried that one punch from you, Vice Lord, will kill him outright. That wouldn't be easy to explain to the Spire Lord. Hearing this, Talon pointed directly at his own head and said menacingly, There's plenty of blood right here. If you've got the guts, come and try to draw it. Hearing Talon's foolish provocation, he and his subordinates were stunned silent for 5 seconds. Talon crossed his arms and taunted further. Don't you dare. Turns out you're just a cowardly little shrimp. At this point, he could no longer contain his anger. He threw a thunderous punch towards Talon. But unexpectedly, he casually blocked it with a single finger, causing his subordinates' eyes to bulge out of their sockets in disbelief. The Spire Lord and the woman with him were also astonished by Talon's strength. The man was still frozen, not understanding what had just happened. What Talon continued to taunt him. Didn't you wait? Can't you use a little more force? Enraged, he channeled all his power into his arm and threw another lightning-fast punch. But once again, Talon blocked it with just one finger. The force of their clash pushed everyone around them back more than 2 meters. Talon continued to taunt. Hey, what are you doing? I'll let you use your full power one more time. And so, he used all his remaining strength to throw another super fast punch. But he couldn't even touch Talon's protective barrier and was instead repelled, sending him flying straight into the wall behind him. Had he departed this world permanently, his body no longer intact, Talon, looking bewildered, said, Your way of playing is really, you're Mick. You punch someone else, and you're the one who ends up sacrificing yourself in such a tragic way. Truly special. The man, now motionless against the wall, had tears welling up in his eyes as he thought, Are those bastards in the intelligence department all brain dead? What kind of intelligence are you gathering? Seeing him cry, Talon thought, What kind of game is this? How can you fight so poorly that you end up crying so pathetically when you lose? Don't they use their brains at all? The answer from Astro came quickly. Master Talon, your body is currently still in a state of self-strengthening growth. You are unable to cultivate, making you a normal person without a realm. There are also other factors leading to cognitive errors caused by the master's power. As soon as he finished, Talon sensed a killing intent coming from another island. Without a moment's hesitation, he put aside his conversation with the system to face the new challenge. Talon unleashed a rain of fire fists, incinerating everything in its path. That terrifying power scared the souls out of the Bloodwind Spire's subordinates. Only one question remained in their minds: what the hell? Is this a person or a Superman? Run! Brothers! Scatter! Everyone run for your lives! The defeated old man snapped out of his shock and mumbled. That's right. Run! As long as one person escapes, we can get the word out about this monster. I don't believe he can stop more than 10 assassins scattering and running at the same time. At that very moment, Talon executed the rippling step, combined with the shadow clone technique. In a flash, more than 10 assassins were neatly dispatched in less than 5 seconds. Witnessing the horrific scene, the defeated old man was so terrified he couldn't stand straight. Cold sweat poured down his face. Damn it, this bastard isn't human anymore, and his fate was no different. He was swiftly sent to the eternal embrace by Talon. The woman who was with the old man now resorted to a honey trap. She spoke gently to Talon. My lord, you are truly an unparalleled god of war. I can't help but admire you. Could you spare my life so that I may serve you? Witnessing this act, Lena couldn't help but think, this scheming bitch, the siren, is famous for her art of seducing men. Once her target is lost in her gentle charms, she strikes ruthlessly, carving out their chest to eat their heart. I wonder if the prince consort can resist this whore's seduction. Suddenly, she was shocked to see the prince consort furiously shouting. This woman's intentions are truly vicious. The siren, hearing this, was so scared that tears fell, looking utterly pitiful. What? My lord, why would you say that? Talon's face darkened, and he growled. Begging for forgiveness is one thing, but you even want to serve me? What will the Empress think of me if she misunderstands and thinks my conduct is improper and leaves me? How can I continue to be a leisurely prince consort and enjoy this stable and self-satisfied family life? Such malicious thoughts. You are a terrifying person. I cannot forgive you. You can go to hell. With that, Talon mercilessly sent her to the underworld, her eyes wide open in death. But even after she was dead, Talon's anger had not subsided. He turned to Lena and instructed, I didn't strike her because I was afraid you would misunderstand and think I have a guilty conscience. Little girl, you are my witness. If this ever gets exposed one day, you can help me prove that I was truly faithful to Her Majesty. Before taking her last breath, she managed to utter one last bitter sentence. Is this bastard an idiot? That curse made Talon extremely proud. See, her scheme was exposed by me, and she died of shame and anger. Lita could only look on in awe, her mind filled with doubt. Your Highness, are you mistaken about something? But the young man was adamant that he was right, waving his hand aside. You're still young. You wouldn't understand my analysis. I've met many people like her in my past life. They never have good intentions. Talon's face suddenly lit up strangely, his eyes shining like stars, leaving Lena completely bewildered. She thought to herself, is the prince consort really not normal? Or is his mental fortitude just that strong? But no, a prince consort this powerful must have a strong mind, unswayed by external temptations. He is a truly perfect man. Talon then said cheerfully, next up, just one last one to go, and then we can go home for dinner. Meanwhile, in the room of the Spire Lord, Kale, he was hiding under a bed, trembling and thinking, damn it all. The Grand Ignis dynasty truly holds a great secret. Otherwise, how could this prince consort be so terrifyingly strong? Hopefully, the treasure vault upstairs can attract his attention and buy me enough time to survive this. He clearly looks like an ordinary person. His body, his flesh, everything is at a normal level. So how the hell is his body and his realm so perversely strong? These floating islands were something I stumbled upon in ancient ruins. Their durability is such that they can withstand a 10th tier Saint Realm expert for a while. Yet that damn Talon shattered one with his bare hands, with a single punch. So easily? My rise to power was all based on what I collected from those ancient ruins. According to the texts recorded in the ruins, it belonged to the ancient Grand Ignis Empire. And the relationship between the Grand Ignis Empire and the Grand Ignis Dynasty is very closely linked. Right now, all the major powers are staring intently at the Grand Ignis Dynasty, especially at the secrets of the Grand Ignis. I originally thought that Prince Consort was able to break the formation because he had some kind of secret treasure. I never expected his own power to be so terrifying. After thinking, he cautiously listened to the situation outside. Seeing that it had been quiet for a long time, he dared to sit up and let out a sigh of relief. Looks like he's finally gone. But to his surprise, Talon was already lying next to him, cheerfully greeting him. Hey there, we meet again. The Spire Lord was so scared his soul nearly flew out of his body. He screamed internally. Oh God, I'm dead. Talon smiled cheerfully undasked. Are you a child? Why are you hiding under the bed in the middle of a fight? As he finished speaking, the Spire Lord vanished in a flash. As soon as he was outside, he smugly detonated the entire building. I'll blow this place up. You can go to hell. He was confident that the explosion had surely turned Talon's body to dust. But, surprisingly, by some miracle, Talon was floating right next to him, leaving him utterly terrified. Talon grabbed him by the neck and asked, "Where do you think you're running off to?" He then dragged the Spire Lord like a half-dead chicken over to Lena and said, "This is hilarious. A grown man, a powerful Spire Lord, and yet he hides under the bed." Lena was also thinking in disbelief. This is completely surreal. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe that the King of Assassins of the Southern Domain was being tossed around like a plucked chicken, and was even scared into hiding under a bed by the Prince Consort? The Spire Lord, with a bruised face, angrily asked. I suppressed my spiritual energy, held my breath, and even temporarily stopped my heartbeat. How the hell did you find me? Talon calmly replied, "It's very simple. I heard the sound of your blood flowing through your veins." Hearing this, both the Spire Lord and Lena were too stunned to speak. He could even hear blood flowing. The legendary wind-following ears would have to call him Grandpa. Talon then approached, grabbed him by the throat, and interrogated him. "All right, I've answered your question. Now you should obediently answer mine. Why exactly are you targeting the Grand Ignis dynasty?" The Spire Lord, hearing this, shyly pleaded, "If you promise to spare my life, I will tell you everything I know." All right? Before he could finish, his head was separated from his neck. Talon turned away and replied, "Then forget it. I don't need to know anymore." Witnessing the Spire Lord being decapitated with a single wave of the Prince Consort's hand, Lena was terrified. Oh my God, the Prince Consort is so scary. I want to go home. I just want to go home right now. And then, Talon used his overwhelming power to pull out the problem by the roots. The place called the Bloodwind Spire headquarters was sent back into the earth by him. Afterward, he used his unparalleled leaping ability, carrying Lena, and flew straight back to the forest where they started. He then put on an extremely clueless face, as if nothing had happened, and said, "All right, time to go home for dinner. My leisurely life as a Prince Consort is secured, coveting the Grand Ignis dynasty, forcing me to deal with the Bloodwind Spire, which ended up being annihilated. I wonder how many innocent people I've saved." Lena, now happy, asked curiously, "Prince Consort, what did you mean when you signed your name as Yama King earlier?" Talon cheerfully replied, "It's nothing, just a code name I used back in my hometown." She persisted, "A code name? Does it have any special meaning?" Talon said seriously, "In my hometown, there's a saying. When the Yama King decrees your death at the third watch, who dares to keep you until the fifth?" Hearing this, she was terrified, trembling too much to ask any more questions. Talon then turned back to remind her, "Right, when we get back to the manor, you're not to speak a word of this. Understand? You're still young, so you have to be good. You must listen to your elders. Got it?" With that, he walked away, leaving Lena extremely embarrassed. "I'm not that young anymore." All right, you're all grown up. Happy now." Lena then thought shyly, "How could I forget? The Prince Consort is a monster who can even hear the blood flowing in one's veins." At that moment, the soldiers found the two of them. Talon pretended to let out a sigh of relief. "Found it. That was dangerous. This is our engagement token. If I lost it, I wouldn't be able to handle Her Majesty's wrath." Lena, now terrified, thought, as expected of the Prince Consort, he lies without batting an eye, without a single flaw. He's a god and master at it. And so, Talon ordered everyone to return to the manor for dinner. Emperor was now wondering, the Prince Consort is too reckless. Who knows if those Bloodwind Spire bastards still have accomplices nearby? "Young General, don't blame me for being blunt, but it was too reckless for you to run off like that." Lena replied awkwardly, "Sister Ember, isn't everything fine now? Let's not talk about it anymore." She then thought to herself, if I say anything about the prince consort, he'll hear it all. It's better not to say anything. Ember, very worried. Reply, young general, I am also a general under your mother's command. I watched you grow up. Don't think I'm nagging, but your usual personality isn't like this. Why were you so reckless with the prince consort today? It's very unusual. Those blood-wind spire bastards are ruthless. If something happened to the prince consort, I'd be fine. But if something happened to you, I wouldn't be able to face your mother. Seeing how much Ember cared for her, Lena smiled in reply. Sister Ember, is it because we encountered the blood-wind spire's assassins that you're reminded of him? Sister Ember, your fiancé was a hero. If he hadn't single in action held off the blood-wind spire assassins, the people of that town would likely have been completely slaughtered. I heard my mother talk about it. When you, Sister Ember, rushed to provide reinforcements with your troops, that man was standing at the town gate, covered in blood. He was clearly dead, but he was still standing firm. Even Her Majesty has said that he was a pillar of the Grand Ignis dynasty. Ember, hearing this, silently shed tears. Young general, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Saying this, Lena went to pat Ember on the shoulder and comfort her. It's all right. It's all in the past now. Talon, hearing this, was deeply moved and smiled unusually, making the soldiers wonder, is the prince consort happy about something? No, I just feel like I did something very meaningful just now. So, let's get some rest. The soldiers didn't understand what he was talking about. At a place called the Zong Manor, there was a man named Lord Marius, who was Lena's father. He asked sternly, Lena, where are you going? She timidly replied, Father, I was just planning to go to the palace for a bit. To the palace? Is this still my daughter who only cares about looking pretty? Hearing this, Lena shyly replied, Yes. Before she left, Her Majesty instructed me to take care of the prince consort. I'm currently on my way to the palace to serve as a guard. Her father, hearing this, was puzzled. The prince consort has the imperial guards to protect him in the palace. Why does he need you to look after him? Besides, I've heard that this prince consort is a hedonist who does nothing. Hearing this, Lena angrily retorted, Father, you've never even met His Highness the prince consort. How can you judge him so casually? With that, she stormed out, leaving her father bewildered. He was very confused. What is the situation? Didn't my daughter despise that Talon yesterday? She even complained about her mother giving her this job. How did she change 360 degrees in just one night? And even argue with me, her father, on behalf of that Talon? Something is not right here. In the manor, Talon was watching Superman while eating and drinking with a grand entourage of servants. He was very smug. This is so comfortable. Clothes at my beck and call. Food served right to my mouth. Not only do I get to enjoy the service of palace maids, but I also get to watch blockbuster movies with special effects provided by the system. At this, Ember looked at Talon's indulgent state and was furious. Damn it. Her Majesty is leading the campaign on the front lines, fighting and killing, while her husband is here enjoying a life of luxury. It's infuriating. Lost in thought, she was suddenly startled. Young general. Is this the young general I know? And there was Lena, in the guise of a proper, gentle, and virtuous young lady. Talon was also stunned. Huh? Little girl, what are you doing here? She replied sternly. Her Majesty told me to protect the prince consort. Of course, I have to fulfill my duty. Talon was furious. Stay where it's cool. Don't join in the commotion. Who needs you to protect them? Besides, if you follow me around and one day you misspeak and expose my secrets, wouldn't I be screwed? And so, they were silent for a long time. The silence was terrifyingly quiet. Ember thought to herself, is the prince consort trying to get himself killed? If the young general's temper flares and she attacks, should I intervene or not? Lena suddenly blushed and said, I'm not leaving. I'm staying here. Miss, this is Her Majesty's command. I don't want to defy an imperial edict either. Ember was completely bewildered. What the hell is going on? How did the Lena I know turn into this? The young general is truly broken. I must report this to the general. Otherwise, I fear there will be big trouble. And speaking of which, this prince consort certainly has a handsome face. But I never thought a man could also be a national disaster. First, he somehow bewitched Her Majesty, forcing her to marry a useless man like him. Now, the heavenly pride of the Grand Ignis dynasty's younger generation, young General Lena, has also been mesmerized by the seductive prince consort. Is our country about to enter its darkest era? Back to the scene of Ember and her subordinate whispering to each other. Is the news accurate? Yes, it is. According to an urgent report, somewhere in a small island, suspected to be a hideout of the Blood-Wind Spire, fall from the sky and crash into Mount Luoring. There were also signs of the Blood-Wind Spire on it. Ember fell into deep thought. A small island suspected to be the hideout of the Blood-Wind Spire. In the sky. And it fell? No wonder Her Majesty could never find their hideout. Lena, being nosy, approached and asked, "What's wrong, Sister Ember?" Ember replied seriously, "Young General, the Blood-Wind Spire's building has been found, and it has been destroyed." Lena, with an expression of utter indifference, said, "Oh, and then what?" Ember was stunned silent for a long moment and then asked, "You're not surprised at all, Young General?" Lena then realized that her reaction was not quite normal. She quickly faked it. "The Blood-Wind Spire's building has been destroyed? This is wonderful news." "Sorry, I was a bit dazed for a moment." Taylor, lying on a chair eating watermelon, was terrified. This kid is such a terrible actor. With her awful acting skills, she's not going to expose my secret, is she? Ember continued seriously. Under normal circumstances, this would indeed be good news. But right now, it's hard to say. Lena was puzzled. "Why is that? Sister Ember, your fiancé has been avenged. Isn't that revenge?" Ember continued. "Young General, the Blood-Wind Spire's building was destroyed within the territory of the Grand Ignis dynasty. So, what will happen if the Blood-Wind Spire's main headquarters attacks the Grand Ignis dynasty? His Majesty is currently in a campaign in the north, and the dynasty is unguarded and cannot stop the retaliation of the Blood-Wind Spire's headquarters right now. In another scenario, if the King of Assassins of the Southern Domain leads his army to the northern battlefield, it would be even more disadvantageous for Her Majesty." Hearing the 4 words King of Assassins, Lena burst out laughing in a very strange way. Ember was stunned, thinking, the young general is actually giggling. From what I know of the young general, she should be worried, wanting to go to the northern border to report the situation to General Leona and discuss countermeasures. But now she's laughing. After thinking, she asked, "Young general, what are you laughing at?" After asking, she continued to think, when the Grand Ignis dynasty is in danger, how can Lena laugh? Could it be that Lena has already fallen into Talon's honey trap? Lena, hearing Sister Ember's question, was at a loss for how to answer. With Ember's extremely stern expression, Lena was about to blurt out the truth about the prince, when Alan rushed over and smacked her on the head. "Same. I heard everything very clearly from the side. At a time when the country is in peril, you have a very happy smile on your face. This is completely improper. It's right for you to be hit when you've done wrong. What face do you have to cry like that?" Lena thought shyly. "That was close. I almost let it slip just now." Talon then turned to Ember and continued his act. "General Ember, she's just a child who doesn't know any better. We shouldn't indulge her. Her nature isn't bad, but she needs to be taught a lesson to mature." Seeing that Ember seemed to believe him, Talon continued the charade. "General Ember, the Grand Ignis dynasty is still prosperous and thriving. No matter what difficulties we face, we will definitely overcome them. So, you shouldn't worry too much." Hearing this, Ember was completely convinced and replied, "His Highness the Prince Consort is right." Talon then flattered her further. "General Ember, I will teach Lena well from now on. If you have other matters to attend to, please feel free." With that, he angrily ordered Lena to follow. "Follow me." And so, they left, to the utter confusion of the soldiers. The soldiers then whispered, "General, if I remember correctly, you've been with the young general since she was a child, right? The prince consort's attitude just now was like her father's. Have we become outsiders? The young general has only known the prince consort for less than 2 days. And besides, the young general seems too submissive in front of the prince consort." Ember, hearing this, said with extreme gravity, "This matter is more serious than I thought. Send a letter to Her Majesty about the Blood-Wind Spire. And while you're at it, mention the strange behavior of young General Lena to General Leona." A short while later, in a garden within the court, Talon was furious, shouting, "Are you high? Ever since you escaped the Blood-Wind Spire, you've been acting strangely. How do you explain this? Please, I just want to relax and enjoy my downtime. Can you just leave me in peace? Use your brain. Keep your mouth shut and don't try to say things you shouldn't." Faced with such harsh criticism, Lena showed a remorseful attitude in reply. I know I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. Talon, still angry. Added, what? What else do you want to do? Don't try to fool me with such a ridiculous excuse. She let out a long sigh. Then, she unexpectedly got on her knees and said, Prince Consort, please accept me as your disciple. I want to be as powerful as you. Talon turned away and said, I don't know how to cultivate, so I can't teach you. Seeing her Prince Consort's blatant lie, Lena replied, how can that be? You are so powerful. Prince Consort, how could you not know how to cultivate? Talon then said bluntly, I was summoned here, so I really don't know anything about the cultivation in this place. Lena, still refusing to believe him, said, Sir, I am grown up. I'm not a child anymore. Please don't lie to me like that. Talon, angered by this, retorted, growing up with a dazed brain like yours doesn't count as being an adult. And I'm not lying to you. I really can't teach you anything because I am just a summoned person. With that, he walked away, leaving Lena disappointed. Half a month later, at Mount King Yed, Talon was eating roasted pork and marveling, as expected of the wild boar, hailed as the king of the forest. One bite just makes you want another. Wild boar, looks so delicious. It's sure to satisfy me. Just then, one of Ember's subordinates rushed over and reported, General, we have the latest news from the Tianji Pavilion. The #1 assassin organization in the southern wasteland, the Bloodwind Spire, has been completely wiped out by some mysterious powerhouse. The king of assassins of the southern wasteland, Lord Kale, the Siren, and Scorch of the Scorching Sun Hand are all dead. The proof is that their bodies were found there. From now on, the southern wasteland will no longer have a Bloodwind Spire. Ember, hearing this, was stunned. Huh? What? For the past half a month, I've been worried that the Bloodwind Spire's main headquarters would attack the Grand Ignis dynasty, and the result is that the Bloodwind Spire has been mysteriously destroyed like this? Her subordinate happily said, It's amazing. It's not a coincidence, is it? Ember, now angry, said, I really want to know more about the Bloodwind Spire, about its hidden power. But, oh well, it's good that it has been completely wiped out now. Her subordinate continued, That's right. More than half a month ago, you wished that the Bloodwind Spire would be destroyed by some mysterious force, and now it really no longer exists. What a coincidence. Your wish came true. Ember replied, So, it was that day. Did something happen? Her subordinate happily replied, According to intelligence, the day the Bloodwind Spire was destroyed was also the day you said that. General. At this, Talon and Lita fell silent for a long moment. Ember clutched her pendant and quietly walked to a secluded spot, crying. She whispered, It's good that someone has avenged you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Over here, Lena also said sadly. Sir, thank you. Talon took a bite of pork and replied, It's just a coincidence. It has nothing to do with me. Just don't talk nonsense. If you're so idle, go slice some meat for me. Lita, grumbling, went to cut the pork and muttered, So bland. Talon looked in Ember's direction and sadly whispered to himself, You're welcome. It was nothing. In some desolate place, a portal of space-time opened up. Astra and disciple appeared. Shouted, Master, could it have been done by the Ignis dynasty? The master replied, There are many suspects for the one who destroyed the Bloodwind Spire, but it can't be the Ignis dynasty. They simply don't have a capability. Let's go. Right now, Violetta is tied down by the troops in the north. This is the perfect time for us to strike. The disciple then asked, But master, where are we going now? The northern battlefield? The master replied, No, we're going straight to Mount King Yan. Back to the scene at the northern border. Violetta was discussing matters with Leona. In the last battle, he was severely injured by my sword technique. If we fight again, I will definitely kill him. Leona replied, That's a given. Your Majesty is the strongest under heaven. How could a dying old man compare? In the middle of their discussion, a subordinate entered and said, General, 2 letters have arrived for you from the capital. Leona was surprised. Letters from Ember and Marius? What? The Bloodwind Spire had a flying fortress in our Ignis dynasty, and it was destroyed by a mysterious man? Your Majesty, the one who wrote this letter is Ember, the commander of the Imperial Guard. She would never joke about such a matter. Violetta said gravely, It's not good that something like this has happened. I fear there will be some nasty moves from the Bloodwind Spire's main headquarters. While she was pondering, Leona crushed the second letter in her hand with extreme anger. Seeing this, Violetta quickly asked, "General, what's wrong? Let me see what the letter says." And then she mumbled, "Talon's masculine charm. His handsome face every day. Willing to accompany Talon. Does Talon really have such great charm? Why didn't I see it from the beginning? He is quite handsome, but no matter how handsome he is, it can't be. Is it really true?" Leona, now furious, shouted, "That damn girl. If I don't teach you a lesson when I get back to the capital. I'm not your mother anymore. How strong is my hand?" Before she could finish, Violetta shouted, "General, over there, and then, far away in the sky, some random lackey was chanting, 'With my power, transform into a glorious light. Enter my soldiers and charge straight into the enemy's territory. Go forth, my soldiers of the barbarian nation.'" Seeing the urgent situation, Leona quickly said, "Your Majesty, leave us to me. You go deal with your old enemy." Violetta calmly replied, "All right, be careful." At this moment, the sky was filled with the dark power created by that lackey. His soldiers, looking extremely fierce, were advancing towards the city gates. Violetta flew straight into the sky, executing a bloody sword-like technique. As she approached him, she shouted, "Old geezer, you really don't want to live anymore, do you?" The old geezer replied with great pride, "Empress of Grand Ignis, I am just trying to fight for a bright future for my barbarian nation. I cannot die when my great cause is not yet complete." Violetta, now angry, retorted, "It's a pity that the future of the barbarian nation will be destroyed in your hands. You shouldn't have left the barbarian nation. Without the protection of the National Guardian formation, you are no match for me." He then put on an extremely dangerous expression and said, "You are truly worthy of being the Empress of Grand Ignis, a peerless beauty, the most outstanding of a younger generation in this southern wasteland." And then he executed some kind of extremely heretical technique, which greatly surprised Violetta. "So, that's it? You're vomiting blood to draw that sealing incantation?" He replied triumphantly, "That's right. I'm in charge of this fire spirit blood seal array. If the Empress of Grand Ignis wants to escape from this, it won't be a matter of 10 days or half a month. I'm afraid it's impossible." Violetta was puzzled. "What's the use of sealing me? You won't be able to break through this northern border." He then said frankly, "Empress of Grand Ignis, the Black Soul Coven has made me an offer I cannot refuse. They only asked me to seal you. Perhaps by now, Silas the Vile of the Black Soul Coven has already reached the territory of your Grand Ignis dynasty." Poor people of the Grand Ignis dynasty. Only then did Violetta realize his grand ambition. She furiously threatened, "Old geezer, if the Grand Ignis falls into dire straits, I will, at all costs, make your barbarian nation be buried with me in the most brutal way." Leona, seeing Violetta being sealed, was extremely worried. She was about to go and support her when Violetta angrily shouted, "Don't come here. Defend the border. Do not let the demonkin break through." While circulating her power to protect her body, she said, "I really don't understand if it's worth it, using this fire spirit blood seal formation to hold me back. You won't be able to do anything more for your barbarian nation, so why do it?" He replied cheerfully, "Of course, it's worth it. The Grand Ignis nation is too vast. Even your father couldn't manage it all. Our barbarian nation now just wants to stay away from your Grand Ignis nation. The reward I'm about to receive is our capital, to use as a foundation to take revenge on the Bloodwind Spire's main headquarters. The threat of Silas the Vile of the Black Soul Coven." Violetta thought, "This is so troublesome. It can't be. I need to be calmer. I must find a way out. Return to support the Grand Ignis dynasty, to minimize the losses." The old geezer marveled, truly a queen, unswayed by emotions. Instead, she is looking for an opportunity to escape. But unfortunately, it's a pity for the innocent people. But there's nothing more I can do for this barbarian nation. Back at Mount King Yan, Talon had finished eating an entire pig of over 30 kg and was thoroughly enjoying himself. The wild boar here is more fragrant, sweeter, with a richer mountain flavor. Seeing him eating so voraciously, his subordinates were very worried. "Your Highness, you've eaten too much." He, with an extremely confident face, replied, "My digestion is good. It's not a problem. The system, Astro, then announced, 'Master, your body is craving more power. You need to eat more to maintain your abilities.'" He then thought, "Luckily, The Empress is providing for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to eat this well. A moment later, he stood up, looked around for a long time, and said loudly, "The mountains and rivers here are fertile. If we could give the people here livestock to raise, it would be wonderful. But where's Ember? Why don't I see her?" Lena quickly replied, "I told her to go to King Yan Town and bring back some King Yan wine for you to enjoy." Talon was puzzled. King Yan Town? The place where her husband protected until his last breath? Lena stared, said, "Yes. I also think Sister Ember wanted to tell her husband the good news about the Bloodwind Spire being destroyed. Prince Consort, please don't blame me for making my own decision. Besides, the wine in King Yan Town is brewed with deep mountain spring water. It really has a unique and special flavor." Talon was now wary. "Can you calm down a bit? Don't talk as if I'm really that cruel and evil." Hearing this, Lena thought, "Isn't the Prince Consort's handsome and powerful appearance just wonderful?" Talon looked into the distance and thought, "King Yan Town, with a river on one side and mountains on the other. It's a wonderful gift from nature to the people here. Since the wine in the town is famous, the food here must also be excellent." With that thought, he gave an order. "I want to take a stroll around the town. Please lead the way." Lena asked, "What about all this stuff? If we go to King Yan Town and happen to meet Sister Ember, what should we do?" He pointed to the soldiers and said, "It's simple. You all stay here. If you don't see us return with Ember after about an hour, just pack everything up and return to the palace." The soldiers hesitantly reported, "Your Highness, our mission is to protect the safety of the Prince Consort. We hope." Before he could finish, Talon interrupted, "All of you combined can't even beat this little girl Lena. So, I don't need you to come along." And so, he and Lena left without a word of farewell. At the monument of King Yantao, Ember was beaten until she coughed up blood. She stood up, clutching her stomach in anger. Aim at it alone. Dark Robe said in a contemptuous tone, "I heard that the royal guards of the Empress of the Grand Ignis dynasty are all seasoned veterans of the battlefield, with rich experience and extremely strong skills. Now it seems that's just a baseless rumor." Ember retorted angrily. "The Black Soul Covenant and the Barbarian Nation have actually teamed up to force Her Majesty to personally lead the campaign. What a perfect plan. And this is the sixth elder of the Black Soul Coven, Silas the Vile. And this guy is one sword through the heart. Crimson." The old man, Silas, said calmly, "Go deal with her quickly. King Yantao needs some time to be manipulated. There are many eyes on the Ignis dynasty, so if this gets out, it won't be good for us." The guy, Crimson, quickly replied, "Master, rest assured, I will definitely let her go peacefully." With that, he executed a lightning sword technique, stabbing straight towards Ember. She struggled to block it. Seeing an opportunity, he kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying 3 meters back, crashing into her husband's tombstone. He then showed an extremely sinister face and said, "Why don't you scream? Go on, scream." Ember was in extreme pain, but she still gritted her teeth and endured. And then, he swung his sword for a final blow, accompanied by the words, "Farewell." Ember could only close her eyes in despair, waiting for death. At that moment, she felt the warmth of her husband embracing her from behind, whispering, "My wife, you have not let me down." But surprisingly, Talon arrived just in time. He used her watermelon seeds still stuck between his teeth and flicked it at the man, sending him flying more than 2 meters back. The man was utterly bewildered. What the hell? Ember was still wondering. What's taking this bastard so long? Why hasn't he struck yet? And then she heard a familiar voice. "What do you think you're doing to my head guard?" And when she opened her eyes, to her surprise, it was her prince consort. Talon firmly ordered Lena, "Little girl, take him down." "Yes, Your Highness." And then Lena, using her masterful swordsmanship, charged forward to deal with him. Ember thought to herself, "How could I have imagined that the prince consort just saved my life? It's clearly just this useless prince consort." Lost in thought, Talon suddenly asked, "Why did you want to die before treating me to a delicious drink from this King Yan Town?" Before she could answer, he pinched her mouth open, took out a few precious pills, and thought, "Astro gave me these pills to counteract the assassin organization's poison. They must be effective." With that, he put the pills in Ember's mouth and shouted, "Swallow them." Ember, embarrassed, thought, "It seems the prince consort is also warm-hearted and not so useless after all." Ember, now completely bewildered, looked at her prince consort and said, "Your Highness, let the young general take you away." That's Silas the Vile, the old poison master of the Black Soul Coven, a 7th level awakening realm powerhouse. If you stay here, you will surely die. Talon looked at the old man for a long time and then asked the system, Astro, is this old man very strong? The system immediately replied, the target state is at the peak of the 7th level awakening realm and on the verge of breaking through to the 8th tier. His power attributes are a combination of water and poison. He is very skilled in using poison. Talon looked at the old man, then at Lena on Denver, and after a long moment of thought, asked further, then why? From what I can see, whether it's the little girl Lena, Ember, or this old man, their strengths all seem the same to me. Astro explained, they are all just fragile and pitiful lives in front of you. Your Majesty, the difference in their realms means nothing to you. At this point, Talon realized just how ridiculously strong he was and thought further. What? The little girl Lena, a girl at the 3rd level of the 5th tier void-shattering realm, will definitely not be able to beat him. What should I do? Ember's by my side, observing. I can't make a move right now, because she is a loyal general of the Empress. If she knows my strength, what if she tells the Empress? Then the Empress will ask for my help. If I don't help, my allowance might get cut, and that would be a pain. Ember then said, very seriously, Prince Consort, do not be afraid. I will protect your life even if I die. Talon, now angry, thought, right now, I just want to kill that old poison master right in front of her. This is so frustrating. After thinking, he let out a long sigh and said, come on. I just gave you a healing pill. Why are you in such a hurry to die? Ember, he weltered, looked at her injured arm and thought to herself, my arm is almost completely healed. The medicine just now was really effective. Was it a gift from Her Majesty to the Prince Consort for him to save himself? With such care, it seems the Prince Consort is not as bad as I thought. She then looked at Lena and whispered, Your Highness, the young general cannot be injured here. In a moment, I will do my best to buy time for you two to escape. The Imperial City has a protective formation. Even Silas the Vile cannot attack it. As long as we buy time until Her Majesty returns, she will surely avenge us. In the middle of her planning, she was stunned. The young general has gotten stronger. Is that the legendary primal sword intent? Talon was puzzled. What? Primal what? Ember, hearing Talon's clueless question, thought to herself, besides being handsome, what's so special about the Prince Consort? She then explained, primal sword intent is the formation and condensation of sword intent. With this primal sword intent, people in the same realm are no longer a match for the young general. Crimson was furious. Damn it, she's clearly younger than me. And even if her realm is higher than mine by 3 levels, comprehending primal sword intent should be impossible. Why? Why is this happening? Lena thought, Crimson's swordsmanship is in chaos. This is my chance. With that, she swung down with a powerful slash, quickly defeating Crimson, leaving him severely injured and writhing on the ground. Lena couldn't hide her smugness and sneered. Someone like you dares to cause trouble in the Grand Ignis dynasty. How ridiculous. Go to hell. Immediately after, she unleashed a finishing sword strike without hesitation, making him scream in terror. Save me, master. Instantly, a dark shield unexpectedly appeared, blocking Lena's attack. But it didn't stop there. From the dark shield, a swarm of poisonous snakes shot out, attacking her directly. Faced with the unexpected situation, she was forced to drop her sword and hastily jump back to dodge. Her sword had fallen to the ground. She quickly looked down at her hand and thought angrily, what the hell is this? Poisonous snakes. If I hadn't reacted quickly, my arm would have. Just then, a calm, aged voice rang out. Step aside. Don't get in my way. Hearing this, Crimson replied seriously. Disciple obeys. The old man, with an extremely serious expression, said, Young lady, you are very bold. To dare to strike in front of me. Silas the Vile, without a shred of fear. With that, the old man turned to Talon and insulted him. Talon, Prince Consort of Grand Ignis. Besides being handsome, you are also very useless. The Empress of Grand Ignis must be an idiot to marry someone like you. Lena, now very smug, thought to herself, these two pitiful souls don't even know how terrifying the Prince Consort is. They truly won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. She turned to look and saw him drinking wine so casually, which stunned her. The Prince Consort is still in the mood to drink right now? Talon, now playing his part, put on a very scared expression. Silas the Vile, I've heard of your name. I also know that today, my chances of survival are slim. I want to trade a secret of the Empress to save my own life. Hearing such shameful words from her prince consort, Ember was furious. Tell her, what the hell are you saying? Lena thought timidly. Sir, have you had too much to drink? Is Sister Ember really believing this? I must calm her down. If she loses control and hurts the prince consort, it would be a disaster. With that, she pulled Ember aside and said, Sister Ember, don't act so rashly. The prince consort has a plan. There are some things I can't tell you right now. Ember was stunned. Since when did the young general become so different? Silas the Vile, with an extremely happy expression, said, Interesting. A secret of the Empress? I can promise you, if this secret is truly useful, I will spare your life. Talon shook his head. No, let them go first. Only then. Even if you don't keep your word and want to kill me after knowing the secret, at least they can survive in return. Ember was deeply moved. So the prince consort wants to save us first. She shouted loudly, Your Highness, my duty is to protect your safety. Why don't you tell me the secret? And I will be the one to stay behind in your place. Talon was furious. Nonsense. Do you think that old man is a fool? I'm very afraid of death. So it's understandable for me to stay and reveal the secret. But you're not afraid of death. If you take the secret to your grave, do you think he'll agree to let me go and keep you here? He thought to himself, right now, I just want to teach Ember a lesson properly. Shut up and listen to me. Isn't that better? Isn't it really better? Damn it. Silas the Vile now shook his head and said, Your request will not be granted. You have no choice. This left Talon utterly speechless. The old man added, Right now, you only have one choice. Tell me what you know. If what you say pleases me, I might consider keeping you by my side as a servant. Lena shook her head in exasperation. Silas the Vile, you're really tired of living? Aren't you? Ember shouted angrily. Silas the Vile, you're really pushing it. You bastard. At this, Talon laughed heartily and said, You really leave me speechless. If that's the case, then I won't hide it from you anymore. And then he unleashed a terrifying technique, causing the entire vast space around them to begin to shake violently. Silas the Vile was terrified. What the hell is this? How can you? At this moment, Talon executed an extremely formidable technique, causing the surrounding rocks to shatter. The two adjacent mountains were split in two with a clean cut. Silas the Vile was so scared he pissed his pants. Lying on the ground, Talon, seeing this, said angrily, I really don't understand why you people never listen before things get this bad. I really don't want to show off my strength. I just want to avoid the captain of the Royal Guard from finding out. Does that bother you too? CONTENTUNKNOWN. I'm asking you, why aren't you answering? With that, he slapped the old man lightly, knocking his dentures right out of his mouth. The old man, terrified, stammered, This is all just a misunderstanding. Senior, hearing this, Talon slapped him again and said, I'm only in my 20s. What are you talking about? Young master, I'm sorry. Speak up. I can't hear you. Young master, what are you mumbling about? You want everyone to know? At this, Ember, bewildered, asked, young general, what's happening? Tell me this isn't a dream. Lena casually replied, As you can see, sister, the prince consort is very strong, so you must not tell her majesty about his true strength. Otherwise, you would be ungrateful. Ember was stunned, thinking, so that's why the young general's mood has been so erratic, as she always listens to Talon. It's because he's that strong. She then thought of something and shouted urgently, young general, could it be the Blood Wind Spire? Before she could finish, Lena interrupted. That's right. The mysterious powerhouse who destroyed the Blood Wind Spire was the prince consort. Ember then thought, the prince consort is that powerful. And then she suddenly realized, Silas the Vile was performing some kind of seal beneath him. An extremely evil power rose up. She shouted, Prince consort, get away from that old man. No. Silas the Vile laughed smugly. Too late. Die. Talon was now caught in a poison swamp of the underworld, which left him utterly bewildered. Silas the Vile, saying this, boasted further, Talon, this is the poison swamp of the underworld. It will slowly burn away your lifespan. Enjoy it. This poison swamp has taken 30 years of my lifespan. but it will make your skin gradually fester with pus. Your flesh will rot away. Your bones will slowly dissolve, and you will gradually become nothing but a pile of ashes. The more you struggle, the deeper you will sink, and the faster the poison will invade your body. So, what if you're strong? You're still going to meet your ancestors early. Not even a 10th level Sate Realm character can prevent the poison from invading their body in this poison swamp. Ember was horrified. Young General, say the Prince Consort. Lena remained calm and replied, Sister Ember, don't be rash. You'll only cause more trouble for the Prince Consort. Ember was stunned. But that's the extremely dangerous poison swamp. I know the Prince Consort is very strong. But, before she could finish, Lena interrupted. No, sister, you've underestimated the Prince Consort. He's not that weak. He's ridiculously strong. Ember was now at a loss for what to do. Then, unexpectedly, a truly horrifying scene unfolded, leaving everyone around stunned. Talon crawled right out of the poison swamp and used his hands to brush off the remaining toxins from his body, saying, Your trick is really nasty. Burning away your lifespan just exfoliates my skin. At this moment, Lena and Ember were stunned silent for a good 5 seconds. Talon turned to the two of them and shouted, What did you say? Am I really that strong? Seeing no reaction from them, Talon turned to Crimson with an extremely dangerous look. He approached Crimson, who screamed in terror. Don't come here. And so, he lifted him up by his collar like a dog, leaving him utterly stunned. Let me go. Before he could finish, he pulled out a 20-centimeter long dagger and tried to stab Talon. But Talon grabbed his dagger and stabbed himself in the face with it. The dagger then shattered like a crispy snack. He was bewildered. What the hell? My precious dagger. Shattered. And then Talon ruthlessly threw him into the poison swamp. In the swamp, he struggled helplessly, continuously begging, Save me. Somewhere. Please save me. There. Talon, seeing this, dusted off his hands and marveled. You're really strong, but you're a bit lucky. Cyrus the Vile was also stunned. Who the hell are you? Really? You son of a bitch. Seeing Talon using the poison from the swamp as a face mask, he trembled. You? What are you doing? Talon then turned to Lena and teased. Little girl, see how fair and smooth my face is now. Lena was now speechless. Prince Consort, now is not the time for beauty treatments. Ugh. Hearing this, replied with an indifferent attitude. You smelly little girl. I need to be a little more handsome to with the Empress, don't I? He then turned to Silas the Vile and interrogated him. But, let me ask you, how many years of lifespan do you have left? The old man, terrified, replied, 13, 148 years. Talon, overjoyed, continued, This poison swamp has great skin-firming and whitening effects on me. So, with your remaining lifespan, how many more times can you use this technique? If I give you a longevity pill, can you make this kind of skin-firming mud for me every day? The old man was now at the peak of his terror. You bastard, I would rather die than be your servant. With that, he struck his own head and passed away peacefully. Talon was puzzled. Why did he kill himself? Lena and Ember were also stunned. Thegu, one of the 6 evil spirits of the Black Soul Coven, was angered to the point of suicide by the Prince Consort. Talon turned to the two of them undashed. But why? I was so sincere. I spared his life. Why did he still kill himself? The two of them were speechless. Please, just be a normal person. Your Highness. Lena regained her composure and said, Sir, you should consider how to dispose of Silas the Vile's corpse if you don't want everything to be exposed soon. If you leave it like this, everyone will quickly find out about your terrifying strength. Ember added, The young general is right. Your Highness, there's another more important matter this poison swamp. If it is not dealt with completely, it will be a great disaster for the people in the town. Talon pondered for a long time and then said seriously, It's true that this time things got a bit out of hand. Dealing with the aftermath seems a bit troublesome. If I remember correctly, straight in this direction is our Grand Ignis Nation, right? Lena, hearing Talon's question, reply, Yes, that is indeed the Grand Ignis Nation. Before she could finish, Talon executed some kind of incredibly terrifying technique, which stunned Lena. Prince Consort, what are you doing? Oh my god. At this, Talon didn't answer. He just clenched his fist and shouted, Erase all traces. And then, with a roar, a world-shattering punch was unleashed in the direction he had just pointed. His aura pushed both Lena and Ember back to meters. As the aura gradually dissipated, Talon took a deep breath. Then he blew, and a whirlwind swept away all the earthen rocks in the path of his punch. A moment later, the whirlwind also vanished, leaving only the soulless faces of Lena and Ember. Lena, utterly bewildered, asked, "Prince Consort, do you even understand the meaning of erasing all traces?" Talon replied confidently, "Well, as long as the terrain and scenery have completely changed, and no trace of its past can be seen, then that's called erasing all traces, isn't it?" And this is the erasing all traces scene he was talking about. Folks, compared to the initial scenery, it's like a whole different goddamn world. Lena marveled. This is more like changing the entire world, not just erasing traces. Talon was very pleased with himself. Isn't this great? The poison swamp and Silas, the vial's corpse are gone. The 2 mountains I accidentally split into are also gone. Isn't it true that there are no traces left to find out about my power? Anyone passing by won't be able to see what I did before. It's truly perfect. Lena and Ember could only shake their heads and think to themselves, "This is too brutal. A truly perverted power. I really can't understand the way of thinking of invincible people like the Prince Consort. He destroyed this entire place with one punch. Of course, no traces can be found anymore. But what about the people of the town?" Hearing this, Talon was stunned and utterly panicked. "Oh, crap. The people of Qingyan Tower. They'll see everything I've done. Damn it. How could I be so careless?" Seeing her Prince Consort so panicked, Ember cheerfully reassured him. "Don't worry too much. My Prince Consort. There is a defensive circle outside the town to protect it from enemy attacks, and to enhance the defensive power of that circle. Some non-essential functions have been cut back, one of which is the ability to see clearly what's happening outside, so the people inside the town won't be able to see what you've been doing." Hearing this, Talon let out a sigh of relief. That scared the hell out of me. I thought my leisurely life was about to end. Alright then, I'll wait for you in the woods next to the town so you can take care of your private matters. Remember to bring me some of the local specialty wine. Guard Ember. With that, Talon hastily walked away. To Ember's utter astonishment, "Your Highness, that is truly ridiculous. You clearly have the power to destroy this entire planet with ease. Yet you choose to be a useless Prince Consort and want to live easily. Carefree life. That is truly the most ridiculous thing." After thinking, she approached, put her hand on Talon's shoulder, and praised him. "That is truly a noble gesture. I truly respect you, Your Highness." Just then, a group of guards from King Yan Town approached menacingly, shouting, "Charge! Don't be afraid. We're coming, little Ember. There are no cowards in this King Yan Town. We're not afraid of anything. Charge!" When they arrived, they were bewildered and confused. "What the hell? Where's our mountain? And what's with this road? Where is this place? Are we lost? What the hell is going on? Hello? Can anyone explain to me what's happening?" At this, Ember quickly stepped out and cheerfully replied, "Village Chief, we're safe now. Let's go back." And so, Ember led the village chief and everyone away peacefully. On the way, everyone kept asking about the strange mountains and road. Ember didn't know how to explain it. After dealing with the people in the town, Ember went to the forest where the 3 of them had agreed to meet up with Lena and Talon. Lena was eagerly recounting the previous events to Ember. At that time, the Prince Consort carried a huge mountain on his back to destroy the traces. He even heard the sound of blood flowing to find the hiding place of the Blood Wind Spire's leader. The Prince Consort is so fast that even with a protective talisman, I couldn't handle his speed. Hearing this, Ember was puzzled. Wait a minute. Does that mean the Prince Consort can hear what we're talking about behind his back? Talon then said seriously, "Of course I can hear everything. Didn't you complain when we got back to the matter that I was a useless man who seduced Her Majesty with my handsome looks? And you also said I was ungrateful and even wanted to flirt with Lena." Ember was utterly stunned and terrified. Lena turned to her sister and asked, "Sister Ember, what the hell were you thinking?" Ember immediately knelt down, kowtowed, and begged for forgiveness. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I'm sorry, young general. I was wrong to think such foolish things. I hope you can forgive me." Talon waved his hand and said, "It's all right. It's just a small misunderstanding. I'm not that petty. Now let's go." Lena then cheerfully teased her sister. I never knew Sister Ember, who looked so serious on the outside, could be such a gossip at the manor. As she said this, she realized something was wrong. "Wait a minute, Your Highness. You could hear Sister Amber talking even from the prince's manor. Talon chuckled lightly and replied, I heard everything. Let me tell you more. Your sister Amber likes to talk behind people's backs and often gossips with everyone. Hearing this, Lena couldn't help but burst into tears of laughter. While Amber just wanted to find a hole to crawl into, she was so embarrassed she couldn't speak. Talon, with a very dangerous look. Dart, you dare to complain and talk badly about me behind my back? I'll make you so ashamed you'll die of embarrassment. So ashamed that there's nothing left to be ashamed of. Upon returning to the Zong Manor, Lena suggested she wanted to go to the Imperial Palace for dinner with Talon. He angrily shouted, No, go home. Now, these past few days, you've been in the Imperial Palace, clinging to me like glue, making your father curse me viciously every night, even saying I put a spell on you. This can't continue. You have to go home. Now, Lena and Ember were stunned silent, thinking with great embarrassment. The prince consort's hearing is truly terrifying. The Zong Manor is very far from the Imperial Palace, yet he can still hear everything. He's truly a saint, not a human anymore. Lena then took Talon's hand and, with an extremely cute face, pleaded, Prince Consort, please let me stay in the palace with you. Don't be so stingy with a cute girl like me. Talon coldly pulled his hand away, turned, and replied, Don't follow me anymore. Go home and eat obediently. You should appreciate having a father. I was adopted as a child and had no parents, living a very cruel life. So you should cherish what you have. You silly girl. You don't know how to appreciate your blessings. Hearing this, Lena and Ember were completely shocked about their prince consort's background. Talon, seeing this, said goodbye and left. Before he went, he added one more thing. That's enough. That's all in the past. Right now, I'm living a pretty full and happy life, and I don't want to think about it. Hearing this, Lena was deeply moved and replied, Then I will listen to the prince consort. I'll go home and see my father right now. Talon turned back and patted her on the head, smiling happily. That's right. You have to be this obedient. Hurry back. Before he could finish, a loud shout rang out. What are you doing? Prince consort? The two of them were stunned and turned around, and the man shouted again. Prince consort, you are Her Majesty's husband. How can you do such improper things? Don't you feel guilty towards Her Majesty? Hearing this, Ember angrily retorted, Mr. Zhang, the prince consort and the young general haven't done anything wrong. Why are you slandering them like that? What the hell are you thinking? The man was stunned and about to explain something when Ember continued to shout angrily. Mr. Zhang, you are the general's husband, a person with the highest position in the court. Yet you casually say such uncultured words. I am truly disappointed in you. At this, the man collapsed, slumping to the ground in fear, thinking, what? A strong and straightforward person like Ember has also fallen for Talon's masculine charm? Is this prince consort really that attractive? You? Are you really sober? Ember replied sternly. Lord Marius, please don't misunderstand me. I just feel that it's very unfair to judge a person based on their appearance. Lena continued. Fortunately, the prince consort convinced me to come home for dinner and spend more time talking with my father. And now, father, you have such an attitude towards the prince consort. Hearing this, her father timidly tried to persuade his daughter of something. But Talon interrupted. This is a matter for the Zong family. It has nothing to do with me. I'll be taking my leave now. And then he walked away coldly. Seeing this, Lena and Ember also followed him in a hurry, leaving the father with a look of utter confusion on his face. Lena, now angry, said, You can eat dinner alone tonight. Dad, I'm not in the mood anymore. Ember added, Don't worry, Lord Marius. I will personally escort the young general home in a while. At this, the father could only sigh and shake his head in resignation. Good heavens, what is wrong with this world? The situation in the south is still not resolved, and my daughter won't listen to me. What am I supposed to do now? Oh dear. And so, he was about to stand up and leave. Then, unexpectedly, Talon, Lena, and Ember, all three of them, had appeared in front of him, lined up, at some point, but with faces like these. It didn't seem like they had good intentions. And so, what was bound to happen, happened that night. In a pavilion in the Zong Manor, the figures of three freeloaders could be seen. Talon was drooling over the dishes on the table. His face was like that of a beggar who hadn't eaten in over 80 years. Just then, Lord Marius brought out the last dish and cheerfully said, Everyone, please, enjoy your meal. Lena blushed, pointed at a plate of food, and said, Prince Consort, that's it. Back then, my father was a poor scholar. He used this dish to win my mother's heart. Talon calmly flicked her on the head and said, You have no respect for your elders. How can you talk about your father like that? Despite the painful flick, Lena still laughed childishly. Her father calmly thought, My daughter isn't shy at all with this prince consort. But oh well, forget it. Right now, apologizing to him and having a nice family meal is the top priority. With that, he raised his cup and cheerfully said, Prince Consort, I'd like to toast you. I truly love my daughter, which is why I acted and spoke so disrespectfully earlier. I sincerely apologize for that. I hope you can forgive me. My dear Lena is very stubborn and has been bothering you these past few days. Talon also raised his cup in response and said, It's nothing. Thank you for this meal. It's truly delicious. And so, he tried a dish and decked it out in a very exaggerated way. Well, this is heavenly. The flavor is incredibly strong. He then started grabbing food left and right and thought, What is life? This is life. Truly carefree. Good food. Beautiful women. All of it. I'm so lucky. At this, Lena's father was stunned, thinking, the prince consort really doesn't look proper on the outside. He's a certified good-for-nothing. However, the prince consort seems to have a special obsession with this kind of eating and play. It's very strange, seeing him staring. Talon turned to look at him. The man, embarrassed, quickly downed his cup of wine and lied. Prince consort, if you have something to say to me, just say it. Don't be shy. Talon replied very friendly. Well, I do have a request that might seem a bit unreasonable. That is, can I come to your house for dinner often and eat the dishes you cook yourself? I'm not flattering you, but the food you make is truly out of this world. Hearing this, Lena's father fell silent for a long time, thinking, what trick is this prince consort pulling now? I just had some good thoughts about him, and now he's disappointing me again. He wants me to be his personal chef. No way. This absolutely cannot happen. Lost in thought, Talon slammed the table with a loud bang, which startled him greatly. He placed a very precious ring on the table and shouted, I am personally donating 1 million spirit stones to the households in the south to help them with disaster relief. Hearing this, the man put on an extremely serious and dangerous expression and said, What would the prince consort like to eat tomorrow? Coincidentally, I have a day off and will personally go select the ingredients to ensure that you have a very high quality and enjoyable meal. With that, he stood up, pointed directly at Talon, and shouted, Leah, you will help me tomorrow. We must buy a set of kitchen utensils and cook the most perfect meal. No arguments. Lena and Denver were stunned silent. His skill at flip-flopping had truly reached a master level. As expected of my father, seeing his daughter Lena and Denver looking at him with a hint of disdain for his enthusiastic attitude, Lena's father calmed down and thought, Youth who haven't experienced the world. The issue of funding for the refugees in the South is something I can refuse. They don't have the money to resettle, which is a huge headache for me. Even though I've tried to think of every possible solution, I'm currently at a dead end. If he solves this problem for me, I'll not only be his chef, but if he wants me to call him Dad, I'm willing to do that too. With that, he picked up the spirit stone and asked doubtfully, Your Highness, is the spirit stone okay? He then continued to think, if it was stolen from the palace and Her Majesty finds out, I can't bear her wrath. This old man needs to be cautious. Hearing this, Talon waved his hand and cheerfully said, Don't worry. These spirit stones were compensation from someone who insulted me. They have nothing to do with the Imperial Palace. The man was stunned. Who insulted you? Your Highness? And how much was the compensation? Talon sighed and replied, Come on, that's all in the past. It's not convenient to talk about it. With that, he leaned into Lena's father's ear and whispered, Don't tell anyone about this. And don't say I gave it to you. This is my private fund. If Her Majesty finds out, it would be a huge problem for both of us, wouldn't it? Hearing this, the man put the spirit stone in his pocket and said seriously, Your Highness, you can rest assured about this. I will definitely not say a single word. That's for sure. Talon sighed and replied, Come on, since you've said that, I feel much more at ease. As you know, private funds are not easy to come by. You can't even imagine what that person made me do. It was really difficult for me. Hearing this, Lena's father imagined extremely cruel scenes. the things the prince consort had to endure. Oh my. It was heartbreaking to the extreme. He patted Talon on the shoulder and reassured him. Sir, I somewhat understand what you had to endure to get these spirit stones. On behalf of the refugees in the south, I am extremely grateful for your immense contribution. You can rest assured about our agreement. Talon replied cheerfully. It's nothing. Just cook me many delicious meals in the future. And that will be enough to repay it. Seeing the two of them getting along so well, as if they had known each other for ages, Lena and Denver could only think helplessly. The insult the prince consort mentioned that required compensation. Was it the Bloodwing Spire incident? The prince consort killed all of them, then took all their wealth and treasures as compensation. And he defines that as appropriate compensation? Oh my god. At this moment, Talon gently poured a glass of wine and calmly said, However, I now have a question. How will Mr. Zhang use my private funds? Mr. Zhang, with his honest nature and love for the people, replied without hesitation. I will use that money to buy food and disaster relief supplies and personally deliver them to each household. At the same time, I will provide additional funding for the construction of temporary houses so they have a place to live, as well as help with farming and other harvesting work. What do you think, Your Highness? Talon shook his head and said, This is really not reasonable. It's truly too wasteful, and it's easy to create unnecessary laziness among the refugees. Why don't you think about creating jobs and paying them in cash? It could help them escape poverty and also make them more diligent. Hearing this, the man was stunned. Pay them cash to work? Seeing Mr. Zhang still bewildered, Talon explained further. The refugees in the southern border lack everything, but they don't lack manpower, right? So why not think about using this money to hire them to work for us? Hearing this, Mr. Zhang was still confused. This is disaster relief. How can we hire others? Talon retorted. Why not? Instead of letting a group of people gather together, creating idleness and unnecessary trouble, why not think about distributing wages instead of food? We can hire them to repair bridges, fix roads, reclaim wasteland, fill their stomachs with food, with a monthly salary, and the Grand Ignis Nation also benefits. Isn't that wonderful? They also have more motivation to work, and the Grand Ignis Nation also benefits from this. So why not do it? Moreover, this method can allocate the refugees back to their own villages, avoiding the situation where acquaintances from many places gather into a group that specializes in causing trouble and complaining about unfair relief distribution. You should consider my opinion. The decision is yours. With that, he felt his throat was dry and took a light sip of wine. Mr. Zhang was stunned, realizing something. He said enthusiastically, Wonderful. This strategy is truly wonderful. Your Highness, if you're hungry, just tell me anytime. I will definitely not let you down. As for the matter of the refugees in the south, I have understood everything. If I implement this strategy, I will be the first in the Grand Ignis dynasty to do so. No one else would dare to claim second or third place. Hearing this, Talon thought with great joy. I've been talking until my throat is hoarse. Just waiting for you to say that. You're really a bit hard to train. With that, he raised his glass and said loudly, From now on, I want to eat a delicious dinner. Mr. Zhang burst out laughing and replied, No problem, Your Highness. And so, the two of them were like two brothers who had been close for over 80 years. At this, Lena and Denver were stunned by this unexpected friendship. Back to the scene at the northern battlefield. 3 days after the queen was imprisoned by the old geezer's seal. At this moment, Leona was extremely anxious for Her Majesty. The female lead, Violetta, had been circulating her power for 3 days, trying to break the troublesome seal of the old geezer. Just then, the old geezer ordered his troops to retreat. He tried to fly away as fast as possible, saying, The Empress is about to advance to the 9th level of the Saint Realm. We must scatter and flee back to our country as fast as possible. Let's get out of here. Brothers. At this moment, Violetta had advanced and watched him flee with a dangerous, indifferent look. His sealing barrier was also gradually dissipating. His subordinates also scrambled back to their country in terror. Run! Run! And then, with a loud BOOM, the sealing barrier was completely shattered. Violetta emerged from the smoke and said menacingly, You damned old man. You run pretty fast, don't you? But it's too late. Can you dodge the sword energy from a 9th level Saint Realm expert? With that, she swung her sword, and a sharp, golden sword beam flew straight towards the old geezer and his troops. Despite trying to put up a shield very quickly, the sharp sword beam still pierced through and went straight for the old geezer's indeed army. At this moment, he was so scared that sweat beaded on his forehead as he thought, "This power really sends a shiver down my spine. Damn it." And then he turned back, summoning a massive demon to prepare for battle with Violetta. But before he could do anything, he took a direct hit from a sharp, green sword beam from Violetta, which cut his demon in half. He was also hit and knocked unconscious, falling straight to the ground, creating a terrifying explosion. This is what they call getting sliced and diced for real. Folks, at this moment, he struggled to get up and, trembling, marveled, 9th level Saint Realm. It's truly too powerful. I really can't fight her. Violetta then flew straight back to the city and said, "Vice General, stay here and handle the rest of the battle. I must return to the court and take care of the urgent matters in the Grand Ignis Nation." With that, Violetta turned to Leona and said seriously, "General, follow me back to the court to handle the important matters first. Leave everything here to the Vice General." "Yes, Your Majesty." And so, the two of them flew straight into the sky in a great hurry. Leona reassured her, "Your Majesty, there's no need to worry too much. Currently, all parts of the Grand Ignis Nation have extremely strong protective formations. They will surely be able to stop the demon. Oh, I mean, stop the schemes of Silas the Vile." Violetta sighed and replied, "That old man, Silas the Vile, is after all one of the 6 great demons, at the 8th level of the Saint Realm. I'm afraid the protective formations won't be able to stop him. If I hadn't broken through to the 9th level, I'm afraid I would still be held back here by that bastard old geezer." At this, Leona said furiously, "Those demons of the Black Soul Coven have been threatening the safety of our Grand Ignis dynasty too often recently. They're just a bunch of pests who want to gnaw at the dragon veins of our Grand Ignis. Damn them all." Violetta replied seriously, "Come on, right now. I just hope that the Grand Ignis Nation doesn't suffer too much loss. That would be enough. The rest can be dealt with later." While they were deep in conversation, the two of them flew over King Yan Town. Violetta, in awe, asked, "General, if I remember correctly, there should be 2 large mountains here, right? What the hell is going on?" Leona was also stunned. "To be more precise, there should be 3 mountains, Your Majesty. But where have those mountains gone? What the hell is this?" At this, Violetta calmed down and assessed the situation as objectively as possible. There are no rocks or debris nearby, but the mountain in the distance is covered in a thick layer of dust. Perhaps some force destroyed the 3 mountains with a single technique, turning them into dust and blowing them away cleanly, leaving only a thick fog. Leona, terrified, asked, "Just one blow? Your Majesty, you have already reached the 9th level of the Saint Realm. If you were to compare yourself to this person, who would win?" Violetta timidly broke into a cold sweat and replied, "General, you seem to be overestimating me. I can't even estimate how terrifying this person's power is. How can I compare myself to him and be his opponent?" Hearing this, Leona was stunned. "Your Majesty, could it be that the person who struck his power at the 10th level of the Saint Realm?" Violetta, also bewildered, replied, "That's the most terrifying part. If it were a simple Saint Realm powerhouse, even at the 10th level, I could still see through them. But this person is truly too mysterious. If he is on our side, that would be a very good thing. But if it's the opposite, then I'm afraid the Grand Ignis Nation is about to face a truly terrifying catastrophe." After Violetta and Leona went around King Yan Town to investigate the matter of the 3 missing mountains, they now had a rough understanding of what had happened there a few days ago. Leona said seriously, "I never thought Ember would be involved in the matter of Silas the Vile of the Black Soul Coven." Violetta replied cheerfully, "If that happened, we would get a lot of information about that mysterious character from her, although she left her post without my permission. If she can bring back this valuable information, that would be truly wonderful. And as for the trivial matter of her leaving her post, I won't blame her for it. Perhaps she just didn't want to protect the prince consort, which is why this happened." In the middle of their gossip, the two suddenly noticed Talon, Ember, and Lena walking together. They were joking around happily. "Prince consort, let me handle this heavy work. How can I let you carry such things? Your Highness, I promised you about the delicious sweet buns in this King Yan town. I can find and buy them for you to enjoy. Don't be so impatient." Talon was very grumpy, but then he suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked straight ahead and said with great apprehension, "Oh, my wife is back. At this moment, Leona shouted furiously. Lita, I see you haven't been spanked in a long time. Your bottom must be getting itchy. Right? Lita, hearing this, trembled so much she dropped her food and thought in fear. Oh no. Why is Mother back so early? This speed is beyond my expectations. If my eyes don't deceive me, even Her Majesty has arrived. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Ember cautiously approached and whispered into Lena's ear with a face more serious than ever before. Young General, I previously misunderstood the relationship between you and the Prince Consort, so I sent a letter to General Leona about it. It seems the General is also misunderstanding you now, just like I did before. Hearing this, Talon nearly exploded with rage. What the hell is going on? Ember, are you trying to ruin the peaceful life I have? Do you want a taste of my fist? At the same time, a killing intent erupted from Leona. Her face darkened. This damn girl, faced with the immense killing intent from her mother, the little girl Lena's face turned pale with fear. She could only quickly hide behind Talon, trembling uncontrollably. This instinctive action of hers made Talon want to cry but have no tears. He quickly shouted, Hey, where do you think you're hiding? You smelly little girl? Why didn't you hide behind Ember? Why did you choose me? Don't you think things are bad enough already? Cornered, she broke out in a cold sweat and pleaded, Prince Consort, please help me stop my mother. With Her Majesty here, my mother won't dare to do anything to you. Prince Consort, please. Though filled with doubt, Talon asked again, Are you sure? I don't think this will be able to stop your mother. Before he could finish, the moving mountain named Leona had lumbered over, her sharp voice ringing out, Prince Consort, please step aside before it's too late. Talon broke into a cold sweat. With a height of over 2 meters and bulging muscles, she's no different from a female King Kong, even more manly than a real man. This Leona is truly more than a real man. With that thought, he stammered out a plea in a very weak tone. General, hitting your child in public can easily cause psychological trauma. Besides, Lena is just a 16-year-old girl. Are you really going to teach her a lesson with violence? Hearing this, Leona's anger flared even more intensely. Her eyes blazed, with no trace of the iris left. She cracked her knuckles and grumbled, Prince Consort, I'm speaking to you with reason out of respect for Her Majesty, but that doesn't mean I don't dare to lay a hand on you. As soon as she finished speaking, the situation suddenly changed. Lena unexpectedly ran straight to hug her mother, quickly pleading, Mom, no, you can't do anything to harm my Prince Consort. If you want to hit or kill someone, just do it to your daughter. Ember, seeing this, also rushed to intervene. General, I have no other choice. Please calm down and listen to me. Leona was completely bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Lita, Ember, you two fools. The Prince Consort belongs to Her Majesty. Have you forgotten that? In the midst of the chaos, Lena still held on to her mother tightly and begged, Mother, please don't lay a hand on the Prince Consort. If he gets angry and fights back, I'm afraid neither of us will be able to return. Leona was still in awe, not understanding what was happening, when a crowd of curious onlookers quickly gathered, chattering amongst themselves. What's all the commotion about? If you have family problems, go home and solve them. Why are you causing a scene in the town like this? Seeing the situation getting more and more out of hand, Talon stepped forward to wave them away. Everyone, please calm down. This is an acquaintance of mine. Please don't be so upset. If you have private matters to attend to, please go ahead. Leave the rest to me. Hearing the respected Prince Consort speak, the people quickly dispersed, with words of concerned advice. If that's the case, we'll be on our way. But if you're being bullied, just shout, and we'll come right away. And if it gets too late, you can stay at my place. I'll always be waiting for you. Your Highness. Talon also cheerfully responded to the people's enthusiasm. Everyone, please be careful. I'll be there soon for your party. Please go on your way. Witnessing the unusually close relationship between Talon and the people in the town, Leona couldn't help but think in fear. The charm of this Prince Consort Talon is truly terrifying. He doesn't even spare the men in the town. This is too scary. After greeting everyone, Talon turned to Violeta, his eyes filled with admiration. My wife is truly too beautiful. Look at that graceful and charming figure. She's absolutely perfect. Just then, Violeta also turned back. That moment left Talon speechless. In his mind, all that remained was the image of her eyes, sparkling like 1,000 stars in the night sky. Suddenly, she spoke, breaking the romantic atmosphere. Talon, what have you done that the people of King Yantown treat you like one of their own? I'm really curious about that. Talon was stunned. But, in his mind, he pulled out his love manual of over 20 years with no romantic experience and analyzed it. According to my experience, if a woman starts to be curious about a man, it means she has fallen for him. Meanwhile, Violetta was bewildered. Thank you. I just asked a very normal question. Even if he doesn't answer, it's fine. Why is he smiling so foolishly? It's so strange. In the midst of this, Talon confidently replied, It's simple. I used my own money to pay them to repair their own roads. And so they felt very grateful to me. Hearing this, Violetta had another question. Oh, it's that simple. But where did you get so much money? If I remember correctly, your expenses are provided by me. And it's not that much. Hearing this, Talon put on an extremely clueless face, smiled, and replied, Your Majesty, don't forget that I am your husband and a very outstanding prince consort of the Grand Ignis dynasty. During this time, I've been very open to receiving gifts from others. Violetta said seriously. Is that so? It seems there are quite a few wealthy people in our court, and it's understandable that they would bribe the prince consort to gain more trust. However, just building roads for the people in the town is not enough for them to be that grateful to you. Is there something you're hiding from me? Leota, standing beside her, also thought seriously. As expected, this useless prince consort Talon must have some trick up his sleeve. How else could he be so beloved by the people of King Yantown? Seeing Her Majesty interrogating the prince consort, Lena was very upset and spoke up in his defense. Your Majesty, this is easy to understand. It's because your prince consort can make the people of King Yantown live a better life, without having to worry about food and clothing. Her words made both Leona and Violetta turn to look at her with astonished eyes. What? Lena broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to herself, what the hell did I just say? My mouth is really going to get me into trouble. Seeing that she had misspoken, she quickly tried to cover it up. The wine in King Yantown is truly top-notch, but it's only sold in the capital, and it can't be transported to other parts of the country for everyone to know about it. That does bring money to the people of King Yantown, but it's only enough to live on, not to have a surplus. And then the prince consort saw that potential, came to the town, and proposed registering a trademark and creating a sealed packaging process to be able to transport the wine further, as well as creating an exclusive brand for this wine in the town. This led to everyone feeling extremely grateful to the prince consort for his contribution to the development of King Yantown to a new level. Hearing this, Ember also jumped in and advertised enthusiastically. King Yantown, the water is sweet. The distillation technique is superb. A century-old town of wine brewing. King Yantown wine. The wine of the Grand Ignis nation. Her Majesty has tasted it and can't stop praising it. Talon then scratched his head and timidly continued. With Her Majesty's name and the guarantee of the Minister of Rights, Jean, and General Leona, the King Yan wine has been renamed to Empress's King Yan wine, and is considered the most high-end drink in the capital at the moment. Nowadays, a cup of King Yan wine is extremely hard to buy, and the price is extremely expensive. But I had to use Her Majesty's name to promote this wine. It was absolutely necessary. After all, I'm just a useless prince consort, with no reputation to speak of. Everything has to rely on her name. Hearing these humble words, Lena and Ember both timidly thought to themselves, That's right. You're a useless person, aren't you? So useless that Silas, the Vial of the Black Soul Coven, couldn't even touch a single hair on your leg. So useless that 3 mountains were blown away with just a light punch from you. What a unique kind of uselessness from Benduo. Come on. Suddenly, Violetta shouted angrily. Who dares to call you useless? You are my husband, the prince consort of the Grand Ignis nation. No one has the right to judge your abilities. If anyone dares to bully or insult you in the future, I will kill them without hesitation. No more words. Talon was overjoyed, his heart blooming like a flower. She's defending me so fiercely. I'm so happy. Hey, can someone replace this porcelain cup with an indestructible iron one for me? My leisurely life is about to enter its most glorious stage. This is so blissful. After a long moment of self-satisfaction, he turned to Violetta and said happily, Thank you, my love. A wife with beauty that can make fish sink and birds fall. That can outshine the moon and shame the flowers. Unparalleled in this world. Thank you truly. Your Majesty. Hearing these sweet words, Violetta coldly replied, "Sweet talker, I'm really allergic to this kind of flattery." Though her words were as harsh as a slap in the face to Talon, she unexpectedly let out a satisfied smile, even though she tried to hide it. Witnessing this, Leona stepped in to admonish Talon. "Your Highness, Her Majesty has been strong and determined since she was a child. Your few sweet words really can't win her over. You should know that it's useless." With that, Leona and Violetta turned and walked away coldly. But Talon was still lost in his wife's smile. He thought happily, "Useless. That's the Empress of the Grand Ignis Nation. My beloved wife. Though she's very tough on the outside, she's very soft on the inside. She doesn't say it, but her expression just now was enough to tell me she's completely smitten." At this moment, Talon turned to Lita and asked, "Little girl, does your mother know what pee is?" Lita didn't understand what the prince consort was asking her, while Ember broke out in a cold sweat. In the midst of this, Leona turned to Violetta and cheerfully invited, "Your Majesty, when we return to the capital later, please come to my house for a meal." Hearing the invitation, Violetta happily accepted. "That would be wonderful. I'm really looking forward to eating the delicious dishes that Lord Marius cooks." When the five of them arrived at the Zong family's manor, Talon immediately noticed a large, blue energy field enveloping them. He quickly thought, "It seems my wife's power has reached a new level." He had the system. Astro, check his wife's strength. After checking, Astro reported, "Sir, Empress Violetta is currently at the first level of the 9th tier Saint Realm. She just broke through to the 9th tier Saint Realm today." Talon couldn't help but be impressed. She went on a campaign for just over 3 days. Not only did she break through to a higher Saint Realm, but she also resolved the battle in the north. How can there be someone in this world who is both so beautiful and so talented? Oh my, this is so wonderful. When everyone had returned to the Zong Manor, Leona led them to the kitchen, where her husband was preparing dishes that smelled absolutely divine, filling the entire room with their aroma. Leona then said cheerfully, "What a coincidence. My husband is personally cooking today. Could it be that he sensed I would be back today? This is truly wonderful." Hearing this, Lena timidly thought, "Ignorance truly is bliss." If Mother knew that Father was cooking for the prince consort, this would truly become a disaster. Oh dear. Hearing a noise at the door, Lord Marius thought it was Talon who had returned and cheerfully said, "Prince Consort Talon, you are truly lucky today. I have an extremely rare, golden-tailed white jade fish, and some side dishes that you like. If we eat it and drink the Empress's King Yan cocktail that you mixed earlier, we will surely never get drunk." These words reached Leona's ears, making her furious. Her face darkened, and she broke into a cold sweat. "The king? What the hell is this? Even my husband has been bewitched by the useless prince consort Talon." Just then, Lord Marius turned around to offer Talon a drink, and he was stunned. "Oh, damn, Your Majesty, Marius of Zong pays his respects." Violetta replied cheerfully, "You don't look much different from the last time I saw you. And Uncle Zong, please treat me as you did when I was a child. Just a little girl who often came to your manor for dinner." Hearing this, Lord Marius timidly replied, "Yes, this is truly difficult. Your Majesty, let me go clear the dishes. Your Majesty and everyone else, please sit down at the table first. I'll be right out." With that, he rushed into the kitchen in a great hurry. Outside, Violetta and Leona turned to stare at Talon with great suspicion. Leona said loudly, "What happened at my house while I and Her Majesty were away?" Hearing this tricky question, Talon broke into a cold sweat. "Thinking, this is bad. What should I do now? If Her Majesty finds out that I was the one who guided Marius in handling the disaster in the south, my talent will surely be exposed. And that would mean my leisurely days will be replaced by days of helping her with the political affairs of this Grand Ignis Nation. Oh no, that can't happen." And so, Talon remained silent until he sat down at the dining table. At this point, Leona asked again, "Oh my, Marius, my dear, these dishes seem to have been prepared with great care and meticulousness." At this, Violetta also took a sip of King Yan wine and marveled. "Well, is this the wine from King Yan Town?" Hearing this, Lord Marius cheerfully struck up a conversation with His Majesty. "Your Majesty, to be more precise, this is the Empress's wine from King Yan Town." Hearing this, Violetta marveled. "Wow, I've tried this wine before, but it seems much better now. It's truly worth 1,000 gold." It's famous not just for its name, but its quality is what determines its fame, isn't it? Hearing this, Lord Marius cheerfully continued, Your Majesty is right. The prince consort not only invested in King Yan Town, building a winery and hiring people to run it, but he also improved the town's winemaking process, causing the wine the town produces now to bring about a truly remarkable change. The prince consort was also the one who proactively paid taxes to set an example for others to follow. At this moment, Talon was furious. He grumbled to himself, Save me! Save me! Someone please shut that old man Marius's mouth for me. Who asked you to promote me to the heavens like that? You son of a bitch. I just want to live a leisurely life and have each day pass peacefully. Why is it so hard? Marius turned to Talon and, seeing him covering his face, thought he was embarrassed and thought to himself, What's there to be so embarrassed about? My dear prince consort, I haven't even finished my advertisement yet. With that, he spoke up again. Just saying that is still too little to describe the excellence of this prince consort. Hearing this, Talon turned a full 90 degrees to stare at him unthought angrily. What the hell? You want to say more? You're an old pest. And then, he launched into 180 chapters of his literary prowess and said, Regarding the issue of refugees in the southern border, the prince consort made a very wise proposal and contributed his personal funds to support the people there. As for where he got those personal funds, I have no way of knowing. Hearing this, Talon could only cover his face with his hands and think, You son of a bitch. You promised to keep this a secret. You're the old past. At this, Violetta looked at her husband and thought with great admiration. As expected, I didn't summon the wrong person. He is truly a talented and outstanding person. And he's handsome and good at flattering too. After he finished speaking, he winked at Talon with a very satisfied look. Thank you, my dear prince consort. My literary skills are limited, so this is all I can do to help you. The rest is up to you. And now, Talon just wanted to find a very large pair of pants to put on his head. How could he hide his skills when this old pest had exposed everything? Violetta then took a sip of her drink and calmly replied, Oh my, you have such outstanding talent, yet you claim to be useless. That really makes me a bit skeptical. Talon, hearing this, thought with great apprehension, What can I say now? I just want to live a leisurely life. But why is it so difficult? At this, he envisioned a very dark future for himself. You will work hard for me. You want to be lazy? In your dreams. Oh no, my leisurely days. Please don't leave me. After praising Talon to the high heavens, Marius now wore a very proud and smug expression in front of Talon. Talon, with a very resentful look, thought, Damn it, this old pest even has the audacity to be so arrogant. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Violetta then gently poured a cup of wine and praised Talon with admiration. I never thought you would even know how to make wine. And you do it so wonderfully. The cups of wine you make are truly mesmerizing. Hearing this, Talon replied with a reserved tone. Actually, I only know a little bit about a few things. I've done a bit of research on these things for fun and pleasure. Violetta continued. It's extremely rare for Uncle Zon to praise someone, let alone praise them to the high heavens like this. I've never seen it before. But it seems you don't like this very much. You've been frowning and looking grumpy this whole time. At this, Talon sighed deeply. Thank you. Come on. How should I answer her? This is giving me a headache. This old pest Marius has really put me in a difficult position. This damned old man. Seeing Talon remain silent and not answering, Violetta continued. If I'm not mistaken, you just want to live a leisurely, carefree life, right? And you're also afraid that I'll make you an official, a contributor to the court, to help this grand Ignis nation, right? You can rest assured about this. I agreed with you before to let you live a life of glory and wealth, without worrying about food and clothing, and to be a leisurely prince consort. When I used the summoning talisman to bring you here, I already had the mentality of being indebted to you, so I've determined that you don't need to do anything, as long as you're happy. That's enough. As for the court affairs of the Grand Ignis dynasty, I have more than enough ability to handle them. I don't need your help with anything. Hearing this, Talon blushed and thought to himself, Oh my god, do you have to flirt with me so aggressively? I'm easily swayed. You know, still seeing Talon remain silent, Violetta said seriously, If anyone dares to insult my husband, I won't hesitate to become a tyrant and behead a few dozen dissenters to let them know that this matter is extremely important and affects the safety and security of this Grand Ignis nation. Hearing this, Talon also thought of a very beautiful future. Oh, So this is what it feels like to be kept by a goddess. It's a truly blissful feeling. Having everything on being pampered like a baby. Who wouldn't want that? Seeing Talon remain silent after all she had said, Violetta turned to Ember and asked seriously. Speaking of which, when Silas the Vile, one of the 6 evil spirits of the Black Soul Coven, died in King Yan Town, you were there, right? Can you tell me the details of that incident? I'm really curious about it and really want to know the identity of the extremely powerful person who killed Silas the Vile. At this, Ember recounted the incident to everyone, but did not mention anything related to Talon. And then she mentioned that the character had solved Silas the Vile with just one punch. Leona was stunned and stood up, shouting, What? One punch? What kind of monstrous power is this? This is truly too ridiculous. Ember, seeing Leona's reaction, thought with amusement. The general's reaction is so strong. Well, it's true. When I found out about the prince consort's true strength, my reaction was just as strong as the general's right now. At this moment, Violetta asked again, Did that person leave a name or any identity? This matter is truly of great importance to the Grand Ignis Nation. Hearing this, Ember quickly replied, Yes, Your Majesty. He only left a name. Yamake. To be more precise, it was a sentence acting on behalf of heaven, by the name of Yamake. And there's another very important matter that I think you should know. He was also the one who destroyed the headquarters of the Bloodwind Spire. The intelligence department has confirmed that the King of Assassins, Lord Kale, the master of the Bloodwind Spire, died in that event. His body was also found, beheaded, and none of his subordinates survived either. Hearing this, Violetta was completely shocked. What? This also happened? Are you telling the truth? Seeing that Her Majesty didn't believe her, Ember said angrily, Your Majesty, you probably know about the grudge between me and the Bloodwind Spire. My husband died because of that damned organization. How could I be mistaken about this? Hearing this, Violetta replied cheerfully, It seems the Grand Ignis Nation has a benefactor helping us. If I have the chance to meet that senior Yama King, I will definitely have to personally thank him for what he has done for me, as well as for this Grand Ignis Nation. Lord Marius then said seriously, This Yama King, acting on behalf of heaven to solve the disaster for the Grand Ignis Nation, although we don't know if this senior Yama King is a friend or foe. His appearance in the Grand Ignis Nation seems to be a very wonderful thing for the benefits he brings to the nation. At this, Ember and Lena cheerfully raised their glasses and lied. The Black Soul Coven and the Bloodwind Spire have both threatened the safety of the Grand Ignis dynasty for many years. With the appearance of this old Yama King, it will at least make those who conspire to overthrow the Grand Ignis dynasty terrified and not dare to act for a while. And the narrator thinks these two are acting a bit too enthusiastically. Folks, their faces show no sign of lying at all. It's truly a double-edged sword. After they finished speaking, the two of them looked up and saw Her Majesty cheerfully taking care of her prince consort with great care. They then thought to themselves, Her Majesty pampers the prince consort like her own child. It really makes others envious. At this moment, Lord Marius asked again, But, Your Majesty, since you have returned, will you be holding court tomorrow? Hearing this, Violetta quickly replied, Of course. Why do you ask? Uncle? Hearing this, Lord Marius continued seriously, Then Your Majesty must protect Prince Consort Talon. Your Majesty, I'll be frank. The war in the northern border is over. Your Majesty cannot delay any longer. According to the rules, tomorrow in court, Your Majesty must let the Prince Consort meet all the ministers. Hearing this, Violetta, not understanding the issue, asked further, What does Uncle mean? Meet all the ministers? I still don't quite understand. Hearing Violetta's question, Lord Marius replied, According to the regulations of the Grand Ignis dynasty, after the Emperor marries, they must meet all the ministers with the Prince Consort. Because Your Majesty had to go to war in the northern border, this matter could be postponed. But now that you have returned, this matter must still be carried out. Your Majesty, Talon, hearing this, thought, this custom is what my previous life would call meeting the in-laws. With that, he turned to ask Violetta, It will be troublesome. What, my dear? Lord Marius then said seriously, Your Majesty should still explain the reason to the Prince Consort, so that the Prince Consort can prepare himself mentally to handle things. Hearing this, Violetta turned to Talon, took his hand tightly, and said affectionately, Marrying you, I have set conditions for myself, and I don't see summoning you here as a shield for me. I don't want to see you as a tool, a deliberate arrangement, and I hope that what I say next will not make you sad and disappointed in me. Taylor, with a very confused expression, replied, "All right, I'm mentally prepared. Please speak." Violetta, hearing this, put on an extremely serious face and said, "This matter must start with the Prime Minister, Lord Valories." At this moment, Violetta's face darkened, and she continued seriously, "The Prime Minister of the Grand Ignis dynasty is named Lord Valories. When my father was not yet missing, he held the position of Prime Minister, second only to one person and above 10,000, with immense authority. At that time, he was a respectable and very standard Prime Minister, and also my first teacher, knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, extremely well-rounded." Hearing this, Talon thought, "Lord Valories, is that name even real? It's the same as my." Violetta, see everyone silent, continued, "Sometime later, when my father went missing at the beginning of the year, my elder brother succeeded him. And then when the barbarian nation invaded the northern border, he led the campaign and unfortunately died on the battlefield in a very tragic way. After that, my second elder brother also succeeded him. At that time, the Black Soul Coven in the southern border also had a war, which affected the Grand Ignis nation. He was forced to go south to quell the rebellion and pacify the southern border. But in the end, he was poisoned and died in a very tragic way. Before they died, my two elder brothers kept saying, 'The Grand Ignis must protect the Grand Ignis.' It was a very tragic scene. And finally, with the help of Lord Valories, I, as the last child of the royal family, ascended the throne. I remember that year I was only 16 years old, but the mistake was huge. At that time, Lord Valories also promised that at 18, he would still follow and assist me in leading the Grand Ignis to eternal prosperity. But then he formed factions, and in a flash, he held all the power in the court. If I hadn't found out about this early and secretly planned to monitor him, plus my own high cultivation, I'm afraid I would have lost this throne by now. During 2 years of arduous training, I also reached the 7th level realm and became a strong emperor that no one could overthrow. And on my 18th birthday, he came to see me privately unreported. 'Your Majesty, you have now come of age. In the past, the late emperor and I arranged a marriage between you and my son since childhood. Shouldn't we start planning for it now? You should also consider having an heir.' At that time, I refused him outright and tried to talk my way out of it every time he brought up the issue, until I coincidentally learned how to summon a talisman from the scriptures to bring you to the Grand Ignis dynasty and become my imperial husband, Taylor. And this will surely make Lord Valories make things difficult for you, so that you are not favored by me, and I will decide to marry that son of his according to his wishes." At this, Talon bowed his head and thought, no wonder she said from the beginning that she didn't want to use me as a shield. But, saying that, it's not really like that. Otherwise, she would have cast me aside long ago. Seeing Talon bow his head in deep thought, Violetta also thought, could it be that he is afraid of what I said? With that, Violetta reassured Talon, although I'm not afraid of Lord Valories in any way. I must still abide by the rules that the Grand Ignis dynasty has had for hundreds of years. But if you don't agree with what I ask, it's all right. I won't force you. I will definitely stand up and solve this problem myself. If I can't even protect you, my husband, what can I say about the Grand Ignis nation that my father and my two elder brothers gave their lives to build to this day?" At this moment, Talon picked up his wine glass and confidently replied, "There's no need to be so serious. I will solve this problem with you. Don't worry about anything. After all, you're here to protect me. In the court, what can Lord Valories do to take my life?" Hearing this, Lita and Denver smirked and thought, "Oh, the Prince Consort is worried that Lord Valories will kill him. I'm just hoping that the Prince Consort doesn't harm Prime Minister Valories in court. That would be a relief. If the Prince Consort makes a move, I'm afraid the entire court of the Grand Ignis dynasty will be wiped out along with Lord Valories." Violetta replied seriously, "You don't need to do that. Besides, if Lord Valories gets a chance, I'm worried it won't be good. Although the Prime Minister is a civil official, his martial arts are very dangerous. I can't see through his realm. Until I can't do anything else, I can't make a move against him. I really don't want to fight my own master." Hearing this, Lord Marius continued, "Your Majesty, I believe in the Prince Consort. Although he may seem improper, fun-loving, and just wants to be leisurely, He is a very unpredictable person, a master of sneak attacks and unexpected moves. He might not necessarily lose to Lord Valerie's. With that, he looked at Talon with a face full of admiration and endless respect. Talon, now wary. Thought, again, old man, you want to praise me again? I didn't ask you to. Damn you. At this, Lena Undember continued. Your Majesty, you can rest assured. Our Prince Consort will definitely not be at a disadvantage. If His Highness the Prince Consort has decided to go, then Your Majesty can be completely at ease about it. Hearing this, Violetta was bewildered and replied, What is this? You two, why do you trust my Prince Consort so much? Hearing this, Mina cheerfully replied, Because what my father said makes a lot of sense. His Highness the Prince Consort is indeed not an easy person to deal with. With that, she quickly thought to herself, the Prince Consort is indeed not easy to deal with, in both the literal and figurative sense of the phrase. At this, Leona also turned and reported, Your Majesty, this is also an opportunity to confront Lord Valerie's. Your Majesty has broken through to the Ninth Realm. You are more confident now. There's no need to be afraid of that old man anymore. Hearing this, Violetta replied seriously, I'm really worried. What if in court? Before she could finish, Talon interrupted, I believe you can handle this. Aren't you afraid? Talon? Hearing this, Talon confidently replied, My consort, an Empress of the Northern Border, talented and holding the world in her hands. What is there to be afraid of? Hearing this, Violetta blushed and shyly stood up. She quickly turned and walked towards the door, saying, If you are so insistent, then I won't persuade you anymore. I just remembered that the memorials from the past few days have piled up like a mountain. I must return to the palace to deal with them. Tell her, saying this, thought with a mischievous smile. What goes around comes around. I can't let her tease me forever. It's my turn to tease her now. And she's in a hurry to go back and deal with memorials. She's clearly saying one thing and meaning another. After a full meal and a very tense conversation that lasted for more than 3 chapters, it was now late at night. Talon, now sleepy, yawned and walked back to his manor, followed by Lena Undember. The narrator still wonders why, even though it's so late, the two of them don't go home to rest and instead keep following this prince consort. There must be something not so innocent going on here. At this moment, Talon also noticed something unusual. A man in black with a mask was watching their every move. At this moment, the narrator still wonders if they had face masks in ancient times. Is so advanced? Talon, seeing this, chuckled and thought, Someone is following me. How foolish. He's been discovered and doesn't even know it, but he was probably sent by the Prime Minister. Oh well, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move either. Let's see what he does next. And then, his hands got itchy, so he casually took the contract bracelet and, with a light tug, it came off his hand with great ease. Lena Undember worst and silent for a long time. Thank you. What the hell is this? The contract bracelet is a bond of a strong space summoning a person from a weaker space to obey, and this is considered a rule. The only binding rule that any summoned person cannot break. According to ancient texts, only a being at the 10th level of the Saint Realm has a rare chance of breaking this contract bracelet. With that, Lena quickly asked, Your Highness, what? What are you doing? Talon replied seriously, Huh? I'm not doing anything. Sometimes this toy gets twisted and uncomfortable to wear, so I'm changing its position and adjusting it to be more comfortable. Is there a problem, little girl? Lena, hearing this, was like she had been struck by lightning. Thank you. I'm not wondering about the problem of changing the position or adjusting the contract bracelet, but about the fact that you took it off so simply and casually, and spoke about such a shocking action as if it were nothing. Seeing Lena silent and scared, Ember timidly explained, Your Highness, what the young general is curious about is how you can take off that slave bracelet, and how can you change its position so easily? Hearing this, Talon took off the bracelet again and replied, Didn't you see how I did it just now? Let me do it again. Look, it's this simple. You take it off and put it back on, and it automatically reconnects. At this, the two of them could only shake their heads in resignation. Come on, such a terrifying thing. But in the prince consort's mouth, it's just his plaything. There's really nothing more to say about it. At this moment, Talon continued to walk back to the manor. The man in black who was following him quickly left, running all the way back to report to his master. And so, the three of them cheerfully walked back to the manor. Just as they were about to reach the manor, Lena approached and whispered to her prince consort, "Your Highness, are you planning to kill Lord Valeries with a single punch? Just like what happened to Silas the Vile of the Black Sword Coven?" Hearing this, Talon was stunned and marveled. "Well, you're that ruthless. You're more brutal than I thought. I don't have the time to find trouble and kill him. Why would I do that?" Hearing this, Lena continued, "But in court, Lord Valeries will definitely make things difficult for you. At that point, you'll be in a tight spot, and you'll have no choice but to strike. And that means your unparalleled strength will also be exposed. I have an idea that might help you out of this. After all, the Prince Consort is so powerful. Why not consider raiding the Prime Minister's residence tonight?" Hearing this, Talon flicked Lena on the head. She cried out in fear, "Your Highness, if you keep treating me like this, my brain is going to fall out." Talon shouted angrily, "I think your brain is just full of water. It's going to get waterlogged sooner or later anyway. I'm just helping you deal with it. You just said Lord Valeries wants to deal with me, and now you want me to go deal with him. Do you think you're the Empress?" With that, he walked away coldly. Lena, seeing this, grumbled angrily, "You could have just said it nicely. Why do you have to keep hitting me on the head?" At this, Amber thought to herself, before, the young general was arrogant and didn't submit to anyone. Now she's being bullied by His Highness the Prince Consort to the point of crying like a child. It's true that there's always a higher mountain. Talon shook his head in exasperation. "Come on, what have I ever spoken nicely and that little girl listened? If I don't use force, she won't listen. This is so frustrating." With that, he returned to his room, slumped into a chair, and said, "Asura, turn on the effects." "Yes, master." "Same old rules. Train for 1 hour, then go home." "Yes, master." And then a strange sound rang out. "I have increased the pressure in the space around you. Now, begin. Just follow the method I taught you." This is a body training technique that Talon specially created based on your body measurements. And so, the two of them began to spin around in a very comical but also seductive and sexy way. After an hour of training for Lena and Ember, they had now returned to the manor to rest. Seeing this, Talon also began his own ki cultivation. As he circulated his power, he thought, "Finally, an hour is up. They're all gone. Now I can cultivate in the most comfortable way. But, trading an hour of training for them to keep my secret from me, I'm not losing out at all." After training for a while, a strange and loud noise came from outside. Talon, hearing this, thought, "It's so late. Why is Violetta making such a ruckus coming over here?" He curiously stepped out of the door to see, and to his surprise, a procession of palace maids brought Violetta to Talon's manor in a very grand manner. Violetta, seeing Talon step out, said in a loud voice, "Prince Consort, what are you standing there for? Follow me to the palace for the night." With that, she turned to the palace maids and ordered, "We have arrived at the Prince Consort's manor. You may all withdraw." Talon was stunned. "Thank you. This is too big of a commotion. Does she want the entire court to know she's coming to my bedchamber? Come on." And so, the two of them entered the room and slammed the door shut. At this moment, Violetta noticed a few puddles of water on the floor and thought to herself, "Messieurs, sweat? What's that?" Violetta turned to Talon and said cheerfully, "Outsiders think you only know how to indulge in pleasure and hedonism, but they don't see that you also work hard in secret. What's this? Is there a new cultivation method? Can you show me?" Hearing this, Talon blushed with embarrassment, pretended to stretch his shoulders, and said, "There's no new strange cultivation method. I was just moving around a bit, stretching my muscles." Seeing her beloved in a pensive mood, Violetta put on a meaningful expression, her voice laced with teasing. She said, "Take your time. No need to rush. I'm here now." The teasing words pierced his heart like an arrow. His cheeks burned hot. Talon could always scream internally. Does my consort have a 9th level teasing skill? How can her teasing skills be so high? This is going to kill me. Meanwhile, Violetta had already comfortably laid down on the bed, holding a book and pretending to be engrossed. But her eyes never stopped following Talon's every move. Filled with affection, seeing him just standing there dumbfounded, she said sternly, "What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to rest?" The words brought Talon back to reality. He was startled and quickly coughed a few times to cover his embarrassment. He gently took off his outer robe. His face flushed as if he was about to receive a long-awaited gift. Then he jumped onto the bed, lying still as a statue, his face pale, with no trace of blood, resigned to his fate. Witnessing her husband's unusual behavior, Violetta couldn't help but chuckle to herself. This is quite interesting. He's acting all shy today. The night gradually fell, and the flickering candlelight finally went out. Violetta also gently removed her outer robe, revealing her seductive figure in a thin silk garment, and then said in a cautionary tone, "No need to be so reserved. To avoid suspicion from outsiders, I will often come here to spend the night, but we won't do anything. Just sleeping until morning is enough. You're acting as if I'm going to eat you. Your attitude is really strange." Talon, hearing this, replied sternly, "Echo. No, this is the second time I've slept in the same bed with a woman, so I'm a bit nervous." As he spoke, he silently thought, "After all, since I was young, my foster father has taught me that women can only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. They're of no other use." But the 3 words second time suddenly made Violetta angry. "Second time? Then who was your first time?" Cornered, Talon quickly explained, "Wasn't the first time also with you, Your Majesty, before you went to war in the northern border?" Hearing this, Violetta's face softened, with a slight blush, making a big deal out of nothing. "My first time and second time were both with you, and you scared me like that." At this, Talon let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, "You're the one making a big deal out of nothing. Come on." He then continued, "Saying strange things like that can easily cause misunderstandings." Violetta looked at him with affectionate eyes and asked sincerely, "I want to know why you want to go to court and meet all the ministers. If you don't want to, I won't force you. This matter is really not that important to me." At this, Talon put on a serious expression he had never shown before. "It's because of loneliness." Seeing Violetta's confusion, he explained further, "Before I was summoned, I was alone most of the time. I don't know when it started, but it was just me and myself." His thoughts continued to drift. "I have too much talent, too much power. No one wants to team up with me. I can only complete missions by myself. Coming to another world, I'm the only one left from Earth. The loneliness is 10,000 times worse." His confession made Violetta also sink into sadness. "You were all alone? Then am I not alone either?" Noticing the sadness in her eyes, Talon turned to her, his voice suddenly becoming sincere. "Although it's very strange, we are husband and wife. Perhaps there are more things that are just in name. But in a sense, I have a relative, and that is you. At least I feel like we're not alone anymore. Although I can't help you with anything right now. With that problem, I can face it with you." Those words moved Violetta deeply. "Let's start over. Hello, I am Violetta." Talon also smiled in return. "Hello, I am Talon." The quiet night passed in a shy but sweet way. As dawn broke, the majestic Grand Hall was already bustling with civil and military officials, and they began their hushed discussions. "I heard that the situation in the northern border has been settled, and Her Majesty has returned, this time in court. The Prince Consort will also meet all the ministers. But I heard that the Prime Minister has always wanted his son and Her Majesty to marry. But Her Majesty favors and loves this Prince Consort very much." "Keep your voice down. The Prime Minister is looking this way." All eyes turned to Lord Valery's. Hearing the whispers about himself, the old man's face darkened, and he shot a glance around with eyes as sharp as knives. Next to him was Valen, his son, who was staring at the seat next to the throne with resentful eyes. He gritted his teeth and thought, "That was supposed to be my position. That son of a bitch Talon, daring to snatch it from me? Damn him." In the midst of his resentful thoughts, a resounding voice called out, "Her Majesty arrives." Violetta and Talon walked out together, their demeanor confident and majestic. She gracefully sat on the throne, while Talon was a bit hesitant, wondering, "The Phoenix throne? So, am I supposed to sit here or not? I'm not a woman. Sitting in this position is a bit embarrassing." Seeing the clear awkwardness on her husband's face, Violetta turned and asked quietly, "What's wrong, Talon? Is something uncomfortable?" Hearing this, Talon turned and smiled. "Nothing. It's just this chair." Before he could finish, Violetta understood. She shouted loudly, "Attendants! The Prince Consort is a man. How can he sit on the Phoenix throne? Change it immediately. Hurry up." Almost instantly, a 50 kg solid gold chair was brought in. Violetta then gave Talon a meaningful look, which made him blush and think, "So that's it. This is to show all the ministers that Her Majesty favors me very much. I understand now." With that, He hitched up his pants and sat down with his legs crossed in a very cheeky manner. His confident to the point of insane expression, combined with his sloppy posture, made the officials below just shake their heads in exasperation. Leona could only cover her face and sigh. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, Violetta coughed a few times to signal. The eunuch beside her immediately shouted, "If you have a memorial, report it. If not, court is dismissed." Just then, Lord Valerie stepped out with a serious expression. "I have a matter to report." Violetta looked at the old man for a long time and then gave him permission. After 981 model essays that Lord Valerie's presented, Talon thought smugly, "What does this mean? I didn't expect the Prime Minister to be such a capable official. Not only can he fluently answer the questions Violetta raises, but he can also thoroughly investigate matters in the southern border. One leads to three. It seems the reason the Grand Ignis dynasty is getting better and better cannot be without the contribution of this Prime Minister Valerie's. TSK. It's not scary to have someone with ambition, but it's scary to have someone who is both ambitious and capable. It will be very difficult for Violetta to take back power from him." Boston thought. Lord Valerie suddenly turned to him, his voice sharp. "Your Majesty, Prince Consort Talon is without virtue, corrupting the court and bewitching your Majesty. I request that the title of Prince Consort be stripped from Talon and that he be punished with beheading." As soon as the words were spoken, the entire court seemed to explode. The two opposing factions glared at each other, sparks flying. Up on the high platform, Talon was still confidently showing off his personality, thinking to himself, the good show is about to begin. It's starting, isn't it? This is fun. At this moment, Lena turned to Ember and said cheerfully, "Sister Ember, look, the Prince Consort is truly the Prince Consort. Someone wants to behead her, and he's still so happy." Ember tilted her head and replied, "Just be quiet and watch. Don't speak recklessly and affect the Prince Consort and Her Majesty. The worst case scenario is that the Prince Consort reveals his true strength and kills Prime Minister Liu with one blow. The Prince Consort wants to play, so let him have his fun." At this, Violetta also spoke with great authority. "Prime Minister, Prince Consort Talon is my husband. You can't just say beheaded, have him beheaded. How insolent." As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed a lion's roar technique from a 9th level Saint Realm expert, which was extremely powerful, making the officials below think in fear. As expected of Her Majesty, is this the 9th level Saint Realm? Her Majesty is only 20 years old. Truly unparalleled. Lord Valerie's, however, let out a sinister smile. It's just the 9th level Saint Realm. She really doesn't know her own strength. The old man also circulated his power to easily dispel the technique and then replied, "I congratulate your Majesty on your continued increase in cultivation." Everyone was stunned by Lord Valerie's power and then quickly chanted in unison, "We congratulate your Majesty on your advancement in cultivation. Your might shaking the four corners of the world." Violetta thought seriously. Even at the 9th level Saint Realm, I can't see through his realm. He can also easily dispel my pressure. It seems his true strength is much deeper than I imagined. Lord Valerie's, seeing this, continued, "It is a good thing that your Majesty's cultivation has advanced. But the reason the Grand Ignis dynasty has the territory it has today is not just based on strength, but also on ability. That is the principle. Prince Consort Talon, as your Majesty's husband, has a God-given talent, but he does dirty things to compete for benefits with the people. Your Majesty is noble, the supreme ruler of the Grand Ignis, but he uses your Majesty's prestige to commit crimes and defile you. What right does he have to continue to be your Majesty's husband? This is a lack of virtue. Therefore, I request that the Prince Consort be deposed. Furthermore, Lena, the daughter of the Grand General, is a royal guard who is always by Talon's side. She does not understand that men and women should not be so close, nor does she understand the hierarchy. Commander Ember, you left your post without permission to follow Talon and do wrong, failing in your duties. And also, the Minister of Revenue, Lord Marius, has become Talon's personal chef, making a laughingstock of himself. Is this not a corruption of the court? Now that your Majesty favors Talon so much, if this continues, will he even bother to attend court? Therefore, I request that Talon be beheaded." Hearing this, Leona was so angry she trembled. This damned old man. Why does he have to drag my daughter into this when she's doing nothing wrong? My daughter has nothing to do with Talon. You son of a bitch. This is so frustrating. Before he could compose himself, Lord Marius stepped forward to report. Your Majesty, what the Prime Minister said is not right. Prince Consort Talon opened a winery and brewed wine for the purpose of building and repairing bridges and roads for the people. Is that competing for the people's benefits? The wine is named after your Majesty, proclaiming your merits to the world. Furthermore, perhaps the Prime Minister does not know that the southern border plan that you praised so highly was actually the Prince Consort's idea. I was merely acting on the Prince Consort's behalf. This statement left Lord Valories' faction stunned and bewildered. The old Prime Minister looked at Talon, thinking seriously. Could it be that Lord Marius' previous credit for this plan, and his strange, evasive attitude, was all in preparation for this moment? Seeing everyone silent, Lord Marius continued. You all know that my disobedient daughter has a rebellious nature. It is only because she has been following the Prince Consort that she has improved. Commander Ember is a person from King Yan Town. Your Majesty has also ordered her to protect the Prince Consort and serve him. Is there a problem with that? I want to ask the Prime Minister one question. The Prince Consort is a man of great learning and talent. How can he say he is without virtue and corrupts the court? Lord Marius' sharp words made Violetta very pleased, while Talon still wore a smug expression, secretly giving his old friend a thumbs up. You've got guts, as expected of the master of bullshit, the king of flattery that I know. Lord Valories was no pushover either. The old man said sternly. Is that so? Lord Marius, do you have any proof to back that up? Lord Marius shouted angrily. Prime Minister Liu, what do you mean by that? Lord Valories shook his head and continued. How could Talon have such an ability? Lord Marius, I have every reason to be suspicious. You are taking credit for your own work and blaming it on Talon. Lord Marius, I truly feel it's unfair to you. Tell me, can Lord Marius provide any evidence? I doubt it. I never thought Lord Marius would go to such lengths for Her Majesty. That's the truth. What's so good about that Prince Consort? Is it worth it for Lord Marius to do this? Lord Marius could only remain silent, because at that time, it was just the Prince Consort casually telling him. There was really no way to provide proof. Seeing Lord Marius on the defensive, Talon cheerfully spoke down from the high platform. You say Lord Marius has no proof that these things were done by me. Then, Prime Minister, do you have any proof that these things have nothing to do with me? Lord Valories replied loudly. The Prince Consort has a point. If both I and Lord Marius cannot provide evidence to prove our words, then how about this? This is an ancient inheritance book. Would the Prince Consort mind taking a look? Immediately, Violetta shouted angrily. Prime Minister Liu, what do you think you're doing? Seeing his wife's attitude, Talon calmly thought. Lord Valories, it's just a book. Can you die for reading a book? I don't believe it. With that, he confidently said loudly. If you want me to look, no problem. It's too simple. Violetta again sternly blocked him. No, this book cannot be looked at. Talon still confidently continued. First, let's not talk about whether I can look at it or not. Prime Minister Liu, on what grounds are you forcing me to look at it? I have to look at it. The emperor of this Grand Ignis dynasty is not you. Lord Valories. Lord Valories raised his hand and shouted. I, Lord Valories, am absolutely loyal to the Grand Ignis. I am Her Majesty's teacher and Prime Minister. Of course, I will strictly test you. Is it possible that the learned and talented Prince Consort cannot even withstand this small test? Could it be that you are just all talk and no substance, colluding with Lord Marius to deceive the Emperor and commit a great crime? Talon thought to himself, this guy is pretty good at framing people. If I weren't the main character, I might have even believed his lies. At this, Lord Marius also pointed at the book and shouted, Prince Consort, this book cannot be looked at. This book is an inheritance book written in a different script. If you don't understand it, you will die suddenly. There have been 17 people who died because they couldn't decipher this ancient book. But Talon didn't listen and still confidently looked at Lord Valories. Just now, the Prime Minister said that in this Grand Ignis, one must speak with reason. But now, this test you are proposing is not reasonable at all. Lord Valories sneered. Prince Consort, are you afraid? Talon leisurely stepped down and said, Of course not. You are using this ancient book to test whether I am worthy of Her Majesty. Whether I am learned and talented. If I don't understand it, I will have to pay with my life. But if I do understand it, the Prime Minister will lose nothing. Isn't that too unfair? Valen shouted angrily. Talon, don't talk nonsense and try to change the subject. Before he could finish his sentence, he received a crisp slap from Talon. Talon said sternly, When adults are talking, what are children interrupting for? How rude. Then he turned to Lord Valories. Prime Minister Liu, how do you teach your children? Humiliated by his son, Lord Valories shot him a look that could kill, which scared him into silence. Afterward, the old man knelt down and pleaded, Your Majesty, I have been disrespectful in the Divine Hall. I beg your Majesty to punish me. Violetta confidently replied, Valem was disrespectful. His salary will be docked for half a year. Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Talon secretly thought. I thought he was an easily provoked person, and I could use that as Lord Valories' weakness. I didn't expect him to calm down so quickly. This father and son are not easy to deal with. Lord Valories stood up and turned to Talon. Continuing. How about this? When Her Majesty ascended the throne, I acted as regent on her behalf. When she first took power, I was worried that she would be extravagant and wasteful. The key to the secret treasury left by the late emperor has not yet been fully returned. Now, if the prince consort is truly capable and can assist Her Majesty, I will no longer have to worry. This jade pendant key should also be returned to its owner. In addition to that, I will also offer 3 million spirit stones as a wedding gift to Her Majesty. How about this gift? Prince Consort Talon? Hearing this, Talon smiled very happily. Not enough. I want 5 million spirit stones. Not a penny less. I won't agree. Lord Valories burst out laughing. If Prince Consort Talon is so interested, I can't be stingy. In such a scene, the two were like best friends who had known each other for ages. But the old man had a very sinister expression. He took out the book and said, 6 million spirit stones. Prince Consort Talon. Please? With that, the old man thought to himself, Today, you, Talon, are dead for sure. Talon, seeing this, took the book and replied cheerfully, Prime Minister Liu, I thank you in advance for the gift of 6 million spirit stones. You are truly too generous. Violetta, seeing this, shouted sternly, Talon, don't be so willful. Before she could finish, Talon had already opened the book and was reading it with great concentration. And then, with a thud, he closed the book. Violetta was startled and shouted in fear. Don't. Talon, it's over. Lord Valories now also shook his head and said, Prince Consort, it seems you are not fated to enjoy my congratulatory gift. The people behind him also started to chatter. It's over. Prince Consort Talon committed suicide so decisively. Once this book is opened, you have to read it all. If you don't understand it by the last page, you die. If you give up halfway and close the book, you also die. Hearing this, Talon was also very confused and turned to ask Lord Valories. Why? What is Prime Minister are you talking about? At this, Lord Valories' jaw dropped and his mouth formed an O. He was stunned. What? Nothing happened to him. Talon, saying this, turned to walk away and said, It's tiring to stand. I'll go back to my seat and dread slowly. Do you have a problem with that, Prime Minister Liu? And so, he sat down in his chair and continued to read. To the utter astonishment of everyone, a very gloomy atmosphere now pervaded the court. Everyone was staring at Talon reading his book without moving a muscle. Talon, seeing this, turned around and asked, What are you looking at me for? Court hasn't been dismissed yet. If you have your own work to do, then do it. What does my reading have to do with you? At this moment, Violetta also turned to her husband and asked affectionately, Talon, are you feeling unwell anywhere? Talon, hearing this, winked at his consort and replied cheerfully, Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I'm fine. I will definitely get the Prime Minister's gift for you. At this, Linan Dember showed an indifferent attitude and thought, I knew this would happen. How could anything happen to that perverted prince consort's head? Lord Valories was also very confused. Thank you. That useless cripple is reading an ancient book and is fine? Could it be that an ordinary person with no cultivation is not affected by ancient books? And then, with a thud, he closed the book. Talon then fell into a state of contemplation of the book. Violetta was also staring at him and thinking, It seems being an ordinary person with no cultivation has its advantages. See? Even though my husband is an ordinary person, he is different from ordinary people. Extremely extraordinary. At this moment, Talon was also in great pain. As he circulated his power, he thought, What the hell is this? It's like a ghost painting. Are you sure it was written by a human? He then asked the system to check it urgently. Astro, what is the power of this book? Is it for cultivation? And then the system immediately announced, Dear respected master, This book is an ancient book passed down by the ancient god race. The protective power of the prohibition can kill a 10th level Saint Realm expert. It's just that the master's body is too strong, so this power can only cause you a little pain. Hearing this, Talon quickly thought further. An ancient book passed down by the ancient god race? This thing really wasn't written by a human. It seems this world is a bit interesting. There are even things that weren't created by humans. With that, he asked the system to help him translate it. And Astro also reported back. Translating the ancient book of the ancient god race requires 3,000 mission points, and completing the system's missions can earn you mission points. Sir, Talon, hearing this, was stunned and added, "Can you just translate it for me directly?" The system then added, "I'm really sorry, Master. According to the system settings," and mates, before he could finish, Talon, now angry, asserted his authority. "I've already said it. If you make me lose face, you know the consequences." Hearing this, the system could only remain silent and give out a very silly mission. Mission has been issued. Mission content: the master sitting undressed on the chair for 1 second can complete the mission and get 9,999 mission points. And that, 1 second later. Congratulations, Master, for completing the mission. Mission points obtained 9,999 mission points. The system is a bit buggy. Please understand. And then the system announced again. The ancient book passed down from the ancient god race is being translated. Talon was very pleased with himself. Thank you. It seems you have to put a little pressure on people to solve problems. You have to improve next time. You know, I'm sorry, Master. I will continue to improve. At this moment, Lord Valeries, seeing Talon's arrogant smile, was furious. Thank you. What the hell? He's playing games in front of me. Laughing at me? You son of a bitch. After seeing that Talon was unharmed after reading the deadly book, Lord Valeries was now very scared and asked, "Prince Consort Talon, do you understand what this book is about? Don't try to change the subject or say something baseless that doesn't match the content of the book." Hearing this, Talon stood up, holding her book, and said menacingly, "Prime Minister Liu, I didn't think you would think I would do such despicable things to you. You're really damaging my reputation a lot." At this moment, the system had almost finished translating. Talon smiled with a very smug expression, and suddenly the book vibrated very mysteriously. Countless characters from the void converged into the book in a very magical way. Talon, now holding the book, was overly confident. The book also glowed very brightly, to the utter astonishment and terror of everyone around. What is this? The golden book that has been passed down for thousands of years? This is too magical. Violetta, at this moment, was also very bewildered and automatically exclaimed, "It's awakened? This is wonderful." She then calmed down and turned to Lord Valeries, teasing him. That ancient inheritance book has killed more than 17 people of the Grand Ignis nation. And now, it has been awakened by the Prince Consort. With such talent, has he caught the eye of the Prime Minister yet? Hearing this, Lord Valeries was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and replied, "It is true that the inheritance scripture has been opened, but Prince Consort Talon has not yet comprehended it. Who can guarantee that it was not the Prince Consort who just happened to flip the book to the right place to unlock the scripture, and the inheritance scripture opened automatically? But the Prince Consort doesn't know what is written in it." At this moment, the scripture also glowed very mysteriously. Golden characters continuously appeared and flew straight into Talon's head. He now closed his eyes and enjoyed the essence that the scripture was bringing to him. With a flushed, unequally dangerous face, Lord Valeries could only bow his head in fear. What the hell is this? Can he really comprehend the scripture? Leota and Lord Marius were now smiling smugly. "Thank you. As expected of the Prince Consort, the husband of Her Majesty. He really takes people from one surprise to another. He's such a talented and handsome young man. I'm about to be bewitched by him too." At this moment, Talon also shouted, "Open!" and dropped the book to the ground in a very dangerous manner. Lord Valeries, seeing this, was furious and his face darkened. But he didn't dare to say anything more and could only remain silent and continue to observe. Talon, seeing this, said smugly, "Prime Minister Liu, now what else do you have to criticize me for? As for that bit, is Prime Minister Liu trying to go back on his word? Don't try to come up with another excuse to justify yourself undefeated. You were the one who gave me the book. Are you going to say it was a fake book? A stupid joke from you? If that gets out and everyone here starts talking about it, I wonder if you'll be able to keep that Prime Minister's seat you're sitting on. At this point, Lord Valeries was so angry he was trembling. His hands were clenched, and he just wanted to punch Talon to vent his anger. And then he put on an extremely scared face, broke into a cold sweat, and replied, "This is because I have eyes but can't see. I misjudged the Prince Consort as a... I was truly too wrong in my judgment. I hope the Prince Consort can forgive me." Talon, hearing this, put on a very arrogant expression. "And what about the 600 Zaro Spirit Stones? Don't tell me that was just a joke. With your reputation, 600 Zaro Spirit Stones is nothing." With that, he reached out and quickly snatched the jade pendant, the key to opening Lord Valeries' treasury, and smugly continued, "And this jade pendant too. Thank you, Prime Minister Liu, for your kindness. You are so generous." At this point, Lord Valeries felt a great fire burning in his heart. He tried to control himself and replied sternly, "That jade pendant itself belonged to Her Majesty, so it's understandable to return it to its rightful owner. There's no need to be so polite." Talon, hearing this, waved his hand and cheerfully replied, "Prime Minister Liu, I'm talking about that golden inheritance book in the 60 Zaro Spirit Stones. I only asked for 50 Zaro at first, but I didn't expect Prime Minister Liu to be so generous and give me an extra 10. Zareth, you are truly too generous. I am truly grateful for this." With that, he raised his fist and brought it straight to Lord Valeries' face. This made the old man very confused. Thinking, what the hell? What is this piece of trash trying to do? And then, with a click, a big like appeared, reminding everyone to like the video so I have more motivation to make more new videos. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel too. Talon smiled very friendly and continued, "Thank you, Prime Minister Liu. You are truly a good person. I sincerely thank you very much." Hearing this, Lord Valeries was also furious. "Thank you. Damn it, this bastard is really too annoying. And he's so cunning too. I really can't underestimate him." After seeing that Talon seemed to have the upper hand over Lord Valeries, Violetta, sitting on the platform, said very cheerfully, "All right, Talon, my dear, you don't need to pay attention to the words of people who don't understand things. If you make Prime Minister Liu so angry that he falls ill, who will bring the best prize to you?" After hearing Violetta's extremely sarcastic remark, the officials in the court also burst out laughing and whispered, "Her Majesty has learned the Prince Consort's strong teasing skills, and she's even using the time Prime Minister Liu faked Tilmas to retaliate against him. It's truly a case of his own medicine." At this point, Lord Valeries was also extremely humiliated and could only bow his head to the ground and reply, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern for me. As for the prize for the bet that I lost, I will send it directly to the palace after today's court session." Your Majesty, Violetta, hearing this, replied with great satisfaction, "Then I also thank the Prime Minister for his generosity. If there is nothing else, then court is dismissed." And so, Violetta quickly left. To the respectful bows of the civil and military officials in the court, we bid farewell to Your Majesty. May Your Majesty have blessings as vast as the Eastern Sea, and a long life like the Southern Mountains. Court is dismissed. A short while later, when everyone had gone outside, they were all very happy and joyful about today's court session. Mixed in with them were the dark and furious faces of the father and son. Lord Valeries, Talon, at this time, was also waving his hand at Lord Marius and saying, "Lord Marius, today we have returned with a complete victory. Can I come to your manor tonight for a celebratory feast?" Lord Marius had not yet answered when the civil and military officials on our side also approached Talon and praised him. "Prince Consort Talon has truly opened our eyes. You indeed have an extraordinary aura. Greetings, Prince Consort Talon. Just now, the Prince Consort was truly a combination of wisdom and courage. A true emperor. The Prince Consort is truly a great talent, able to sit on the Prime Minister's head with great ease. His face was as black as soot just now. It was really satisfying to see." Hearing this, Talon replied very cheerfully, "I like to hear that. Each of you gets a bottle of the Empress's wine. I'll have someone send it to Lord Marius's manor later." At this point, the civil and military officials also said very cheerfully, "The Prince Consort is so generous. Thank you, Prince Consort, for your gift." Leota, seeing this, also turned to Talon and praised him. You are truly not what I thought. I have really misunderstood you for a long time. I sincerely apologize to you. At this moment, Lord Marius also pulled his wife's hand and hurried back to the manor, saying affectionately, "My dear, let's go home. I'll cook delicious food for you and also for Prince Consort Talon. Today is truly a great victory for us. I'm so happy." In the midst of his joy, Talon suddenly became quiet and serious. The 6 million spirit stones that Lord Valories lost in the bet. Will that old man find an excuse to go back on his word? I'm really worried. Hearing this, Empress cheerfully continued, "No, Your Highness. Lord Valories is a man of his word. You don't have to worry about this." Talon, hearing this, was relieved but still said seriously, "This Prime Ministerly was truly very strange. I'm afraid I'll have to be more careful in the future." With that, he continued to think to himself, Lord Valories also has some ability. Now that the Grand Ignis dynasty also needs him to stabilize the court and help manage the country, he is truly indispensable in the near future. Lost in thought, Lena suddenly asked, "Your Highness, that ancient book that can kill people, how does it work? Can you explain it to me?" Hearing this, Talon said menacingly, "That ancient book? It seems to be a book left behind by the ancient god race. The prohibition inside can kill someone at the 10th level." Hearing this, Lena and Denver's jaws dropped and their mouths formed an A in fear. Kill people? And it's a 10th level Saint Realm expert? That's so terrifying. Ember then came to her senses and asked further, "The ancient god race? What is that? Your Highness?" Hearing this, Talon was stunned and asked, "You guys are from this world? And you don't know anything about it?" Hearing Talon's tricky question, the two of them shook their heads continuously and said in unison, "We've only heard of the human race, and the demon race, the ancient god race. We've never heard of anything called the ancient god race." Lena then asked again, "Prince Consort, does opening and closing that book continuously help with the inheritance transfer?" Talon shook his head and replied, "It doesn't help at all. And why do you have such a strange idea? How can opening and closing a book help with the inheritance transfer? What science has proven that?" Hearing this, Lena, with a big question mark, said, "I really don't know. But why do I keep seeing the Prince Consort opening and closing it? Which makes me curious about it." Hearing this, Talon calmly explained, "Because the power inside that book, when I open and close it, it's like it's massaging me. It feels very pleasant. The power comes and goes. So I keep opening and closing the book like that to feel that pleasure more." At this point, the two of them could only be stunned, silent, and think. "Prince Consort, that's a power that can kill a 10th level Saint Realm expert. And you use it to massage your body, and even feel very pleased with it. Your Highness, please just be a normal person for our sake. There's really no other word to describe your overwhelming power." That night, at Lord Valories' residence, at this moment, his son was also very angry and grumbled, "Father, that bastard Talon is too sinister, and today he made our Liu family lose so much face. If we don't take revenge for this, we won't be able to hold our heads up high again." Lord Valories' face also darkened as he thought in silence. Saying this, Valen also put on a face full of killing intent and continued, "Or should we have someone assassinate that Talon?" At this point, Lord Valories, with his darkened face, remained silent. Valen, seeing this, was also very scared and broke into a cold sweat as he looked at his father. A moment later, Lord Valories also said seriously, "The matter is not yet over. We shouldn't ruin our entire grand plan because of a little brat with no cultivation like him. But speaking of which, I was really disappointed in your behavior in court this morning. It really makes it easy for our opponents to use it to attack us." Hearing this, Valen replied in great fear, I'm sorry about that, Father." Hearing this, the old man stood up, pointed directly at his son, and shouted, "One day when we are in a tight spot, with your thoughtless actions like that, I really can't let you go to court anymore. Have you forgotten what I taught you in the past? I am really disappointed in you." Hearing this, Valen was very scared and broke into a cold sweat, replying, "Yes, I know I was wrong. Father, I won't do it again next time. I hope you can forgive me." At this moment, he also turned and walked out of the door, angrily adding, "Many years have passed. When the time comes, the day we ascend the throne is getting closer. Everything in the future must be done with extreme caution. There can be no mistakes until the final moment of the play. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Valen bowed his head very respectfully and replied quickly, "Yes, I understand. Father. At this, the old man still wore a very pensive expression and continued. Now, quickly have someone spread the news about the gold Talon went in that bay. Then have someone cause more trouble for him. That bastard Talon. Let Violetta have a huge headache over this bastard. Maybe then she won't be able to focus on managing the court. With that, he also fell into a state of deep thought. This is really too unlucky. If it were for that mysterious character named Yama King who destroyed the Blood Wind Spire, I would have kidnapped that little brat Talon and put pressure on Violetta to control her. And then today's trouble wouldn't have happened. Come on. It's true that man proposes, but heaven disposes. Damn it. Also that night, in Violetta's chamber. At this moment, Talon also opened the door and entered with great apprehension. At this moment, Violetta's chamber was also filled with light. Violetta was sitting intently at her desk with a mountain of memorials in front of her. Talon, seeing this, was also very stunned and said, So much? You're really working too hard. Violetta. Hearing this, Violetta also showed a very pitiful expression and replied, If it weren't for Lord Valerie's enthusiastic help in sharing half of this pile of memorials, you wouldn't be able to see my beautiful face when you enter. This is only half of the memorials I have to deal with. Hearing this, Talon also shook his head in resignation. Come on, being an emperor is really not easy at all. It's a good thing I'm not an emperor. Otherwise I would be exhausted. Come on. Hearing this, Violetta also said very sadly, The Grand Ignis dynasty is the fruit of my father and my elder brother's labor, who risked their lives to protect it, which is why it is so prosperous today. No matter how tired or hard I work, it can't compare to what the three of them went through. Seeing his consort suddenly become very sad, Talon quickly changed the subject. The 6 million soul stones from Lord Valerie's have been delivered to the palace. Did you know that? Hearing this, Violetta stood up, took out the other half of the jade pendant from her pocket, gave it to Talon, and said affectionately, It's a coincidence. Really, I came to you because I needed your help. And you are doing very well what I need. This is the jade pendant, the key that goes with the other pendant you took from Lord Valerie's. It can be combined into a complete key to unlock the secret treasury of my Grand Ignis dynasty. It contains a lot of treasures left by the previous emperor. Talon, saying this, also took Violetta's sweet pendant in reply. Oh dear, it seems I have another task to do soon. Hearing this, Violetta also said seriously, I'm giving you that key, so you have the responsibility to take good care of that secret treasury. After all, you're free, and I don't have time to do it. And this will also prevent those treacherous officials from having an excuse to say you're idle and doing nothing. Isn't that a win-win situation? Hearing this, Talon's eyes also sparkled with the light of money, and he replied very happily, Good, very good indeed. And so, the two pieces of the jade pendant were put together perfectly. A huge amount of spiritual power also gathered in that jade pendant, which made Talon very excited. Violetta then sat back down and calmly added, The jade pendant itself is also a magical artifact that protects and keeps you safe. When I ascended the throne, I also built a new warehouse. Tomorrow, have Ember go to the new warehouse and move everything to the warehouse you are managing. If you like any treasures in the warehouse, you can take them freely without my permission. The spirit stones in the warehouse are probably no more than 2 million. The expenses of the Grand Ignis are also very high. All the things you brought here are in the warehouse. If you want to take them, it's up to you. Hearing this, Talon was also very happy and thought, This life is truly wonderful. I'm really like a baby, protected by everything. A country that supports me unconditionally. I can spend money freely, have delicious food and beautiful women. I have everything. Oh my god, I'm going to become dependent on it. Please don't stop this wonderfulness. After thinking for a long time, Talon put on a very happy face, clasped his hands together, and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. I will definitely ensure the safety of this Grand Ignis treasury. Not even an ant will be able to get in. With that, he also cheerfully turned and walked out of the door. At this moment, Violetta also called him back. A very romantic and poetic scene. Talon, hearing Violetta's call, also quickly turned back and asked, What's wrong? At this moment, Violetta also smiled happily, her eyes crinkling, and said, Thank you, my love. Hearing this, Talon also winked and replied affectionately, You're welcome, my love. The next morning, Talon laid Lena on Denver to the newly built treasury of the Grand Ignis dynasty. Inside was a huge treasure trove with countless jewels and gold, which would make anyone who passed by agree. And then they went deeper inside. Their eyes both stopped at a large, black box that looked very sturdy. Lena couldn't hide her curiosity and asked, "Your Highness, is this the thing you brought with you before you were summoned? Why does it look a bit mysterious and strange?" Faced with Lena's questions, Talon just quietly stroked the surface of the box for a long time before slowly speaking. "What's so strange about it? It's a very sturdy and good box." Still not getting it, Lena blurted out, "It looks like a coffin." Immediately, a thunderous flick landed on the girl's head, accompanied by Talon's angry shouting. "What nonsense are you spouting, you smelly little girl? This is a top-grade weapon and armor set that I obtained in my previous life, and it's a special edition created by my own Grandmaster. It's very powerful." Hearing this, Lena's expression immediately changed 180 degrees. Her eyes lit up with anticipation. "A weapon and armor set for soldiers, and it was specially made for you by your Grandmaster? It must be very powerful, right? Please let me see it, Your Highness." In response to her excitement, Talon just coldly turned away and gave a firm refusal. "No. If possible, I hope I never have to touch this thing again. It reminds me of a very bloody and painful past of mine. All right, let's go. We're going to the old treasury of the previous emperors. And this is the old treasury, guarded by a huge and very sturdy door. Standing guard in front of the door were the stone-faced soldiers. Even an ant would have a hard time getting past them." Seeing Talon and the two girls approaching, the two soldiers immediately stepped forward to block the way and shouted, "The warehouse is an important place. No unauthorized entry." Hearing this, Talon didn't say much and just took out the sweet pendant key from his pocket and confidently replied, "I am the Empress's royal consort, and I have come to take over this national treasury under the Empress's orders. Why aren't you opening it for me?" Seeing the token in his hand, the two soldiers were scared and quickly took it, then quickly opened the treasury door. As soon as they stepped inside, a blinding golden light hit all three of them in the eyes. In front of them was a mountain of gold piled up to the ceiling, a magnificent sight that made even Talon gasp by awe. "Father-in-law, you are truly amazing." Father-in-law, as expected of a man of few words but great deeds, simple yet profound. "But it's not very reasonable for the private treasury of a founding emperor to be 10 times richer than the entire Grand Ignis dynasty, is it?" In the midst of this, Lita also exclaimed in astonishment, "Here, Your Highness, how many spirit stones are there here?" Her call brought Talon back to reality. He composed himself and turned to order Ember. "You go call the Empress over here. This place needs to be handled by her." Then he turned to Lena and asked seriously, "Tell me, if your father saw this pile, would he faint?" Hearing this, Lena put on a smug expression and replied, "Father has been managing the Ministry of Revenue for so many years. How could he faint over this?" Talon was nodding in agreement with Lena's words when suddenly Violetta's voice echoed throughout the entire treasury. "What? How can there be so much? Oh my god." This scene also stunned Talon at his consort's reaction. Meanwhile, Violetta was still in awe of the unimaginable wealth in the treasury. Talon glanced at Lord Marius, who was lying sprawled on the ground, and then turned to tease Lena. "What did you say just now? So, your father has seen everything before, and this is how he is? Huh?" Hearing the teasing words, Lena could only cover her face in shame, thinking to herself, "I can't look anymore. This is so embarrassing. Father is killing me." A moment later, when Lord Marius came to, he frantically ran into the gold vault, grabbing handfuls and saying cheerfully, "This is to make new weapons." "Finally, I can spend freely. This is for the southern border." Violette now also turned to Talon and said cheerfully, "If it weren't for you, I would probably never have known that my father's private treasury had so many terrifying spirit stones. From now on, you can take as many spirit stones as you want, as long as you're happy. I'm happy too." Hearing this, Talon's eyes suddenly sparkled with golden light. He thought to himself, "I can take as much as I want. I'm really rich this time." And so, without a moment's hesitation, he randomly chose a bed made of spirit stones and brought it back to his room, to the utter astonishment of Lena and Ember. Lena then turned to Ember and asked, "Sister Ember, isn't that forest uncomfortable to lie on? It's made of stone, and it's also used for sleeping?" Hearing this, Ember could only stammer, "I don't know either, but as long as the prince consort likes it, that's all that matters. Who would dare to have an opinion with him?" After bringing the bed made of spirit stones back to his room, Talon lay down on it and fell into a very deep sleep. Suddenly, a third eye appeared on his forehead, emitting a very magical light. Now, in some other dimension, a golden light was floating around. Then it suddenly condensed into the shape of a human. An old man with a horn on his forehead gradually appeared, and this was the soul of the ancient god, inheritance of the ancient god race. As soon as he appeared, he was very surprised and asked, "What? This is the world of knowledge? And it was created by a lowly human? This really surprises me, but I'm not sure about that. Let me check again." With that, he cast some kind of magical spell, which caused all the surrounding knowledge to link together and converge towards him like a large spider web. Now that he was sure it was true, he couldn't stop exclaiming, "How can this be? Lowly humans are fundamentally not qualified to receive the ancient god inheritance. This human must have used some despicable method to steal this inheritance. It must be so. It must be so. Oh dear." Lost in thought, the system also announced, "Analysis complete. The inherited soul of the ancient gods, the sole body responsible for teaching and inheriting knowledge, has been summoned." And then suddenly a ripe, juicy red tomato fell past his head. This scared him so much that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What? In this world of knowledge, the more stars there are, the stronger and more powerful the awakened soul is. And the 99 stars behind me are already a very terrifying existence. Now this tomato has over 3 stars. This is too ridiculous. Damn it. When the tomato fell to the ground, he was stunned and asked, "Who are you? Is this a world of knowledge created by humans?" Immediately, the tomato replied, "I am Astro, the master's servant, and the world of knowledge you are seeing here is the world that my master created." At the same time, Talon also appeared from his right side, saying warily, "Come on, why is it so noisy? I just want to sleep in peace, but I can't even do that. Damn you all." Hearing the voice, the old man turned around and was immediately so shocked that he quickly knelt on the ground, thinking in fear, "What? This is truly a monster." And that is Talon. Folks, the number of stars on his body can only be weighed, not counted anymore. The tomato, saying this, also issued a warning. "Intruder of the world of knowledge, please step back far from the master. The master has just woken up and may accidentally stretch and kill you." Hearing this, the old man quickly stepped back. To Talon's astonishment, Talon turned to Astro and asked, "Astro, why did an old man suddenly appear in my world of knowledge?" Astro, hearing the question, quickly replied, "Master, that old man is the inheritance god from the inheritance scripture of the ancient god race. According to my understanding, this is very normal. When you are chosen for the inheritance, he will appear in your world of knowledge and teach you the inherited knowledge." Hearing this, Talon broke into a cold sweat and said, "Is that what that inheritance scripture gave me? Isn't that just like he's a kindergarten teacher?" Hearing this, the old man replied cheerfully, "My lord, with such an ordinary appearance, yet you carry the air of a great ancient god." With that, he quickly thought to himself, "I want to deal with this lord, pretend to impart knowledge, and use my words to control him. Then, reviving the air of the ancient gods will only be a matter of time." Lost in thought, Talon struck his face and asked, "Oh man, what are you thinking about that's making you smile so sinisterly?" Hearing this, the old man turned away and timidly replied, "My lord, I wasn't thinking about anything. You're being a little too sensitive." These words made Talon so angry that his eyes turned red. He pointed directly at the old man and shouted, "You dare to lie to me again? You damned old pest. You're not a human with that long horn on your forehead. You must have other, evil intentions. You damned old man. You're a bad person. I won't let you stay in my world of knowledge. Astro, deal with him." Now, hearing the command, Astro also rushed over, tore him to pieces, and devoured him in a very short time. The old man, at this point, was also very angry and cursed. "You son of a bitch. Why don't you let me explain? You directly asked the system to deal with me without even hearing my opinion. You're a real cowardly bastard." Chowler, seeing this, put on a very righteous expression and said, "Phew, just as I predicted." His eyes were full of killing intent. Obviously, after his trick was discovered, he became angry out of shame. What ancient god's inheritance soul? Just a very sinister old man. I'm really too amazing. Such sharpness from Europe. Where else can you find it? The old man was now eaten by Astro, with only his head sticking out. He also managed to curse one last time. You son of a bitch. You ungrateful bastard. Ah. And so, Astro also sent him to the eternal embrace. The space was now very quiet. Astro also cheerfully announced, "The system has been upgraded." Hearing this, Talon was stunned and asked, "What? Your system can still be upgraded? This is so interesting." That might. On the roof of Talon's bedroom, an assassin appeared, who seemed to have been sent by Lord Valories to assassinate Talon. He made a hole in the roof and looked down to see Talon sleeping soundly, looking very comfortable. He thought smugly, as expected of the useless prince consort that Her Majesty favors. He uses so many spirit stones to make a sleeping bed. It seems he's enjoying his pleasure too much. But it's a pity that his moments of pleasure are about to end. With that, the assassin charged straight down from the roof with a very sharp dagger, aiming directly for Talon's neck. But surprisingly, when the hard dagger came into contact with Talon's soft flesh, it shattered, to the utter confusion of the assassin. He was now in awe, not understanding what was happening, when Talon also woke up with a very indifferent expression. He then wondered what this guy was doing here. The assassin was now sweating profusely and said in fear, "No, I have no ill intentions. You must believe me. Your Highness, I will explain everything to you right now." At this moment, Talon's guards outside also gathered and asked if their prince consort was all right. Talon quickly said that everything was fine. He had just accidentally broken a vase, and there was no need to be so scared. And he asked them to call Ember here. Hearing this, the guards outside thought of the dark things their prince consort would do with Ember and blushed with embarrassment. Talon then went to pick up the broken dagger, looking at it for a long time and then crumpling it up like a piece of paper. Seeing this, the assassin was also very scared and thought, "What kind of monster is this useless prince consort?" That was a 6th level magical artifact. The best thing my master gave me. And he crumpled it up like a piece of paper? What the hell? The intelligence department in the court is full of flat brains. It's clearly a super pro monster. But they said it was just a useless mortal. What the hell? If I can get back, I'll give those flat brains a hard punch in the face. Damn though. With that, he also fell to the ground and trembled in fear. At this moment, Ember also walked in and asked what was going on. "Your Highness." Hearing this, Talon also stammered out that while he was sleeping, this seemingly strong man in black tried to kill him with a sharp short dagger. Her Majesty in the next room would probably notice the commotion in his room. Hearing this, Ember also quickly replied that the prince consort could rest assured. She was not far away in her room just now and didn't hear any commotion. Her Majesty's room was even further away, so she probably wouldn't hear anything either. Hearing this, Talon also let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. You scared me. Come on." Ember now also looked around and asked where the sharp short dagger that the prince had mentioned was. Talon then showed her the piece of iron he had bent earlier and replied, "It shattered when he stabbed me in the neck. Now I'm bored of playing with this piece of scrap metal. You can take it and make it an egg. You can use it to refine and sell for money too." Ember, holding the piece of metal in her hand, was stunned to realize that this was a block of spirit stone gold. A piece like this could probably be easily sold for several 100,000 spirit stones. With that, she quickly thanked her prince consort for this reward that he had bestowed upon her. And then she also approached the assassin and sternly interrogated him. "Another member of the Black Soul Coven? You're so young, yet you managed to sneak into the Imperial Palace without being detected. It seems you have some skills. With this outfit, it seems you are the assassin sent by Lord Valories, right?" Hearing this, he replied very cheerfully, "This sister has a discerning eye. I am indeed a subordinate of Lord Valories. The previous events were just a misunderstanding." Hearing this, Ember was puzzled. "A misunderstanding? You broke into the Imperial Palace at night to assassinate the Prince Consort, and you say it was a misunderstanding? Are you really high?" Hearing this, he quickly explained, "It wasn't an assassination. I used the back of the knife to strike the Prince Consort's neck. Your Highness, please remember, did I use the back of the knife to test you?" Hearing this, Talon said seriously, "That's right." At this, he also quickly explained, "Actually, I only entered the palace to gather information. I just wanted to capture a servant for interrogation, but I didn't expect to mistake him for our prince consort. I had absolutely no intention of assassinating him." Talon, hearing this, fell silent for a long time and then turned to say to Ember that this assassin probably thought he was an idiot. He didn't understand how he could come up with such a stupid reason. At this moment, Ember also shook her head in resignation and said, "Accept your fate. Silas, the vial of your Black Soul Coven, was truly too unlucky to encounter my domineering prince consort. He evaporated in less than a heartbeat after meeting my prince consort. Hearing this, the assassin was also very stunned in thought. What? Silas, the vial has been here before? And he was destroyed without a trace? Did I hear that right? How could that be? With that, he pointed directly at Talon and asked, You, or are you really? What kind of monster are you? At this, he fell into deep thought again. Silas the Vial, one of the 6 strongest members of the Black Soul Coven, was left without a single bone after being punched by someone, and the headquarters of the Bloodwind Spire was also completely destroyed by someone in one day. And he left behind a card name, Yamaking, and is also a member of the Ignis dynasty. This Talon is also a member of the Ignis dynasty, and is also the husband of that beautiful Empress Violetta. Could it be? With that, he trembled and asked, Could it be that you were the one called the Yamaking? As he spoke, he executed some kind of very magical technique. At this, Talon was also very confused and thought, What the hell? Are you trying to call your father? Why are you so loud? If my wife hears this, I'm dead. Damn you. And then with a swoosh, Talon, using only his bare hands, shattered the technique his opponent had just unleashed. The man was utterly shocked that Talon could so easily break his move with his bare hands. At that moment, Talon advanced, grabbing him by the throat and lifting him high. I was going to give you a chance to live and go home, but I never expected you to be so truly vicious. Did you really shout that loud on purpose to attract everyone's attention outside? Do you want them to rush in here and witness my true power? You are truly too malicious. A person like you cannot be forgiven. The assassin, gasping for air, couldn't utter a word. His hands just trembled feebly. Seeing this, Talon's anger grew. Are you really choosing death over my mercy? Are you using these actions to deliberately provoke me? He let out a sigh and, in a brutally savage manner, sent the man to the next world. A different dimension opened up, completely swallowing the assassin's corpse, leaving not a single trace behind. Talon clasped his hands and chanted an incantation, and the dimensional gate slowly closed. Now, only a cheerful expression remained on his face. I truly am magnanimous, yet strict when I need to be. How wonderful. Ember, steady behind him, thought with a shudder. Before, he would call it destroying the body and erasing the evidence. But now he calls it magnanimous? Your Grace's mastery and use of words are truly unique, enough to astonish anyone. Just then, Talon ordered Ember, Go see if Her Majesty is still in the study. I'm afraid the loud noises from here might have disturbed her. Yes, Your Highness. Just as she finished, another guard answered and reported, Your Highness. Seeing this, Ember wondered what was wrong. The guard reported, half an hour ago, after the general rushed into the palace, His Majesty had to leave for some urgent matter. Before Her Majesty left, she instructed me to inform you that she may not return tonight. She hopes Your Highness will not wait up for her. Hearing this, Talon's face lit up with joy. Wonderful. Don't you all think this is a beautifully orchestrated coincidence? Talon then dismissed everyone and flopped onto his spirit stone bed, thinking happily, tonight was truly a terrifying night for me. I was this close to Her Majesty discovering my true power. So scary. Tomorrow, I must have Lord Marius cook me some delicious food to make up for this. The next morning, at the Marius estate, Lena was pacing back and forth, looking extremely worried and frustrated. Just then, she was startled when her mother rushed in and asked, Do you have any news about your father from within the estate? Hearing the urgent question from her mother, Lena grew even more anxious and quickly replied that she had searched all over the capital, but couldn't find a trace of her father anywhere. But wait a minute. Admin remembered she was just pacing around the estate. When did she go searching? Hearing this, General Leona said angrily that she had also searched every corner of the Imperial Palace, but still found no sign of her husband. While they were panicking, a beam of light suddenly shot down from the sky and landed right in front of the mother and daughter. It made them instantly shift into a serious combat stance. Surprisingly, as the light faded, the one who appeared before them was Empress Violetta. Looking incredibly majestic and powerful, General Leona rushed forward to ask about her husband's whereabouts. But Empress Violetta replied that she had searched the entire country and still found no trace of Lord Marius. Hearing this, General Leona collapsed, crying out that it was all her fault. She shouldn't have argued with her husband last night and kicked him out of the house in a fit of foolish anger. If not for that, Lord Marius would never have left in such despair. Hearing this, Empress Violetta comforted her subordinate, saying, "Perhaps the biggest reason Uncle Marius was taken has to do with the filth in the southern borderlands. Under his protection, the southern borderlands have become more prosperous and developed, and many criminals hiding as refugees have been apprehended. This has made him a thorn in their side, and for revenge, they would certainly find an organization that could infiltrate the Imperial Palace and capture him without leaving a single trace. And that organization can only be the Black Soul Coven." At this, General Leona was filled with terror, tears streaming down her face, thinking that the Black Soul Coven's methods were perverted and brutal. If Lord Marius fell into their hands, he would likely face more harm than good. Seeing General Leona so desperate, Empress Violetta went to comfort her. At that moment, General Leona fell to her knees, begging Empress Violetta in terror, "I have never asked your majesty for anything before. Now, I only ask for one thing, please. At any cost, you must save my husband." Hearing this, Empress Violetta replied with hesitation, "Although I am a mighty monarch in the eyes of the nation, in the eyes of you and your husband, I am just a little girl. Don't worry. I promise to bring Uncle Marius back to this loving home soon." Hearing this, General Leona wept like a child, repeatedly thanking Her Majesty. Empress Violetta then turned to Lena and asked her to take care of and comfort her mother as best she could. And with that, she leapt into the air with terrifying speed. Just then, General Leona realized, if the enemy's plan was to lure the tiger out of the mountains, to get Her Majesty to leave the Imperial Palace, then the culprit must still be inside the palace, monitoring the situation. After saying this, she rushed off, telling Lena to stay at the estate and not wander around. She promised she would bring Lord Marius back, alone in the estate. Lena panicked, afraid that her mother's guess was wrong. What if something happened to her father? Then, an idea flashed in her mind. That's right, the key here is the prince consort. With that thought, she bolted from the estate in a great hurry, heading for Talon's study. There, Ember was training diligently. Lena burst in and asked where the prince consort was. Ember quickly replied that he was in his room, sleeping soundly, and asked what was wrong. Lena explained that her father was missing, which left Ember in a state of shock. The two of them rushed into Talon's room and found him sleeping soundly, drooling all over his pillow. Hearing their frantic calls, he woke up and grumbled, "Can a guy get any sleep around here?" Lena rushed in and said, "Your mobile rice cooker has gone missing. To be precise, my father was kidnapped last night, and we still haven't found him. Although I know your highness doesn't want to get involved in this trouble, please save my father, and save your own mobile rice cooker." Hearing this, Talon shot awake, yelling, "What the hell? Who would dare take my mobile rice cooker? I swear, I will get my mobile rice cooker back at all costs, and I won't let him get a single one scratch." Lena was horrified, thinking terrible thoughts about her prince consort. He sees a human being as a mobile rice cooker. My father sees him as a great prince consort, a wonderful person, yet he only sees my father as a tool, a mobile rice cooker. But wait, wasn't I the one who called him a mobile rice cooker first? Admin truly doesn't understand girls. Folks, still groggy, he asked to lie back down, but as soon as he pulled the blanket over himself, he shot up in feigned shock. Wait, Lord Marius has disappeared? It was such an over-the-top performance that Lena and Ember were left completely speechless. Seeing their unimpressed faces, he calmed down and said, "No more jokes. I was in the palace for just one day yesterday, and something this major happened. The one who kidnapped Minister Marius must have incredible nerve. This is no different from challenging the entire Ignis dynasty." Ember replied, "Your Highness, did you forget that an assassin snuck into the palace last night to assassinate you?" Hearing this, Lena gasped in horror. "Who would dare attack an ultimate super prince consort like you?" Talon calmly stated, "Those bastards from the Black Soul Covenant are reckless, bullying people like this. But I wonder, what purpose do they have in targeting me?" Hearing this, Lena and Ember were stunned, wondering how he could come up with such a bizarre thought. Talon put on a panicked expression and urged them to think carefully. "Ever since I became the prince consort, I have always played the part of a content, law-abiding royal who has never bothered anyone. Every day, I have to act like a useless waste of space who eats well, dresses well, and enjoys life's pleasures. It's been incredibly hard and difficult. I've never provoked anyone." Hearing this, the two of them could only shake their heads. Thinking, he says it as if he's performing hard labor. Talon then put on a serious face and continued, These damn Black Soul Coven bastards. First, they sent an old man to Mount King Nan to block my path. Then, they directly gave me a taste of that amazing whitening mud mask, but only let me try it once. On the surface, it looks like a coincidence, but deep down, it's a perfect and meticulous plan. Could it be that they found some clues about the destruction of the Blood Wind Spire's headquarters, so they intentionally came to probe again? This time, the attacker from the Black Soul Coven was a hardliner who would rather die than beg for my mercy, and he even stabbed me with a fatal blow. Moreover, why didn't they target Prime Minister Valeries, but instead kidnapped Lord Marius? What the hell is that about? Prime Minister Valeries is a heavyweight in the Ignis dynasty. They kidnapped Lord Marius, who has a close relationship with me. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that the Black Soul Coven is targeting me. Hearing this, Lita and Denver could only cover their faces, speechless at Talon's analysis. Your Highness, you're really overthinking it. In the eyes of others, you're just an ordinary person, maybe even a useless one, who would be bored enough to target you. But Talon didn't stop, continuing his deep analysis. Her Majesty has also gone to the Black Soul Coven. If I make a move and she sees it, won't my true strength be exposed? But if I don't act, and something happens to Lord Marius, won't I lose a priceless cooking treasure in the future? Damn it, why are there always unscrupulous people trying to harm me like this? No, this absolutely cannot happen. I have to go beat the crap out of them. With that, he shot straight up into the sky and reassured Lena. Little girl, don't worry too much. I'll go rescue your father right here, right now. And then a loud B-O-O-M echoed. The entire Imperial Palace shook as if a massive earthquake had just occurred. The palace maids were startled by the sound, but looking around, they saw nothing out of the ordinary. Lena turned to Ember and asked, "Isn't our prince consort a bit too sensitive? But the Black Soul Coven is nothing compared to his power, right?" Ember replied, "Perhaps the prince consort experienced a great shock in his past life, so when he was summoned here, he's always in a state of mind that someone is constantly trying to harm him." Lena was stunned and said, "I feel a little sorry for the Black Soul Coven. That organization had no reason to kidnap my father." Hearing this, Ember replied ominously, "There's no need to pity them at all. Just as the prince consort said, this Black Soul Coven is a scourge, a filthy for causing trouble. It's best to wipe them from this universe. They dare to touch our prince consort, and that will be their misfortune." Meanwhile, Empress Violetta was flying across the country, trying to find the lair of the Black Soul Coven. As she flew, she foamed, "I refuse to believe those kidnappers can move faster than me." She then stopped and said, "This is the last place the Grand Ignis dynasty can protect. If I go any further south, I'll be in the Black Soul Coven's sphere of influence. If I rush in recklessly, it's no different from serving myself up to them on a platter. That would be European-level stupidity. But I shouldn't think of the worst-case scenario. The most important thing now is to find Uncle Marius and rescue him." Lost in thought, she suddenly sensed something was wrong. A terrifying stream of blue light shot past her, leaving her utterly horrified. Angrily, she swung a sharp sword strike towards the blue light, but its speed was so immense that her attack couldn't catch up. Now, Empress eye let a thought in fear. What was that thing that was so powerful? Who is this expert? And that direction. It's heading towards the Black Soul Coven's base. Could it be the legendary Yama King? I must follow and see. With that, she chased after the blue light with great difficulty. At a nearby canyon, a group of people had gathered for some kind of event. At that moment, some lackey was escorting Lord Marius out of a black portal. Seeing this, the subordinates knelt respectfully. "We greet Lord Thane Sa." The one named Thane Sa escorted Lord Marius down below, to his utter confusion and dismay. So this is the lair of the Black Soul Coven. And then a massive gate appeared before him. It made him marvel. It's so new, built less than 30 years ago. If my guess is correct, there's definitely something wrong with this Black Soul Coven. From what I know, the Coven has existed for over 40 years, so for the gate to be this new is highly unusual. While he was lost in thought, the gate opened. Lord Marius was forced to his knees. At that moment, Thane said hurried to report, "Master, I have brought Lord Marius of the Ignis dynasty." Hearing this, some effeminate-looking fellow struck a cool pose and replied, "It seems you acted much faster than Disa. Did you encounter any obstacles?" Hearing the question, he immediately reported. Lord Marius's wife reacted quickly and asked Empress Violetta to leave the city to search for him. But unfortunately for them, We had already set up multiple short-range teleportation formations to quickly bring him to our base. Hearing this, the effeminate man praised him for a job well done. And this effeminate fellow's name is Lord Bai, the master of the Black Soul Coven. Lord Marius calmed himself in thought. So that effeminate man is the lord of the Black Soul Coven. I must not be afraid now. I have to keep a cool head and find a way to escape this place. And these are the assassins of the Black Soul Coven. From left to right, the girl. Cutter-chan, the masked assassin. Bone the masked, the poison specialist. Zu the poisoner, and Lei the butcher. At this moment, Cutter-chan taunted. Let's see if our Lord Marius has more courage than an ordinary man. Lord Marius heard this and chuckled. It seems I'm very unlucky this time. I probably won't be able to return in one piece. I am just a minor minister of the court, yet I get to be part of such a major conflict in the nation. This is truly something to be proud of before I die. Hearing this, the Lord of the Black Soul Coven showed a contemptuous face and sneered. Lord Marius, why are you so pessimistic? We at the Black Soul Coven are all very persuasive people. We invited you here this time only to discuss a pressing matter. That is, we want you to firmly protect Prince Consort Talon's position. In addition, you are to cooperate with Talon to monitor Empress Violetta's every move. That's all. Hearing this, Lord Marius was stunned and questioned. Monitor Her Majesty? What for? And that Prince Consort Talon. He's just an ordinary person. Why do you value him so much? And what's this about protecting him so carefully? Hearing this, Lord Bai laughed effeminately and replied. What for? To deal with Valeries. You don't need to know too much about the rest. Hearing this, Lord Marius realized that the external force colluding with Valeries was definitely not the Black Soul Coven. But why do they want me to monitor Her Majesty? What good does this intelligence do for them? With that same effeminate face, he asked Lord Marius. So, what do you think? I hold you in high regard. Whether it turns out well or poorly is your choice. At this, Lord Marius grew angry. I, Marius, was once a poor scholar. It was only through the late Emperor's favor that I achieved my current status. The current Empress is my niece. She grew up with my own daughter. Do you think I would betray my own family? You bastard. At that moment, the Lord of the Black Soul Coven threatened. You have a lot of backbone. But here in the Black Soul Coven, backbone is the most useless thing. With that, he ordered Zu the Poisoner to perform a few tricks to open Lord Marius's eyes. Hearing the command, Zu the Poisoner laughed with glee. He flew over and punched Lord Marius in the stomach, causing him to vomit bile. Not only that, but he also forced a massive, giant poisonous worm into his mouth. It made him retch and vomit in extreme pain. Now, he revealed a haggard, cruel face and said, the plump worm you just enjoyed is a species with a delicious scent and an extremely interesting poison. And now, it is parasitizing your body. Within 3 days, if you can no longer smell anything, it means the worm has started eating your internal organs. At that moment, Lord Marius was sticking his fingers down his throat, trying to vomit, driven half mad with fear. Seeing this, the man taunted further. Its legs will also dig deep into your lungs and flesh, slowly sucking every drop of your blood until your body is completely drained. It will make you wish for death, filled with immense pain and despair. So, what do you think now? Lord Marius? Just agree to our request, and I will give you a stick of incense to smell. It will emit an extremely disgusting insect scent, and that worm will naturally not dare to touch your body anymore. Lord Marius remained silent, lying on the ground in excruciating pain. Seeing this, everyone in the Black Soul Coven thought, this Lord Marius truly has an indomitable heart. From beginning to end, he hasn't changed his mind or cried out a single word. Now, Zu the Poisoner was furious, wondering why Lord Marius wasn't begging him. Even though he was clearly in immense pain, his will was unyielding and resolute. The Lord of the Black Soul Coven then called out his name, Lord Marius. He gritted his teeth, struggled to his feet, and roared in anger. The first emperor did not hesitate to give up his status for me. To me, that emperor was both a friend and a teacher, and the current empress called me uncle when she was a child. The Ignis dynasty is a great power. It was then, and it is now. As for you, the Black Soul Coven, you are nothing but a bunch of insects. You want me to obey you? Wait until the next life. Hearing this, Zu the Poisoner roared in fury. Marius, you are truly seeking death. Hearing this, he laughed heartily and shouted back. Marius would rather die with honor than live in shame. Hearing this, the Coven Lord replied angrily, "All right then, fine. If you want to die so badly, then I will grant your request. As on the mast, your slicing skills are the best. Go and slice the thinnest pieces of flesh from his body. It's too late for him to accept our cooperation now." Hearing this, on the mast stepped forward, taking Zhu the poisoner's place. As he walked, he grumbled with frustration. "So boring. This is so incredibly boring." So on the mast then ominously pulled out a razor-sharp, spirit energy-enhanced knife. Lord Marius shed his final tears and thought to himself, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I can't help you anymore. Lena, my daughter, I can no longer watch you get married and have beautiful children. Leona, my wife, I really shouldn't have argued with you last night. I am so sorry." Before he could finish his thought, a sudden roar echoed from the ceiling of the base, causing everyone in the Black Soul Coven to turn pale with fear. Now, a dark figure appeared, making everyone wonder who it was. You all know who it is, don't you? At that moment, he had already destroyed a large section of the ceiling and shot straight down, landing a light kick on the would-be slicer. And then, a familiar figure slowly emerged, leaving Lord Marius speechless. Seeing him, Talon turned around with a cheerful smile and asked, "Good morning, my rice cooker." "Whoops, I mean, Lord Marius, why are you crying like a baby?" After speaking, he turned to the members of the Black Soul Coven and roared, "You all are very brave, daring to kidnap my super-duper mobile rice cooker." At that moment, an extremely powerful aura emanated from Talon, overwhelming everyone present. Talon thought to himself, "If it were for the fact that they've harmed my Lord Marius, I might have just killed these crooked cucumbers and rotten tomatoes. Why does everything look like food to him right now? But I have to handle this quickly. If Empressville let it catches up and gets here, it'll be big trouble." With that thought, he dashed towards the Lord of the Black Soul Coven. Seeing him approach, the Lord's face darkened with fear. Wait, Talon, there's a giant worm inside Lord Marius' stomach. He's in extreme pain right now. If you don't have the antidote, he will surely die." Hearing this, he stopped and looked at Lord Marius, who was in immense pain over there. After a long moment of thought, he walked over to Marius and roared angrily, "What time is he? And you still want to deceive me? He's not in any pain at all. It's clear he's just lost his memory from your torture." At this, Lord Marius was stunned silent, his face looking like that of a person with a long-term disability. The four assassins of the Black Soul Coven stared wide-eyed and thought to themselves, "Memory loss, my ass. He's clearly frozen in terror because of what you just said. You bastard." At that moment, Zhu the Poisoner timidly explained, "Young Master Talon, I assure you, I raised this insect myself. Without the antidote, he will definitely die. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lord Marius himself." Hearing this, the other assassins chimed in. "Lord Marius, quickly explain it to your prince consort. Don't just stand there like a statue. Your life is in danger." "Talon, Lord Marius is your close friend and a vital minister of the court. You can't joke with his life like this." Their desperate pleas echoed, but our protagonist seemed utterly unconcerned. On the other side, Lord Marius was as bewildered as a lost dog, his mind spinning, asking himself, "Who am I? Where is this? And what kind of play are these people acting out?" Seeing this, Talon leaned in and whispered to the minister, "Are you really about to die?" This made the minister snap out of it and ask back, "Are you really Prince Consort Talon?" A question that seemed to awaken a memory. Talon then recounted an immortal story. When she was 6 years old, little Lena had a godforsaken father who had a habit of putting his butt in his daughter's face every time he passed gas. Hearing this undeniable proof, even the assassins of the Black Soul Coven couldn't help but burst out laughing. In their minds, they silently thanked that fateful fart for buying them a few more moments to breathe the air of the living world. Lord Marius could only hold his head in shame and cry out, "Why would your highness use such an embarrassing story to prove your identity? That damn daughter of mine. A story from when she was 5 or 6 and she still remembers it to this day. It was just my first time being a father. I was just playing with my child a little. What's wrong with that?" Seeing the tense situation, the Black Soul Coven quickly softened their tone, speaking sweetly to persuade him. "Prince, Consort Talon, perhaps this is all just a terrible misunderstanding. Talon, however, look displeased. Your tone sounds like some slutty hag's trying to seduce me. It's disgusting. Damn you." Being cursed to his face, the Coven Lord turned pale and hurriedly apologized. explaining, "It's just that I've gotten used to this style, Your Highness." Without wasting more words, Talon bluntly demanded the antidote. "Otherwise, don't blame me for why the sea is salty." Hearing this, Sue the poisoner, terrified, quickly pulled out a vial of antidote that reeked of a horrific stench and handed it to him. Lord Marius, without any hesitation, inhaled the terrible smell deeply and, sure enough, visibly recovered. Witnessing this strange scene, Talon asked if that was really the antidote. Lord Marius replied, "No, this is just a scent to suppress the poisonous worm inside me, to keep it from devouring my lungs. It's not the real antidote." The moment he finished speaking, Talon erupted in a thunderous rage. "Anodot, I-N-T-I-D-O-T? Are you kidding me? Didn't your mothers teach you where it's appropriate to joke and where it isn't?" The members of the Black Soul Coven broke out in a cold sweat and quickly replied, "That's naughty, Your Highness Talon. We just wanted Lord Marius to feel a little more comfortable. As for the antidote, we were hoping to trade it for the lives of all four of us. If that's all right, our beloved Prince Consort. Furthermore, I also hope to become sworn brothers with you. This offer would not only ensure their survival, but also create a permanent protective talisman." Hearing this, Lord Marius, who was on the verge of collapse, struggled to get up and urgently pleaded, "No, Your Highness, you cannot agree. A sworn brotherhood is a law of heaven and earth. Once established, it cannot be broken. If they get what they want, you will never be able to act against them. Your Highness, I, Lord Marius, do not regret this death, but the cancerous tumor that is the Black Soul Coven must be destroyed to eliminate future threats to the Ignis dynasty." The tables turned, causing the members of the Black Soul Coven to panic. Indeed, the worst case scenario had happened. They were afraid of Talon's power, but of a Lord Marius who was not afraid of death. This meant their lives were hanging by a thread. But surprisingly, Talon calmly requested to immediately form a blood pact. However, the Savior's logic was out of this world. He turned to Lord Marius and explained, "If you die, who will cook those exquisite delicacies for me? Furthermore, if your daughter Lena finds out, she will surely cry her eyes out, wailing and cursing my name for the rest of her life. It's incredibly annoying. Do you understand that?" After speaking, he turned back to the Black Soul Coven and threatened, "I advise you all of one thing. Remember this in whatever you do in the future. The law of karma spares no one. It comes quickly. You'd better start living righteously and accumulating virtue." And so, a ceremony to form the pact was conducted. I, Talon, agree to perform this blood pact in exchange for the antidote to save Lord Marius, on the condition that the antidote is effective and Lord Marius is fully recovered. Only then will the pact be executed. After more than 10 minutes of fumbling, the pact was completed as the contract ring on Talon's hand tightened, causing a few drops of blood to fall. Zu the poisoner then brought out a foul-smelling pill and said, "Smell this 3 times. The insect will naturally sense the scent of sunflowers, turn into water, and be expelled from the body." Lord Marius heard this, took it, and inhaled deeply. Talon, meanwhile, was furious, warning, "I hope you all cherish this precious opportunity. Don't do anything else foolish that will affect your own lives." With those words, he grabbed Lord Marius and leapt into the air with an earth-shattering jump. Soaring into the sky, he left the Black Soul Coven members collapsed on the floor, breathing a sigh of relief. 2 seconds. They're finally gone. Thinking they had escaped, the Black Soul Coven let out a collective sigh of relief. The Coven Lord, fuming with anger, ordered Zu, "Go feed that poisonous worm to the intelligence team. They call themselves spies, but their work is shit. Let them all die." Zu accepted the order in fear, silently cursing the intel team. What a bunch of dogs. They reported Talon was a useless freeloader, but he's a monster. They nearly got us all killed. At that moment, the muscular assassin asked about their next plan. The enraged Coven Lord replied, "The only way to restore the Black Soul Coven is to invite the master of the sacred demon sect. Perhaps then we can change this situation. A gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years. The pact stipulates he cannot do anything to us, but we are different. Just you wait. You little brat. You damn Talon. I will definitely torture you with the most disgusting methods imaginable." As he was laughing triumphantly, a terrified scream echoed through the palace. The green-haired female assassin, frightened, tugged on her master's sleeve. The master, in a dark mood, snapped, "What the hell are you doing? Didn't I tell you I hate women touching me?" But just a second later, as she trembled and pointed towards the door, he froze. My lord. Look over there. The Coven Lord followed her gaze and his eyes widened in horror. Oh my god. There's an assassin spying outside the door. And it was none other than Lord Marius and Talon, peeking him with incredibly focused expressions. Lord Marius, realizing they were spotted, blurted out in surprise. Oh crap, we've been discovered. Your Highness. Talon calmly stepped out and asked Lord Marius, do you know what word describes this kind of person? Lord Marius was puzzled. What word is that? Your Highness? It's a dog that can't stop eating its own shit. The answer made Lord Marius extremely pleased, thinking to himself, the greatest happiness for a person is to see their enemy suffer. At the same time, Talon leisurely walked towards the terrified members of the Black Soul Coven. Old man Marius thought to himself, our super prince consort may seem useless and dull on the outside, but he's incredibly profound and holds a grudge on the inside. He had just left, but immediately returned to the Black Soul Coven's base and concluded, see, if I'm not right, this Black Soul Coven will certainly never change its wretched nature. At that moment, Talon looked at them with eyes like bullets and roared. I was ready to give you a chance to repent and live on. I was even going to compensate you for the damage to your roof. But it's such a pity. You stubbornly chose the wrong path and intentionally shattered the mercy I was showing. I am so disappointed in this. Hearing these heartfelt words that fell from the sky, the Coven Lord broke out in a cold sweat and quickly explained. Beloved Your Highness, I was just speaking carelessly without thinking. Please don't mind it. Besides, we just made a pact. We have an incredibly close brotherly bond, don't we? Old man Marius could only sigh. I knew this would happen. This Coven Lord is too cunning. If it weren't for me, our prince consort wouldn't be in such a passive position. Seeing Talon remain silent, the pale Coven Lord, Lord Bai, smugly continued. Prince consort Talon, what I said was just idle talk. I hope you don't misunderstand. We still have the pact, right? That's right. The pact of brotherhood. It cannot be broken. If you break the pact and kill us, the rules will be shattered, and we'll all die together. That wouldn't be good at all. Hearing this, our Talon became furious to the extreme. He roared, You effeminate Coven Lord. You are a stubborn, unreasonable, eccentric, and perverted person. I'm sure your Black Soul Coven has been secretly targeting me for a long time. Haven't you? You bastard. So cruel and cunning. You wouldn't even spare a useless and benevolent prince consort like me. What a bunch of bastards. Lord Bai, I truly underestimated you. With such an effeminate appearance, you harbor such sinister plans. At first, I thought you just wanted to break the relationship between me and Violetta, but I never expected you to be so thorough as to use a brotherhood pact to try and keep me as your subordinate. No, it can't be. Such a wicked heart. Such a perfect calculation. Have I been deceived by him? Impossible. You bastard. Now, hearing Talon's bizarre thoughts, the Coven Lord, Lord Bai, could only choke, speechless. He was utterly confused, asking himself, what the hell is this? What kind of nonsense is this Talon making up? What kind of dog is he? And who am I? Where is this? Hello? Ronaldo. Go buy some cashews. The ridiculous thing was, not only was the Coven Lord confused, but even his subordinates were stunned by the perfect plan that their lord had never even thought of, which Talon had just exposed. I can't believe our lord is such a mastermind. This is truly a perfect plan. Astonishingly so. How? By what means could our lord have conceived such a flawless plan? I'm truly in awe of our lord. We definitely didn't choose the wrong person to follow. It's amazing. Hearing his subordinates praise, a panicked Lord Bai denied it. What the hell are you talking about? I really don't have a plan like that. Are you all idiots? Just then, he realized something was wrong and frantically questioned Talon. You, or are you the one who killed my man? Zhu Yuan Bai? And you're that damn Yuma King, aren't you? Hearing his panicked question, Talon calmly replied, Don't talk such nonsense. I never kill innocent people so frivolously. I even offered to have him work for me, to create that mineral mud for my daily skincare facials. But he was too rash and committed suicide without a moment's hesitation. I truly regret that. Ah, my mineral mud skincare mask. What a pity. What a pity. It was only then that Lord Marius realized that our prince consort was the legendary, tyrannical Yama King, and he was completely stunned. Hearing this, the members of the Black Soul Coven were terrified beyond belief, their mouths agape. What? What kind of monster are you? That Arzuyuan BA? I would rather commit suicide than live another second. And you even see his poison as a skincare mud mask? You bastard. At this moment, our Talon was extremely angry, gritting his teeth and saying, even now, you still don't have a shred of remorse. Not only that, but you're also slandering me as a murderer. It seems you've all rotted to the bone, to the very root, and are beyond saving. Well then, today I will execute justice and restore peace to the Ignis dynasty. And to myself, of course. Hearing this, Lord Bai hurriedly gathered his energy and spat out a terrifying stream of poison. But to our Talon, it was like a mere cat's game for amusement. He conjured a wind shield and unleashed a sky-shattering punch, causing the stream of poison to recoil and create a round hole in the wall, to the absolute terror of the Black Soul Coven. How could he? Does he want to die? Isn't he afraid of the Brotherhood Pact? Lord Marius's jaw dropped in fear. Prince Consort, almost no one who signs a Brotherhood Pact dares to break the oath, because those oaths are incredibly harsh and merciless. They will cause the breaker to die an incomplete death in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, the sky erupted into a massive thunderstorm. Lord Marius shouted in fear. The laws of heaven and earth cannot be broken. Anyone who violates them will face extreme punishment, unacceptable to heaven and earth. With a storm this huge, Prince Consort Talon will surely die. My Prince Consort, you are being too reckless. Lord Bai laughed heartily, declaring, the cycle of heaven and earth, the Lord of the Sky spares no one. And then, a powerful bolt of lightning struck the palace. A dragon with a ridiculously goofy face appeared in the sky, charging straight down towards the Black Soul Coven. This caused Talon's face to darken. Lord Marius was extremely worried for his prince consort, while the Black Soul Coven looked smug. You're screwed. You son of a bitch. Die? You might. Unexpectedly, Talon revealed an incredibly dangerous and challenging expression. Okay, you goat. If you've got the guts, then bring it on. I'll take on your whole family. And with that divine face, the dragon broke out in a cold sweat of fear. It instantly transformed from a dark thunderstorm cloud to a friendly pink cloud. At the same time, it also transformed from an incredibly terrifying creature into an adorable little dragon, flying around him, giving him a massage while acting cute for its master. What a suck-up dragon. Saying this, Lord Marius was stunned speechless. What the hell is this? This is the punishment of the heavens. Am I dreaming? The members of the Black Soul Coven huddled in a small corner, trembling and muttering. We're screwed. We're so screwed. What the hell is this? The dragon then asked for its master's permission and flew back to the heavens to take a summer vacation, as it was too scared to hold it in any longer. Talon now turned to the members of the Black Soul Coven and asked, so what was that thing about a Brotherhood Pact again? It made them tremble so much they couldn't utter a single word. And then with a snap, that flimsy pact was broken with just a squeeze of his hand. Talon then said gravely, the pact, and even summoning pacts, have no effect on me. You do well to remember that. Lord Bai was now trembling, drenched in a cold sweat. Beg you, what? What kind of perverted monster is this? The laws of heaven and earth are just a mere hand squeezed to him. Unbelievable. This is unbelievably screwed up. He immediately started kowtowing and begging. Your Highness, spare my life. I know my mistake. Please have mercy and let me go. I am truly sorry. I apologize to you. But Talon said, no, it's too late. My little brother, I no longer have any faith in you. I duplicitous. Immediately, he put on a very friendly face and wheedledee. Your Highness, I have a secret that you might want to know. A really wonderful secret. But Talon bluntly refused. No, I don't want to hear anything. I've already killed many people with dark and evil hearts like you. Those who harm society and even kill innocent people. A moment ago, I gave you a chance and betrayed my own conscience. For now, perhaps I'm getting solved again. Hearing this, the members of the Black Soul Coven felt like they had struck gold, their eyes sparkling with the hope of survival. At this moment, Talon added, seeing that you are sincerely repentant, I may give you one more chance. When I count to 3, you can tell me one good deed you have done in your life. If you can tell it with the utmost honesty and I find it reasonable, then you can still be saved. The Coven Lord heard this, turned to his subordinates, and whispered, this Talon is a simple-minded fool. All we have to do is say some nice things. Trick him, and our lives will be spared. Lord Marius also leaned into Talon and advised, Your Highness, this seems a bit too easy for them. For them, lying is as common as eating. So this is really too simple. Hearing this, Talon smiled and quickly replied, Lord Marius, your thinking is truly outdated. This is a world full of misery and darkness. If powerful people like us don't find a true way to live, someone who can guide us, then when will the sun ever shine and dispel this gloomy darkness? Right now, they are being swallowed by darkness, but they can still walk out of it and find the true light of life. So why shouldn't we give them a chance? Hearing this, the Black Soul Coven knelt before their god, Talon, with immense passion and sincerity. Saying this, Talon gravely asked, Are you all ready? I'm starting. 3. You bastards are truly the wretched. I've already counted to 3, and you still refuse to speak of your good deeds. Then you can all just go to hell. You bastards. And just like that, the 3 of them were sent directly to another dimension, gone forever without a trace. The Coven Lord, still stunned and not understanding what happened, muttered, It seems I trusted others too much. Huh? It's okay. In the next life, I'll be a true gentleman. But please, don't let me meet that dog Talon again. Thank you very much. You bastard. You stinking Talon. Yeah. Lord Marius could only shake his head in exasperation at his prince consort. You know, I really wonder if our prince consort understands human language. I have no more words. The super prince consort, Talon, now chuckled and mumbled, Well, what good is having the body of a white sheep? You still can't pretend to be a good person. It's true. A dog can't stop eating its own shit. After the Black Soul Coven was eliminated, Lord Marius cheerfully said, Prince Consort Talon, if the Black Soul Coven is not completely destroyed, our Ignis dynasty won't know peace in the southern borderlands for many years to come. I hope you can act and thoroughly wipe out the Black Soul Coven to help the Ignis dynasty prosper forever. Hearing this, Talon turned his head with an extremely annoyed expression and replied, Look at this. I just showed my power in front of you, and you immediately start ordering me to do more work. Hearing this, Lord Marius grew timid and quickly replied, Your Highness, this isn't forcing you to do more work as you say. Talon sighed and shook his head in exasperation. It clearly is. You know, you really are an exploiter of others' labor. A person with no heart or compassion. Once Empress Violetta finds out about my true power, will I become so busy every day that I won't even have time to take a dump or do anything else? You should remember this and engrave it in your mind. My power must not be exposed. I'm warning you now. After we return to court, if you dare to reveal my power and my secret identity as the Yama King, your entire family, 9 generations of your ancestors, and your entire household, I will absolutely take all of that into consideration. Have you remembered that? Yes, I understand. Your Grace, if you dare to breathe a single word, I'll tell General Leona about your 167 private residences, and the secret about you sneaking off to the Crimson Pavilion every night. I won't keep that secret for you anymore. Hearing this, Lord Marius was horrified, so frightened and resentful that he was about to cough up blood. Talon, Prince Consort Talon, you would dare to do something so despicable? I'm going to die of anger. I definitely won't dare to say a single word. However, Prince Consort Talon, there's still my daughter in Denver, and a Black Soul Coven. They could expose you at any time. It's not just me. Hearing this, Talon cheerfully waved his hand and said, They all know my secret and have sworn to keep it for me. As for the Black Soul Coven, just follow me and you'll understand. At this point, Lord Marius was confused, not understanding what his prince consort was talking about. Then, 5 minutes later, Talon led him to the gate from the beginning, and he was dumbfounded. What is this? What the hell is going on here? Hearing this, Talon explained. When I arrived, my speed was too fast, and the air current rushing into the valley was too fierce. It accidentally tapped this building, and so, they were all crushed to death by my momentum. This might be the karma for all the evil things they've done. Hearing this, Lord Marius could only gape in horror at the sheer dominance of his prince consort. Good. Extremely good. That was truly a magnificent entrance. The 2 of them then approached a building with numerous sealing chains binding the door. Now, Talon gave a light squeeze, and those chains shattered like thin threads. Talon then said, This place is filled with spirit energy and is heavily fortified with multiple layers of protective spirit energy. This is probably where they hid the golden jewels they stole from innocent people. As soon as they entered, their eyes were met with bricks of solid gold stacked like a pyramid. Seeing this, Lord Marius could only gape in envy. As for Talon, he had his system check and evaluate the value of the gold. At that moment, the system announced that it was currently upgrading and undergoing temporary maintenance, and could not perform the check. Hearing this, Talon furiously yelled, "If you can't even do simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, then you're useless. Get rid of it." At that moment, a terrified Astro immediately announced that maintenance had been temporarily suspended, and the checking and calculation functions were started. And after a long calculation, Astro announced, "Master, the calculation is complete. The total value of the Black Soul Coven's treasury is 33,617,950 for spirit stones. So, may I please continue with the system upgrade and maintenance nets now?" "All right, you are dismissed." "Thank you, Master. System upgrade and maintenance will now resume. Please do not disturb the system's rest." At this point, Talon sighed and shook his head in disappointment. The value of the things here is only 32 million spirit stones. Let's just consider it compensation for my efforts from this morning until now. I can reluctantly accept it. At first glance, the Black Soul Coven seems so grand and imposing, but it turns out they're just a dirt pool organization with a paltry 32 million spirit stones in their treasury. Hearing this, Lord Marius timidly said, "What are you complaining about? The annual tax revenue of the Ignis dynasty is only 10 million spirit stones. But, Your Highness, shouldn't this money be handed over to the Ignis dynasty's treasury? Why are you calling it compensation?" Hearing this, Talon retorted, Why should I hand it over to the Ignis dynasty's treasury? This is all compensation that Lord Bai from the Black Soul Coven owes me." Hearing this, Lord Marius's righteous blood boiled. "What does that mean? Prince Consort Talon? You killed that Lord Bai, and you didn't even break a sweat. Didn't even lift a finger. So why are you demanding compensation?" Hearing this, Talon said, "Why? Originally, I should be at my estate right now, drinking wine and eating some side dishes, while you, Lord Marius, would be in the kitchen preparing my favorite meals. But because of these damn Black Soul Coven bastards, I had to fly all the way here, and they even wanted to kill you. Now, I've calculated it like this because you made a great contribution by not compromising with them on even risking your life. If we get 10 million spirit stones, I'll give you 1 million, and I'll take the remaining 9 million. What do you think?" Hearing this, Lord Marius could only stare in stunned silence. "What? Prince Consort Talon? My life, my steadfastness, is only worth 1 million? At this point, Talon tried to persuade him further. "Time is money. Time is our life. The Black Soul Coven wasted our time. So why shouldn't we take this compensation money? Besides the compensation, there's also a 10 million spirit stone service fee. And then the tuition fee for teaching them life's rights on drawings. I'll take a loss and only take 10 million spirit stones. The 5 million spirit stone rabble fee isn't much either. In addition, there's the fee for the mental distress you suffered from being kidnapped. 2 million spirit stones should be about right. So, the grand total is 37 million spirit stones. But there's only a little over 32 million here. Damn them. The Black Soul Coven still owes us 5 million spirit stones. They want to skip out on the bill already? You bastards." At this point, Lord Marius saw that his prince consort was so angry he was talking nonsense and feared he would turn and demand the 5 million spirit stones from him. Frightened, he praised his prince consort profusely. "You have handled everything wonderfully. Your Highness, there's only one phrase to describe this perfectly spicy. If it's not spicy, it's not perfect. But who's feeling the burn? The viewers are, after dealing with the Black Soul Covenant, quietly pocketing the 32 million spirit stones in gold, considering it compensation for his one-day meal. By now, it was getting dark, and Talon and Lord Marius prepared to return to the court. They had found a beautiful and expensive-looking cloaks. Talon put one on and praised it happily. "What a beautiful cloak, and it fits my figure perfectly." He then asked Lord Marius to wait a moment so he could clean up the battlefield and destroy all evidence of what happened here. And this is the scene before the so-called destruction of evidence was carried out. And this is it 1 second later. What was once a rugged mountain range was now a barren plain. Talon now cheerfully said, "Done. Well, Lord Marius." Horrified, "Best, Your Highness, Just how powerful are you? Does it surpass even the saint level? Oh my god. Is this European level power? Hearing this, Talon quickly replied, I have no row. I can't even comprehend something like saint level 1. And haven't you noticed I have no spirit energy? Lord Marius heard this and realized it was true. He really didn't have any spirit energy, and thought in confusion. He's just like a normal person with no cultivation or spirit energy at all. But why does the prince consort possess such perverted strength? Seeing Lord Marius standing there like a statue, Talon explained a little more about himself. My strength is a bit unique, although I have no spiritual power in my body. In terms of physical strength, I far surpass the people of this world. You could say if a normal person's strength is 1, then I might have a strength of 10, 0, or even 100, 0, and it's still growing every day. I'm also very good at controlling and restraining this power. Otherwise, the entire Ignis dynasty might have been destroyed during my first power outburst. Hearing this, Lord Marius was terrified. What? Destroy an entire country? That's not an easy feat even for someone at Saint level 10. Your Highness, just how strong are you? If I had even a fraction of your strength, I probably wouldn't have been so easily kidnapped by them. At that moment, Lord Marius grew serious and declared with passion, Your Grace, please accept me as your disciple. I will train diligently and improve my own strength, so I won't be weak enough for shrimp and crabs to kidnap me like this time. I must become stronger so I won't be a burden to everyone, and so I can protect my loved ones. In that life or death moment just now, I wished I could be stronger, so I wouldn't be a dead weight for everyone to carry like this. Hearing this, Talon broke out in a sweat and wondered, You want to train? But I remember Lena saying you don't like training that much. Instead, you devote all your energy to the Grand Ignis dynasty. Hearing this, Lord Marius replied with great determination, Seeing the prince consort's strength, my mind has been opened and my thoughts have changed. This time, the Black Soul Coven forced me to do something, although they couldn't harm me this time. What about next time? If those who covet the prosperity of the Ignis dynasty take me hostage, what will happen then? Won't I just be a golden dead weight for everyone to carry? That is unacceptable. I must sacrifice and dedicate myself completely to the Ignis dynasty. I cannot let my own weakness affect everyone, my family, and the state of Ignis. And the way your Highness handled the problem just now has also given me a new inspiration. A different perspective on how to solve my own problems. If some random person threatens to expose my secrets, I will shut their mouth and send them to be reincarnated before they can report it to others. I just learned this from you now. You know. Hearing this, Talon could only break out in a sweat and think, This old man may look friendly, but he's a genuine old fox. I need to be more careful with him. If you weren't my mobile rice cooker, I would have sent you back to Mother Earth to prevent future trouble. After thinking, Talon showed a refusing attitude and replied, No, I don't want to teach you. I just want a leisurely life. Wake up in the morning to a delicious meal. Rest and listen to music until noon. Then have another delicious meal. Take a nap until the afternoon and have another meal. If I get hungry, I'll have a few snacks. And so a day passes peacefully and serenely. Don't make me get involved in those unnecessary troubles. But then again, if I train you a little so you can defend yourself and not get kidnapped, that's also a good thing. It saves me the trouble of rescuing you like now, and I won't miss a day of delicious food. So, have you thought of a school name for yourself yet? Lord Marius was confused, not understanding what strange name the prince consort was talking about. Talon then explained further. You're so clueless. In this world, who doesn't want a title in the martial world? When you're out and about, you have to declare your identity before you can have a solo battle, right? Haven't you noticed how people ask for each other's names before fighting? It's very necessary, because if you lose, you'll know who to get revenge on later. I used to have a friend who liked to assassinate people in the latrine, so the martial world gave him the title, the Shady Assassin. That's the price you pay for not having a title. If one day you're called the Ridden Knight, what would you do? Hearing this, Lord Marius wondered what happened to his assassin friend. At that moment, Talon urged him not to analyze his friend too deeply. Just think about your name. But 9 times out of 10, that friend was definitely our Talon himself. After a long moment of thought, Lord Marius said, Then let's go with the esteemed Heavy Knight. Talon, still dazed, hadn't thought it through and happily exclaimed, Esteemed Heavy, that's a great name. But wait, wasn't that the name I just mentioned? Are you sure you want to take that name? Hearing this, Lord Marius happily and enthusiastically said, "Of course, Your Highness, the esteemed Heavy Knight." Esteemed represents the importance of the Ignis dynasty. Heavy represents a state of calm mind. And Knight represents moving forward without hesitation. I really like this name. Prince Consort Talon. Hearing this, Talon showed a face of agreement and thought. Your ability for deep analysis. You are truly talented as the Minister of the Court. What a profound play on words. A true man. Indeed, someone who can handle the king cog of women. Leona. Luckily, the word written here is understood as esteemed. Otherwise, Leona would never let me off the hook. Translators note you might not fully understand this part. To explain, Talon initially suggested the name the Ridden Knight to poke fun at Lord Marius's wife, Leona. But in this world, the pun was misinterpreted as esteemed, which is how this confusing name came about. He then thought about how terrifying it would be if Leona ever found out that he was the one who gave her husband that title. Now, Lord Marius turned and asked about another matter, making Talon grumble. Why are you so full of questions? Hearing this, he continued, I can increase the meals from 5 times a week to 10 times a week if you agree to this. At this, Talon's greedy face appeared, and he quickly replied, Go on, speak up. What is it? So, he requested for a line of text to be written the Yama King will personally resolve all of the Ignis dynasty's problems, and it had to be written large enough to cover the entire valley. Hearing this, Talon wondered, what for? He then explained, it's to affirm that the codename Yama King belongs to someone from the Ignis dynasty and is protecting its safety. Those with ill intentions towards the Ignis dynasty will see this and not dare to act recklessly out of fear. At this point, Talon agreed, though he looked like he didn't want to do it. But then he suddenly realized something. He shouted in alarm, Oh, crap, my wife is almost here. Hurry up, let's get out of here. I'm so dead. In the previous episode, our Talon discovered that Empress Violetta was approaching and quickly wrote a few words on the ground. The Yama King will be the first to stand and help the Ignis dynasty. Anyone who has a problem with that can come suck on it. As soon as he finished writing, he tucked tail and ran, leaving Lord Marius standing alone in the cold winter wind. He was stunned and amazed. Our prince consort is truly too powerful and the master of hiding his strength. Now, the wind died down, and a golden beam of light approached Lord Marius. He exclaimed, It's truly a world of difference. Her Majesty is so slow compared to the prince consort. And then she landed with a look of utter bewilderment. Uncle Marius, are you all right? After asking, she thought with confusion. Didn't General Leona say Uncle Marius was wearing a thin set of clothes and no underwear when he was kicked out? Why is he now wearing a silk outfit worth several thousand spirit stones? Lost in thought, Empress Violetta then noticed the words on the ground that Talon had written, and she asked in fear, What is this? The Yama King? Hearing this, Lord Marius immediately explained, Your Majesty, I was indeed captured by that Lord Bai, the leader of the Black Soul Coven. He demanded that I protect Prince Consort Talon from Valerie's plots. According to Lord Bai, he wanted to protect Prince Consort Talon from Valerie's assassination attempts, then kidnap him to carry out his own evil ambitions. But before he could do anything, the Yama King appeared. He was dressed in black and wore a hood that covered his face, so I couldn't see anything. He was the one who killed Lord Bai and his subordinates. Not only that, he also gave me the antidote and told me to take all the treasures of the Black Soul Coven, as he had no need for such extravagant material possessions. Hearing this, Empress Violetta wondered, if he doesn't need gold, silver, or fame, then what is the Yama King's purpose? Lord Marius immediately fabricated a story. That Yama King probably just wants the Grand Ignis dynasty to be prosperous and stable, and doesn't want it to be influenced by the Black Soul Coven and the Bloodwind Spire. Your Majesty, think about it. Valerie's has done his utmost for the Grand Ignis dynasty. And a few years ago, the Black Soul Coven not only didn't offend the Grand Ignis dynasty, but also took the initiative to attack the Bloodwind Spire on its behalf. So, do they have the same goal? They share a common purpose to increase their national fortune and power before making a move. In their eyes, the Grand Ignis dynasty is nothing more than a pig being fattened for slaughter. Hearing this, Empress Violetta grew serious and agreed. You're right, Uncle. That is exactly what they are aiming for. Lord Marius then held up a ring and said, This is a gift the Yama King wanted to give to your Majesty. Seeing this, Empress Violetta happily believed that the Yama King truly wanted to make the Grand Ignis dynasty prosperous, and he was even generous enough to give her a precious ring. However, she still didn't understand the hidden meaning behind the gift. Lord Marius thought to himself, the meaning is crystal clear. He just wants the Grand Ignis dynasty to be prosperous and peaceful so he can enjoy his leisurely days of eating and drinking to his heart's content, satisfying his own filthy laziness. By the way, after I get back, I won't ask Lena what the prince consort did to make that Zuyuan BA. I'm so angry he had to commit suicide. It's truly baffling. I'm so curious. Empress Violetta then requested to return to the court. General Leona and Lena are very worried about you. Uncle. Yes, Your Majesty. The moment he finished speaking, Lord Marius's body was enveloped by an extremely powerful spiritual force, and it was none other than Empress Violetta who had done it. He was now being dragged along like a dog, looking truly pathetic and pitiful. Ugh. Slowly. Your Majesty, can't you take me along in a more dignified manner? And by now, the sun would say, at the Marius estate, Lena and General Leona were extremely worried about Lord Marius. General Leona kept sighing, blaming herself for sending her husband away to wander alone. Just then, Lena noticed something. Mother, look who's there. General Leona heard this and looked towards the door, her eyes filling with tears as she began to cry. My husband, you're back? And there was our Lord Marius, with a haggard and gaunt face, having just survived a terribly painful ordeal and not having eaten or drunk anything since morning. Seeing each other, the husband and wife rushed to embrace, sobbing. It's all my fault. If I hadn't argued with you yesterday, something this terrible wouldn't have happened. No, it's my fault. I made you so angry you lost control. With such a huge display of public affection from her parents, even 16-year-old Lena couldn't stand it and grumbled. Dad, Ma, look at you two. So old and still so lovey-dovey. Even I can't take it anymore. Hearing this, the couple composed themselves, embarrassed, and just pointed at their precious daughter. Empress Violetta, watching from the outside, saw the Marius family so happy and joyful, which made her smile and marvel. What a truly happy and joyful family. They always stand by each other through all of life's hardships. At that moment, Empress Violetta also returned to her own palace, with a mountain of paperwork piled high. She was still diligently working on something. It turns out she was drawing a picture of a happy family, with a husband, wife, and their precious daughter. You can probably guess which family it is, right? After finishing the drawing, she felt sad and sorry for herself. I can still live happily on my own. And then she gave a big, satisfying stretch. It made the viewers happy too. Just then, a palace maid entered and asked if she wanted to have dinner. Hearing this, Empress Violetta happily replied, I'm not hungry. You can have it. By now, the royal harem has been cleaned up, right? Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing this, she left with her magnificent. No. The palace maid was utterly bewildered. A moment later, she arrived at the royal harem and was stunned. Why? Normally, when resting, the harem doesn't have this many lights on, especially the front courtyard. It's usually very cold and dark. Why is it so different today? While she was confused and searching for an explanation, she saw Alan sitting comfortably at a stone table in the harem's main hall. A fragrant aroma of food, incredibly tempting, wafted through the air. As soon as Talons or Empress Violetta, he launched into a sales pitch. Have you been working hard for a long time? Then what are you waiting for? Come and enjoy a dinner with this mixed hot pot. What do you say? I'm sure you've never tried this dish before, and it will be a dish that will sweep you off your feet. Come on, baby. Seeing that Empress Violetta seemed to be frozen, not understanding what was happening, Talon quickly ran over and pushed her into a chair. As he pushed her, he explained, Ember told me you have a daily habit. Every time you stay up late handling court affairs, you always have a light snack before going to bed. And eating alone like that is very dull and boring. So I personally went to great lengths to prepare a specialty from my hometown to repay you for all that you've given me to have what I have today. And after the two of them sat down at the table with the supergiant hot pot that Mrs. Tang Vlog had prepared, Talon explained further that this hot pot needs to be simmered for a long time, and the timing for adding each ingredient must be different. And one more thing, you should be careful not to burn yourself. If we had some divine dipping sauce, it would be absolutely wonderful. Come on, let's challenge that hungry stomach of yours. Quick, open your mouth. And then, Slurp. Oh my god. How can it be this delicious? It's the best thing ever. Prince Consort, you really know how to win people over. This is absolutely amazing. You deserve 10 lovers. No, you deserve a generous reward, but never a lover. At this moment, Talon, while admiring his wife's stunning beauty, cheekily asked, "What else do you want to reward me with?" "Right now, I have everything. I'm only missing you." Hearing this, Empress Violetta sensed something dark and broke into a sweat. Replied, "Your reward is to cook more delicious meals like this for me again, and to eat them happily with me for the rest of our lives." Hearing this, the viewer seemed a bit bitter about this display of affection, but our Talon said no. He dished out another massive bowl of dog food. "Wait a minute. A huge meal like you, I can enjoy with you for the rest of my life. What are these small meals in comparison?" And right at that moment, Empress Violetta, with a captivated look in her eyes, thought happily, "It's wonderful not to have to do these boring things alone anymore. Thank you. Thank you so much, Talon." And then Talon couldn't stop talking about the hot pot, about the friends he used to eat this hot pot with, and all sorts of random stories from before, which made Empress Violetta laugh until her jaw ached, constantly marveling at his past deeds and his close friends. And after more than 30 minutes of joyful eating and chatting between the two, the hot pot was left with nothing but broth. Talon stood up and asked to be excused to return to his room to rest. Without thinking, he used that ring to suck up all the unnecessary things. Having this ring is quite a blessing, and so he quickly turned to leave, but a gentle voice called out, "You don't need to go through all that trouble. You can just rest here with me." And this was his face when he heard that inviting phrase. As for Empress Violetta's face, it was blushing with a wonderfully divine aura. Our Talon didn't even think and agreed decisively. And then, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived, Talon and his wife changed into their sleepwear and got into bed. But Empress Violetta took the opportunity to cultivate and increase her power. As for our man Talon, he was mesmerized, staring at his wife's beauty. So that's how she cultivates her martial arts. Huh? But then, a sleepy yawn appeared. With that divine yawn, the scene changed 180 degrees. What is this? What the hell is this? A spirit dragon is wrapped around my wife? But why? Why is it covering the sensitive parts? Wait, wrong thought. Why can't I cultivate? Such a cool effect. I want it too. But why is heaven so unfair to me? At that moment, he immediately thought of Astro, the system, and asked for its help. But the system announced it was currently updating. Access is not possible at this time, which made Talon extremely frustrated. Still not done upgrading? What kind of crappy system is this? And so, the system immediately announced, emergency termination of system upgrade. Maintenance pause. I apologize. Master, how may I help you? Hearing this, Talon pointed towards Empress Violetta and demanded a set of light effects just like that, right here and now. After hearing the unreasonable request, the system explained, "My master, this is not a light effect. This is Empress Violetta, with the aptitude of an emperor with a guardian dragon, and it is something only she possesses. No one else except for her father and the child of you two." Only then did Talon understand. So that's what they call the Imperial Bloodline. It's so magical and Canadian. The system then explained further, "Master, besides this world, there are three. There are other worlds of various sizes. And Empress Violetta's bloodline is the most orthodox and purest among those 3,000 worlds." At this, Talon wondered, among those 3,000 worlds, only Empress Violetta has the most orthodox and purest bloodline? That's incredibly harsh. So, to put it more accurately, the world I'm in is considered the core world of all those other worlds, since it contains a person with the purest bloodline. But the system said no. The world you are in is called the Southern Imperial Domain, also known as the Southern Wilderness World. Among the three Dairo worlds, the Southern Imperial Domain is considered the most desolate, with the poorest and most vulnerable people. Hearing this, he was stunned and exclaimed, "How could it be that bad? Anyway, forget it. You can continue updating the system now." "Yes, Master." At that moment, Talon watched his wife cultivate and thought happily, "My life is so good. I was summoned to another world. A world so good that I became the husband of a talented and beautiful empress, and my wife's potential is a golden legend with many mysteries. A queen with super VIP skills, and she's also a stunningly beautiful woman." He was drooling with desire. And then, suddenly, Empress Violetta opened her eyes, making him blush with embarrassment. I was just looking at you, not doing anything. Don't get the wrong idea. Hearing this, Empress Violetta retracted her spiritual energy. She directly waved her hand to turn off the light and pulled up the covers to go to sleep, with an extremely annoyed attitude. Well then, let's just go to sleep. What an idiot. Hearing this, Talon was confused and lay down on the bed. What's this? Why the sudden cranky attitude? And so, the two of them fell into a deep sleep. Later that night, while Talon was sleeping soundly, he felt a warmth on his lips. It felt so wonderful. As he opened his eyes, oh my god, how can it be this blissful? Empress Violetta, seeing him wake up, blushed betrayed, quickly turned to the other side, and shyly said, I am the monarch of a nation. I said I would give you a reward, so I must fulfill it. I cannot break my promise. I hope you understand. The gift may be a bit late, but I hope you will happily accept it. By now, Talon couldn't hear anything anymore, just lying there and enjoying the bliss. Oh my god, in my 18 years of life, no one has ever done this to me. Help me. Someone, please save me. But why? Why just one kiss? Why not 2, 3, or 4? And then, a moment later, as the bliss gradually faded, he turned to his wife with an expectant look, hoping for something more. But she was now lying still, with no further signals. But a guy as clueless with girls as our prince consort, just waiting for the other person to take the initiative like this, is pretty much a lost cause. Right, folks? As a man, when his wife is being this proactive and he's just lying there like a log, admin can only sigh in exasperation at our prince consort. After a passionate night for Talon and his wife, the next morning, at the old base of the Black Soul Coven completely unrelated to the cozy room last night, this was the place Talon had flattened into a plane and left a few words at Lord Marius's request. At this moment, a group of people in black robes arrived to look at the words Talon had written the day before. Now they were marveling. The Black Soul Coven was wiped out by that Yarma King in the blink of an eye, just like that place called the Blood Wind Spire before. Truly an astonishing power from some European betting house. At that moment, a sinister-looking man whom anyone would want to punch, named Dalder Wu, the elder of the Black Soul Hell apparent organization of the Black Soul Coven, grumbled loudly. What a waste this Black Soul Coven is. That Lord Bai was truly an incompetent fool. Can't even handle a small fry like the Yarma King. Hearing this, another lackey in the group criticized him. Elder Wu, we're all in the same boat. Lord Bai is already dead. What's the use of saying such sarcastic words? Besides, facing a powerhouse like the Yarma King, he fought valiantly and died here. He should be praised. Why are you insulting him like that? The moment he finished speaking, a powerful beam of red light shot straight into his head, sending him to the afterlife forever. To the utter astonishment of the others. Is this the power of that life-fearing, death-avoiding Elder Wu? He's just an elder of a small branch hall, yet his power and speed are already so formidable. At this moment, another gossip monger wondered. You've already reached, say, level 9? Elder Wu heard this and replied ominously. When facing the strong, you must be careful with your words, and your attitude should be a bit more respectful. When confronting a powerhouse like that Yarma King, you must show a submissive attitude and avoid provoking him. Doing otherwise is no different from choosing death. Fortunately, the sect gave us a full day and night to carry out this work. Otherwise, the troubles here would be hard to report to the sect in just a morning or an afternoon. At this moment, another man in black asked, You and Lord Bai were classmates from the same school, weren't you? Elder Wu heard this and replied ominously, Lord Bai, my foolish little brother, almost ruined the great cause of our sect. Well, now that my brother Lord Bai is dead, it's time for me to shine. I will temporarily take charge of this Black Soul Coven territory. Many branch halls will merge and become a unified body, and the branch hall in the windy sandy lands of the southeast will temporarily be our organization's main branch. Understood, sir. At that moment, he thought with a grim expression. Yamatin, huh? Just wait until the people from the sect arrive with reinforcements. You won't be able to keep hopping around like this for long. You bastard. Returning to the morning scene in Talon and Empress Violetta's room, the moment everyone has been waiting for. The oil lamp was now extinguished. Empress Violetta was sitting at her desk handling court affairs, while Talon was reading some books and wondering, Wife, it seems your father's biography is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? Empress Violetta heard this and quickly replied, "It's not exaggerated. My dear, those books are all based on my father's real experiences, and everything is recorded as fully and truthfully as possible. It might seem a bit fantastical when you read it, but it was through those means that my father was able to create the miracle he is today." Hearing this, Talon looked at the biography of the former king and pondered, "I didn't grab the wrong book. This is definitely it. My father-in-law's name is really Emperor Zaid, a name that contrasts so much with the heroic deeds in this book. The story goes that a long time ago, a scholar found a baby at his doorstep and named him Zaid. Zaid was different from a young age. In his dreams, a dragon was always. The text seems to be missing something here about what the dragon was doing in the baby's body. But ironically, in his first aptitude test, he scored a 1, the lowest in his class, causing everyone to stare and mock him mercilessly. But he remained completely indifferent to it. At 5 or 6 years old, after his parents' marriage fell apart and his father committed suicide, he also felt distraught and wanted to follow his father. So he found a cliff to commit suicide. But luckily, he fell right into a cave that absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and converted it into spiritual power. There, he even met a genius girl and married her. And so, the two of them lived a very peaceful and simple life. A few years later, Zaid was harassed by some guy who had an unrequited love for his wife, constantly coming to cause trouble, which later escalated into a direct attack. To protect himself and his wife, Zaid had no choice but to kill him, who turned out to be the son of a county magistrate. But unexpectedly, the magistrate's son also had a secret identity, the illegitimate son of the prime minister. In the past, the prime minister had prevented his wife from assassinating this illegitimate son and had quietly entrusted him to his student, who was the magistrate at the time. And after that murder, Zaid could only flee from the court's relentless pursuit. Finally, after discovering that all his relatives and friends back home had been killed by the prime minister, he became furious and killed the magistrate and the prime minister, leading a rebellion. At only 20 years old, Zaid established his own nation and became a great emperor. At this moment, Talon had a very bizarre thought. My father-in-law is so much like the protagonist of one of my favorite stories. The story is amazing. It seems a bit fantastical, but it's also a plausible explanation for the birth of this Ignis dynasty. Empress Violetta then asked, "What's wrong? Why are you frowning again? If you have something on your mind, just tell me." In the previous episode, after seeing Talon frown, Violetta quickly asked what was bothering him. Promising to help, Talon then asked, "My father-in-law, according to the book, had an adventure in a cave under a deep abyss, and after awakening his physical strength and comprehending his Saint-level power, he traveled the 4 corners of the world. Then, the arrogant son of a magistrate provoked him, leading to a fight where the son was killed by my father-in-law, making him a wanted man." Violetta heard this and smiled brightly, shaking her head. "This is a true event in my father's life. An unfortunate but laughably lucky event." Hearing this, Talon wondered, "But don't you find it a bit strange? If you look at Emperor Zaid's biography from a different angle, you'll notice something illogical from the clues my father-in-law left behind." Violetta then asked Talon to explain more clearly, and he replied gravely, "According to my deduction, when father-in-law Zaid first entered school, he was probably very poor, with no assets. As a result, not long after entering the school, he challenged and provoked the magistrate's son, winning some of his spirit herbs and spirit stones. This made his girlfriend feel that he disrespected the magistrate's son, and the magistrate's son took this opportunity to come to his house and provoke him, on the grounds that he was better in his studies and more valued at school. But in that situation, father-in-law had no logical grounds to retort, so he lost that confrontation, seeing that his studies at school were not going well. Father-in-law took mother-in-law to travel the world, but the magistrate's son secretly mobilized the power of his biological father, the prime minister, to try and kill father-in-law. But not only was father-in-law not killed, he even managed to kill the magistrate's son and the magistrate himself, gathering many spoils of war and resources. A rebellion then broke out in Luoyang County. The prime minister was furious and sent troops to surround and suppress father-in-law. Every time he confronted the prime minister's army, my father-in-law was able to seize a large amount of weapons and food. In addition, many territories were occupied by father-in-law until he faced 2 of the prime minister's armies, one led by the prime minister himself and another by the 4 kings. Father-in-law and the prime ministers for kings fought fiercely. In the end, he broke through to the next round first and killed the 4 kings, then took the prime minister's head. Hearing this, Empress Violetta stopped writing and wondered, "Had you read the Imperial Chronicles carefully?" Hearing this, Talon continued, "If you dig past the emotional and exaggerated words of how miserable my father-in-law was and look at the end of the story to deduce the deeper details, that's what makes the story interesting. Why didn't that Prime Minister just send the four kings to solve the problem from the beginning? It would have been faster, and he wouldn't have wasted so many soldiers, equipment, land, money, and food. Then, he even used his own life to elevate my father-in-law's reputation to its peak." Hearing this, Empress Violetta broke out in a cold sweat. She walked straight up to Talon, snatched the book from him, read it again and again, then angrily crumpled it in her rambling fist. Saying this, Talon thought out loud, "I don't know if it's a real coincidence or if some malicious person, after being adopted by an old scholar who made a living writing stories, made my father-in-law start living like the protagonist of a story." At that moment, Empress Violetta closed her eyes. Flustered, "My father's legendary life. Could it have been manipulated by someone else? No, that's not right. There's something else hidden here. Please don't tell anyone about these deductions. Keep it to yourself for me. Whatever the truth is. Strength is the most important thing. My cultivation has been going very smoothly lately, so reaching Saint level 10 shouldn't take too long for me. Don't worry too much. I can handle these things. No matter what the conspiracy is, all the dark fog hiding the truth will become a joke in the face of my power. Even if the situation really becomes irreversible. If someone wants your life, they'll have to step over my dead body first." After speaking, Empress Violetta cheerfully turned and walked back to her desk to continue with her court affairs. As for Talon, he was like a clueless pig. "No, I was just reading a book in my spare time and sharing my feelings about it. Why did the topic shift to me? And why is she trying so hard to protect me? Does she love me that passionately? Or is she trying to flirt with me? Damn it. No, it must be because I'm a bit sleepy. So my mind is a little fuzzy. I need to lie down and rest for a bit. With my leisurely life now, I could write a story called Transmigrated and immediately became a super prince, consort or working as the Empress's main man." And so, our Talon yawned and immediately fell into a deep sleep. A moment later, Empress Violetta also grew tired and stretched. She turned to see that our Talon had fallen asleep so soundly that he was drooling on the chair, sleeping like a pig. At this moment, she thought with great joy, "It's wonderful to walk the same path with someone. I just don't know how long I can protect this beautiful moment." In Valerie's chamber, he was reading something with intense focus. Then, something happened that left him utterly stunned. An assassin entered to deliver him a letter. He was astonished and wondered, "What's wrong with the Empire? They sent someone to deliver a letter directly here. That seems a bit ostentatious." The masked assassin then reported further, "Sir, something happened after the Black Soul Coven's palace was destroyed." Valerie's heard this and calmly continued, "What's the situation? What could have happened? It's just the sacred demon's sex ending somewhat over again." But a second later, after reading the letter, he broke out in a cold sweat of fear. "What? How can this be? That's the sacred demon sect. The leader of the sacred demon sect is dead? Then what about our agreement?" The masked assassin quickly replied, "The agreement still stands." "Sir, what do you mean? It still stands?" The masked assassin then explained, "It is so, based on the current information provided by the Celestial Archives. Although the leader of the sacred demon sect is dead, a new leader will soon succeed him. According to the information gathered so far, the sacred demon sect was not completely destroyed, but seems to have been thrown into chaos by someone. The tripartite agreement is still being maintained, but everything has become more complicated and prone to incidents." Valerie's heard this and calmly continued, "After so many years of planning and so many resources spent, don't make any mistakes at the final moment." The assassin heard this and replied gravely, "Rest assured, my lord, the sacrifices you have made over the years will not be in vain. If the new master of the sacred demon sect follows the previous rules, then everything will be mutually beneficial. If he doesn't comply, then we have nothing to fear." After speaking, he took out a yellow talisman and gave it to Valerie's. Seeing the talisman, Valerie's was stunned speechless. "This thing is the master insane? Once this type of talisman is activated, you have to go all the way. There's no turning back. This is too bold. It's all here." No wonder he had to send someone directly to deliver the letter. The letter was just a pretext. Delivering this item was the real purpose. And then, the mask was removed? revealing a face full of scars. The master has ordered that if something major happens, the fish will die and the net will break. There is no other way. At this moment, Valerie's was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. He even sent this talisman here. It seems the master is determined to see this through to the end. Who else is coming here besides you? Hearing this, the assassin quickly replied, they're also the 4 great diamond guardians. It seems this is the final battle. Next, you will stay at the place I have prepared. Try not to reveal your identity. He heard this and quickly replied, all right, my lord. Please understand that we are only a reserve force and will not act unless absolutely necessary. And then with a whoosh, the assassin vanished in a flash, leaving Valerie's with a dazed expression, muttering, a century-long plan. At the most critical moment, it's so easy for people to make mistakes. What happened to the sacred demon sect? I have spent so many years in the Ignis dynasty serving this kingdom. There can be no mistakes with this plan. At Talon's estate, Lord Marius and his daughter were reigning intensely, while our Talon was eating and drinking to his heart's content, with a face that made everyone want to punch him. Squat down a little more. You're a father. How can you not even be as good as your own daughter? What's wrong with you? At this point, Lord Marius couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground with a thud. Why? Why is it so hard? Your Highness? Talon heard this, shook his head, and quickly replied, if you train your body without training your spirit, you'll be useless later on. Your foundation is too weak. You're both cultivating, but you're a world apart from my wife, Empress Violetta. She upgrades her cultivation at a dizzying pace, but her foundation is very solid, probably because she has a white sheep's body and is incredibly MLM. Follow me and train with great enthusiasm, and see how wonderful your daughter is. Hearing this, Lena turned to her father and encouraged him. Dad, come on. The Prince Consort's training method is extremely effective. It's not just about strengthening the foundation. It seems to be able to improve one's talent as well. Her father heard this and wondered about this so-called improving talent. Talon took a sip of wine and explained, my cultivation method uses the power of heaven and earth to elevate one's self. In a way, it's quite interesting, and I've practiced it before. On the outside, you train the body. On the inside, you train the ki and blood. Cultivate yourself constantly, tap into your potential, and break the limits of the human body. The purpose of this technique is to shatter the self, establish an inner world, connect the mind with the spirit, and connect the mind with the world. Hearing this, both father and daughter were utterly shocked by what this training method could bring. As for Talon, he angrily urged Lord Marius to continue training. Why aren't you continuing your training? The tempering of the spirit must begin today. Get those hands up. At this moment, our Talon was extremely pleased and thought, Lord Marius turns out to be a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. The name, the esteemed Heavy Knight, might soon be known far and wide. It's true. Today, our Talon went on a scenic trip with Lena and Ember. At this moment, a popcorn vendor enthusiastically called out to him, Your Highness, this is delicious and nutritious buttered popcorn. Would you like to try some? Talon saw this and eagerly ate, asking about the health of the popcorn seller's mother. The man heard this and was deeply moved, stammering, everything has been arranged. Sir, if it weren't for the money you lend my family, my mother would have. Anyway, is the popcorn delicious? Your Highness, it's absolutely divine. But I must correct you. That money wasn't a loan from me. It was a reward from the Empress. You must remember this. The popcorn seller heard this and cried out, Rest assured. Your Highness, I will definitely do more good deeds. I will not disappoint you and the Empress for your generosity. After walking a few more steps, an old woman cheerfully said, This veil was meticulously hand-embroidered by me. You can take it back as a gift for the Empress. Your Highness, if the Empress hadn't lent me money, I don't know where I would have gotten the money to set up this stall. After a few more steps, Sir, please try these candies I made myself. Sir, this is fruit from my home garden. It's very sweet. Please try some, Your Highness. And so, everyone in King Yan Town started talking amongst themselves. The Prince Consort is a good person. Ever since Her Majesty married him, the atmosphere in our capital has gotten better and better. That's right. The Prince Consort is kind-hearted towards others and would never collude with evil forces. That's right. They say the Prince Consort is the king of flattery. But who doesn't like hearing flattery? They say a famous person must have a reputation. But it seems our Prince Consort doesn't have one yet. How about we give the Prince Consort a nickname to show our respect? I wonder if he would accept it. It should be fine. And so, a nickname for our Talon was born. Upon returning to the estate, Talon said wearily. Seeing this, Lena Undember asked him with concern. At that moment, our Talon was sweating profusely with embarrassment. Do you two have nicknames? Lena heard this and said gravely. It's Flame Dance Sword. I went through fierce battles to break through my realm and challenge the geniuses of the Ignis dynasty on my path of martial arts. Her Majesty at that time bestowed upon me such a title. After hearing this, Talon quickly turned to Ember to ask about her nickname. She replied, Before I became a major general, I was responsible for clearing out the bandits in the Ignis dynasty for a period of time and was known as the Empress's Hound. And at that moment, our Talon fell into a deep depression. Damn it, why do their nicknames sound so cool and awesome? And then there's my nickname. The Utmost Benevolent. Freeloading. Celestial Lord. What the hell kind of nickname is that? Our Talon felt like he was about to collapse, his mood utterly dejected as he dragged himself home, causing Lena Undember to worry greatly. Your Highness, what has made you like this? Your Highness, please wait for us. At that moment, the three of them passed by a beggar girl on the side of the road, which made Ember curious. It seems the prince consort is in a really bad mood. He didn't even give a single coin to the beggar on the street. And so, the three of them walked away, leaving the beggar girl with a very serious expression, looking in their direction and marveling. I never thought that in a place like this, there would be such a talented woman. How surprising. A moment later, they arrived somewhere and met an old man. At this moment, he was extremely grateful. Sir, you are truly the second parents of our King Yan town. Not only did you pay for the roads, but you also created the Empress's King Yan wine, and even made a contract to lease the mountain range southeast of King Yan town to raise more wild boars, ducks, and other livestock, especially the wild boar meat, which has become the second signature dish of King Yan town, right after the Empress's King Yan wine. And that is a priceless thing that makes everyone extremely grateful to you. At this point, the old man was so grateful he was crying his eyes out, while our Talon had an incredibly cute, choosy, and proud face. Just as I predicted, I had someone set up a barrier on the mountain to protect the wild boars. The taste is beyond words, but it's okay. Mr. Mayor, what you said are things I should do. I came here this time to get some wine, then go to the livestock farm southeast of Mount King Yan to slaughter a wild boar and enjoy a wonderful feast. Now, he was extremely anxious and thought, let go of me. Old man, I want to eat meat. I want to drink wine. Don't stop me anymore. Lord Marius is still waiting to cook delicious food for me at the estate. At this moment, with his super hearing, he could hear whispers from a great distance. How can this be? How is this possible? It's just a pig farm. Why are there so many formations? What the hell? What are these formations protecting? At this moment, our Talon was extremely angry. Is there something wrong with my pig farm? Hey girl, she's trying to sabotage my farm. No, that can't be allowed to happen. And then with a swift whoosh, you all wait here for me to handle my business. I'll be right back. Damn it, someone is trying to steal my pig farm. Son of a bitch. At the wild boar farm, it was the same beggar girl from before, named Lilith. She was bound by the barriers, in extreme pain, but the viewers seemed to really enjoy this pain. She marveled. This ancient formation is really troublesome. I don't know how many years it's been, but it's still so resilient. It'll take at least a few more hours to get out. Is it really this hard to get a taste of the legendary King Yan wild boar? Just wait a little longer. My delicious little wild boars. Huh? What the hell? How can an ordinary person break into the formation so easily? At that moment, our Talon discovered her and rushed over with a panicked expression. They say a meal is a source of great strife. It's a meal, and you'll argue for a week. After reaching the pig farm and seeing the hot girl tied up in extreme pain, Talon blushed and wondered, isn't this the beggar girl I saw earlier? But anyway, she looks pretty delicious herself. At this moment, our Talon was staring intently at the girl's full chest with an extremely lustful expression, which made her feel terrified. And she shouted, Get lost. Get away from me. You pervert. What are you looking at? You bastard. If I get out of this, I'll gouge your eyes out. You shameless pervert. Hearing this, Talon showed a face full of regret. Well, it seems the fault in this matter lies with me. I've caused a well-endowed girl like you to suffer, haven't I? After speaking, he reached out to the glowing chains. He directly snapped them, to the girl's absolute terror. Don't touch it. This barrier is very dangerous. It can kill a normal person like you. Don't do it. And then with a snap, all the chains on the girl's body were released, revealing a sexy figure and a face filled with utter fear. It made the viewers feel quite comfortable for her. Didn't it? Talon saw this and laughed with joy. Don't worry, this is just a low-level barrier. I had people create it, so I know it very well. See how thin and easy to break these light chains are. It's all my fault. My mind was troubled at the time, so I didn't notice you begging on the side of the road. Otherwise, you wouldn't have risked coming up the mountain to steal pigs like this and be bound in such pain by these barrier chains. I sincerely apologize for what I've caused you. She heard this and fell to the ground in shock, her face filled with confusion and fear. Seeing this, Talon took out a wad of cash worth several tens of millions to buy her some snacks and drinks. Do you need any more help right now? Is this enough money for you to eat snacks and drink for the rest of your life? Don't try to steal the pigs from my farm anymore. Take this money and go eat some pho. Hearing this, the girl wondered about Talon's incredibly fake kindness. Are you some kind of brain-damaged rich guy? Or, are you giving me money to ask me to satisfy some need for you? At this moment, our Talon was stunned. What the hell? Can't even do a good deed anymore? What the hell is this girl thinking? Seeing that Talon seemed quite flustered by her words, Lilith thought intently. Is he faking his anger? I just saw that he could easily break the ancient binding formation. Moreover, it seems to be related to the tripartite pact, so I just wanted to find a way to get closer to him. At this point, Talon fell into deep thought. This world is always ancient, but people's hearts are never old. What a pitiful girl. First, to survive, she had to beg. Then, she stole my pig. And finally, she even sold her body and soul to me. This is just like how Valeries has ruled this country, isn't it? Lilith now put on an incredibly cute and pitiful face and thought, this guy is really strange. He won't. He doesn't want me. Impossible. How could he resist my well-endowed beauty? After thinking, she pretended to wipe away tears. I'm still very lucky. If I clean up a bit, when I'm by your side, you'll never lose face. Do you see what this is? Dear? That's right. That's it. A big soul is always waiting for you here. Hearing this, our Talon's eyes bulged with horror. The girl saw this and thought triumphantly. I knew it. How could he resist my well-endowed beauty? But our Talon said hell no, and directly gave her a sharp chop to the head, making her tear up in pain. Ouch. Ouch. You don't know. Unbelievable. Well, for the first time, a man has been able to resist my beauty, and he even rejected me twice? But why do I like it so much? Do it again. Sir, I'm kinda getting addicted to this kind of torture. Faced with this strange reaction, our Talon was horrified. Could this girl be an infomaniac with delusions? He hurriedly corrected her. Young lady, your dark thoughts about me are wrong. Do you know that? We are born as humans. We must live through hardships under the sun and drain. How can we just leave it to fate and become so depraved? If you're in trouble, just tell me. I'm willing to help everyone without asking for anything in return. Hearing this, Lilith shyly confessed. But I don't want to accept someone's kindness without giving anything back. But right now, I have nothing but this well-endowed body. Kurime. Hearing this, Talon's patience finally evaporated. He said nothing and gave her a crisp slap to the head. You bastard. Is your brain just for decoration? I've really lost all my patience. Take the money and get the hell out of my sight. I've already shown you the way. And you're still there overthinking things. Do you understand what kindness that doesn't need to be repaid means? But she replied nonchalantly. No. How strange. Why don't I understand that? I'm getting addicted to the way you torture me. Talon was now at the peak of his anger. You bastard. I've explained it this much and you still don't get it? But then, a second later, he paused. What is this? What is this attitude? Is this girl the type with a simple mind and a well-developed body? A person with no brain? Really? Damn it. After a while, the two of them calmed down and spoke to each other calmly. Talon offered to take her back to her loving home, but she replied tragically, No, I don't have a home anymore. My parents killed each other and passed away together, leaving me all alone in this suffering world. Hearing this, Talon felt great pity for her miserable situation. He sat and looked at the girl for a while, then offered, Then follow me from now on. I will take care of you and help you have a better life. What do you think? Hearing this, the girl showed an expression of extreme satisfaction. What did you say? I still don't quite understand what you mean. Talon saw this and was furious, about to give her a hard slap across the face. But then he stopped mid-swing and thought to himself, I can't keep hitting her like this. The last 2 times were with physical force, and she felt extremely excited by it. What a sinner. Damn it, I can't teach her. And I can't just leave her. Can anyone help me? A moment later, when the sun was high in the sky, an old man exclaimed with joy. Huh? What is this? Is that our prince consort? Hearing the words prince consort, Lena and Denver rushed over. What the hell is this? Who is the prince consort leading? Isn't that the beggar girl from earlier? What's going on? It seems she's very grateful and fond of our prince consort. Lilith now wind. I've been walking for so long. I feel exhausted. Could the prince consort carry me on his back? Dear. But our Talon said he'll no. Carry you my ass. Get away from me a bit. The girl once again showed a face of extreme satisfaction. Yes, sir. I understand now. You're so naughty. You want to torture me again, don't you? But I really like it. Lita, Ember, and the old man were all speechless. What the hell? Didn't he say he was going to catch a wild boar thief? How did he end up picking up some delusional nymphomaniac? And what's with our prince consort's attitude? What in the world is going on? A moment later, Ember calmed down and asked who the sensual beggar girl was. Talon heard this but didn't pay attention, directly grabbing her hand and leading her to the town chief. Extremely frustrated. You, give her a job in the women's packaging factory for me, and she must be monitored for the rest of her life, undergoing the most rigorous labor right education program. You must make her understand what it means to be self-reliant, to build a future with her own hands and her own labor. No more selling her assets like before. Damn it, I'm so pissed. After speaking, Talon turned to Lilith, extremely frustrated. Now you understand, right? You bastard. Why are you so hopelessly stupid? Our Lilith, still with that satisfied expression, but confirmed that she understood. Yes, my dear. Lita and Denver, after observing for a while, felt terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. What's wrong with this beggar woman? Why are the prince consorts and her attitude so strange? After speaking, Talon ran off before things could get worse. Mayor, I'll leave the rest to you. Damn you. Lena and Denver hurriedly chased after him, to the town chief's utter astonishment. I can't believe the prince consort, who already has the Empress, would still dare to fool around like this. And now he even dares to bring his chicken back and ask me to raise it for him? Coincidentally, there's a house that the townspeople built to gift to the prince consort. I guess it can be used to lock up the chicken now, right? Our Talon was now running and crying, lamenting. Women are so troublesome. I want to go back to the estate, eat pork, and drink King Yan wine. I need to eat a lot of the food Lord Marius makes to comfort my wounded heart. Tohu, this society is full of traps. One wrong step and they'll steal your innocence. So scary. At Talon's chicken coop, the girl was sitting pensively in the hall, thinking, well, this man is really interesting. Since I was little, my parents have been at odds with each other. It's been so long since anyone dared to hit me like that, and even teach me useful lessons. And he even gave me a job, food, clothing, and a proper place to stay. But this feeling of being locked up in a chicken coop, it's actually really exciting. I never thought I'd have such a good opportunity to be in King Yen Town so openly without anyone suspecting a thing. Suddenly, 3 mysterious beams of light shot straight down in front of her. 3 girls who seemed to bait a horn. 3-headed demons appeared mysteriously. We greet you, my queen. As the 3-headed demon girls flew down and greeted her respectfully. Lilith reverted to her true form, with a long, massive wooden hair down to her butt, with demonic ears and a sharp, mixed-race face, a beauty that would make viewers exclaim, our prince consort really knows how to pick them. At this moment, she gravely asked her subordinates about the tasks she had assigned them before. Hearing this, the subordinate replied in fear, Your Majesty, the tripartite agreement drafted by the Sacred Demon Sect, the Black Soul Coven, and the Eastern Ignis Empire regarding the division of the Grand Ignis Dynasty's fate is still in progress. And the Sacred Demon Sect in the agreement was founded by your 18th brother, the Prince. Therefore, it is reasonable for us to take over the agreement. Hearing this, Lilith cheerfully continued, 18th brother is very capable. If not for his parents fighting for the throne, the Origin Demon Kingdom would have fallen into a 10-year civil war. In the end, they killed each other, To survive, I even had to fight with more than 10 siblings for the throne. This has made my spirit waver. This pact, I'm afraid it should be left for 18th brother to use after he ascends the throne. The Black Soul Hall's vitality has been severely damaged. With limited help, we will still follow the previous methods. Use resources to win the hearts of the Grand Ignis Dynasty's people and dissolve the dynasty from within. Find a way to use my existing resources to bribe the people of the Grand Ignis Dynasty. Hearing this, Lilith's 3 subordinates whispered among themselves. I think it's better to just give alms directly. No, creating a charity like that is meaningless. Directly throwing money out the window is too wasteful. It will have very little effect. Qing Yan Town, where the queen once did that, is a prime example. The effect is too slow because we're hiding our identities. No one knows, so it's not easy to work. It's better to find a high-ranking official of the Grand Ignis Dynasty. The person behind the Eastern Ignis Empire is also the highest-ranking official in the Grand Ignis Dynasty. Right? He will obstruct it. According to the agreement, everyone can only follow the rules and not use force. It's a pity the Black Soul Coven secretly transported people to the Grand Ignis Dynasty through chaos magic. This was a terrible decision that has greatly affected us. That trash boy, he recklessly provoked someone like that. Damn it. And that man, Elder Wu, even encouraged us to challenge the Yama King. We don't even know where he came from. He deserves a kick in the head from the Empress. That bastard. At this moment, our Lilith was lost in thought about her dream lover, none other than our Talon. Her face was completely mesmerized by Talon, to the point of tears. But with such noisy chatter, our Lilith became extremely furious. Damn them. They've been arguing for over an hour and haven't come up with a single decent plan. A bunch of useless idiots. And then, Lilith shot up, magically creating an image of our Talon. Tomorrow, you'll go to the capital to investigate the situation. And while you're at it, investigate this person for me too. When the 3 of them saw the image of Talon, they immediately recognized him. Isn't this the utmost benevolent, freeloading, celestial lord? At this moment, Lilith was utterly stunned. What? The utmost benevolent what? Explain it to me clearly. She quickly thought. I know the meaning of each word, but when put together, it's something quite foreign to me. Lilith's subordinate then explained. Let me tell you, Your Majesty, this man is the husband of the Empress of the Grand Ignis Dynasty, the current prince consort of the Ignis Dynasty, named Talon. He is just an ordinary person who, with his unique charm, seduced Empress Violetta of the Grand Ignis Dynasty and even foiled the plans of Valeries of the Eastern Ignis Empire. Other than that, everything else is very good. The fact that King Nan Town has become so prosperous today is largely due to his contributions. And the name? Utmost Benevolent. Freeloading. Celestial Lord was a nickname given to him by the people in the capital. Hearing this, our Lilith's face darkened. An ordinary person? I'm so mad. Why was he taken by another woman before me? How can I get Talon? I want Talon to support me in the future. And then, how interesting. No, if Empress Violetta finds out about me and Talon fooling around. But why is he being taken care of by the Empress of the Grand Ignis Dynasty? And I can't do the same? At that moment, her eyes lit up as she shouted. I was wrong. The Emperor was wrong from the very beginning. Her 3 subordinates were now extremely worried for their master, with an expression so confusing that even admin couldn't understand it enough to translate. Now, a look of immense passion appeared. I am the reigning Emperor. I truly want to take care of this young man for the rest of my life. Her 3 subordinates heard this and were horrified. What the hell is this? No, why are you getting involved in this love triangle? The mighty, supreme ruler of the Origin Demon Kingdom, possessing the noble bloodline of the Azure Demon race, wants to keep a mere mortal man from the slaughter of the demon race? Your Majesty? Are you joking with your subordinates? Hearing this, Lilith giggled and replied cheerfully. Why would an empress like me joke with you about such a major event in my life? Do you believe in love at first sight? The 3 subordinates now fell into a depression. What the hell is this? Please tell me this is all a lie. Your Majesty. But Lilith said no. It is the truth. I have truly been struck by that thing called love at first mother effing sight. And this is the state of the 3 subordinates. My friends, they have fallen into a depression, their mouths constantly muttering, Your Majesty. Are you simply trying to make a blind and foolish choice? Our Lilith, however, didn't pay them any mind. Still with that mesmerized face. Don't you know? This talent is very suitable for an empress like me. Ah, I don't know how many years it's been since I've been taught a lesson. Don't you think it's great? No. You must quickly help me find a way to snatch him from that Empress of the Grand Ignis. Let's just use this large front courtyard as our bridal chamber. And while we're at it, let's decorate it nicely. The three subordinates could only be speechless and think. Good man. Talon, a creature with super-level flirting abilities, possessing such terrifying charm? For a commoner like Talon, both the Empress of the Grand Ignis, who has never been close to a man, and a demon Empress, who has been said to have an aversion to men since childhood, have fallen at his feet so easily? At the Marius estate, our Talon was drinking wine and eating the dishes Lord Marius had prepared since the afternoon. Now, he was thinking about that beggar girl. Lilith. Admin has read the light novel and confirmed that the beggar girl's name is Loan UAI. So admin will change her name back to Loan UAI to match the original. Everyone. At this moment, Talon remembered the words the girl Loan UAI had said before. If that's the case, can you take care of me? That sentence kept echoing in our Talon's head, making him frown and think, what a strange girl. How can I possibly take care of you? Always demanding that people take care of her. It's really annoying. At this moment, Lena had just returned from delivering food to her mother at the military camp. Seeing Talon's dazed expression, she was surprised and wondered, what's wrong? Prince Consort Talon? Seeing that our Talon didn't react to her question and was lost in thought, Lena turned to look at Ember and asked. Ember shook her head and sighed. Well, it's been over 2 hours since dinner, and he's still been dazed like this, not paying attention to anything. At that moment, Lord Marius brought out the most spectacular dish of the meal. Your Highness, the main course has arrived. It's called the Five-Colored Pagoda of Treasures. Please enjoy your meal. Only then did our Talon react. His eyes lit up, and his face showed a craving as if he hadn't eaten in 80 years. Lord Marius then explained, this is the Five-Colored Pagoda of Treasures. This is my newly created dish. This pagoda is made of meat. It consists of 5 types of meat from the renowned Mount King Yan, including King Yan pork, King Yan mutton, King Yan chicken, King Yan duck, and King Yan fish. The 5 types of meat are marinated with 5 different colors and infused with various spiritual herbs that will release a fragrant, intoxicating aroma. After being lightly fried, the meat is then steamed and finally fried again. At that moment, Lord Marius brought out a bowl of sauce and gently drizzled it from the top of the pagoda. Streams of exquisite sauce flowed evenly over every fiber of meat, leaving our Talon mesmerized and stupefied. It's done. Please, Your Highness, you may taste it now. The moment he heard Lord Marius's cue, Talon picked up his chopsticks and gently took a piece of meat, his eyes shining and his mood simply ecstatic. Oh my god, very thick, yet pure taste from the dipping sauce, followed by a crisp, pure sound. The 5-colored meat with a crispy outer layer but incredibly juicy inside. A feeling that can only be described as Timochi. And so, a mobile excavator was activated. Talon was now like a monster at an eating contest, leaving Lena and Ember speechless. Thank you. This is our Prince Consort Talon, the #1 connoisseur of pleasure. A moment later, our Talon seemed to have satisfied his gluttony. He narrowed his eyes, rubbed his belly, and let out a soul-shaking burp. Lord Marius and Ember calmly drank their tea, as they had long been accustomed to this boorish way of eating. Only Lena was a little curious and spoke up. Sir, what were you worried about earlier? Talon heard this, frowned for a long moment, and replied, this is a bit difficult to talk about, but if I tell you, you all promise not to laugh. Okay? Hearing this, the 3 of them agreed and maintained extremely tense faces, not daring to even part their lips. Seeing this, Talon added, the thing is, there's this girl who wants me to take care of her for the rest of her life. Don't you find that strange? The moment he finished speaking, our Lord Marius couldn't hold it in and spat out the tea in his mouth. Talon was furious. I told you not to laugh. What's with that attitude? Lord Marius quickly explained. Your Highness, don't misunderstand. It's just that I had a small chicken bone stuck in my teeth and was trying to get it out. Please don't mind me. Please continue. Hearing this, Talon continued. I told her I would help her become self-reliant, but she insisted that I support her completely. In this world, is there really a type of person who spends their whole life thinking only about finding someone to support them? It's really giving me a headache. How strange it is. Hearing this, it was Ember's turn to lose it. She burst out laughing but quickly ducked her head down, trembling. Talon, getting even angrier, continued. What are you doing? Pretending to hide your head under the table so I can't see. But I can still hear you. You bastard. Hearing this, Amber quickly explained. It's because I forgot to relax after training just now, so my joints are a bit stiff. Please don't mind me and continue the story. At this point, Talon shut up, beat his chest, and said gravely, I am being very serious with you all. This matter is very important to me. It directly affects my reputation. Lena couldn't hold it in anymore. She burst out laughing with great satisfaction. Talon was now utterly humiliated and furious, slamming the table. You bastards. I'm being sincere, and you're not taking it seriously at all. I've had enough of you. And then thump, thump, thump. The room echoed with the sound of light punches from Talon. A moment later, the three of them were being punished, forced to hold a horse stance for 3 hours with a lump on their heads. Now they were furious. It was clearly the prince consort's fault. What does he mean? It affects his reputation. Isn't his reputation already the utmost benevolent, freeloading, celestial lord, with such a buzzer title, and someone still comes to him asking to be supported? Isn't that laughable? At this point, Talon was extremely angry and shouted, You still dare to be defiant and whisper? I heard everything. Now hold that stance for 3 hours for me. You bastards. I'm so pissed. 3 hours later, the three of them had completed their punishment. Talon then lead Ember away, to Lena's great frustration. It's so unfair. Dad and Ember were laughing so hard their eyes were closed, and he just let it slide. But when I left, I got caught and got 3 lumps on my head. What's up with that? On the way back, Talon suddenly stopped in the middle of the road, his eyes fixed on the lanterns. Seeing this, Ember wondered about it. Hearing this, Talon smiled and said, I was just thinking about some things. It's nice to be illuminated by chance like this, isn't it? After speaking, he continued walking towards his imperial palace. Who says that those in the darkness cannot yearn to step into the light? The next morning, in the imperial study, Talon was lying on the bed, leisurely reading the history of his father-in-law. Since the Astra system was in its final upgrade process, it couldn't play movies for him, so he was a bit annoyed this morning and could only read to kill time. Talon then closed the book and fell into deep thought. With such an excessive amount of spirit stones in the treasury, I wonder where my respected father-in-law got them from. Moreover, why do I have this nagging feeling of anxiety? This is important. At this moment, Empress let her put down her brush and look towards her husband. Wondering? Last night you did her at the Marius estate. Estate. You ate that meat called Ting Yan pork, didn't you? Talon heard this, turned his head, and quickly replied, That's right. All the ingredients for those dishes were sourced from King Yan Town. That place is considered a national treasure. The food produced there is irresistibly delicious. It's just that it costs a lot to set up the protective formations there. Empress Violetta heard this and smiled. No wonder last night's dinner, both the fruits and the food, were incredibly delicious. But this has also stirred up some unpleasant rumors in the court. The imperial chef, a subordinate of Valerie's, said you are using your power and position to inflate prices sky, competing with the common people for profit. Talon heard this and curled his lip in disgust. My wife is the Empress, and yet someone is stabbing me, biting me in the back like this. Violetta frowned. King Yan pork is indeed very expensive. 100,000 tiles for just 1 caddy of King Yan pork. But as long as you want it, Talon, it's fine. I will always follow your wishes. At this point, Talon came over and put his arm around his wife's shoulder. Your calculation is wrong. Things that are rare are precious. Moreover, raising King Yan pork is not easy to get a pound of finished meat. I spent countless resources setting up protective formations around them, and fed them many delicacies that ordinary people might not even get to eat. Furthermore, I even hired people to chase them every day to keep them exercising and maintain their firm bodies. Add to that the unique soil of Mount King Yan, which can't be found anywhere else. All things considered, King Yan pork is worth every penny. It's perfectly reasonable. But who is that imperial censor? Tell me so I can go confront him face to face and see what's what. Hearing this, Violetta chuckled. Are you planning to go lecture him or something? It seems more like you want to go make things difficult for him. Don't look at me with such a bad impression. Well, hearing this, Empress Violetta smiled and shook her head in exasperation. Is that so? As if I'm falsely accusing you. Lester, a secretary from the Ministry of Works came to expose you for selling wine at an exorbitant price. What was the result? You brought Lita to Valen's estate and gave him a sound beating, on the grounds that the secretary from the Ministry of Work sent assassins to kill you. And that day, the Prime Minister's residence was in chaos. Tell me, can such a big event be considered me falsely accusing you? What should I do in a situation like that? Hearing this, Talon hurriedly clasped his hands together with a face full of remorse. I know I was wrong. I hope you will give me a light punishment. At this moment, Empress Violetta pretended to be serious. Then I will give you a very heavy punishment. Hearing this, Talon pouted. Do I have to be punished? I was just kidding. There, the punishment will be to go to Mount King Yanan catch a fat pig. Then bring it here for me to enjoy with some King Yan wine. Hearing this, Talon confidently roared. As you command, my beloved wife, I will do my best to complete the mission. He then thought, I will definitely choose an incredibly delicious pig to win my wife's favor. But suddenly, he froze. King Yan pork. Theo. I know what's wrong now. The one key point I missed. That's right. Betsy, what does she mean? Wants me to support her? It's all just her using her mouth skills to bewitch me. With King Yan pork being so expensive. If she gets a piece, our food and clothing worries will be over. If she gets another piece, she won't have to worry about the latter half of her life. And if she gets many more pieces, what a cunning girl. She wants to rely on me to become rich enough to topple cities? Despicable. You're no different from a mobile dairy cow. And you still dare to save me? At this point, Empress Violetta was watching Talon intently, with an expression that seemed to be angry about something, and she asked with concern. But Talon didn't care, and rushed out of the Imperial study with frantic shouts. Someone is plotting to steal my King Yan pork. Damn it. Empress Violetta was now stunned and bewildered. What? A thief. Stealing King Yan pork? At the chicken coop of the King Yan town chief. It had now been lavishly decorated by Lilith, with a very noble and aristocratic courtyard and even a private rose swimming pool in front of the hall. At this moment, the three handmaidens were dressing Lilith in an incredibly expensive, mystical black silk, interwoven with sparkling golden threads, further enhancing the majestic aura of our demon Empress. Our talent had now arrived, with an extremely hurried and fearful demeanor. Lilith saw this and was utterly surprised. Why did he suddenly come here? I'm not ready yet, and I don't know how I look in this outfit. Will he like it or not? Now, Talon stared at Lilith for a long time. At this point, Talon was still dazed and didn't recognize who Lilith was. But looking closely, she seemed a bit familiar. Isn't this the beggar girl who asked me to support her? He then assessed the clothes Lilith was wearing, which were the most expensive silks in the world. Add to that a magnificent and luxurious haul like this, there was no doubt anymore. At this moment, Talon was trembling with anger and roared. It's you. It was you, wasn't it? In just one night, you managed to sell all of my King Yan pork. At this point, our Lilith was extremely confused, and she looked at her three handmaidens with utter suspicion. Seeing this, the three handmaidens immediately explained that they didn't do it and had no idea what the hell he was talking about. Now our Talon still couldn't contain his anger. Why is there a girl like this in the world? Your conscience is as big as your chest, so why would you do such an inhuman thing? Look at your clothes, and the decorations in this hall. Did you get all of this from your filthy thievery? I saw you as a pitiful beggar girl, struggling to survive until today. It wasn't easy at all. But then what? What did you give me in return for my compassion? Just a stab in the back to the benefactor who saved you. And you even dared to sell my King Yan pork. You bastard. At this point, Lilith understood the problem. It seems he misunderstood me, thinking I stole his pigs. But his angry face is also very handsome. After thinking, she smiled lightly and explained. How could that happen? Those people work so hard to raise such high-quality pigs, only to sell them for a few paltry silver coins. How could I do something so shameful for just a few silver coins? Talon heard this but was still suspicious undated. A few paltry silver coins? In the Imperial City, King Yan pork sells for 100 sorrow tiles per caddy, which is equivalent to over 100 spirit stones. If you sell all the King Yan pork or Mount King Yan, you get at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Hearing this, Lilith fanned herself, covering her Okathis lips and quickly replied, Several tens of thousands of spirit stones are like a grain of sand in the desert to me. After speaking, she ordered her subordinate to bring out a thank you gift for our talent. And then, a massive gift box was brought out. As soon as it was opened, A blinding light appeared. A huge chest of spirit stones was presented. In the Grand Ignis dynasty, the most common are low-grade spirit stones. And here are 1. Daro mid-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude. Talon was now stunned and bewildered, staring at the massive chest of spirit stones and exclaiming, "What happened? Why do these girls exude such an air of nobility and luxury? No, I need to be more careful. What if she's using some secret art to hypnotize me? This world is full of tricks and schemes. I can't judge a book by its cover like this. But this girl is definitely the beggar girl from yesterday. I can't let my guard down. There are many bad people who want to harm me. If I just trust everyone, everything will fall apart." And then Talon blamed himself. Damn it. To avoid noise and trouble, I've sealed my clairaudience ability for the past few days. Otherwise, I would have heard their schemes yesterday. Oh well. Now, Talon walked up to Lilith and got angry. "You were still deceiving me yesterday, pretending to be a pitiful beggar girl to trick my kindness. Who can play against you like this?" As soon as he finished speaking, he gave her a light chop on the head. It made her whimper in pain. Everything has a reason. I was forced to do it. With such a provocative attitude, there was no doubt anymore. Talon was now certain this was the beggar girl from yesterday. No mistake. A moment later, he regained his composure and wondered, "Why are you?" Clearly, yesterday she was a filthy beggar girl. How did she become a wealthy woman with so much money today? Is this some kind of Edith storefront? Get a gold bar fairy tale? Meh. Lilith quickly grabbed our Talon's hand so unexpectedly that he followed her to the table by instinct. At this moment, she introduced herself as Lilith, which in folklore means to find love. Hearing this, our Talon was stunned. Find love? What were your parents thinking? Why did they give you that name? My name. Isn't it pleasant to the ear? My dear? Talon heard this and smiled lightly. Naughty. Of course it's pleasant. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Before he could finish, Lilith quickly grabbed our Talon's large hand with a look of great anticipation and burning eyes fixed on him. I have an urgent request. I come from the Yuanshu on Mo Kingdom and am the eldest princess of the Yuanshu on Mo Kingdom. The Yuanshu on Mo Kingdom has met with a great disaster. My father allowed me to take the national treasury and flee, to run far away from my homeland. My abilities are limited. To restore my kingdom, I can only advance my cultivation through an ancient technique. But that technique requires a man and a woman to cultivate together. Therefore, I want to find someone to entrust myself to as a husband, to advance our cultivation together and restore the empire. Lilith said this, gripping Talon's hand tightly with a pitiful expression and pleading. Meeting yesterday was a test for you. And at that moment, I understood that you were the one I have been searching for all this time. At this point, Talon's eyes widened and he was speechless. A strange thought crossed his mind. The people of the Grand Ignis are all prophets. The title at most benevolent. Freeloading. Celestial Lord, they gave me. It was a bit strange at first. But now someone is actually bringing a freeloader's meal here. If this isn't the freeloading Celestial Lord they spoke of, then what is it? After Lilith's divine flirting, Talon was mesmerized and dazed. But then he calmed down and thought, no, this is impossible. One freeloaded meal for Violetta is already more than enough. Now she wants to eat another freeloaded meal from Lilith. This is just damn shameless. Now, our Talon had thought things through. He looked at Lilith with a determined gaze. Your Highness, there is something you do not know. I am currently the Prince Consort, properly married into the Grand Ignis dynasty. The matter of having 3 or 4 wives is something I can never do. This would be very unfair to my wife, Empress Violetta, and even to you. Do you understand that? But I will still give you this piece of advice. Money cannot solve all the problems in this world. The Empress of the Grand Ignis, Violetta, has far more money than you. Are you trying to show off your wealth to me? Of course not. Hearing this, our Talon continued to advise. I, Talon, am not a greedy person. I have no need for those spirit stones. You can just take them back and put them away, because that is the capital you will need to restore your kingdom later on. So, this is probably a bit too wasteful. After speaking, our Talon pushed the box of spirit stones back towards Lilith. After hearing Talon's sincere teachings, her heart bloomed like a flower in the cold winter. She propped her chin on her hand and looked at him with an adoring gaze. What's wasteful about this? My dear, compared to the Empress of the Grand Ignis, it's not certain who has more money. This little bit of spirit stones is nothing to me. Hearing this, Talon got a little angry, hoping Lilith would understand the issue. What are you talking about? You are an empress who has lost her country and had to flee in a hurry with the national treasury. How much could you have brought with you? How can you compare to the empress of the Grand Ignis? Don't you know? If converted to mid-grade spirit stones, just the small treasury of the Grand Ignis alone would surpass your assets. The moment he finished speaking, a door suddenly appeared and opened next to our Talon. Inside were countless gold, silver, and jewels piled up to the ceiling. An incredibly terrifying sight. Talon could only gape and marvel. The treasures in this secret vault, if calculated in mid-grade spirit stones, must be worth tens of billions. What kind of green vegetable is this? Talon regained his composure and looked over at our Lilith. Now, she was playfully using Herfin to cover half of Herc Okath's face. Her hand propped on her chest, and her eyes squinted seductively in a very bizarre way. At this point, he turned away and thought coldly. This is too terrifying. This secret vault can grow and shrink at will. Just like my own precious. It looks even more magnificent than my father-in-law's old national treasury. Not to mention those spirit stones, so abundant and sparkling like diamonds. It's truly beyond my imagination. But it seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? If her family wasn't so wealthy, she probably wouldn't be so well endowed. And then he turned back to Lilith once more. His expression stirred. It's true. If we're comparing wealth, you are a bit more well endowed than Empress Violetta. But as I said at the beginning, money can't solve all the problems in this world. I'm very happy, comfortable, and content being the prince consort in the Ignis dynasty. There's no reason for me to take on another well-endowed burden like you. After speaking, he walked straight up to our Lilith, raised his hand high, and prepared to give her another sharp chop on the head. Lilith closed her eyes tightly, waiting to enjoy the painful yet stimulating sensation. And then, a swish sound was heard, an incredibly gentle sound with no pain at all. Lilith saw this and immediately opened her eyes, expecting something more stimulating. But then, our Talon put on an incredibly goofy face and laughed until his ears ached. It's just that you came one step too late. A big chest but such a small brain. From now on, don't be so clueless. Who in their right mind would show such a priceless treasure vault to others for free? Faced with Talon's radiant, African-level smile, Lilith felt as if she had been struck by a bolt of love, straight to the heart. With eyes burning with an affection she could no longer hide. I'm really falling madly in love with you more and more. Even if I'm rejected 3,000 more times, I will never, ever let you go. Talon could only place his hand on his forehead and shake his head in exasperation. I almost forgot. This girl's ability is that the colder I am, the more she clings to me. It's really so annoying. Lilith was now overjoyed and continued. However, I will make things too difficult for you. Brother Talon, how about we try living together first? Just to friends who are a little more than normal. What do you think, Brother Talon? Talon, his face full of doubt, looked at Lilith and quickly replied, Are you saying? Lilith nodded seriously. Not bad. Just normal friends. Chatting a bit, a little something in bed. Meeting up regularly every week. But on second thought, this will definitely take up a lot of Brother Talon's precious time. So I will compensate you by giving you 1 million spirit stones a month as a chatting fee. Tiamati, just for taking care of a few small matters like washing the bed sheets. The price she quoted sent a jolt of electricity through Talon's entire body, a cold sweat breaking out on the back of his neck. What? 1 million spirit stones? She's truly a genuine sugar mommy. Every time she opens her mouth, a fortune comes pouring out, enough to blind people. But no, Talon immediately composed himself, determined not to let money cloud his judgment, and sternly rejected Lilith. That money is for you to restore your kingdom. If I accept it, I'll be no different from a degenerate animal, ruining my reputation. No, it can't be like that. However, Lilith seemed to have anticipated his refusal and quickly shut him down with an undeniable argument. Brother Talon, don't you love doing good deeds, helping the people of the Grand Ignis dynasty? But the Grand Ignis dynasty is vast, and there are many people in difficult situations that you still can't reach. Hearing this, Talon's expression changed slightly, his brow furrowing slightly. What? Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? Faced with his loving scolding, Lilith just let out a soft sound and shook her head playfully. How would I dare? It's just a small suggestion for Brother Talon to consider. If Brother Talon had 1 million spirit stones every month, wouldn't you be able to do even more good deeds? Wouldn't you be able to help even more people in the Grand Ignis dynasty? Isn't that a wonderful thing? Then, she leaned close to Talon's ear, her hot breath full of seduction. Once the people of the Grand Ignis can live warm and happy lives, and the nation's power is strong, then perhaps they can even help the Yuan-Chu on Mo Kingdom restore its former glory. Isn't this a great thing for the world? Besides, you've been so insistent on teaching me to be good. Isn't this a good opportunity? Her words were like honey, and even Talon was a little moved. His eyes involuntarily glanced at the box of spirit stones as he thought to himself, this girl is making more and more sense. Just a little chat, and I can mobilize 1 million in funds for charity. His reason and conscience finally found a perfect common ground. A happy idea flashed in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Lilith's words were really brilliant. A little chat. So easy. It's not like fighting and killing. On the contrary, I'm bored to death all day and night. With my spare time, just a little bit of talking can bring blessings to the Grand Ignis dynasty. Besides, isn't bringing blessings to the Grand Ignis also a way to repay Empress Violetta? And so, the box was quickly tucked under his arm, accompanied by a few joyful words. On behalf of the people of the Grand Ignis, I thank you for your donation. Lilith heard this and beamed, rushing to grab Talon's arm. So, Brother Talon, chatting with me now shouldn't be a problem, right? Seeing this, Talon frowned and pulled his arm back. Don't just hug me like that. We're just friends talking. It makes me uncomfortable. You said it was just chatting, so why are you getting all hands wide? I also want to make it clear I sell my art, not my body. Being pushed away, Lilith wasn't angry at all, but boldly went to hold his arm again. I've supported you wholeheartedly in realizing your dream of benevolence, even for normal friends. What's a little arm in arm? Talon now felt the softness pressing against his arm to the point where his blood could barely circulate. And he snapped, aren't you just trying to take advantage of me? No. This is too unfair. Too unfair to me. Unless... Lilith bit her lip lightly, tightened her grip on his arm, and stared at him. Unless what? Brother Talon? Unless I get more money. After half an hour of chatting, Talon walked out with a clear look of exhaustion. His mouth was so dry his skin was peeling. But he was holding an additional 3 million spirit stones. He felt extremely satisfied. Just a little chat, and he gets 3 million spirit stones a month. This money could be used for so many good deeds. It's just that he had to think of more grand and bombastic words to scold Lilith, and sometimes even get physical. This was a bit troublesome, because this kind of violent service didn't suit his style. In the hall, Lilith had slumped in her chair, her massive assets resting on the table. Brother Talon has been gone for a day already. I really miss him to death. The 3 handmaidens standing beside her could only look at each other, stunned. It's hopeless. My lady is completely hopeless now. She's been poisoned by the one named Talon. But then again, that Talon is somewhat useful. We can rely on him to distribute treasures to the people of the Grand Ignis and help the nation's fortune level up, according to our intelligence. Besides spending a little on food, drink, and entertainment, Talon uses most of the spirit stones for charity, mainly focusing on to groups the elderly with no one to rely on and orphans with no home. At that moment, the atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly froze as the black shadows unexpectedly appeared, leaving the handmaidens in a state of utter panic. The thin mist dissipated, revealing 2 not-so-friendly faces. One was Valerie's, hiding his identity from the Eastern Ignis Empire under the guise of the Grand Ignis's prime minister. The other was his son, Valerie's clasped his hands behind his back and spoke gravely. You must be the sect master of the Azure Demon sect. Valor, however, had his eyes glued on Lilith, his face drooling with desire. This was clearly a stunning beauty. Not only was her face breathtaking, but her figure was also incredibly MLM-worthy. He subconsciously glanced down at Lilith's full chest, but before he could satisfy his lustful gaze, a sudden sharp sound echoed. Valerie's was startled and tried to react, but it was too late. Valen's eyes began to bleed. He fell to his knees in agony, crying out pathetically, my eyes, my eyes. Lilith retracted her to fingers, her face as cold as ice, a golden light flickering in her pupils. She smirked, her eyes filled with contempt. This man is truly nauseating, daring to look at my pair with those eyes. Subordinates, on my command, kill this piece of scum right now. On her command, the handmaiden shot towards the father and son. Valerie's, seeing the situation was not good, Valerie's quickly deployed a protective barrier. He panted, asking in astonishment, Sect Master of the Sacred Demon Sect. What is the meaning of this? By now, the handmaiden was upon him, delivering a powerful kick towards the barrier. Valerie's hurriedly reinforced his hands with spirit energy to block the blow. The two techniques collided, and a purple light enveloped the entire house. It pushed Valerie's back more than 2 meters. He roared in anger. My status in the Eastern Ignis Empire is not low. Are you, the Sect Master of the Sacred Demon Sect, trying to break our tripartite agreement? Lilith let out 2 cold laughs and turned away, completely ignoring Valerie's words. What are you that I should listen? At the same time, the handmaiden closed in again, unleashing several more powerful kicks that made Valerie struggle to defend. Sect Master of the Sacred Demon Sect. What in the world are you trying to do? Valerie's couldn't hold it in any more and roared. Do you really want to make such a commotion that everyone knows about this? The success or failure of 150. At this final moment, do you want everything to turn to dust? The tripartite agreement still holds. The Sacred Demon Sect is the third party. We can be considered acquaintances. Hearing this, Lilith finally deigned to speak, signaling her handmaiden to retreat. The handmaiden retracted her attack and flew back behind her master. Only then did Valerie's hurriedly kneel beside his son, using appellant spirit energy to hastily treat him. In his heart, he was filled with bitter resentment. This crazy dog. This woman is completely insane. I'm really playing with fire. A moment later, when his son's wound had stabilized, Valerie suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice, What exactly do you want? Lilith raised her chin and looked at him. You came unannounced. What is it that you want? Valerie took a deep breath and slowly replied. I just heard that the Sacred Demon Sect had arrived in the Grand Ignis, so I wanted to come and pay a personal visit. Hearing this, one of the 3 handmaidens spoke up on behalf of her master. Pay a visit, my ass. Didn't your parents teach you to knock before entering? We thought you were a person who understood etiquette. But, look at your son. The moment he walked in, he was staring at our Empress's pair. Where are your manners? Where is the respect for hierarchy? Do you have anything to explain? Valerie fell into deep thought. This is indeed my son Valen's fault. I originally intended to enter the hall stealthily, to surprise them and make them appreciate my abilities. Who knew it would backfire? After thinking, Valerie sighed, stood up, and clasped his hands towards Lilith. What must I do to atone for my mistake? Please, Sect Master, just state your conditions. Lilith narrowed her eyes. Wanting to end this peacefully is very simple. Valerie clenched his fists, his mind racing. No matter what this woman demands, I can meet it. I'm not afraid of her making demands, only that she doesn't speak reason. Lilith, with her golden eyes, stared at Valerie's. Talon is the man I have my eyes on. I am also the one supporting him. From now on, when you see him, you must ask him carefully and not let him face any difficulties. You must help him at all times. If you can't do this, the first person I will kill is your son. Next will be you. At worst, I'll just have a falling out with the Eastern Ignis Empire and the Celestial Archives. It's no big deal. As she finished speaking, an overwhelming power emanated from her, terrifying Valerie's to his core. What did she just say? A Sect Master of the Sacred Demon Sect, an extremely tyrannical person, is saying that if I want my son to live, if I want this to end peacefully, I must protect and shelter that pretty boy. Talon? Valerie fell into deep thought. Talon, I really misjudged you. I was truly blind to have considered you an ordinary person. You are clearly a force that could be called a world-disrupting demon man. I had calculated over 982,000 ways to please Lilith. But it's clear that man proposes and God disposes. Only heaven could have calculated this Talon scenario. Talon does indeed have a certain quality about him that is hard to describe in words. It can make others feel captivated and want to be intimate. What is this feeling? With a slap, Valerie suddenly slapped himself hard, his face horrified. What the hell was I just thinking? Why did I just have a perverted thought about a man? Talon? He's truly a demon man. Talon. Lilith frowned, staring at Valerie's. Haven't you decided yet? This kind of self-pity act is useless in front of me. Valerie's regained his senses and could only nod. This small matter, of course, can be done. At this point, he fell into deep thought again. If I don't agree, what can I do? Argue reason with this woman? She clearly prefers a pretty face over the country. If I don't follow, and she turns on me and wants to kill both me and my son, and we die, won't that be the end of it? The key point is this: the Sect Master of the Sacred Demon Sect wants to back out. And if the reason is that I, as a member of the Imperial Liu family, will be beheaded by the Great Emperor along with my entire family. Lilith turned to Valerie's undated. Remember, you can't expose this, because I have my own reasons for being so good to him. If you sneakily reveal this secret and the news reaches Talon, making him wary, you know very well what the consequences will be. Now, get out of here. Faced with such a resolute and powerful Lilith, Valerie's could only swallow his pride and meekly ask for permission to leave, carrying his unconscious son as he climbed over the wall to depart. On the way back, Valerie's heart screamed with humiliation. This is truly an immense disgrace. As the Prime Minister of the Grand Ignis dynasty, I have never suffered such a humiliation before. And the source of it all is that Talon. What's even more hateful is that from now on, I have to face Talon with a smiling and friendly expression. Valerie's was running like a madman, his anger growing with every thought. He suddenly stopped him through his son. Valen, to the ground. You wretched, rebellious son. You almost ruined the 30-year plan I've built. If I couldn't have another child, I would have strangled you long ago and had another one. Valen had woken up by now, but hearing Valerie's words, he could only pretend to be unconscious, not daring to make a sound. On Lilith's side, she was lost in thought about her talent. One day, when he finds out about the things I've been doing for him in secret, Brother Talon will be moved to tears and leave Violetta to be with me. If there really is such a day, I can't be too cruel. Letting that Violetta be his concubine and serve him would also be an act of accumulating merit for myself. Lilith's handmaiden looked at her master's enraptured face and could only turn pale and be speechless. For such fantasies, you're as happy as if it were New Year's Day. It's truly hopeless. Our Empress is beyond saving now. That night, Talon was in the Imperial study, lying on his bed, feeling bored. Well, I wonder how Astra's upgrade is going. It's really a bit hard to sleep without the system's sleep support. Astro heard this unannounced. Beloved Master, the Astro system has been successfully upgraded. I apologize for making you wait so long. Hearing this, Talon immediately lay down, closed his eyes, and entered a dream state. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a very hazy, dreamlike space. Suddenly, Astro spoke from behind him. Master, may I be of any assistance? Talon quickly turned around, and just as he was about to speak, what the hell is this? What greeted him was no longer the familiar tomato, but a stunningly beautiful young woman with a full chest that replaced the two small tomatoes of yesteryear, in the form of a very friendly maid. Talon's face turned pale as he exclaimed, Is that you, Astro? The girl bowed her head. Are you well? Master, what did you do to turn into this form? Astro replied cheerfully. To begin, Master, you are a super high-dimensional being. The field around you affects the existence of everything around you. As your servant, living within your body, I upgrade and evolve in unpredictable ways. Becoming this form is a natural occurrence. Talon now understood and marveled. Oh, is that so? Then can you turn into a man so I can be less tired? But Astro said it was impossible. Although I am a system, my fundamental gender is female. It cannot be changed. Then why did you turn into a form that makes me so tired? Astro replied cheerfully. I evolved, and then personified my appearance based on my primordial nature. You can understand that my default form must be like this. As for the outfit, I based it on the knowledge gathered from your subconscious. I then synthesized it and found out that you like this type of attire. And to please you, I tried to create the outfit that you like the most. Talon was hit right where it hurt and broke out in a sweat, shouting, You're talking nonsense, and you're saying it so loudly. How could I possibly like this kind of maid outfit? You're falsely accusing me. I don't like any outfit. Do you hear me? I don't like what you're wearing at all. I mean, I don't like any particular type of outfit. Your system is groundlessly slandering an innocent person. Talon now adopted a serious demeanor. All right, it's time to sleep. In a little while, remember to turn on the sleep support mode for me. Yes, Master. But hey, I have a small suggestion about those white stockings. You should change them to black. I prefer black stockings with a few rips in them. You said you synthesized my preferences, but making a mistake like this is not acceptable. The moment he finished speaking, the system chuckled and said, As you command, Master, and immediately switched to a pair of black stockings with a few rips, just as our Talon liked. At this moment, the system returned to its main task, activating the sleep support mode to block any nightmares that might invade the Master's consciousness. At that moment, The nightmares, like meteors from outer space, rained down towards our Astra. In the critical moment of resistance, Astra drew on the power within Talon, fully charging herself and transforming it into a solid shield to protect our Talon's dreamscape. Astra looked at Talon for a moment. Sleep well, my esteemed master. Now, outside the shield, countless nightmares, like a meteor shower, rained directly onto the solid shield. Astra now thought to herself, these are the troubles my master faces while sleeping deeply. Are they memories from his past life in that place called Earth? At this moment, after the meteors hit the protective shield, they shattered, and images of Talon's nightmares appeared. It was the scene of a training ground with many young children, and they were undergoing an extremely grueling test. Our Talon was at this moment leading a white dog, running as fast as he could. Beside him, a coach was recording the data from the test. Bo Yan, 9 years old, 27th place. Yan, 10 years old, 8th place. Talon, 6 years old, 1st place. As the coach announced the results, all the children in the training ground stared intently at the leading child. Talon. Despite this leading achievement, the child Talon remained cold-faced, not saying a word, his eyes sharp. This result was not surprising at all. At this moment, the coach also asked everyone to disperse. Talon was to stay behind. A moment later, when only Talon and the coach were left in the stadium, Talon was happily giving his white dog a drink of water. And this is our Talon's adoptive father. He approached Talon, ruffled his hair, and marveled. I knew you wouldn't disappoint this old father. Talon at this moment also bowed solemnly to his father and said, I will try even harder. Sir, his adoptive father said cheerfully, is there anything you want me to reward you with? Just say it, and your father will surely do it for you as an encouragement. But Talon replied, no, there isn't. His father then stood up and looked at the white dog. Is this the dog you trained yourself? Good. He's a talent, just like his master. Hearing this, Talon's eyes sharpened, and he nodded in response. He's very cute and smart, just a little training. And Fuck Truck was able to get 1st place in the test. His father came over and petted the dog. It seems you really like this dog, don't you? This is the first time I've heard you say such a long sentence. So, what's his name? Talon smiled faintly and replied seriously. It's Vuong Tai. Father. Hearing Talon call his name, Vuong Tai wagged his tail and jumped into Talon's arms, playing with him for a long time. His father at this moment also smiled brightly and called Talon's name once more, then stood up with a very frightening expression. Although you are still very young, I feel it's time to give you your first mission. Hearing this, Talon stood up with a very serious tone. Yes, father. The moment he finished speaking, he took out a gun and handed it to Talon. Your first mission will be to kill it. As he spoke, he pointed straight at Talon's white dog, leaving Talon stunned. At that moment, the mirror of memory of that dog, Vuong Tai, shattered with the system's emotional turmoil. She went to Talon's side, placed his head on her lap, and said affectionately, this name, Vuong Tai. It seems the master really liked it, didn't he? The next morning, just as the sky was beginning to brighten, around 5 Ember had already led a group of people to the Imperial study and shouted, Your Highness, it's time to wake up. You have to attend court today. Talon groggily opened his eyes, sat up, and stretched gracefully. At that moment, he felt that something was not right. How strange. Why did my pillow feel so soft and smooth last night when I slept? I've never felt so comfortable before. A moment later, Talon had arrived at court. At this moment, the civil and military officials greeted him in a very standard manner. Only Valerie's was a bit timid and meek, breaking out in a cold sweat. Valerie's now put on a cheerful face and clasped his hands in a respectful greeting. Looking at the prince consort's complexion, it seems you didn't have a good night's sleep last night, did you? I have a stick of calming incense in my residence that can help stabilize the spirit and improve sleep very effectively. After court, I will have someone bring it over for the prince consort to use. The court officials at this moment looked at Valerie's behaving so politely and friendly towards the prince consort, and they were so stunned it was as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Talon was now gaping and dumbfounded. What the hell are you doing? That sinister smile. I know now. You are truly a poisonous bastard. A stick of incense laced with poison. You can even do that. What a truly sinister person. Talon warily looked at Valerie's and thought, to show kindness without reason is either a scam or a robbery. I don't know what he's up to. This is really disadvantageous for me. Or maybe I should just kill him with one punch? Thinking of this, Talon glanced around, and then frowned. Damn it, there are too many people here. I can't just kill him in the open like this with one punch. No, Talon, you have to calm down a bit. This is Valerie's, a good prime minister in this Ignis dynasty. If you kill him now, the Grand Ignis dynasty will collapse. How will they be able to support you then? Talon mentally admonished himself, took a few deep breaths, smoothed his hair, and regained his composure. Valerie's was now looking at our Talon in horror, his heart also filled with frustrated curses. Damn you! What do you mean? I want to poison you with incense? If it weren't for that lovesick woman, Lilith, I would die before I'd suck up to you so humiliating lie. And what was with that look you gave me just now? You're a normal person with no cultivation at all. Yet, you dare to give me that death stare? Are you trying to rape me or something? You bastard. And after a long moment of thinking about the threats from Empress Lilith, Valerie's could only suppress the burning anger in his heart. Your Highness, please don't misunderstand. I was only thinking of the state and society of the Grand Ignis dynasty. You have recently done a few good deeds that have made me understand that you are a benevolent person. That title, the utmost benevolent, freeloading, celestial lord, is truly well-deserved. I am truly very happy to be able to help with your health. With that, Valerie stepped up beside Talon and gave him a thumbs up, showing immense admiration and sincerity. Talon was now speechless and frozen, just looking at Valerie's and thinking, I can feel his sincerity. He really seems to be directing his kind heart towards me. There's no evil aura on his body, only the warmth and sincerity of an ordinary person. But the problem here is that so-called well-deserved praise. In front of all the officials of the opposing faction, he was able to praise me so shamelessly. Talon suddenly looked around. Just as expected, all the officials were bowing their heads, their shoulders shaking as they laughed silently. Especially that bastard, Lord Marius. You, with that bloated body of yours, turn somewhere else. You think I don't know you're laughing? Tonight, I'll make you train double time until you die. You old fart. A moment later, after the morning court session ended perfectly, our Talon proposed building an orphanage in the Grand Ignis dynasty. Valerie supported it with surprising vehemence, although a few people objected. With the power of the Empress and our Prime Minister, the matter was passed very smoothly. Inside the Grand Ignis Hall, the civil and military officials had all withdrawn, leaving only Talon, Lord Marius, and General Leona with Empress Violetta to discuss some questions. And it was none other than Valerie's attitude today that was truly too strange. Empress Violetta looked at Talon and wondered, have you really not been up to anything lately? Could it be that? Because Talon has been doing many good deeds recently. He has been recognized by Valerie's? This possibility, although very low, is a rare case, but it cannot be ruled out. After all, in recent years, Valerie's style of conduct has been to prioritize the Grand Ignis dynasty in everything. Talon at this moment shook his head. I'm also wondering about that strangeness. I just woke up from a nap and saw Valerie's with such a kind and cheerful attitude. It made me feel like there was something wrong with me. Then you see how, just after court, he looked at me with a perverted smile and acted like he cared about my health. What the hell was that about? Lord Marius nodded gently. It is indeed an unusual situation. Moreover, Valen suddenly fell ill and requested to stay at his residence. Unable to attend court, I wonder if this has anything to do with his unusual attitude. General Leona waved her hand with great spirit. Why think so much about it? When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. If there's a difficulty, we'll just solve it with all our might. What's the big deal? Talon at this moment looked out of the hall. The sun was now high in the sky, which made him panic. Not good. It's getting late. I need to leave quickly. Otherwise I'll be late. After speaking, he rushed outside, with a few hurried parting words. Violetta, dear, I'll come to the Imperial study this afternoon too. Rub up against you a bit. Make sure you're on time. Lord Marius saw this and quickly shouted, Your Highness, where are you going? What do you want for lunch? I'm going to get some money. I won't be back for lunch today. After speaking, Talon vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving everyone in a state of utter shock. The money. Our prince consort knows how to get money now? Empress Violetta was now thinking with frustration. Get money? I've been giving you spending money recently. Was it not enough? Thinking back, Talon's spending had indeed increased significantly lately, especially since he wants to open an orphanage and do countless good deeds. He must want to pay for it himself without touching the national treasury. Perhaps he has a strong sense of pride and self-respect. Should I find some excuse to give him more money? But how much would be enough to help him? Some time passed. In the autumn, the weather was cool and comfortable. Talon was in the Imperial study, writing something, but his mind was preoccupied with the breakfast at the Imperial Palace. It was as bad as a robbery. Lord Marius could make a breakfast 10 times better than those useless palace chefs with his eyes closed. Empress Violetta is truly an easygoing emperor. To be able to eat something like that so happily. He then remembered the morning's events and pondered. This morning, I went to see Lilith. She insisted on going to the hot springs with me. I didn't want to go, but she offered to increase my allowance to ensure the orphan children could eat well and be well dressed. And those orphan children are in their growing years and need proper nutrition. I really had no choice. She was absolutely right. The orphan children get to eat well and be well dressed. And I get an excuse to eat 10-year-old steamed buns? No. That's not it. This is my own way of doing charity. It's true. Sacrificing oneself to accumulate virtue. There's nothing shameful about that. I'm considered a person who is wholeheartedly devoted to the people, without a shred of personal gain. At this moment, Talon also remembered the trip to the hot springs. My God, won't you catch a cold wearing a bathing suit like that? Oh no, you're having a nosebleed. Talon at that time was timid. No, I'm fine. You just soak on your own. I'm fine. But, oh my God, why is this hot spring so white and round? The scene shifts to the next day in the Grand Ignis. As Talon was leaving the Imperial City, he unexpectedly ran into Valerie's. He was smiling from ear to ear, his voice soft and respectful, his eyes gleaming with a strange excitement. Your Highness, how is the construction of the orphanage coming along? I will help you with the court procedures so you can speed up the construction process as much as possible. Those fake words made me a little scared and feel that there was something cunning about Valerie's. And in the dark of night, I had to reactivate my long-dormant clairaudience to eavesdrop on what Skimsy was plotting at the Liu residence. As for Lilith, this morning after returning from the hot springs, she started acting spoiled again. I sprained my ankle yesterday. It hurt so much. Can you give it a little massage for me? Brother Talon? Though, it made our Talon extremely angry. Damn you. Can't you just rub it yourself? You even named me for this? And after a tiring morning with that girl Lilith, he had brought back 5 million spirit stones and given them to Lord Marius, hoping he could use them to repair and expand the orphanage. Even though it's an orphanage, the children must be well fed and educated. Such a noble gesture for me. And yet he kept asking about the origin of the money. It really gave me a headache. I'm so annoyed. I give you money to spend, and you still ask so many questions. I work my body to the bone to earn every single coin. It's my blood, sweat, and tears. So, why do you keep asking so many questions? I'll have to make him train more at night so he asks less. Sometime later. I really didn't sleep well last night. Repeating my clairaudience was really too troublesome and noisy. It's already giving me a slight ringing in my ears. Late at night, I always have to hear annoying background noise. Especially Valerie's. That old lecher. At his age, he still wants to have a son. Isn't he afraid of making Valen suffer? Today, Lilith, having gotten an itch, wanted to take a yard. She said it was raining heavily outside and we needed to talk in the room. But how could that be? With my highly benevolent heart, I couldn't help but lecture her. But that was exactly what she wanted from me. With those punitive spanks on her butt, she was driven to a frenzy of pleasure, constantly exclaiming Kimochi I in an incredibly annoying way. I'm so mad. I was tricked by her. She intentionally provoked me so I would hit her. In the afternoon, I ran into Lord Marius. He informed me that the progress on the orphanage was going very well, and all the construction had begun. The only problem was that he had mentioned earlier that building an additional school would require a not insignificant sum of money. Just then, Lilith rewarded me with another hefty sum, as compensation for some mental distress. Without thinking, I gave him 1 million spirit stones. This time, Lord Marius didn't ask any questions, just mumbled something about a 10 perfect, great tonic and something about finding ingredients in the sea. I was very happy. Where did so many chefs come from? As long as the business is honest, it's fine. Sometime after that, last night Empress Violetta suddenly came to the Prince Consort's palace. The matters at court seemed to have not made her happy. She drank a lot of wine, so much that she lost control, stumbling but still accurately falling into my arms. It made things very difficult for me. I could only hold her and take her to the room to rest. Well, I'll have to stop her from drinking in the future. She's bad at it but loves to drink. It could easily ruin things later on. And then, as soon as she woke up in the morning, she was staring at my drooling mouth. It really made me lose face. I just wanted to put a pair of pants over my head in front of her. At that moment, Lilith sees my moment of contemplation and snapped. What's wrong? After a moment of hesitation, I still told her this very embarrassing story, hoping she would understand. Winter is coming, and us orphan children need more warm clothes and good heating equipment. But Lilith didn't listen, and was very angry. It was as if the embarrassment was not mine to bear, but hers. She furiously said something about dark secrets can't be hidden, sneaking around, pining for some other girl. What a scheming heart. Maybe you're tired of eating out and have no appetite for home-cooked meals anymore? She found a good excuse and made me let my guard down for a long time. She took advantage of an unguarded moment to give me a wonderful kiss like this. I was so scared I didn't have time to dodge. Damn it, I was used by her. I was very angry and unhappy and said that this was my first kiss and she didn't respect me like that. As a result, she got even angrier and made me carry her for a walk around Mount King Yan to build up her strength. Coincidentally, I had some business to attend to with that King Yan pork, so I had to agree and follow her. And it was true. Heaven and earth were in agreement. The King Yan pork, after a few days of not seeing it, had grown so much that I had to look up at it in shock. Other free-range animals like the King Yan chicken had also grown exceptionally well. Just like the King Yan pork, Mount King Yan is truly a feng shui treasure land. Whatever you raise here grows many times faster than normal. At this point, Lilith also became very strange. On one hand, she was very annoyed with me. On the other, she was looking around as if searching for something. But this Mount King Yan is truly a treasure mountain of the country. A few cracks it created could reveal some jewels inside. It's truly magical. Could this mountain be the legendary Jewel Mountain? And that afternoon, in the Imperial study, Empress Violetta must have changed her perfume. The scent was very pleasant. I was bored and looked through the records of the Grand Ignis dynasty. It felt very strange. Although the history of the Grand Ignis dynasty was full of disasters and difficulties, every time it went through one, it would gain a lot of treasures. Every time the Man Kingdom attacked, not only did they fail to capture any territory from the Grand Ignis, but they also offered up countless territories for free. Very strange. Every time the Blood Wind Spire acted, several assassins would die. These assassins were all local tyrants who offered up abundant resources to the Grand Ignis. And then there was the Black Soul Hall. Every time chaos erupted in the Black Soul Land, affecting the southern borderlands, a large number of refugees would flood in. Isn't this labor? There must be a problem inside. But now, the Blood Wind Spire and the Black Soul Hall have been wiped out. The Man Kingdom has also fled. Where can I go to clarify this issue? After thinking for a bit, I just went back to sleep. This time, I woke up to find that the saliva in my mouth had uncontrollably leaked out again. Luckily, Violetta didn't notice anything unusual. She was still diligently approving memorials. After finishing his diary, Talon put it into the system space and began to ponder. Why is the Grand Ignis dynasty so strange? Whatever. I'm tired. I have to go to sleep. Just as Talon was about to turn off the light, he suddenly saw Empress Violetta standing at the door, wearing her dragon robe. In her hand, she was holding a bottle of wine. It was King Yan wine. He immediately warned her with concern. Violetta, dear, you're not a good drinker, yet you insist on drinking so much. Empress Violetta's face seemed serious. She looked at Talon solemnly and said, I just feel that I need some time to relax my mind, and I always need a little wine. And with you, to drink with me. I want to practice my tolerance a bit. In the clear sky above the Grand Ignis, a figure silently appeared above Mount King Yan. This person wore a long robe, with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes looking down on the entire mountain from above. In his eyes, yin and yang qi constantly flowed, allowing him to see things that ordinary people could never see. He looked towards the cracks in Mount King Yan, where a golden light was constantly emitting. At this moment, another figure flew quickly towards him from the Imperial City. Keep her chill. What are you doing here? The newly arrived figure asked. This person was none other than the Grand Ignis Prime Minister, Valoris. Keeper Chu frowned and shook his head. From the outside, I feel that the formation time of the primordial embryo will be sooner than we predicted. Sooner? How can that be? Valoris couldn't believe it. looking at Keeper Chu with doubt. You're talking nonsense. This primordial embryo is born of heaven and earth. Once it successfully forms, it will be a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. As a unique treasure of heaven and earth, the timing cannot be wrong. It cannot be fast or slow. Hearing this, Keeper Chu snared. You can't even see the flow of fate. What do you know? Keeper Chu. Valerie's narrowed his eyes, staring at his opponent and whispering, What are you doing? You want to fight me? Keeper Chu stroked his beard and said nonchalantly, Chiasuke. You really are much stronger than me. But everyone has sealed their cultivation realm. Who's afraid of whom? Of course. If you unseal your power and fight me, then I'll lose. But, do you dare? Valerie's gritted his teeth. His jaw clenched, looking at Keeper Chu's smug expression. He tried to suppress his emotions, telling himself that the bigger picture was more important. After convincing himself, Valerie snorted coldly. I will discuss this matter with the Celestial Archives to verify the truth. You can go ahead and report it. Keeper Chu pouted and then stared down below, muttering. The formation time of the primordial embryo is closely linked to the speed of Empress Violetta's cultivation progress, which is a fixed time. There are two troublesome problems before. When she was in the northern borderlands, she had a breakthrough. And here, the formation time of the primordial embryo is 1 year earlier. It's really strange. Could it be that Violetta has had another breakthrough recently? And that Dam King? I don't know where he came from. Why did he come to this fledgling domain to cause trouble? After the plan is completed, I must ask the elders to wipe out the southern imperial domain along with him. Keeper Chu muttered incessantly, running his hands through his hair, looking extremely frustrated. Valerie's glanced at his opponent, thinking to himself, this guy and the people from the Celestial Archives all have the same problem. They like to have everything in the palm of their hands. Once an unexpected event occurs, they become agitated and anxious. So what? What's the impact of it forming early? Just then, a cold female voice was heard. Keeper Chu and Valerie's looked up and exclaimed in surprise. This is the sect master of the Sacred Demon Sect. Keeper Chu looked this woman up and down. Beside him, Valerie shook his head. No, she's a servant of the Sacred Demon Sect's master. This is not a small matter. Your sect master should be here. Why didn't she come? Keeper Chu was a bit surprised. Is there anything more important than the primordial embryo forming early? The subordinate said in a cold voice. The sect master has an honored guest, so of course she is not free to come here. It is enough for me to come and deal with this matter. Honored guest. Beside him, Valerie's mouth twitched. In his heart, he cursed. Honored guest my ass. That crazy woman is clearly entertaining that pretty boy. He couldn't help but sigh. She's really mentally ill. To compare an ordinary man to the primordial embryo, and even consider him more important. Keeper Chu shook his head and pointed at the primordial embryo, saying, whether it has an impact or not, we at the Celestial Archives don't know for sure. But this time is very special. We also don't know if this current anomaly is good or bad. At this point, Keeper Chu's tone paused, his face serious. The biggest problem is that the time when the primordial embryo is fully formed is uncertain. No one can know if it will continue to speed up its formation or slow down and return to normal. In short, no matter what, we still follow the rules. The results are divided according to the effort put in. At this point, Keeper Chu looked down and sighed. Pity these people. They will live a few years less. As he spoke, Keeper Chu transformed into a stream of light and in a flash, shot into the distance, disappearing at the horizon. Watching the other party leave, the subordinate then turned to look at Valerie's. Your recent performance has not been bad. The sect master is very satisfied. As she spoke, a jade bottle appeared in the subordinate's hand, and she threw it to Valerie's. What is this? Valerie's took the bottle and asked with a frown. The poison in your son's eyes can't be cured. Eating this pill will cure it. The subordinate continued to instruct. The sect master said that you should act more naturally. The prince consort has mentioned to the sect master more than once that you've been smiling like an old pervert lately, which makes him uncomfortable. After finishing her announcement, the subordinate also leapt away and disappeared before Valerie's eyes. In the sky, Valerie's held the pill, facing the wind, his entire robe flapping wildly. I smile like an old pervert. Jelly, you hateful man. At this moment, at the Qingyan Mountain Villa, Lilith was using her old trick again, throwing 1 million spirit stones directly at Talon. Today, she didn't want to just chat at home. It had been a long time since she had strolled through Qingyan Mountain, so today she wanted to hold hands with Talon and take a walk. Talon wasn't too surprised by her suggestion. After all, he had experienced it before. He just gave his usual instructions. 1. No hugging because the rubbing and squeezing made him very uncomfortable. 2. After lunch, he had to go back to Empress Violetta. After their walk on King Yan Mountain, Lilith wanted Talon to go to the hot springs with her. At this moment, Talon was soaking when he suddenly sneezed. He muttered, "How strange. It doesn't make sense. I can't have caught a cold. Could it be that someone is cursing me?" Beside him, Lilith chuckled. "It must be because you're wearing clothes to a hot spring that you caught a cold. You should listen to me and take it off." Talon quickly stopped her, his voice full of righteousness. "What do you mean? Listen to you? It's clear you want to take advantage of me. I'm dressed like this to avoid any misunderstandings. If I were without clothes, and someone saw, it would be impossible to explain. Strange. Why is the hot water so cold today?" Just as Talon finished speaking, he was shocked to find that the pool seemed to be frozen. Before he could recover, he found himself being pulled into the air by Lilith. "Oh my, aren't you afraid of your husband freezing to death?" Lilith covered her mouth and chuckled, but her eyes were filled with solemnity. Facing Lilith at this moment was none other than Empress Violetta. Enveloped in a frosty aura, her face filled with rage, she spoke in a cold voice. "Lena, Ember, protect the prince consort. Today, I want to kill someone." Lilith, as usual, laughed and said, "Empress, what big words. Do you have the ability to do so?" Empress Violetta's lips curled up in a cold smile. "Whether I have the ability or not, we'll know after we try." Empress Violetta formed a hand seal, and with her sword in hand, she charged at Lilith. The jealousy-fueled battle officially began. The icy blade caused the water vapor in the air to condense into frost, lowering the surrounding temperature. Lilith's laughter echoed as she raised her arm to block in front of her. Clang! Clang! The two women's hands collided, creating a terrifying explosion. The force radiated outwards, and the ground seemed to be hit, sinking down a section. Lilith spun, her short skirt flying, and swept a kick at Empress Violetta. The Empress also raised her hand to meet the attack, not losing out at all. At this moment, Lilith used the force to spin her body, her long legs striking out like a long whip, creating a whooshing sound as it headed for Empress Violetta. Lilith snorted lightly, and demonic ki erupted from her body, forming a purple flame on her leg that enveloped Empress Violetta. Without a hint of panic, Empress Violetta leapt into the air. Her fingers closed like a sword. With a wave, a chilling, chasey ki shot towards Lilith. The two forces of ice and fire collided. Steam rose in a thick fog, and the swirling spirit ki obscured the figures of the two women. But after a moment, the steam dissipated, revealing the two beautiful figures in a fierce exchange. Empress Violetta was filled with a bone-chilling coldness. Her movements orderly, a mix of hard and soft, grand and proper, both offensive and defensive. And facing her, Lilith constantly had purple spirit ki emitting from her body. She leapt into the air, her long legs attacking her opponent like a whip. Her figure was ghostly, incessant, appearing and disappearing, her attacks short. The two of them fought faster and faster, finally reaching their limit. Empress Violetta took a deep breath. One hand formed a sword finger, the other gently patted. Spirit energy surged, transforming into an icy sword ki that shot straight ahead. Lilith bit her lip and stepped forward with one leg. Her long leg was raised high, the sole of her foot pointing to the sky. Then, she suddenly stomped out. Flames shot straight out. One blue, one purple, one ice, one fire. They intertwined, collided, and exploded. The spirit energy formed a storm, like a chaotic whirlwind, enveloping the surroundings. The ground was as if it had been lifted up. The swirling spirit energy rushed towards Talon. Lena and Denver quickly threw out their fists, condensing their spirit energy to form a protective barrier. "Your Highness, you've caused a huge disaster." Lita, her body wreathed in flames, condensed a shield in front of her and sneakily said to Tal. Beside her, Ember had a grave expression. "Your Highness, if Her Majesty wants to beat you up later, please ask her to be gentle." Talon had been in a state of depression, not saying a word, and no one knew what he was thinking, only that he was clearly very sad. At this moment, Lita suddenly remembered something. She turned her head and asked Talon, "Your Highness, didn't you say this morning that you were going to earn money? Why are you with a girl like this?" As for why they were here, it was because the weather was hot today, and court affairs had lessened, so they had arranged to go to this hot spring to relax. This was initiated by Lena. Lena knew that this place had a very high-quality hot spring, especially since this place was quite secluded. They could play freely. Empress Violetta was also very excited, but when they got closer, they heard Talon's voice, which surprised everyone. Lena and Ember also looked at each other, not knowing why the prince consort was here. Ember then said that the prince consort had said this morning that he was going to earn money. Empress Violetta also didn't believe it, thinking she had misheard. But when they arrived, they saw Illith clinging to Talon, which startled the three of them. The Empress saw Talon being forcibly stripped by Lilith and became furious, which led to this eye-catching scene of her jealousy fight. Fortunately, the prince consort was still wearing clothes. Otherwise, I'm afraid Her Majesty would have killed the prince consort before killing that woman. I really was going to earn money. Otherwise, where do you think I got the money to give Lord Marius to build the orphanage? Talon could only sigh, not knowing if his wife was worried about not having money for charity in the future or worried about sleeping on the streets tonight. After that, Talon briefly told Lena and Ember the story of him and Lilith. After hearing Talon's story, Lena and Ember glanced at each other and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Talon saw this and shouted angrily, "What are you two monkeys laughing at?" "Nothing, sir. Just remembered something funny." Lena shook her head at Talon, then turned to ask Ember, but she couldn't hold it in. Still laughing as she asked, "Sister Ember, do you think Her Majesty can beat that woman?" Ember, like Lena, covered her mouth as she spoke. "It's hard to say." "So this is the utmost benevolent, freeloading, celestial lord?" Talon looked blankly at the two of them, laughing until tears streamed down their faces, not knowing what they were laughing at. "I'm earning money, doing good deeds." "What do you mean by laughing like that?" Not saying anything was one thing, but saying it made the two of them unable to hold it in anymore, and they laughed even harder. Of course, they were thinking, the Empress's husband, the #1 powerhouse, the Yama King, is actually serving a woman for money. Who wouldn't laugh at that? Ember wiped her tears, turned to Talon, and gave him a thumbs up. "Your Highness, you've really worked hard to earn money. You've sacrificed yourself for justice. I'm truly impressed." Lena, beside her, also bit her lip, narrowed her eyes, and nodded vigorously in support of Ember. On this side, they were chattering away. On the other, Lilith and the Empress were still fighting fiercely. A sight to behold. The two women's clash created a shockwave around them, dust flying everywhere. After a while of fighting, the two of them faced each other. It began a war of words. "Your strength isn't bad. It's good to stretch your bones a little once in a while," Lilith said, her hands in front of her. "Unfortunately, today you can't kill anyone." Empress Violetta chuckled lightly. "I thought you were just a sneaky little tramp, but I didn't expect you to have some real skills. However, Talon is my man. I advise you not to have any extra thoughts. Of course, when I'm busy with work and can't take good care of him, I can reluctantly let you be a handmaiden to serve tea and water to the two of us." Tramp, being insulted. Lilith narrowed her eyes and covered her mouth, chuckling. "I'm not like you, sneaking kisses and then tricking others by saying you were drooling in your sleep, pretending to be so noble." Talon suddenly tilted his head and looked at Empress Violetta, his mouth agape. Lena and Ember's expressions were identical to Talon's. Being stared at, Empress Violetta's face visibly began to turn red. "Nonsense. If I needed to, I would just rape him directly. Would he dare to say no? Why would I need to steal a kiss?" Empress Violetta's face was flushed as she waved her hands and loudly refuted. "He often drools when he sleeps." Lena and Ember simultaneously covered their faces. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Your explanation is really great. Please don't explain like that in the future." No normal person would believe it, after being scared by the two of them for a while. He thought he had been taken advantage of. But, in the end, hearing the Empress say he just drools in his sleep, Talon scratched his head and laughed. "So, that's how it is. I thought." Lena and Ember looked at Talon in silence for a moment, then looked away. Their expressions showed nothing strange. They were already used to his way of thinking that surpassed the normal level. You got what you wanted and you're still acting innocent." Lilith was a little unwilling, thinking that this woman had taken advantage of him before her, and her heart burned with anger. Taken advantage of? How ridiculous. Violetta sneered, her chin held high. "Talon is my properly wedded husband. Is it any of your business to be pointing fingers? Is it necessary for me to reason with a green tea bitch like you when I'm intimate with him?" These words made the green tea bitch feel extremely insulted and angry. Lilith shouted. You are truly going too far. In a flash, Lilith's figure had already appeared in front of her. Lilith spun from the air, swinging her scythe towards Violetta. The scythe was covered in purple flames. Empress Violetta's pupils contracted. She hurriedly swung her sword towards the scythe, creating a protective barrier of solid ice. Clay. The sword and scythe collided. The solid ice shattered, extinguishing a significant amount of the purple flames. However, Lilith's strength was somewhat terrifying. The collision of the sword and scythe generated a frightening shockwave that was transferred from the sword to Empress Violetta. Lilith's lips curled into a very smug smile. You're only at the 9th level of the Saint realm. How can your combat power compare to a 10th level saint? Lilith rushed in front of Violetta, raising the scythe in her hand to strike down. Violetta grunted, and the ground beneath her feet shattered and collapsed from the force of the ki. She immediately used the force of her legs, bending them slightly and leaping into the sky. In the air, Empress Violetta used her fingers to swipe along the body of her sword, continuously brandishing it. Icy sword ki rained down continuously, rushing towards Lilith. Boom, boom. Lilith stomped on the ground and swung her scythe up towards Violetta. She then spun the scythe in her hand, creating a storm. Clank, clank, clank. The icy sword ki from Violetta was continuously shattered, not causing a single bit of damage to Lilith. Is this all you can do? Lilith said mockingly. If this is all you have, you'd better leave Talon. You don't deserve him. Lilith spun and raised the scythe in her hand, unleashing a stream of purple flame that shot up towards Empress Violetta. Kang! Empress Violetta gritted her teeth and used her icy sword to block it forcefully, a trickle of fresh blood appearing at the corner of her mouth. The terrifying shockwave transmitted to her organs, and even she couldn't take it. Empress Violetta felt Lilith's superior strength, but she was determined not to give up. No one could take talent from her. You try to take him. Let's see if you are more deserving. Empress Violetta, holding her sword, charged towards Lilith. The water vapor in front of her condensed into sharp, icy blue blades that shot towards the green tea bitch. Lilith frowned and once again mobilized the power in her scythe, continuously striking at Empress Violetta, creating countless semi-spherical arcs of flame in response. Bah, you're so annoying. Why don't you just give up? Lilith was agitated, her scythe in hand frantically chopping forward. In the sky, Empress Violetta was still persevering, her eyes resolute. She still held her longsword firmly in her hand, receiving the incoming attacks. Empress Violetta gritted her teeth, not making a sound. Her longsword in hand moved without a single opening, blocking the sharp attacks of the green tea bitch. However, Lilith's combat power was constantly increasing, and Violetta could no longer hold on. Being knocked far away, Empress Violetta held her longsword in her hand, and it could be seen trembling slightly, as if she could barely hold it. However, her face was filled with determination as she stared at Lilith, not flinching in the slightest. Unyielding, Lilith sized up Empress Violetta before her. Her thoughts complex. She noticed that although the Empress's realm had risen quickly, her sealed spirit energy was completely insufficient. I'll fight her for a bit, then help her refine her spiritual power and raise her realm, as compensation for taking talent away. Thinking of this, Lilith charged at Empress Violetta without hesitation, attacking repeatedly with her scythe. On her side, Empress Violetta also swung her longsword, continuously blocking, due to the large disparity in strength. During a moment of carelessness, Lilith landed a kick that sent Violetta crashing into a cliff face. It created a huge explosion. Lita and Ember's faces changed, and they were about to rush out, but Talon held them back. Your Highness, you. Lita's face changed, but when she turned her head, she saw Alan's incredibly calm expression. She had never seen him like this before. Trust Her Majesty. You too. Talon's voice was full of confidence. She's not the kind of woman who falls easily or gives up easily. She's the kind of person who, even if her leg is broken in front of her, would admit it, and she's very proud. Lena and Ember both stared at Talon, unable to believe it. Your Highness, you're so strange. Talon winked at the two of them. You have to give a woman some face on the outside. Ember and Lena were both surprised. It's not you, Your Highness. But before she could finish, Talon had already stepped in front of the two of them. His posture was full of confidence. Just wait and see. Talon crossed his arms and looked at Empress Violetta. In his heart, he silently cheered. Come on, Worthy, don't give up. I really believe in you. From the pile of rubble, Empress Violetta stood up on stability, although she knew the difference in strength. Her eyes were filled with determination, without a trace of fear. Lilith saw Empress Violetta's expression, which made her feel a little impatient. Why are you still not giving up? Aren't you afraid of death? Empress Violetta took a deep breath, looked up at Lilith before her, and in a certain sense, said, I understand your feelings. At this moment, Empress Violetta turned her head to look at Talon standing within the protective barrier. She smiled and said, Have you seen his back? Feel it seriously, and you will find that he seems to be in great pain and sorrow, completely unfamiliar with his surroundings. But he is a fool. When facing others, he always has a silly smile. Hearing Empress Violetta's words, Lilith also turned her head to look at Talon. She suddenly remembered the first time they met on Mount King Yan, when she followed him on the way back to King Yan Town. It was true. His back was full of loneliness. That's right. I like it when he scolds me, and then has no way to deal with me, and can only smile. Lilith, her golden eyes staring at Empress Violetta, slowly spoke. So that night, Empress Violetta said, then suddenly nodded slightly. After a moment, Empress Violetta looked up and met Lilith's eyes, as if preparing for a challenge. That day, as usual, after work, I would return to the cold and lonely backyard to rest, and the next day, I would start working again. But that day was different. The dark backyard was lit up with warm lights. In the courtyard, on the table, was a steaming hot pot, and next to it was him, looking at me with affectionate eyes and a radiant smile. At the same time, the aura within Empress Violetta's body was boiling, and the icy spirit energy within her was constantly emitting a golden light. This made everyone around extremely surprised, not knowing what was happening. Though, within Mount King Yan, a tremor occurred. A stream of golden light erupted from within and shot into the sky, then directly towards Empress Violetta. In a flash, the golden light completely enveloped her figure. 10th level Saint Realm. Lilith's face changed, and she quickly retreated. Her red lips slightly parted in astonishment as she looked ahead. Buzz, buzz. The golden light shattered. From within the golden light, Empress Violetta's snow-white body gradually appeared. Her entire body was covered in a golden armor, and in her hand, she held a longsword. The flowing golden light made her body even more perfect. On the opposite side, Lilith gripped hers tightly, her entire body suddenly igniting with purple flames. Under the expansion of the flames, her long purple hair flew, her beauty also incredibly charming, her posture ready to face the enemy. At this moment, Empress Violetta suddenly opened her eyes, a brilliant golden light shining. Her armor fluttered, her whole body shimmering with golden light. She held the longsword in both hands, the tip pointing at Lilith in front of her. He is my husband. If you want to take him, don't even think about it. Your Majesty. So cool. Lita, from behind, looked at Empress Violetta from afar and whispered, her eyes full of excitement. Beside her, Ember chuckled for a long time, then suddenly looked at Talon. Your Highness, you didn't let us go over just now. You already knew this would happen. If you're talking about Lilith helping Violetta break through her realm, I knew that long ago. But why the battle armor appeared, I'm not so sure. As Talon spoke, he looked towards the mountain range inside Mount King Yan. In that place, he could see the golden lights whirling, and it had some connection to Empress Violetta. Oh my god. Lena looked at Talon in surprise. Your Highness said that woman helped Her Majesty break through her realm. Talon gestured with his mouth for them to look carefully. Lena and Ember looked towards the sky, only to see the golden light and the purple flames crazily colliding with each other. The two of them tried their best to see the movements of the two of them, but their eyes were dazzled and they couldn't see clearly. At this moment, Talon suddenly realized something, his gaze falling in another direction. With his own strength, he discovered that the commotion from the jealousy fight was too great and had attracted the attention of those with ill intentions. He would go and deal with them. Over here, Lita and Ember, guided by Talon, were watching. The two figures intertwined, the shockwaves of their spirit energy colliding in a dazzling display. The clashing spirit energy, the purple flames and the pale gold, collided and created a light like beautiful, dazzling fireworks. Indeed, the power was far beyond their initial clash. Lena and Ember tried to observe their movements, but couldn't see clearly at all. If that woman had used this kind of power against Her Majesty from the beginning, I'm afraid Your Highness would be a widower by now. Ember, watching, was also a little scared, breaking out in a cold sweat. Not bad. Lilith's current combat strategy is 10 times stronger than before. Talon, while looking left and right, took out a handkerchief from his sleeve. But why? Lita and Denver looked at Talon. They naturally didn't understand why this woman named Lilith would help Her Majesty break through her realm. Lilith, from the very beginning, intentionally avoided vital points. I could see it. Talon wiped the blood from his hand, explaining to the two of them. Violetta's realm has risen too quickly, and the spirit energy in her body is bloated and unstable. Lilith's frequent heavy blows are a form of tempering, helping the Empress temper her surging spirit energy. And finally, ascend. Her intentions are very simple. She wants to defeat Violetta and then take me away. In the process of fighting, helping her opponent improve their spirit energy and ascend to the next realm is considered compensation. Who would have thought? Not only did Violetta ascend, but a suit of battle armor also appeared, increasing her combat power to this level. Violetta is not the type of person to easily admit defeat. I don't know how long the two of them will fight. Talon was still wiping the blood over here. Lita and Denver looked at Talon in horror, unable to believe it. Has the prince consort before us been replaced by someone else? How can he understand things so deeply? Normally, the prince consort looks like a fool. Lita had not yet recovered from her shock when she suddenly spoke up in surprise. Your Highness, how did you get so much blood on your hand? Hearing Lena's voice, Ember also just noticed that Talon was using a handkerchief to wipe fresh blood from his hand. Talon stared at the sky where the two empresses were fighting, nonchalantly wiping his hand as he explained the situation. This Mount King Yan is formed from 39 mountains, and inside, there are quite a few people hiding. The commotion from the fight over here was too big and attracted a lot of people with ill intentions. Based on their auras, there are 27 people sneaking around, all at the 10th level Saint realm like Empress Violetta. Talon's words terrified Lena and Denver. They couldn't believe that so many people were hiding in this Mount King Yan, and that there were 27 10th level Saint level powerhouses, since when were powerhouses as common as cabbages in the market. So, that's why you're like this, Your Highness? The two of them had very grave expressions. Talon looked at the two of them and nodded slightly, his face grim, but a smile bloomed on his lips. While you were busy watching the jealousy fight, I just used my super speed to go around and pick some vegetables. Because my mood wasn't good, I didn't handle it cleanly, so my hands got a little dirty. Lena pursed her lips, pulled Ember close, and hugged her tightly, kneeling on the ground, not daring to breathe heavily. At this moment, they looked at Talon before them with great fear, especially his gloomy face and the creepy smile just now, filled with a dangerous aura, made the two of them shiver without being cold. At this very moment, the sweet voice of the system, Astro, echoed in Talon's mind. Master, please calm down. You are no longer on Earth. The matter of your adoptive father sending people to kill you is in the past. These people are just lost pawns. With Astro's reminder, Talon's unease vanished. In that instant, Lena and Denver immediately felt the oppressive silence of the surrounding space disappear completely. At this moment, when they looked at Talon, he no longer had that frightening feeling. Talon rubbed his forehead, sighed, turned his head towards Lena and Denver, and revealed his familiar, radiant smile. I'm so sorry. It's just that my mind was confused for a moment, and I thought of some bad things. I've scared you. Lena and Denver repeatedly shook their heads, indicating that they were not scared at all. Talon breathed a sigh of relief and said, Can you just stand up and talk? Talon also finished wiping the blood and threw the handkerchief away. Talon crossed his arms and looked up at the sky, silently thanking Astro in his heart. Inside his sea of consciousness, the beautiful black stockinged maid gently embraced Talon's soul. No need to be polite, my esteemed master. Lena looked at the two empresses fighting in the sky and asked Talon, Your Highness, how can we stop this fight? I have my ways. For now, there's no need to worry about it. Just let them fight it out and get comfortable. In the sky, the battle was still raging fiercely as before. Empress Violetta in the sky unleashed a swirling golden dragon that charged towards Lilith. In Mydra, the golden dragon expanded and crashed into Lilith. Boom boom, Lilith's flames on her body dissipated. Empress Violetta, as fast as lightning, stabbed with her sword. Stab. The large sword directly pierced through Lilith's back. Fresh blood flowed from the wound. But after stabbing Lilith with her sword, Empress Violetta's expression was agitated, and she said angrily, You fool! Why didn't you dodge? How strange. You stabbed someone and then ask why they didn't dodge? In front of her, Lilith's figure suddenly vanished, finally collapsing and turning into purple flames. At the same time, behind Empress Violetta, a beautiful arm wrapped around her, gently stroking her hair. Oh my. Are you concerned about me? Empress Violetta's mouth twitched. The golden, icy spirit energy in her body vibrated, knocking Lilith away. Who let you touch me randomly? Empress Violetta's face was flushed as she glared fiercely at Lilith. Lilith retreated, sneering at Empress Violetta. They're really small. According to Admin, they're only smaller than Astros. What's so small about that? Empress Violetta's forehead veins bulged, and she was furious. She charged with her golden longsworth. I'm not a little girl like Lena. Where am I small? Below. These words almost made Talon choke on his own saliva. And beside him, Lena and Denver were just looking up at the sky blankly. The one who was hurt was now hurting others. Turning to glance at Lena, Talon wondered if he should tell this little girl. The hurtful words came from the person she respected the most. At this moment, the two empresses in the sky were fighting very fiercely. They stabbed and kicked at very dangerous places, making the observers' eyes hurt. As they fought, they cursed and killed each other. You don't have what it takes to play with him. You're too small. You're the one who's small. Talon looked towards the distant horizon. Talon observed for a while longer. Based on the swirling spirit energy emanating from the two of them, he could guess their strengths were only about 1-9-1-10. Only their fighting style had changed slightly. It was no longer just a verbal and physical fight. The initial thick killing intent had also faded a lot. Your Highness, I still need to remind you a little. If this continues, I'm afraid it will attract unnecessary trouble. Ember spoke up again, reminding Talon. Let's observe a little longer. Don't be hasty. Talon gestured for Ember to relax, not to be so tense. Talon had already leisurely clasped his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky, and started stretching his muscles. It seems the time to end this battle has come. Hearing these words, Lena and Denver looked at Talon with stunned expressions, their faces filled with horror. The prince consort is about to display his terrifying strength again. Talon adjusted his expression, putting 100% seriousness into his face, then shot forward. As he sped along, Talon waved his hands frantically, his mouth constantly screaming, "Don't stop. You all don't stop. Wait. Stop. You just stop. Stop fighting. You all stop." Lena and Denver were stunned. All the scenarios in their minds suddenly vanished into thin air, feeling an extreme sense of disappointment. Is this the solution the Prince Consort was talking about? In the midst of a fierce battle in Mitra, Lilith and Empress Violetta were about to clash again. The purple Sith and the golden longsworth were about to collide violently when Alan's scream suddenly echoed in their ears, causing both of them to stop immediately. The two empresses both looked down to see Alan running frantically towards them, seemingly in too much of a hurry. His posture was a bit unsteady. Then he suddenly slipped and fell backward, to everyone's utter astonishment. Talon, Empress Violetta's face changed dramatically. The golden sword in her hand instantly transformed into a stream of light, entered her body, and disappeared. In a flash, she appeared right behind Talon, just in time to catch him. Talon fell backward, his head resting on a soft, heavenly place. A tingling, blissful sensation spread throughout his body. Lilith cried out and quickly transformed into a stream of purple light, rushing to embrace Talon. Empress Violetta, holding Talon, looked at Lilith on the opposite side with a grim expression. Lilith snorted lightly and held Talon even tighter, her eyes full of provocation. And so, Talon was held tightly by the two empresses, unable to escape. Lilith spoke first. A man must be very careful when choosing his clothes. Empress Violetta said, if it's a leather jacket, it will be a little cold, but it's very smooth, has a good shine, and will look very beautiful. Lilith then replied, what about silk? Although the insulation isn't as good, it's quite warm and soft. Clothes are not easy to buy. Can I buy the sets at once? Talon sighed. Hearing Talon's soft voice, the two empresses simultaneously looked out. What did you say? Talon's vision at this moment was obscured by four majestic mountains. One side was Empress Violetta's, the other was Lilith's. He had to change the subject. I said it's a bit of a pity. The hot spring has been destroyed by you two and can't be used anymore. Hearing the mention of the hot spring, Empress Violetta's face instantly darkened. She let go of him and stood up. A hot spring? I think you should just stay here and soak for a night. You don't need to come back tonight. Prince Consort, Ember, arrange for him to stay at your old house in Qingyan Town. In the distance, Ember was startled to hear the Empress's command. My old house in Qingyan Town has long been abandoned. I don't even know if it still has a roof. Your Majesty, are you serious? being kicked out of the house. Talon's face was ashen. He hurriedly shouted towards Empress Violetta. Your Majesty, we're about tonight's hot pot. Violetta didn't even turn her head, just clenched her fists. I lead aloud. You went out with another girl, and you still have the nerve to ask about food and drink. Talon looked at Empress Violetta's retreating back, stunned and speechless, then turned to Lilith, his eyes full of hope for a place to stay. But no, she bluntly refused, saying hell no immediately. I just remembered. I have something to do tonight. I can't entertain the prince consort. Lilith suddenly let go of her hands, letting Talon lie sprawled on the ground. At this moment, she stood up, her eyes full of hidden meaning. Anyway, all your conveniences were taken first by Empress Violetta. If she doesn't allow you to come back, I don't want to cause a scene either. At this point, Lilith gritted her teeth, tossed her long hair, and strode away with her long legs. Talon could only sit on the ground, stunned and speechless. On the way back to the Imperial City, Empress Violetta turned her head and glanced at Lilith, who hadn't gone far. She snorted coldly and then shouted at Lena. Tonight, Talon is not allowed in the estate. After speaking, Empress Violetta's spirit energy erupted, and she shot into the sky, transforming into a golden streak of light and flying towards the Imperial Palace. Lilith also flew back to King Yen Town after that. After the two women left, Lena and Ember approached Talon. Your Highness, my old house is in that direction. Ember sighed sadly. Lena also looked at Talon helplessly. Your Highness, you really look like you've been abandoned. At this point, Talon sat up and shook his head, looking at the two women before him. You don't understand, and I don't blame you. But if you want to laugh, just go ahead and laugh. Seeing you holding it in like that is making me uncomfortable. The two women rolled with laughter. Night fell. At Ember's old house. The structure was so dilapidated and ruined it was unbearable. Talon cleaned the room, then climbed onto the small bed, resting his head on his hands and lying down to rest. The maid system spoke up. Respected master, do you need me to activate the sleep protection? No need. Tonight, just let it be natural. After speaking, Talon closed his eyes and in a short while, fell into a deep sleep. Not long after he fell asleep, the door of the room, enveloped in spirit energy, opened silently without a sound. Empress Violetta, dressed in a golden robe, pursed her lips and entered the room. The Empress silently chided. I told you not to come back, and you really didn't come back, and you're sleeping so soundly. Talon, of course, knew the Empress had arrived. He continued to pretend to be asleep, sighing inwardly. Good thing I didn't let the system turn on sleep protection mode. The Empress was a little annoyed at this moment. I told you not to come back. She approached to see if Talon was really asleep or just pretending. However, she had been fighting this morning, so she was a bit swollen now. After observing Talon for a while, Empress Violetta stood up and waved her hand. On the small table, a supersized hot pot immediately appeared, along with countless dishes that looked incredibly appetizing. Then she returned to Talon's side, watching his steady, even breathing, as if he were deeply asleep. Finally, she couldn't resist her craving and leaned down to steal a bite from Talon. Seemingly sensing movement from Talon, Empress Violetta quickly stood up and retreated, turning her back to the small bed. Her heart was pounding with tension, wondering if Talon had discovered her. If he had, what would she say? On the small bed, Talon also slowly sat up. Strange. Why am I drooling? Talon licked his lips and mumbled sleepily. It smells so good. Here's hot pot. Could it be that I'm drooling because there's food? Hearing these words from Talon, Empress Violetta felt like she had been saved. Her eyes lit up, and she turned around and spoke. So that's how it is. I was still wondering why you were drooling in your sleep. Now the reason is clear. It must be because you're normally so obsessed with food that you even think about it in your sleep. So you drool. Talon heard this analysis and stared. Then he put on a very smug look. So that's how it is. It must be so. But wait. Hold on for 2 seconds. Talon immediately regained his senses. With a look of utter confusion, he pointed at Empress Violetta. Your Majesty, why are you here? Empress Violetta was at this moment captivated by Talon's dazed look. She thought he was really cute. Unconsciously, her fingers kept twirling until Talon called out again. Your Majesty, is there something on my face? Only then did she snap out of it. Startled, Empress Violetta quickly sat down at the table. Nothing. It's just that I feel that you are the main prince consort and also the face of the Grand Ignis. When no one is around, It's fine, but in front of outsiders, you must act like a prince consort. Don't be so foolish. I wasn't planning on coming here, but on second thought, as the emperor, how can I eat and drink by myself? After thinking about it, you are the most suitable person to serve me. Besides, I'm not a narrow-minded person. I will punish you tonight by having you personally serve me this entire hot pot. I will not lift a single chopstick. At this moment, Talon stared at Empress Violetta. His outward appearance was very calm, but inside, he was laughing his head off. He tried to suppress it and clasped his hands to the Empress. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I guarantee I will serve you a very delicious meal. Empress Violetta nodded, preparing to speak, but she saw Alan pick up his bowl and chopsticks and sit smugly right next to her. Empress Violetta was startled. Why are you sitting so close to me? At this moment, Talon's face became serious and he said, If I sit too far away, it will be too difficult to feed you. What if I accidentally drop food on the table or on the floor? Wouldn't that be disrespectful to you? Besides, it would also be a great waste of food. Violetta blinked a few times, then put on a very contemplative look. I also feel that is the case. So the two of them sat very close together. Talon picked up a piece of food and blew on it to cool it down on one side, while on the other, Empress Violetta felt an indescribable bliss. Her beautiful face blushing, her hands clutching her golden robe. Talon knew Violetta liked meat, so he picked up a piece for her and brought it to her. Your Majesty, open your mouth. This piece is cooked just right, and the temperature is perfect, making it a delicacy. Is it delicious? Talon turned to Empress Violetta and asked with a radiant smile. Beside him, Empress Violetta's face turned red, and she looked down at the table. It's all right. Just like this. Anyway, I've only eaten one piece. How can I judge the taste? Your Majesty, wait a moment. It will be ready right away. Talon immediately added more food to the pot. Violetta watched Talon busily preparing, her heart filled with joy. The corners of her mouth slightly curved up. Next up is the scene of the Empress and Talon dishing out dog food to the world. Your Majesty, try another bite. How does it taste? It's okay. Then how about this one? It's barely acceptable. Clatter. What must come, will come. Whether by accident or on purpose. The chopsticks in Talon's hand accidentally fell. This old Talon is pretty good, isn't he? At the sound of the chopsticks falling to the ground, Talon's face was full of self-blame. Damn it. Why am I so clumsy? I even dropped my chopsticks. I can't even do something as simple as serving Her Majesty. Seeing Talon blaming himself, Empress Violetta gently comforted him. It's just a small thing. No need to be like that. Talon looked at the food on the table. Then how do I feed you this food? It's okay. I have many eating utensils in my storage. As Empress Violetta spoke, she was about to take out the eating utensils when she heard Talon shout, I have an idea. Can I feed you with my mouth? Your Majesty, I'm such a smart person. Alright? At this moment, Empress Violetta also froze and looked at Talon. She didn't take out the chopsticks anymore. No sooner said than done. Talon took a small piece of cake. Then he gently bit one end and slowly moved closer to Empress Violetta. Empress Violetta's hands were clasped tightly, as nervous as if she were about to go into battle. She calmed herself. It's okay. I'm the Emperor. What's there to be nervous about? He's very naive in this aspect. He won't understand. She also brought her small lips to bite the other end. Empress Violetta let out a small cry, her eyes wide as she looked at Talon. At this moment, their lips had touched. Talon drew back as if nothing had happened and turned to Empress Violetta. Your Majesty, was it delicious? It was all right. Empress Violetta turned her head away and said hesitantly. At this moment, her heart was fluttering, and she was extremely happy. This feeling was completely different from sneaking around. At this moment, Talon looked at Empress Violetta, shook his head, and chuckled to himself. Then he changed the subject, looking at the moonlight outside the window and praising it. The moonlight is very beautiful. The moonlight in the southern imperial domain is rounder and brighter than on Earth. Hearing Talon's words, Empress Violetta also looked at the moonlight. This moonlight is really not bad. The two of them sat shoulder to shoulder, enjoying the moon. All around was very quiet. The flame at the bottom of the pot crackled, making the hot pot bubble. The two of them also returned to the small table and sat down. At this moment, outside the window under the moonlight, a black shadow suddenly rushed over at high speed. The black shadow leapt into the room from outside the window and stood before the two of them. This person wore a black robe and held a large bottle of wine. Brother Talon, I've brought some good wine. We. At this part, the voice stopped. Lilith, holding the bottle of wine in her arms, had a stiff expression. Lilith walked to the table, slammed the wine jug down. Her red lips bitten tightly. Why is this little brat here? This question. I also really want to know why this dairy cow is here. You damned blonde. What did you say? I'm talking about you. You purple-haired bitch. The two of them butted heads, their eyes like electricity. Talon could only look at the two of them with a sad expression. Lilith seemed to have thought of something. She quickly retreated to Talon's side. How strange. Didn't this emperor fly into a rage and not allow Brother Talon to return? Lilith, her red lips smiling, sneered, and she even specifically instructed others not to let him back into the estate. After making a fuss for half a day, now she's here. Empress, your schemes are too hard to fathom. Empress Violetta's face was cold as she snorted. At least it's better than some people who intentionally follow. They weren't offered a place to stay and even said they had something to do at night and couldn't receive guests. Is yours something to do at night? Secretly seeking out my man? Chiaske. But from what I know, you're just using Brother Talon as a shield. Lilith crossed her fingers and said, the Prime Minister just proposed marriage for his son. You're getting married tonight. Aren't you? Aren't you deceiving others? Whether he is a shield or not, from the moment he entered the palace, whether he lives or dies, he is my man. Empress Violetta waved her hand and pointed at Lilith, her tone pausing. Then she slapped Lilith's chest. You. Lilith clutched her chest, unable to believe her eyes as she looked at Empress Violetta. You dog emperor. I'm not done with you. You hooligan. What are you doing? Stop for me. The two women charged at each other, fighting and punching, all at dangerous places. Beside them, Talon's eyes were wide and his mouth was agape as he watched the two women fight. Without blinking, he focused his spirit, took a plate of meat, and slowly enjoyed it, marveling in his heart. This is truly spectacular. After a while of rolling around, the two empresses, their hair disheveled, temporarily stopped fighting. Lilith spoke up at this moment. If we continue like this, there will definitely be no result. Empress Violetta said, then what do you want? If fighting doesn't work, then I'll challenge you to a battle of wits. As Lilith spoke, she slapped the wine jug beside her. Her eyes were full of provocation as she looked at Empress Violetta. A drinking contest. Do you dare? Ridiculous. Am I afraid of you? As Empress Violetta spoke, she waved her hand and took out 8 large wine jugs and 16 large bowls from her storage, arranging them in 3 straight rows. The two women simultaneously slapped the table, and spirit energy and demonic ki erupted, blowing the lids off all the wine jugs. At the same time, they mixed the wine from the 8 jugs together, then divided it back into 8 jugs. Empress Violetta narrowed her eyes and looked at Talon. Talon. Lilith waved her silk sleeve and glanced at Talon. Brother Talon. After the two women spoke, they looked away. Their eyes met, and sparks flew. Empress Violetta poured the wine. Lilith poured the wine. Outside, the moon was bright and the space was quiet. But inside the house, the atmosphere was extremely heated. Empress Violetta and Lilith told Talon to pour the wine. He couldn't refuse, so he went and filled each cup. In the meantime, the two women, while drinking, began to reason with each other. This rice versus. So principle, I believe you. No matter where you come from, must know. Empress Violetta raised her cup and drank it all in one gulp. No, I know another principle. Pho is always better than rice. After Lilith finished speaking, she raised her wine cup and tilted her head back to drink. I still advise you one thing, a green melon is not sweet. How do you know it's not sweet if you haven't eaten it? And what if this time it is sweet? The two empresses. One word from you. One word from me. Talked and drank, based on their drinking method. The cups soon piled up high on the table. But regardless of whether it was Empress Violetta or Lilith, neither of them had a hint of red on their faces. Unexpectedly, your tolerance is really good. Empress Violetta snorted lightly. Lilith, you're not bad either. Continue. As Empress Violetta spoke, a light flashed from her storage, and more than 8 wine jugs immediately appeared. Lilith stood up, holding a wine jug, and said, how about we change the way we drink? Empress Violetta replied, you can do whatever you want. This time, the two of us will go out to the courtyard and compete with our skills, without using spirit energy. Whoever loses has to drink a cup. Alright then. No sooner said than done. The two of them took their wine and rushed outside to begin their competition. Empress Violetta's hand techniques were extraordinary. Lilith's leg kung fu was very high. The two women in the courtyard were inseparable for a while. Whoever lost a move would immediately grab the wine jug and take a swig. At this moment, Talon was also sitting on the roof, looking at the beautiful scenery in the courtyard. Lost in thought. I really think I've been deceived. What's this about Violetta getting drunk after 3 cups? She's already drunk several jugs, and she's still fighting back and forth with Lilith. Furthermore, Talon also had a problem with Lilith bringing wine to find her. What was her intention? Moreover, this wine was also very strong and would make one drunk easily. Not to mention, why did Empress Violetta prepare so much wine in her storage? What were these two women trying to do? Just as Talon was lost in thought, the sound of crying suddenly reached him, immediately waking him up. He looked down and found that the two women were no longer fighting, but were sitting together, leaning against a tree, surrounded by scattered wine jugs. My father is missing. My mother is also gone. Are you more miserable than me? Empress Violetta grabbed Lilith's hands, shaking them non-stop. You're still trying to steal my husband from me. Your parents, whatever they're hiding, can still be together. How can they be more miserable than my parents? They killed each other. Lilith sobbed. Why can't you just give brother Talon to me? My eldest brother died in battle. All my several brothers are dead. My second brother is also gone. My sister is also gone. Empress Violetta's eyes were filled with tears. She looked at Lilith Day's life for a long time, then suddenly reached out and patted her head, stroking it. It seems like you're a little more pitiful. Well, Lilith reached out and pulled Empress Violetta into her arms, holding her head and crying loudly. The two women, drunk, then hugged each other and cried, and in a moment of carelessness, fell asleep. Beside them, Talon was completely bewildered. What is this? A fight. A drinking contest. And now a contest to see who's more miserable. Talon stood up and walked over to the two of them. After a quick observation, he found that the two drunken women were sleeping like the dead. Your pressure is also very great, isn't it? Talon shook his head. The actions of these two women were just a way to vent and relieve a bit of pressure. He looked at the two foolish girls before him. In a way, they were the same type of person, strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Talon walked forward, lifted the two women off the ground, one on each side, and carried them into the room. He gently placed the two of them on the small bed. Then Talon looked at the messy room from the recent drinking bout inside. Oh my, this is so tiring. I just got a kiss, and now I have to clean up, talent or open a spatial rift, and threw all the wine jugs and trash into it. He propped himself up and looked around. Huh, clean. Talon nodded in satisfaction and went back into the room. As soon as he entered, Talon was immediately startled. On the small bed, Empress Violetta and Lilith were like the octopuses, clinging to each other, snoring soundly. It seemed that in this moment, the two of them were lost in a beautiful dream, free from worries and anxieties. Really now, Talon revealed a gentle smile. At this moment, the two empresses were sleeping very restlessly. I wonder if they were cold. I, for one, was feeling hot all over. The two empresses were now only wearing their underwear, their beautiful bodies fully exposed. Lilith was lying on her side, one leg draped over Violetta's body, hugging her as if in great affection, inseparable. As for Empress Violetta, she was lying on her back, also hugging her opponent, but her hand was in a place that many people dream of. It seemed she was having a beautiful dream. I don't know what she saw in her dream, but Violetta squeezed the small hill with her hand. Good. Lilith, in her sleep, instinctively pushed Violetta's hand away, but ended up pushing it onto the other small hill. Violetta let out a soft moan. The pleasant sensation made the two of them press closer together. Perhaps they were having the same dream. And then, what was meant to be, was meant to be. In a daze, the two of them gave each other a slobber-white kiss. In that wet sensation, the two of them seemed to feel that something was not right. Unconsciously, they opened their eyes. This feeling of lips touching lips, eye to eye, is hard to describe. At this part, Admin is drooling again. In a flash, the two of them immediately sobered up. They quickly separated, sat up at the same time, turned to the other side, and spat continuously, feeling very nauseous. In a flash, the two women were completely calm. They stared at each other. Lilith at this moment was very angry and shouted, "You rogue emperor! You hugged me. That's one thing. But you even kissed me. I know what you're about now. You like women, don't you? Empress Violetta's face was flushed, her eyes wide with no less anger. You're the rogue. You clearly kissed me and then blamed me. You blonde. I'll fight you to the death. As she spoke, Lilith lunged at Empress Violetta. It's the dairy cow. Am I afraid of you? Come here and get some milk. The two of them continued to fight on the small bed, neither willing to give in. Hearing the sound of them arguing, Talon opened the door and walked in. You drank so much yesterday, and you have so much energy this early in the morning? At this point, Talon froze, stunned by the scene before him. Empress Violetta and Lilith were struggling on the bed. A very awkward scene. The three of them, big eyes staring at small eyes, were silent for a long time. I'll go make breakfast for you. After speaking, Talon buried his head and ran off, not giving the other two a chance to speak. The two of them were also a bit startled, so the air in the house was quiet for a while. Lilith suddenly tilted her head towards Empress Violetta and frowned. Brother Talon was really naughty just now, staring at my body like that. You're really good at joking. Don't you have a mirror in your house? Stop being so narcissistic. In my husband's eyes just now, there was clearly only me. Empress Violetta snorted lightly and quickly grabbed her coat. Lilith covered her mouth and said softly, being too confident isn't a good thing. Girl, who would like a steam bun like you? Oh, is that so? Empress Violetta cracked her knuckles and looked at Lilith. Today, I will tear your mouth apart. I will show you what a festival is. The two scantily clad women once again clashed, punching and kicking each other. It was expected that after this fight, some places would be more swollen. At this moment, Talon's head slowly appeared outside the door, his eyes sparkling as he watched the two of them in front of him. He was probably worried that something unexpected would happen while they were fighting, like their clothes tearing, so he came to observe the situation. I don't know how long they fought, probably because they were hungry. The two women no longer had the strength to fight. At this moment, the two of them were fully dressed and went outside to eat the noodles prepared by Talon. Brother Talon's cooking is really delicious. Lilith's eyes shone as she stared at Talon. Empress Violetta was also very surprised and looked at Talon. My dear husband, your cooking skills are not much worse than the royal chefs. A little. Talon waved his hand, signaling the two of them not to praise him too much. As long as you two like it, I'm very happy. His unintentional words sparked the rivalry between the two of them. Lilith had already hugged her bowl and started drinking the soup, her entire face seemingly covered by the bowl. Talon cried out in his mind, Eat slowly. Old friend, you eat like a pig. How can I feed you? No one is fighting you for food. Lilith put down her bowl, her tongue licking her lips clean. In the face of Talon's scolding, she revealed a satisfied smile. I do. Empress Violetta, who was beside her, snorted coldly, then picked up her bowl and poured it into her mouth. She drank it all in one go, then turned to Lilith and frowned. Talon sat there, watching the two of them, completely bewildered. My God, why are there people who compete in every aspect like this? Currently, the three of them were sitting in the courtyard, talking. Empress Violetta's expression was a little more composed now. She suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Lilith. If I remember correctly, yesterday you said you were an orphan with no parents, brothers, or sisters. Although we were drunk yesterday, with our cultivation, if we recall carefully, we can still remember everything that happened. Lilith remembered last night's events and felt very embarrassed and lost a lot of face. Why did we hug each other, comfort each other, and even cry? While Lilith was lost in thought because of embarrassment, Empress Violetta spoke again. You should come live in the Imperial Palace. Talon suddenly tilted his head, looking at Empress Violetta with an incredulous expression. Is your Majesty not jealous anymore? How can she let her into the Imperial Palace? Lilith was also startled and looked at her opponent for a moment. Then she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Could it be that you're feeling sorry for someone like me? You're being conceited again. How could I feel sorry for a damned dairy cow like you? At this point, Empress Violetta turned her head and no longer looked at Lilith. I just feel that if I let you wander outside, you'll come and seduce my Talon again. If you come into the palace, I can supervise you. In front of me, you can't play any dirty tricks or steal anything. I don't care if you're alone or not. I'm just worried you'll seduce Talon. That's all. Talon, beside her, covered his face, a little helpless. Your Majesty, you really don't know how to talk. If that's the case, I won't be polite. As Lilith spoke, she glared at Talon, Aren't you afraid I'll steal Brother Talon from you? If you're so good, then show me. I'm not afraid of anything. Empress Violetta slapped the table and looked up at Lilith. If you want to compete, then do it openly and honestly. If I don't even have that much confidence, how can I be the Emperor of the Grand Ignis? At this point, Empress Violetta leaned forward slightly and looked at Lilith opposite her. Being an emperor is no big deal. Lilith chuckled softly, unmoved in front of Empress Violetta. Compared to you, I'm still a little more generous. Even if you lose, I can let you be a concubine. Empress Violetta smiled faintly. You're really good at joking. Who's bigger and who's smaller? It's not for you to say yet. You fallen princess. But at this moment, Lilith suddenly laughed again. Because you are very cute and kind. I will not pretend anymore. I will show you my cards. I am not a fallen princess, but the demon emperor of the primordial demon kingdom. Outsiders often like to call me the emperor. Lilith at this moment looked at Empress Violetta with a proud Dora. Her expression a half smile. Sacred demon empress. Talon looked at Lilith with a face full of surprise, especially staring at the pair of horns on her head without taking his eyes off them. She's not human. You. Opposite. Empress Violetta was also so scared she couldn't speak. Her opponent really didn't look human. This form was really the first time she had seen it. And she was also a sacred demon empress. Talon is mine. No one can take him away. It seems I have to be more careful not to let her steal him. Empress Violetta immediately narrowed her eyes, her vigilance increasing tenfold. Just as you said, openly and honestly. There's no point in me hiding it from you. Is there? Lilith sat down, her legs crossed, looking at Empress Violetta. You really surprised me. Empress Violetta also sat down, her eyes on Lilith. Lilith turned her head. Her eyes filled with a bit of pity as she looked at Talon. I'm sorry, Brother Talon. It's not that I meant to hide it, except for the matter of my identity. Everything else is true. Moreover, I am of the Azure Demon race. For many humans, living with the demon race is very difficult to accept. At this point, Lilith was actually a little worried in her heart. She was very afraid to see disgust, doubt, or taboo in Talon's eyes. But when Lilith looked up, she found that Talon, at some point, was looking at her with great interest. Talon quickly asked, if those horns were broken, would it be very painful? Do they last forever? Do they need to be polished often? You demon race. If you decorate them, can you pierce them to wear earrings? Would that hurt? Talon's eyes were full of curiosity. This was a real, living demon race in front of him. These horns are the symbol of our demon race and also the hardest part of our body. If they were broken, it would definitely be very painful. We demons don't have the habit of wearing earrings. Lilith was very happy and honestly answered all of Talon's questions. I am not of the human race, but of the Azure Demon race. Lilith looked at Talon solemnly. Brother Talon, don't you find my horns and tail strange? What? You have a tail too? Talon was even more excited and quickly went around to the back to look. Sure enough, behind Lilith, there was a long black tail, and at the end, there was even a heart shape. Talon really couldn't help himself. This is amazing. I've only ever heard of people playing with snakes, playing with all sorts of things. I'm the first person on Earth to be friends with a demon. Lilith looked at Talon in surprise, finding that his expression was not at all fake. Brother Talon, you don't fail. Before she could finish, she was cut off by Talon. Talon suddenly raised his hand and then brought it down on her head. I don't need you to feel anything. I want me to feel it. If I say I don't mind, then I don't mind. It's just a horn and a tail, right? As he spoke, Talon brought his hand down on her head a few more times. Lilith's eyes were hazy, her head in her hands, her face red, as she looked at him as if wanting to say something. But at this moment, Talon raised his hand again. Lilith instinctively closed her eyes, preparing to receive the next blow from Talon. But the expected pain did not come. Instead, a warm hand was placed on top of her head. Lilith opened her eyes and found Talon smiling at her. I know your surname is Lo and your name is Nuai. But what do they call you in the demon race? As Talon spoke, he gently stroked her head. Hearing these words, Lilith was extremely excited. Brother Talon. Lilith's eyes sparkled with starlight. She smiled happily and lunged at Talon for a hug. Then she bumped into something soft. Lilith's face showed a strange expression as she looked up and met Empress Violetta's burning gaze. Blue veins already bulging on her forehead. This is not your property to hug whenever you want. You purple-haired woman. You damned blonde. Why did you have to ruin the mood like this? Despite the tense atmosphere, the battle between the two empresses erupted again in the courtyard. Witnessing this scene, Talon just stood quietly by the side, observing. After a long while, he silently called out in his mind, "Astro, respected master, what do you need? Can you record these scenes?" "Master, I have been recording since yesterday." Hearing this, Talon was silent for a moment, then whispered to the system, "You did a very good job. I must commend you. I apologize for saying before that you were just an intelligent voice." Seeing that the situation could not continue, Talon decided to intervene. He stepped forward, separating the two empresses, then turned to Lilith. "You revealed your identity not just to compete fairly with Violetta." Lilith at this moment also stepped back, took a deep breath, and sighed. "Violetta, before we begin, I need to make something clear to you. The 3 Zara world domains is just a figure of speech. There are far more domains than just 3. Zeroth among them. Any domain where the universal rules are broken, where space is unstable and spiritual energy is chaotic, cannot exist for long. Such a place is called a desolate domain. The Southern Wilderness Domain was once called the Southern Flame Domain and was ruled by the power of a great flame empire. However, 600 Zaro years ago, a battle shattered this domain. 2,000 years ago, the Southern Flame Domain was determined to be unable to exist normally, so it was renamed the Southern Wilderness Domain. With that, Lilith took a deep breath. She stepped forward and firmly grasped both of Violetta's hands. "Violetta, everything you have experienced in this world is fake." The 2 words "is fake" echoed like thunder, striking a heavy blow to Violetta's spirit and causing her expression to become heavier than ever before. The matter Lilith mentioned about a desolate domain was something she had considered and was mentally prepared for. But for Lilith to conclude with everything is fake was something she could not remain calm about. Could it be that everything she saw, everything she did, everything she protected, was meaningless? Even so, with the fortitude of a great monarch, Violetta quickly composed herself. Her gaze became unusually firm as she faced Lilith. "Fake or not, it doesn't matter. I am the Empress of the Grand Ignis, the monarch of all its people. I will do my best to handle everything I can." The determination that filled Violetta's eyes and face left Lilith slightly stunned. "Oh, as expected of the one competing with me for my man. You've stabilized your spirit so quickly. Very good." Lilith's eyes filled with praise as she hugged Violetta. Looking closely, "You're not so bad." With that, Lilith circled around Violetta, her small hand gently lifting her rival's chin before leaning close to her ear and whispering, "After all, you're just a child. From now on, this big sister won't make things difficult for you." The teasing words made Violetta's red lips twitch. She angrily reached out and grabbed her opponent's mountain. "I really want to crush your milk jugs." Violetta squeezed hard. Lilith suddenly let out a cry, her face flushing as she hurriedly begged for mercy. It seems it wasn't that Violetta would lose her husband, but that Talon was about to lose his wife. At this point, Lilith seemed to have lost all her strength. Her face flushed as she rested her head on Violetta's two mountains and whispered, "All right, no more messing around. Let's talk business. This matter is actually closely related to your father, Emperor's aide." Hearing Lilith mention her father, Violetta was startled. "Be quiet for a moment. You keep interrupting while I'm telling the story. You should learn from Brother Talon over there." As Lilith spoke, she turned her head to look at Talon, who was quietly listening from the side. "First, I will be honest with Brother Talon about myself." Then she began to recount her story. "Originally, the previous Demon Empress and Demon Emperor of the Origin Demon Kingdom were my parents. They continuously waged wars from the time I was born. After my parents slaughtered each other, I fought with my siblings for power, walking a path of conquest and killing until I finally won the Origin Demon Kingdom and became the Demon Empress. Then, I accidentally discovered the tripartite agreement between my 18th elder brother, who had founded the Sacred Demon Sect, the not-so-useless Black Soho, and the Eastern Nigmus Empire, who were all colluding with the Celestial Archives to plot against the Grand Ignis. In the middle of the night, she confesses everything. With teammates like this, Valerie's is truly pitiful." After hearing Lilith's story, Violetta's eyes wavered slightly, a hint of sympathy rising in her heart. What her opponent had gone through was truly not easy. Moreover, they were both 20 years old, with Lilith only being a month older than her. Although her opponent had plenty of brothers and sisters, her current situation was no different from her own. Some of what she had faced was similar. But right at that moment, another thought popped into Violetta's head. "She's only a month older than me. How can her chest be so big? What on earth did she eat to have such superior development? As she was frowning in confusion, Lilith spoke again, and this time, the contempt made Violetta lose all thought of size comparisons. My royal brother received intelligence from the sacred demon sect. It said that the southern wilderness domain was controlled by the celestial archives and the eastern Nigmus Empire. This domain was considered a training ground for their younger generations, and conveniently, a ruin exploration to see if they could find anything good. 100 years ago, during a training exercise, the young members of the Eastern Nigmus Empire and the Celestial Archives discovered an unusual situation within this desolate domain. They found a perfect domain. No spatial fractures, no heavenly calamities, and no scenes of ruin and desolation. Just lush green mountains, clear blue waters, and the singing of birds and blooming of flowers. The rules of heaven and earth were complete. A flawless world. Then, the training disciples went inside to explore and found the corpse of a great dragon at the center. The dragon's entire body was a faint blue with gold trim, radiating a cold intent. Its body was like a giant mountain. When these disciples climbed onto the dragon's corpse, they discovered a block of blue ice crystal on top of its head, and inside was a newborn baby boy. His name was clearly carved on the ice crystal's aid. Lilith stopped here, looking into Violetta's wide, trembling eyes. She believed her opponent needed some time to process this information, and Violetta was indeed lost in thought. The Eastern Nigmus Empire and the Celestial Archives discovered my father 100 years ago. According to the legend of the Emperor, my father founded the nation 40 years ago, when he was 20. If he were still alive, he would be 65 now. She remembered what Talon had said, that what her father went through seemed as if someone had arranged it. So this fake world began 65 years ago, after my father was picked up by the Eastern Nigmus Empire and the Celestial Archives. Violetta took a shallow breath and looked at Lilith to ask, "That's right, 100 years ago. After discovering your father, the Eastern Nigmus Empire and the Celestial Archives tried many methods, but none could move the dragon's corpse or remove the ice seal, until the heavenly treasure, the primordial jade embryo, appeared. Everything began to change. The item that appeared this time was the primordial jade embryo. The appearance of the primordial jade embryo caused the ice to begin to melt. Everyone discovered that your father was a human with the true bloodline of an emperor. This was a rare treasure. A terrifying aura emanated from your father's body. Just as my royal brother was passing by, he discovered it in Canvassy." Lilith's expression grew grave as she looked at Violetta. "The imperial bloodline is incredibly powerful and cannot be stolen. But there are other methods. My royal brother is extremely knowledgeable, having read all sorts of ancient texts, and he thought of a way to make use of your father. That is, to use your father to condense the orthodox national fortune of the human race, and through that, receive a gift from heaven and earth. In this way, everyone would attain the Tao, and even their chickens and dogs would ascend to heaven. Moreover, the national fortune of the orthodox human race is immense. My royal brother proposed a partnership with the other two, and they would split it 3 ways. The 3 parties agreed to cooperate and then divided the tasks. At this point, the tripartite agreement was signed. The demon race would be responsible for supplementing the population and providing resources. The Celestial Archives would be responsible for calculating and designing the process of condensing the national fortune. The Eastern Nigmus Empire would send people and put in the effort, using their own experience to ensure the creation of a powerful dynasty. From the discovery of your father until the ice seal completely melted, it took 30 years. When your father appeared, the sound of heaven and earth roared. My royal brother, the Emperor of the Eastern Nigmus Empire, and the Master of the Celestial Archives all sealed their cultivation. They came here personally, and personally brought your father, Emperor's aid, leading him to it. From that point on, your fake life began." Lilith tightly gripped Violetta's hands, her eyes full of sympathy. The revealed details sent shockwaves through Violetta's mind, and she clenched her hands tightly. Lilith's royal brother, the Eastern Nigmus Empire, and the Celestial Archives had their eyes on my father's bloodline, wanting to use my father to condense the national fortune and then steal it. Giving Violetta a moment to breathe, Lilith spoke again. According to the Celestial Archives calculations, the time needed for the primordial jade embryo to condense the orthodox national fortune is 60 years. But recently, there has been a change. The formation speed of the primordial jade embryo seems to have increased, and it may be completed before 60 years. After a moment of silence, Violetta suddenly asked, "This primordial jade embryo you keep talking about, what exactly is it?" Lilith suddenly smiled with a mysterious look towards Violetta. That little toy is on you. Violetta's brow furrowed in confusion. On me? Why don't I know? Wait a minute. Violetta seemed to realize something. Primordial jade embryo. Could it be? She hurriedly took an object out of her storage ring. It was the national jade seal of the Grand Ignis dynasty. Not bad. The Grand Ignis National Jade Seal is the primordial jade embryo. Lilith watched as Violetta held the jade seal in her hand. Once the national fortune is successfully condensed, and the national jade seal completes its formation, that will be the moment to seize the national fortune. Violetta was silent for a moment, then looked up at Lilith. If the national fortune is seized, what will happen? Different choices will lead to different situations. Lilith held up two fingers towards Violetta. Choice 1, the national fortune is seized. The Grand Ignis dynasty is destroyed. At the same time, all the people of the Grand Ignis dynasty will be eliminated, leaving only you as a fallen emperor. As for the second choice, you will prevent the seizure of the national fortune, sacrificing yourself to protect the subjects of the Grand Ignis. Violetta frowned. Didn't you say that all of this is fake? These people, these officials, they would also be. At this point, Lilith shook her head and cut Violetta off. The events are fake, but there is one thing that is real: the subjects of the Grand Ignis dynasty. In the beginning, most of their memories were altered. They only knew they were citizens of the Grand Ignis dynasty. And then the population grew over time. The barbarian nation, the Blood Wind Spire, and the Black Soul, and those savages were all captured from other places. Their memories altered, and used as tools to supply resources and population to the Grand Ignis. Violetta was silent, took a deep breath, and continued to ask, as for the dragon's corpse, if there is no way to move it, where is it now? Good question. Good question. Regarding this question, Lilith's expression was also quite spectacular. She pointed towards the mountain. After the block of ice on its head melted, the dragon's corpse began to change. After your father was taken out, the corpse hardened into stone, eventually forming a mountain range. That is the King Yan mountain range. Violetta's expression was one of shock, and she asked in disbelief, the King Yan mountain beneath our feet, is that dragon's corpse? That's right. It's just that the state of King Yan mountain has been a bit off lately. At this point, Lilith looked towards Talon. Brother Talon, those cooking ingredients you're raising, aren't they unusually large? On the opposite side, Talon nodded gently, then seemed to realize a great truth. So that's the reason why everything I raise and grow here is so big and tastes so good. In that case, the pigs I raise, aren't they dragon pigs? Dragon chickens? Dragon ducks? Dragon fish? Talon's eyes widened, and then he chopped the side of his hand onto Lilith's head. Damn it, why didn't you say so sooner? You made me sell them at a loss. Lilith held her head, laughing on one side while winking at Talon on the other. Violetta came over and pulled Lilith aside. What happened to my father and my royal brothers? Do you know? Lilith looked at Violetta with a sorrowful look in her eyes. Then she copied Talon and patted her opponent's head. Your father is definitely fine. According to the records, your father was likely saved by your mother. Violetta's expression was full of surprise. My mother? Lilith's expression at this moment was also very strange as she slowly spoke to Violetta. According to the intelligence records, I also find it a bit hard to understand. The seizure of the national fortune was accidentally discovered by your father. Your father, hiding from prying eyes, secretly left the Grand Ignis dynasty to investigate. The mind-bending illusionary formation lost its effect, allowing your father to see the true state of the southern wilderness domain. Your father also discovered the people from the Eastern Ignis Empire and the Celestial Archives hiding in the Grand Ignis dynasty. You know these two people, one is Valerie's, currently the Grand Ignis Prime Minister. The second person is the Celestial Archives Keeper Chu. When they found out your father had discovered the truth, they moved to suppress him. Lilith continued. Just as the two of them were about to suppress your father, your mother made her move. Your mother's strength is terrifying. Even with her cultivation realm sealed, she could take on both Valerie's and Keeper Chu at once. Moreover, the two of them had brought over 100 people with saint-level combat strength. When your mother acted, she killed 43 people. The rest, although they survived, were seriously injured. But after that, a hand appeared from a spatial fracture and took your father and mother away. They have not been seen since. Later, my royal brother, the Eastern Ignis Empire, and the Celestial Archives used every means to investigate but could not find out who your mother was. They only know that she quietly snuck into the Grand Ignis, stole the identity of a girl your father knew, then fell in love with him, and finally gave birth to you all. According to my royal brother's speculation, your mother's background is 100% terrifying. Every time they found your father's whereabouts, that powerful elder would appear and take him away. As for why your father didn't come back to find you, I don't know. She glanced at Talon on the opposite side, whose eyes were sparkling with light. Lost in thought. Talon, what are you thinking? Violette narrowed her eyes at Talon, who was immediately startled but quickly recovered. Coughing lightly, he looked at the two of them with a straight face. I was thinking about the Eastern Ignis Empire and the Celestial Archives. They are truly evil. How could they manipulate someone's life like that? Luckily, my respected father-in-law has a good wife. It seems my mother-in-law is very formidable. At this point, Talon leaned in front of Violetta and comforted her. Your Majesty, please don't worry. My father-in-law has been controlled by others for so many years. It has been tiring and hard. Now that he's with my mother-in-law, at the very least, he doesn't have to worry about food and clothing. He doesn't need to worry or work hard. Isn't it good for him to rest well? This guy thinks everyone wants to be supported like him. Besides me, who else is like her? Talon grew more and more envious as he spoke. This father-in-law of mine, how could his luck be so good? To be able to traverse spatial domains and take people away. That terrifying strength. The backer, that freeloader's meal is truly not simple. No wonder my father-in-law has eaten to the point of forgetting his own daughter. Talon suddenly froze. Why can't I have a leisurely life like my respected father-in-law? I always run into foolish people with ill intentions, forcing me to kill them. I just want a quiet meal. What's wrong with that? Talon, on this side, was lost in thought, which made the two women a little confused, asking each other what was happening with him. At this point, Talon was still lost in thought. Sorry, logically speaking, I already have 2 rice bowls now, so why is my life still so hard? Suddenly, Talon looked at Violetta, then at Lilith. A spark lit up in his mind. The contemplative look from before completely vanished, a thought flashing through his mind. He seemed to have a great awakening, roaring in his heart. My wife, she's not strong enough. There's a saying to forge iron. You need a strong blacksmith. To have good food, you need a strong sugar mommy. At this moment, he understood something. It wasn't that Violetta wasn't jealous, nor was it that she sympathized with Lilith's situation. Violetta wanted Lilith to move into the palace for 2 reasons on the surface, but the deeper reason was yet to be revealed. She had fought with Lilith and determined that her opponent's strength was not bad, making her a very good training target. In the Imperial Palace, they could frequently discuss and spar, and over time, their strength would increase rapidly. At this moment, Talon looked at Violetta with an expression full of admiration, as expected of Her Majesty. Your thoughts are truly thorough. He then gave her a thumbs up. Talon's action greatly surprised Violetta, who wondered what she had done to be praised for her thorough thoughts. Why did he seem to have such a great awakening? It's a petty as cute. Days. Contemplative look just now was too short. I didn't get enough of it. As for Lilith, who was beside her, her mind was also in a fog, not knowing what Talon was doing. She felt that Talon's thoughts were incredibly complex and hard to see through. But Lilith also found Talon's contemplative look very cute. Violetta coughed lightly, regaining her composure. She no longer thought about Talon's problem. She looked at Lilith and asked, My father is missing. I have become the substitute, haven't I? Initially, the chosen one was not you. It was your eldest royal brother. But your eldest brother did not awaken the imperial bloodline. Then your second royal brother was the same. During that time, the tripartite agreement fell into despair. Unexpectedly, 4 years ago, you suddenly awakened it. At this moment, Lilith seemed to remember something. She rested her chin on her hand and looked at Violetta. It's quite a coincidence. 4 years ago, I also fell into a desperate situation. In that situation, I also suddenly awakened my power, which is how I won the position of Demon Empress and saved my own life. 4 years ago, Talon, who was beside them, heard this time frame and suddenly spoke up. What a coincidence. 4 years ago, I also almost lost my life. Talon's words shocked both Violetta and Lilith, and they both looked at him without planning to. Violetta suddenly thought of Talon's origins and asked, Almost lost your life? What happened to you in that other domain? Her expression at this moment was extremely tense. Lilith, at this moment, just glanced at Violetta, not surprised. According to her intelligence, She already knew that Talon was summoned by Violetta using a summoning talisman. The story goes like this: that day was not a very beautiful one. It was raining and thundering, and I was being chased by a group of truly vicious people. I was even slashed more than 10 times. Talon's voice was calm and gentle as he recounted the story, making the listener feel as if the person who was slashed was not him, but someone else. Then, I was saved by a woman. Talon remembered very clearly. While being pursued, he was hidden in a dark corner by that woman. The group chasing him couldn't find him, as if they were blind. Also, in that life or death encounter, I broke the shackles of the human body and became the one and only Grand Master of both internal and external sword cultivation on Earth. Talon frowned. He still found it very strange to this day. Why couldn't those assassins see him, even though he was hiding in a dark corner? Combined with the dark, rainy weather, it was impossible for all of them to have become blind. He didn't even know how the woman left. Hearing this, Violetta's jealousy flared up again. She snorted coldly and asked, "What did that woman look like?" Lilith, beside her, stood up, her hands on the table, and stared at Talon, asking, "Did that woman become someone very important to you afterward?" Talon was also startled by their expressions. "Why are you so jealous?" That's not it. That woman was like a ghost. I basically couldn't see her clearly. Talon's expression was strange. The point isn't that our experiences for years ago were a bit similar, is it? We all turned danger into safety and moved towards a better future. As for what she looked like, is it that important? Although that woman had platinum blonde hair, which is very rare. Talon's words were not yet finished when he suddenly startled. Seeing Talon's surprised look, Violetta didn't understand. Lilith also looked over, towards Talon. "Brother Talon, what's wrong?" That woman's face was very beautiful. Her beautiful eyes were very similar to yours. Talon looked at Violetta and said. Then he turned to Lilith beside him. She also had eyelashes like yours, charming and captivating. Violetta snorted and turned her head away, not looking at Talon. Talon has been speaking too sweetly lately. Is he trying to trick me again? Lilith, like Violetta, also didn't look at Talon. Her red lips softly sang, "Don't believe in the words of a butterfly. That is a deep pit. A love trap." It was very obvious they thought Talon was saying this to make them happy. Talon, on this side, rubbed his forehead, his eyes showing a hint of panic because what he said was not to please the women. For years ago, he met that platinum blonde girl. At that time, she was about 16 years old. She really did have eyes very similar to Violetta's, and also eyelashes like Lilith's. While he was lost in thought, a soft sensation came over him. He didn't know when Lilith had come up from behind and thrown herself onto him. I, for Brother Talon's sake, have told you everything I know, completely sacrificing my own interests. Shouldn't Brother Talon reward me with something? Lilith wrapped her arms around Talon's neck, her voice enchanting, a very eye-catching action. Yo, you let go of me. Violetta shouted angrily. I won't let go. What are you going to do to me? Violetta frowned. So you've chosen death. She once again reached out and grabbed Lilith's mountain. Lilith looked unconcerned and said, Why are you so angry? This is a normal thing in Pyongyang. You should get used to it. And so, the two of them started to argue. This familiar scene made Talon just shake his head. He then silently called Astro in his mind. Respected Master, the moment Lilith pounced on you, I had already predicted it and started recording. Talon was very pleased with the system's solution, giving it a continuous thumbs up. In the courtyard, the two women were competing with great enthusiasm, exchanging techniques with each other, both offensive and defensive. Just as Talon had guessed earlier, these two women had very rich combat experience. Through frequent exchanges like this, the strength of the two of them would increase greatly. Astro, is there any way to increase the combat strength of Violetta and Lilith? Talon stood observing for a while, then asked the system in his mind. At this point, Astro gave him some rather shocking news. He had already begun to upgrade their strength. As long as Talon had good intentions towards someone, based on the compatibility between the two of them, his force field would envelop them, promoting them to increase their strength. Your force field is constantly making them evolve. If they practice martial arts with you, the effect will be even better. These words greatly surprised Talon. There's such a heaven-defying thing? As long as I have a good impression of someone, they will become stronger. No wonder when I teach them martial arts. The effect is so good. Like Lena, her compatibility with you is 71%. Ember is 54%. Hey, little curious. Talon asked further. Is there anyone else whose soul has been changed by my force field? And what is their compatibility level? Astro replied, Violetta's soul compatibility is 100%. Lilith's soul compatibility is 100%. Lord Marius is 90%. The first two were fine, but when he heard the name Lord Marius, he almost couldn't stand firm. Old man Marius is 90% compatible with me? His whole body went numb. This was too hard to accept. Ignoring Talon's absurd thoughts, the system proceeded to explain. Master, just by frequently being around the other person, the soul compatibility level will increase, which will naturally increase their strength. This also increases the speed of condensing the national fortune. Violetta's realm has been increasing rapidly since you arrived. Oh, Talon was a little startled. He looked at Lilith, whose legs were wrapped around Violetta. I didn't expect this to be related to me. The Eastern Ignis Empire, the Celestial Archives, the Sacred Demon. Talon shook his head. No, the Sacred Demon sect is my rice bowl's home. I can't knock over my rice bowl. Master, I currently do not have enough information on the Eastern Ignis Empire and the Celestial Archives. I have no way to lead you there. You can gather information from Lilith. In my opinion, those two forces are likely not in the southern wilderness domain. If you want to destroy them, you may have to tear open the domain space to create a path. Talon's eyes widened, and he was very dissatisfied in his heart. What are you doing? What do you mean? What do you mean? Go destroy them. I must seriously criticize and educate you. Fighting and killing is something I don't. Not to mention, the Eastern Ignis Empire or the Celestial Archives can create a fake dynasty like the current one to serve their grand plan for over 100 years. I'm afraid they are extremely difficult to deal with, let alone the fact that the other party has not attacked me. How could I harm them without reason? This kind of thinking is wrong. It's not moral. It's not righteous. But if I choose to speak of righteousness, to forgive the other party and reason with them, to give them a chance, wouldn't that make this world a better place? Doomburn. While he was lost in thought, the commotion from the two women's fight once again startled Talon. He looked up and was extremely surprised to find that Lilith in front of him had another pile of wine. She lifted her skirt and put one foot on the stone bench, beckoning to Violetta with a provocative gesture. You rogue Empress. Do you dare to face me one more time to determine who is superior? How ridiculous. Who's afraid of you? You lustful demoness. Violetta slapped the table, then waved her hand, and countless bottles of wine flew out of her storage, filling the ground. Beside them, Talon's mouth twitched as he watched this scene. How much wind did these two women bring to find me last night? Are they trying to get me drunk to death? And also, Violetta, he remembered the days when the Empress would come to him drunk. What was all that about getting drunk after just a few drinks, and needing someone to raise her tolerance? What was that all about? The two of them drank from morning until night. What was meant to be, was meant to be. Violetta, drunk, hugged Lilith, her head resting on her opponent's chest in grievance. My parents, if they are alive, if they are so powerful, why don't they come back to find me? Lilith patted Violetta's head, comforting her on one side while sighing on the other. My parents are not much better. They don't care about the life or death of their children. As long as they are happy, we can only rely on ourselves. Next, the two of them hugged each other and told each other their grievances. The things they had gone through in the past for years that were not easy. They comforted each other, then fell to the ground, passed out, surrounded by wine jugs piled up like mountains. At this point, Talon also walked forward and found the two women hugging each other tightly, seemingly unwilling to let go. He had no choice but to hug both of them at the same time. He carefully arranged the two women. The two of them were now sleeping very soundly. Lilith was even talking in her sleep, something about being profound and boring. Talon stood at the edge of the bed and sighed. Such deep affection really makes one a little jealous. Talon returned to the courtyard and took out a jade tablet from the system space. Controlling his strength, he gently squeezed it. Then he began to clean up the battlefield of the two Empresses. Not long after, there was movement at the courtyard gate. Your Highness. At this time, Ember and Lena ran into the courtyard just in time to see Talon bearing open a spatial rift and throw all the wine jugs into it, which stunned the two of them. Talon used his strength to close the spatial rift, then looked at Lena and Ember. You here? Hearing Talon's voice, Lena and Ember snapped out of their shock and nodded. Lena showed him the jade tablet. We came as soon as you called. This jade tablet was given to them by Violetta. It was a positioning device. As soon as Talon squeezed it, they would immediately know his location and come. You're here. Talon waved at the two of them and led them into the room. As soon as they entered, Lena and Ember saw the two of them, drunk and hugging each other on the bed. Lena's eyes widened as she turned to Talon in a panic. "Your Highness, you and them." Talon, controlling his strength, flicked her on the head. "You little brat, where did you learn to talk such nonsense?" Lena held her head, unable to speak. "Your Highness, did you call us here to watch over Her Majesty and this person?" Ember's voice was also a bit shaky, but all in all, she was more mature than Lena. Talon nodded. "That's right. I'm going to take care of some things. You stay here and watch over them. If anything happens, squeeze the jade slip to let me know." Lena hurriedly nodded beside him. "Rest assured, Your Highness, we will watch over the two of them. But there's something I want to know. Your Highness, you're leaving so late. Where are you going?" It's nothing." Talon shook his head and looked at Ember. "There's something I wanted to ask you." "Don't tell Her Majesty." "Your Highness, please speak." Ember's expression was solemn as she nodded in agreement. Around the Grand Ignis dynasty, there seems to be a force called the Celestial Archives, right? Do you know where it is? Ember was silent for a moment. "I know where the Celestial Archives is. Why does Your Highness ask?" Talon smiled warmly and explained to Ember. "You know my nature. I'm truly a good person, and I can't bear to punish others. I'm just going there to persuade them, to calculate a path of survival for them." Lena and Ember looked at Talon's contemplative expression, unable to believe that such kind and beautiful words could come from Talon's mouth. Towards his benevolence and kindness, the two of them felt an immense fear. At this moment, the three of them were in the courtyard. Lena pouted and looked at Talon. "Your Highness, are you really forgiving them, and not going to beat them to death?" Talon once again hit Lena on the head. "What nonsense are you thinking again? How have I taught you? Was it all for nothing? Do you cultivate just to fight and kill?" Lena held her head again, looking at Talon with the expression. "Your Highness, don't hit my head anymore. I feel like you're hitting me into an idiot. And your way of cultivating by doing good deeds is to terrifying." Hearing these words from Lena, Ember's mouth twitched beside her, and she swallowed. She knew very well about Talon's good deeds. Talon had given Lord Marius a large amount of assets to open an orphanage. He had even personally stood up to help people and uphold justice for the common folk. Although his title was a bit ridiculous, the two words "at most benevolent" came from the hearts of the people. Everyone approved. Many households even set up longevity tablets to worship him. Towards the common people, that was the case. But on the path of benevolence, there is no shortage of blood. Talon caught corrupt officials who extorted their fellow countrymen and immediately had them executed. Since Talon began his charity work, more than 100 officials had been beheaded by him. Talon himself was doted on by the Empress, and the Empress herself also hated corrupt officials and wished she could kill them all. In addition, Valeries had been very cooperative lately, causing many officials to be so scared they turned themselves in. His reputation spread far and wide, so that when the common people had problems, they would seek him out to uphold justice. In the face of that reputation, the officials of the Grand Ignis had no choice but to not dare to do things sloppily, because just a little delay would make Talon suspect they had other intentions, wanted to plot against him. The result was that he would immediately investigate, then discover their hidden misdeeds, and immediately have them executed. Since then, in the court, people had given him the name Talon of the execution block, not to mention the tyrannical local bullies. Even the ruffians who wanted to take advantage of his kindness to deceive him did not have a good end. The most pitiful example of this was the evil tyrant Zane, a man who had committed every evil deed, running rampant for many years. He had merely glanced at the prince consort, and the prince consort had declared him an assassin, wanting to secretly plot a rebellion, and then had him beheaded. However, all his assets were investigated and confiscated. Amidst that scene, Talon sighed, patted Lena's head, and gently lectured. "You can't be like that. The Celestial Archives has indeed made some mistakes. Life is full of ups and downs. Not everyone is a saint who never makes mistakes. Giving others a chance to repent and start anew. Don't you think that's better? That's what they call a prodigal son who returns is more precious than gold. I believe that a force like the Celestial Archives can still be reasoned with, can understand what is right and what is wrong. I will talk to them clearly, make them understand their mistakes, repent, and start a new life. Wouldn't everyone be happy then? You stay here and seriously think about what I said. There's not much time left. I'll go quickly and be back in the morning to cook breakfast for the ladies." With that, Talon's figure immediately flew into the air. Looking up from below, Lena and Ember could only see the power erupting from Talon in the sky, followed by a clap of thunder. At the same time, his figure also disappeared. Lena could only cross her arms and shake her head, sighing with a bit of pity. It seems the Celestial Archive's luck is not good. I wonder if they've calculated that they're about to face a great disaster. They're dead for sure. Although the Prince Consort said he suspects they just made a mistake, they always act with a clear purpose. At this point, Ember's face turned cold. In the eastern part of the Grand Ignis dynasty, there is a special border area. Here exists a mountain whose peak was blown off by a great power, creating a giant flat surface. On top is a magnificent pavilion. This is the branch pavilion of the Celestial Archives in the Grand Ignis dynasty. This familiar scenery really makes one nostalgic. Keeper Chu stood in front of the Celestial Archives with his hands clasped behind his back, looking into the distance with a heart full of emotion. That year, he and Valeries had led their brothers and sisters through the crack at the top of the mountain, entering this area to investigate. Then they found Zaid, and began the earth-shattering plan. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 years had passed. The plan was finally nearing completion, and once it succeeded, thinking of this, Keeper Chu felt a little excited in his heart. He had made a great contribution to this matter. Once the plan was successfully completed, he would receive a huge amount of resources. At that time, he would take the flesh and blood of Violetta and refine it into a pill. He would bring it back for his daughter-in-law to swallow. Perhaps she would be able to give birth to a human with an orthodox bloodline. It was truly indescribably wonderful. Master Chu. At this very moment, a disciple of the Celestial Archives approached and knelt on one knee to report. There is someone coming up the mountain. It's so late. Why is someone coming up the mountain? Where is he from? Keeper Chu frowned and looked at the disciple. The mountain protection formation. Can't it stop him? The disciple had a strange expression. The person coming is the Prince Consort of the Grand Ignis dynasty, Talon. He's walking up the mountain with a very sincere expression. He has the Empress's jade pendant, so he can climb the mountain. This jade pendant was a gift from the Celestial Archives to Violetta as a gesture of goodwill. In the dead of night, what kind of trick is this Prince Consort Talon playing by coming here? Keeper Chu's expression was a little surprised. How did he get here? Does he have an entourage? No, he came alone. He is walking up the mountain. His demeanor is sincere. His eyes are full of determination. The disciple's face once again showed a clear expression. Thinking of Talon's expression, his expression became even stranger. He added to words, compassionate. A compassionate face? Keeper Chu sneered. Isn't he afraid of being killed halfway? Is he really not afraid of death? The disciple asked again, Master, do you need us to welcome him up here? No need. If that fool wants to climb the mountain, then let him climb. Keeper Chu didn't care much and waved his hand. We'll just stay up here, drink tea, eat snacks, and wait for him to arrive. Coincidentally, I'm free and have nothing to do, so I'll play with him a little. Hearing the master's words, this disciple couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, Talon was silently climbing the mountain like a normal person, even showing a state of extreme exhaustion on the outside. Why is this Celestial Archives located in such a high place? How many more steps do I have to climb? A long time later, Talon finally reached the top of the mountain, walked to the large square, and saw the Celestial Archives. Prince Consort Talon. Was the climb tiring? In front of the Celestial Archives, Keeper Chu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at Talon with a half-smile. He had been waiting here for a long time. The surrounding disciples of the Celestial Archives looked at Talon's tired appearance and couldn't help but laugh with great amusement. Talon shook his head, looking at Keeper Chu with a face full of disappointment. It's a great pity that you did not pass my test and have lost an opportunity. You now have 2 more chances for me to forgive you. I hope you can perform better next time. Keep trying. The number of opportunities for reform is not many. Talon's words silenced everyone for a moment. At this moment, Keeper Chu spoke up. Your Highness, you say you will forgive us. What has our Celestial Archives done wrong that requires your forgiveness? Talon's tone was a bit stern. You, the Celestial Archives, along with the Eastern Ignis Empire and the Sacred Demon Sect, have interfered in every aspect of my respected father-in-law's, Emperor's aids, life. Moreover, you have deceived his feelings. This is fraud. Not only that, you have also caused the deaths of my 2 brothers-in-law and deceived the current Her Majesty. You are truly too outrageous. You have committed such a great mistake, and yet you are still here laughing happily. It seems I will have to deduct 1 more of your chances for forgiveness. These words from Talon immediately silenced the smiles on the faces of the surrounding Celestial Archives disciples. Opposite him, Keeper Chu's eyes narrowed slightly, staring intently at Talon before him. How do you know? To Keeper Chu, this plan had been perfectly sealed. How could a brain-damaged man who lived off women possibly know? Talon, on the opposite side, spoke with sincere words once again. That is not the point. The point is that you have made a great mistake. If you do not wake up in time, you will be doomed for all eternity. You must repent in time. I can still forgive you. Please do not force me to kill you. I'm really scared. Prince Consort Talon. Hearing these words from Talon, Keeper Chu was amused. Then tell me, how should we repent? The disciples of the Celestial Archives beside him once again laughed their heads off, looking at Talon as if he were an idiot. Faced with the other party's mocking attitude, Talon revealed a smile. You can proactively ask me for a solution, which shows that you can still be saved. On my way here, I have thought a little about the mistakes the Celestial Archives has made and have also come up with some of the following measures. First, the Celestial Archives Master, Keeper Chu, needs to write a self-criticism letter, then go to the Grand Ignis Dynasty, kneel, and read it for 3 days to show sincerity. Moreover, you need to inform the Celestial Archives headquarters to send someone over here to personally apologize, and also promise to abandon the plan. Second, the culprit who murdered my 2 brothers-in-law must be handed over to be beheaded at the Meridian Gate of the Grand Ignis Imperial City, to be shown to the public and announced to the world. Third, the Southern Wilderness Domain is a place with special circumstances. One cannot stay here for long. Your Celestial Archives headquarters needs to cede a portion of its territory as compensation to the Grand Ignis Dynasty. Fourth, regarding my respected father-in-law, you need to pay compensation for mental distress. Likewise, I and Empress Violetta also need compensation for mental distress. The deaths of my 2 brothers-in-law also need compensation. And there's also a consulting service fee and travel expenses. At this point, Talon paused for a moment, thought, and then continued. The compensation amount is 17.3 billion mid-grade spirit stones. I'll let you round it up. Make it 18 billion mid-grade spirit stones. In addition to that, you need to tell me the location of the Celestial Archives headquarters and how to get there. As long as you fulfill these conditions, you will receive my forgiveness. Your lives will be spared, and you must sign a labor reform contract. You will be reformed in the Grand Ignis Dynasty. We're building its infrastructure for 100 years. After 100 years, you can continue to be human, reborn in glory. At this point, Talon carefully considered again, feeling that the conditions he had stated were very reasonable, well-founded, and even had a 10% mercy forgiveness. For example, on his way here, the compensation he had planned to propose was 50 billion mid-grade spirit stones and 500 years of labor reform. He couldn't help it. He was too soft-hearted. He had already lowered the conditions a lot. Talon shook his head at this problem. In the past, on Earth, his adoptive father had criticized him many times for this, but he felt no regrets. As a person, one must always strive for kindness. Talon was moved by his own actions, while everyone around him was shocked. Is this person mentally ill? Who could possibly agree to such a string of conditions? Besides, he's just a pretty boy who lives off women. Where does he get the arrogant confidence to make such demands? Keeper Chu was at this moment also shocked by Talon. He had never seen such a brain-damaged person before. Is Violetta blind? Why would she fall in love with a man like this? Keeper Chu shook his head. He thought Talon was basically an idiot and didn't want to waste any more time. He prepared to personally capture Talon and then interrogate him to find out where Talon had learned about this secret plan. I don't have time to play your crazy games here. I'll give you 2 choices now. One is to obediently come inside with me. The other is to be dragged inside by me. Keeper Chu clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Talon with a half-smile. Talon was startled and looked at Keeper Chu. I have been so kind, willing to give you and the Celestial Archives a chance. As long as you obediently admit your mistakes, I can forgive you. Yet you still talk about capturing me. A matter of not more than 3 chances. This is your last one, and you still don't know how to cherish it. Looking at Talon's sincere expression, Keeper Chu tried hard not to laugh. This Talon was just as Valerie's had said. He sometimes acted like a complete idiot. It was highly likely that Violetta had a thing for this kind of crazy, eccentric man. At this moment, the disciples of the Celestial Archives beside him could no longer hold it and laughed out loud. I am telling you clearly about a matter that concerns the life of the Grand Ignis Empress. Violetta, and careless lives of the common people, and the future of the entire Grand Ignis dynasty. On such a serious topic, you people can still laugh? Your frivolous attitude and malicious thoughts are truly infuriating. You are the kind of people who treat human lives like grass. I can almost hear the sorrowful wails of their wronged souls. You are animals in human skin. You can no longer be allowed to live. His rage reached its peak. Talon roared and suddenly unleashed 30% of his power. A single punch booming out. The force of the punch roared, and a straight line of space in front of him was shattered in an instant. The laughing disciple of the Celestial Archives had not even had time to recover before he, along with the shattered space, turned to dust. The budding smile on Keeper Chu's lips immediately froze, unable to form. It is mine now. There is only one thought, Valeries. Damn you! You are an animal. Normally, you are a brilliant and resourceful person, a master of strategy whose eyes no plot or scheme can escape. So what the hell is this Talon? My god, what did I just see? Keeper Chu's mind calmed down a bit. His expression complicated as he was about to speak. He saw Alan's grave face, his two hands clasping together, closing the broken space. Keeper Chu swallowed, even more terrified. Is this something a human can do? You tore open the world domain with one punch, and then with a wave of your hand, you can put it back together. Seriously? Talon's expression was grim as he scanned the crowd, his gaze finally landing on Keeper Chu. What I just did was a demonstration. A reminder to you all. What I'm about to say is very important, so you need to listen carefully. Is it so difficult for you to become better people? To admit your mistakes? To feel remorse? Talon spoke again, his voice cold. No laughing. All of you will be serious. Hearing Talon's words, Keeper Chu instinctively took a few steps back. Your Highness, it's all a misunderstanding. Despite his fawning tone, he didn't dare crack a sycophantic smile. He was afraid Talon would misunderstand and kill him, so he could only show remorse. Your Highness, it was just a misunderstanding. I will agree to all the conditions you've set and promise to fulfill them perfectly. Keeper Chu felt slightly better, but the others with him, hearing Keeper Chu's compliant attitude, Talon's expression softened slightly. That's more like it. I'm not an unreasonable person. As long as you sincerely admit your mistakes, I am willing to give you a chance to be human again. Keeper Chu and the men beside him nodded frankly. Your Highness, rest assured, we sincerely admit our faults and will earnestly repent. Keeper Chu spoke with righteous conviction, making his promise to Talon. Talon nodded in satisfaction undoubted. However, the previous compensation of 18 billion will now have an additional 2 billion. Your Highness, why is that? Keeper Chu's eyes widened, slightly stunned. How did it suddenly increase by so much? Talon looked at Keeper Chu with an honest expression. Think about it. That punch I just threw? I took out the trash for you. Getting rid of a rotten apple spoiling the bunch. Is asking for a 2 billion spirit stone fee for my troubles really so unreasonable? You must understand. I'm a kind person who dislikes violence. Doing this kind of thing pains me greatly. Hearing this, Keeper Chu roared internally, wanting to rush forward and strangle Talon. Reasonable. Moyes, you're a complete maniac. Despite this, Keeper Chu didn't dare show his true feelings and could only nod honestly. Reasonable. Extremely reasonable. Your Highness. Talon also nodded cheerfully, revealing his smile. I knew it. With my sincerity and your willingness to listen, your inner kindness would surely be moved. You'd be ready to admit your mistakes. After speaking, Talon extended his hand towards Keeper Chu. Seeing the outstretched hand, Keeper Chu paused in silence for a moment. Your Highness, what is this for? Bring me the 20 billion mid-grade spirit stones for compensation. Talon said. Keeper Chu was silent for a moment before speaking seriously. Your Highness, 20 billion mid-grade spirit stones is a massive amount. I don't carry that on me. I'll need time to prepare. No problem. You have about 3 hours before the first ray of sunlight. Therefore, you have plenty of time. Before dawn, you must fulfill all of my conditions. Then, you will return to the Imperial City with me. Keeper Chu was instantly startled and looked at Talon. Your Highness, you mean you want me to produce 20 billion spirit stones before dawn? Talon nodded and continued to add more conditions. In addition to that, your headquarters must send a representative to apologize. Also, the person who murdered my brother-in-law. I want him standing before me by dawn. Furthermore, you must prepare the documents for the ceding of the Celestial Archives territory. Keeper Chu's mouth twitched. How could all of this be accomplished before dawn? Just contacting the headquarters would take a significant amount of time. Keeper Chu couldn't understand it. Your Highness, why are you in such a hurry? Is there some urgent matter? Talon nodded, looking at Keeper Chu with a sincere face. Yes. I have to rush back to make breakfast before dawn. Talon's expression became solemn as he continued. My performance has been poor lately. I'm afraid they'll cut my allowance. Keeper Chu froze on the spot, staring at Talon for a long time without a word. This man is an absolute dog. Keeper Chu took a deep breath and said to Talon, Your Highness, the time frame is too tight. It's simply impossible. Why is it too tight? Talon frowned. 3 hours isn't enough? If I were you, and I heard I had 3 hours to prepare, I'd be secretly laughing with joy. Besides, are there any difficulties that can't be overcome? At this moment, Keeper Chu truly couldn't laugh. Your Highness, even if I used a teleportation array, a round trip would take several days. 3 hours is really not enough. Talon waved his hand dismissively. Isn't that just an excuse? Why can't you overcome your own difficulties? This is your last chance. And you don't know how to cherish it? Keeper Chu felt aggrieved. But this isn't a difficulty I don't want to overcome. It's one that truly cannot be overcome. Your Highness, I know you are very strong, but you're just relying on your immense power to do whatever you want, without any reason. Keeper Chu couldn't help but complain. I've already agreed to your conditions and sincerely admitted my mistake. Just give me a few more days, and I will definitely fulfill every single one of them. But you insist I must finish before dawn. This is an impossible task. It's too unfair to me. Talon's face turned dark and cold. He stared intently at Keeper Chu. You say I'm being unfair. You say I'm being unreasonable. When you people controlled the life of my father-in-law, did you ever ask him? Was that fair? Was that reasonable? For your own selfish gains. How many people have had their memories erased and been brought here to create a world for you, waiting for you to plunder their nation's fortune, knowing that only death awaits them? And now you talk to me about fairness and reason? Aren't you utterly shameless? It truly makes me sick. Even now, you show no remorse. You don't sincerely admit your mistakes. You are nothing but beasts in human skin, always wanting to devour others. And to think I was considering sparing you. A pack of wolves. You've truly disappointed me. Keeper Chu, a person like you would pretend to apologize on the surface while secretly plotting how to kill me. I was originally planning to let you live. It seems I was naive. Talon's lips curled into a gentle smile, but his eyes held no trace of warmth. He continued, I didn't want to make a move, but you forced my hand. I have no choice. Today, I can only break my own rules and deliver justice on behalf of the heavens. As Talon spoke, he unleashed his physical power. He suddenly pushed his hands out to both sides. Some disciples didn't even have time to react before they were punched into dust by Talon. The remaining men screamed in terror. Keeper Chu, are you tired of living? Why did you have to provoke him? Before he could finish his sentence, he was killed by Talon. The rest scattered, running and hiding everywhere. But no matter where they ran, they were intercepted and dealt with by countless clones of Talon. Corpses lay strewn across the ground. After a while, Talon reappeared in front of Keeper Chu. He had pulled a handkerchief from somewhere and began wiping his hands. Deliver justice on behalf of the heavens? You're the Yama King himself. Keeper Chu's face was pale as he forced himself to stand still. You hid your identity. You must have other motives. Now that you've revealed your strength, as long as one disciple from our celestial archives escapes, your true identity will surely be exposed. Talon looked at Keeper Chu and shook his head. Before you ascend the mountain to the afterlife, do you have any last words? Faced with Talon's words, Keeper Chu's heart sank to the bottom of a ravine. However, he still had a chance. From his observations, he knew that Talon valued Empress Yahello greatly. He also seemed to have a deep attachment to the common people. If he revealed a great secret, he might be able to trade it for a chance to live. Just as Keeper Chu was about to speak, his neck was seized by a hand. His feet lifted off the ground. Talon held Keeper Chu in his hand, looking at him with a satisfied nod. Very good. Even at this point, you refuse to speak with me. You still have some backbone, although you people deserve to die. This display of courage before death is commendable. Keeper Chu's face turned blue as he frantically slapped Talon's hand, signaling for him to let go. If you knew it would come to this, why did you act that way before? Your attacks are too weak. They have no effect on me, Talon said, shaking his head. Hearing this, Keeper Chu wanted to die right then and there. This prince was a complete idiot. He had no choice but to condense his spiritual energy, using his hand as a brush to write in the air IHAVAGR, IATSEC, RETC, RETCO, and CRN, OIN, EMPRASSVIOLETA. Talon's eyes lit up when he saw these words. He loosened his grip. Thump! Keeper Chu fell to the ground, coughing violently and gagging. Even as he gasped for air, he didn't dare to relax, hastily shouting in a hoarse voice, "Your Highness, you only know one part of the story, not the other. In truth, the Eastern Flame Empire, the Holy Demon Sect, and us plundering the nation's fortune is just what's on the surface. Our Celestial Archives has another. Hidden objective." Talon narrowed his eyes and knelt down, looking at Keeper Chu. "What secret?" Keeper Chu took a deep breath and looked at Talon. "If I tell you, can you promise not to kill me?" Talon nodded. "Okay, I won't kill you." A look of joy appeared on Keeper Chu's face. Just as he was about to speak, Talon cut him off. With a serious expression, Talon said, "I can allow you to commit suicide to atone for your sins." The expression on Keeper Chu's face instantly froze. "I was wrong. You're not a dog. Even a dog is better than you." Keeper Chu trembled all over, filled with immense grievance. Since childhood, he had been considered the future of the Chu family, an elite member of the Celestial Archives. Everyone praised and flattered him, even Valoris, the strongest genius of his generation from the Eastern Flame Empire, was suppressed by him. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Keeper Chu could no longer bear Talon's insults. He channeled his spiritual energy, raised his hand, and deigned a palm strike at his own head, intending to commit suicide. But as he raised his hand to meet his end, he found that Talon had grabbed his wrist at some point. He opened his eyes, startled, and looked at Talon. What are you doing?" Talon frowned, looking at Keeper Chu. "Didn't you just say you were going to tell me a secret? Why are you killing yourself now? You haven't told me the secret yet. After you've told me, you can do whatever you want." As Talon finished speaking, Keeper Chu screamed in grievance. "Talon, don't push me to fire." SLAP. Talon suddenly delivered a backhand slap. "Why are you suddenly shouting so loud? You scared the hell out of me." SPLAT. After the slap, a look of shock appeared in Talon's eyes. Thump. His head. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. "Astro, respected master. It seems you have accidentally shattered his head." That Keeper Chu was so treacherous. To tarnish my name as someone who goes back on his word. He intentionally scared me so I would strike and kill him. The human heart is truly sinister. As Talon spoke, he stood looking at the now empty branch of the Celestial Archives, his heart filled with regret. What a pity about that great secret. He didn't get to tell me. After a long silence, Talon asked Astro internally, "Astro, if I'm not mistaken, this place is also considered the territory of the Grand Ignis dynasty, right?" "Astro, that is correct. Master, even though this Grand Ignis dynasty is a fabrication, it can still be considered its territory. You could also interpret it as the Celestial Archives leasing this land." Talon nodded. At that moment, he had arrived at the treasury of the Celestial Archives. After opening it, a brilliant light shone from all sorts of items laid out inside. Looking at the treasures in the vault, Talon pondered for a moment. "Is this all from tax evasion?" At that moment, Astro replied, "Astro, according to the income records of the Grand Ignis dynasty, there is no record of the Celestial Archives ever paying taxes." When Talon heard Astro's words, he shook his head with some displeasure. "Tax evasion is not allowed. It seems I must reclaim these assets on behalf of the dynasty." As he finished speaking, Talon's eyes sparkled. Then, he quickly collected the entire treasury into his storage rings. In the blink of an eye, all the wealth that the Celestial Archives had painstakingly accumulated was cleared out by Talon, while Astro was focusing all its energy on analyzing and cataloging the assets, examining scriptures, and analyzing artifacts. Talon was reviewing the reports while soaking in a luxurious bath. Among the treasures of the Celestial Archives, there were many interesting items, like a void-piercing flying ship. Not only that, but there were also flying islands like the Bloodwind Spire. According to Astro's classification, he had acquired a large amount of spirit stones, pills, and tomestones this time. Is this emblem the symbol of the Grand Ignis Empire? Talon suddenly asked Astro. As Astro was cataloging the items, he found that many of them were engraved with an emblem of a blazing flame. Astro, respected master, according to the records left in the Celestial Archives, this emblem does indeed represent the Grand Ignis Empire. The Grand Ignis Empire once ruled the southern Flame territory. After the Southern Flame territory turned into the Southern Barren territory, it left behind many ruins. Most of these items originated from those ruins. Talon nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, a jade tablet appeared in his paw. This was the protective jade tablet Empress Violetta had given him. It was engraved with the symbol of the Grand Ignis dynasty. The scriptures he found contain no record of the origin of this symbol's birth, but the symbol of the Grand Ignis dynasty was somewhat similar to that of the Grand Ignis Empire. He wondered if there was any connection between them. Talon sighed, leaning back in the tub. Soaking is the best. Thinking so much is exhausting. After enjoying a period of relaxation, Talon stood up and said, "It's getting late. I should be heading back." After changing his clothes, he flew up and headed towards Ember's old house. In the courtyard, Lena and Ember saw Alan and immediately went to greet him. "Your Highness, did you forgive them?" Lena asked. Her question made Talon pause. Then he shook his head with regret. "It's a pity. Their sins were too heavy. I benevolently gave them 3 chances, but alas, it's my own fault for being too incompetent to save them. However, I acted quickly, so they felt no pain. They passed peacefully. I believe they will surely be good people in their next lives." Lena's expression became very serious as she said to Talon, "Your Highness, please don't be disheartened. In the future, there will surely be someone who understands your difficult position. They will understand that you didn't want to kill them, but we're washing away their sins so they could be good people in the next life." Talon's eyes lit up. He reached out and patted Lena's head. Good. Hey, teachable child. Ember, you should learn a thing or two from this little girl. Her capacity for enlightenment is very high." Satisfied, Talon walked inside. "All right, I have to go prepare breakfast now. Today, I'll let you all taste my cooking. Say, Sister Ember, I told you, centers like the Celestial Archives would never see the light of day." Beside her, Ember sighed and drubbed her forehead. "Lena, you're starting to understand the prince more and more." Lena shrugged. "Because His Highness is like a child sometimes. He'll always live in his own world." Her Majesty was right. The prince is a very lonely person. Just as dawn broke, in the kitchen of Ember's house, the complaints of Lord Marius could be heard. He had been sound asleep when Alan silently abducted him and brought him here. "Your Highness, is this really appropriate?" Talon frowned, looking at Lord Marius. "What's inappropriate? Is helping me cook a little so difficult?" "Your Highness, it's not that. My wife will wake up and find me missing. Something might happen." Lord Marius shook his head repeatedly, feeling utterly frustrated. He was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt the world spin. When he opened his eyes, he found himself here, being forced to help with breakfast. If he refused, his training regimen would be doubled. "Lena is outside. She can explain things to your wife," Talon replied casually. "Now, take the bowls and chopsticks outside." While busy, Lord Marius noticed something was off about the number of bowls and chopsticks. "Aren't there only 5 of us here? Why are there so many bowls?" Before he could ask why, Talon urged him on again. "Hurry up and go." Startled, he ran outside, carrying the bowls and chopsticks as Talon had instructed. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, he froze, besides the 3 familiar faces of Empress Violetta, Ember, and Lena. He was horrified to see 4 other women on the opposite side. They had 2 horns on their heads and even tails, making one feel both frightened and repulsed. It was the first time in his life he had ever seen such beings. Time to eat noodles. Talon arrived and broke the eerie atmosphere. Empress Violetta sat on one side with Lena and Ember, while Empress Lilith sat on the opposite side with her 3 guards eldest, second, and third. The atmosphere at the dining table was no better. The 2 empresses said nothing, silently eating their noodles. But as they ate, they couldn't stop remembering the drunken scene from last night where they ended up hugging each other to sleep, especially since Talon had witnessed it once again. As they ate, they both consoled themselves, "Don't get angry. I can't kill my own man just to cover up an embarrassing moment. Why do I keep remembering such a mortifying scene?" As for Ember and Lena, they were having a staring contest with eldest, second, and third, silently wondering, are these horned women transformed from cows or something? "Your Highness, what exactly is going on here?" Lord Marius frowned, unable to hold back his question. Before Talon could answer, "It's fine for you all to know." Violetta looked at Lord Marius. "Lena and Ember, then continued. There are not many people in the Grand Ignis dynasty I can trust. But after I tell you, you must remain calm." Hearing Violetta speak, Lilith's 3 guards shook their heads. These humans probably won't be able to handle it after they learn the truth. After all, knowing that the entire Grand Ignis dynasty is being manipulated by others is an immense blow. Afterward, Empress Violetta told the 3 of them everything she knew. That is the situation. After finishing, Violetta looked worriedly at the 3 of them. Although the truth is terrifying, I hope, before Violetta could finish, she was surprised by their reactions. So that's how it is. Valerie's strange behavior. Now, it all makes sense. Lord Marius nodded as if he had a great epiphany. Lita, however, looked bewildered. She scratched her head and looked at Ember beside her. My head hurts after hearing all that. Sister Ember, did you understand? Ember thought for a moment and explained to Lena in simpler terms. To put it simply, we are being raised like pigs. Once we're fat, we'll be slaughtered. In an instant, a flash of understanding lit up Lita's mind. She seemed to have a revelation, and her fists clenched unconsciously. If it's that simple, then I get it. The strangely calm attitude of all 3 surprised Empress Lilith and her guards. Impressive. Truly, you've made me see you in a new light. Lilith rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sweeping over the 3 with a hint of admiration. To face such a truth and remain so calm is truly remarkable. Hearing this, Lord Marius respectfully stepped forward and cupped his hands in a salute. This demon Empress, may I ask, once our Empress's celestial embryo Jade matures, will there be a chance to turn the tables? Lilith narrowed her eyes at Lord Marius, recalling intelligence that he was just Talon's cook, and explained, it's not that simple. This region has a special protective barrier. To enter this area, one must suppress their cultivation to the 10th tier Saint Realm. Anyone who wants to come here to seize the celestial embryo Jade must do the same. At this point, Lilith's gaze sharpened as she glanced at Violetta beside her. My true cultivation is far superior to yours. Violetta just snorted lightly, feigning disinterest. So what? Sooner or later, I will surpass you. Oh, your words are tough, but you look so adorable. Lilith's gaze was full of teasing as she looked at Violetta. Violetta's cheeks flushed red with anger. She glared at the other woman. I am not. This woman is disgusting. Seeing her adorable appearance, Lilith couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Still say you're not. Hey. While the 2 women were bickering, Lord Marius was silently analyzing the situation on the side. If that's the case, wouldn't it be an even match if the 2 of you fought? That's right. Her Majesty is already a 10th tier saint. Combined with our perfected formation, the opponent's realm cannot exceed the 10th tier saint realm. I believe Her Majesty can handle it. Ember, beside him, nodded in agreement. Lita also nodded along. We basically can't lose. You are all too optimistic, too confident. Just then, a calm, steady voice came from the opposite side. The 3 looked over. It was Eldest, the leader of the guards. To you, the 10th tier Saint Realm may be very strong, but to the Eastern Flame Empire and the Celestial Archives, there are quite a few people at this realm. Despite this reminder, the 3 seemed to pay it no mind. Their eyes simultaneously turned towards Talon. At this moment, Talon was thoroughly enjoying the sight of the 2 empresses arguing heatedly. They thought to themselves, we still have an ace up our sleeve, His Highness the Prince. If it comes down to the Prince, the other side had better pray for their own good luck. The 3 of them exchanged knowing smiles. While everyone had their own thoughts, the battle between the 2 empresses had reached a fever pitch. Empress Violetta was suddenly pinned against Empress Lilith's 2 majestic mountains. Lilith's face was filled with a perverse look as she held the other's head tightly unsaid. Tough. Keep being tough. I'm waiting for you to come and hit me. This perversity was witnessed by Lord Marius and the others, leaving them stunned on the spot. Seeing this, Lilith felt a bit flustered and thought to herself, are they starting to get scared? I should comfort them a little. She then said, no need to worry too much. This Empress will lend you a hand. It's just the Eastern Flame Empire and the Celestial Archives. This matter is easily resolved. As Lilith spoke, she waved her hand, releasing Violetta, her expression changing to a smile to show her goodwill. But immediately after, she narrowed her eyes at Violetta. As we discussed, your previous offer to let me move into the palace, is that still valid? Lilith's sudden question made the expression on Violetta's face freeze. She now regretted it, wondering why she had felt pity for the other woman in the first place. Although her kindness had yielded valuable intelligence and an ally, she was just too much trouble. Lilith then blinked at Violetta, putting on a pitiful expression. Oh my, the great Empress of Ignis, descendant of the true imperial bloodline of humanity. Are you going back on your word? I was clearly honest with you and even provided valuable intelligence. I'm even planning to help you. Lilith's eyes were full of sincerity as she looked at Violetta. Violetta's mouth twitched, and she screamed internally. This damned milk cow. What is your real motive? Why can't I figure it out? She suppressed her emotions. My word is gold. What I have said, I will certainly do. Violetta covered her mouth and coughed lightly, her face full of reluctance. Internally, she was screaming and pulling her hair out. She hated how she always lost her composure in front of this holy demon Empress. Truly the Empress of Ignis. You certainly keep your word. Lilith's eyes narrowed, and she smiled triumphantly at Violetta. Don't get too smug. You can move into the palace, but you must agree to 3 conditions. Violetta narrowed her eyes, her body leaning forward slightly. Lilith raised an eyebrow. Speak. What do you want? Violetta immediately pointed at Talon. First, Talon is yours in the morning, but he is mine in the afternoon and evening. Second, you are only allowed to sleep with me. No sneaking off to spend the night with Talon. Third, you must spar with me to help me improve my strength, and absolutely no inviting me to drink. After that, the two continued their staring contest. A few seconds later, Lilith suddenly waved her hand, pushing Violetta away. No way. Are you an idiot? If we're both together in the evening, you'll take all his benefits for yourself. How could that work? Lilith pinned Violetta's head again. I object to the second condition. It should be changed to the 3 of us sleeping together. You understand? Theft. Everyone around couldn't help but cough violently. Those were really shocking words. Beside them, the 3 guards eldest, second, and third all covered their faces with a look of helplessness. Our Empress. She's really digging herself deeper. What are you doing? We came here to seize the nation's fortune, and now you've joined their side. Lord Marius silently placed a hand on Talon's shoulder. Your Highness, you have suffered. I never imagined you would sacrifice so much for the people of the Grand Ignis dynasty. Talon could only remain silent, but Lord Marius then looked down at that place with a suspicious gaze. Your Highness, you truly are amazing. Do you need me to cook some nourishing dishes for you? What are you thinking? Don't look at me with that disgusting expression. Talon couldn't stand it anymore and angrily pushed Lord Marius's hand away. Time flew by, and in a flash, 3 days had passed since Lilith moved into the palace. The second condition was thoroughly implemented. The 3 of them did indeed sleep together. Every night, Talon was suffocated by mountains. As the sky brightened, Talon slowly opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. On his left and right, his arms were held by the 2 empresses, sleeping soundly as if lost in beautiful dreams. Under such immense pressure, Talon felt his body was about to give out. With no other choice, he gently pulled his hands free and used his spiritual power to levitate his body. He flew towards the door and ran straight out. The moment he was gone, Violetta and Lilith habitually reached out to find him. After a moment, the 2 empresses found each other and continued to sleep while holding one another. Once outside, Talon looked exhausted. If not for his own strength and resilient body, these 2 bowls of free rice would be truly hard to swallow. He felt a bit hungry and planned to go to the Marius estate to ask Lord Marius to make him some breakfast. A short while later, Talon arrived at the Marius estate. Your Highness, why have you come here again? General Leona, holding a giant steamed bun, took a bite and looked at Talon with a frown. Talon grinned cheerfully. Isn't it because Lord Marius's food is too delicious? Look at this steamed bun. As he spoke, he picked up a large bun. He paused for a moment, then took a bite. Why is this bun so small? It's far inferior to Lilith's, and not even as good as Violetta's. Beside them, Lord Marius almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Your Highness, please be careful with your words. He coughed twice, looking at Talon helplessly. You're no saint either. Prioritizing looks over substance, Talon retorted, gesturing with the bun in his hand. You have your own special tastes, yet you're mocking me. Your Highness, you really are. Lord Marius's face turned red, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. General, there's a message. At that moment, a female guard rushed into the courtyard. Leona took the letter from the guard and carefully read its contents. When she finished reading the letter, her expression immediately changed. This is unbelievable. Wife, what is it? Lord Marius saw his wife's dramatic change in expression and quickly asked. Leona spoke in shock. The Celestial Archives branch has been destroyed. They left behind the words delivering justice for the heavens. It seems to be the work of the Yama King again. Lord Marius just hummed softly in response. Seeing her husband's reaction, General Leona found it a bit strange. Why was Lord Marius so calm? As if he wasn't surprised at all? Very quickly, Leona pushed that thought aside, because she had more important matters to attend to now. Her expression became solemn. I must go to the palace to report this news to Her Majesty. I don't know the origin of this Yama King, stirring up trouble everywhere. He might not be a good person. Before she could finish, Lord Marius stopped her. Wife, if it's an important matter, you should hurry to the palace and report it to Her Majesty. Don't waste time here. Getting to the palace quickly is what's important. Hearing her husband's words, Leona immediately agreed, gave him an affectionate kiss, and left with her head held high. After his wife left, Lord Marius quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead. My dear wife, that Yama King is standing right in front of you, and you're spouting nonsense. After Leona left, Lord Marius breathed a sigh of relief and quickly returned to the estate. Your Highness, my wife doesn't understand things. Please don't take it to her. Tell her, holding a teacup, spoke calmly to reassure him. It's all right. I'm not a petty person. I won't get angry with someone over a few words. Lord Marius and Lena's mouths twitched slightly. Words coming from Talon's mouth were fundamentally unbelievable. Lord Marius's expression was a bit grim as he looked at Talon. With the news of the Celestial Archives' destruction spreading, I'm afraid Valerie's won't be able to sit still. Don't worry. With Lilith and Violetta joining forces now, no matter what tricks the Eastern Flame Empire and the Celestial Archives headquarters pull, they are no match for me. After speaking, Talon took a sip of tea and sighed, looking a bit smug. After all, they are the women who are keeping me. Before he could finish his sentence, General Leona rushed in with a flustered expression, startling Lord Marius. Wife, why are you back so quickly? Ignoring Lord Marius, Leona looked at Talon with a sorrowful expression. Your Highness, I have something to tell you. Please don't be too heartbroken. Talon looked at Leona with a puzzled expression, not understanding what she was talking about. Leona looked at Talon and sighed. A purple-haired woman might have cheated on you. I went to find Her Majesty and found them kissing. Talon's expression was one of disbelief as he touched his head. I've been cheated on? General, you've misunderstood. Things are not as you think. Behind her, Ember followed into the estate with a helpless look on her face. General Leona frowned and turned to look at Ember. What misunderstanding? I just passed by and clearly saw Her Majesty holding the purple-haired woman's head and kissing her passionately. Ember looked at Leona with a bit of helplessness as well. It's a good thing the General doesn't know the Holy Demon Empress's identity, or things would be much worse. Talon, having understood the situation, spoke up and asked Ember, did the two of them fight? The prince is correct. Although Her Majesty and Lady Lilith woke up a bit late, as soon as they did, they started fighting in the courtyard, without using cultivation. Lady Lilith's martial skills are a level below Her Majesty's. Moreover, Her Majesty was always aggressively attacking Lady Lilith's chest. Lady Lilith got so angry she pulled Her Majesty's hand forward. It was just an accident that their mouths touched. Her Majesty felt that Lady Lilith did it on purpose and, in a fit of anger, pulled her in for a kiss. Lady Lilith felt Her Majesty was being arrogant, opened her mouth to bite Her Majesty's face. Her Majesty, also furious, opened her mouth and bit Lady Lilith's back. At this point, Ember looked at General Leona. The general happened to pass by and saw that scene. It was probably the angle of observation that caused the misunderstanding. Hearing Ember's explanation, General Leona also felt a bit embarrassed. Beside them, Lena couldn't help but burst into laughter. Why is Her Majesty suddenly acting like a child? Lord Marius, however, had a happy expression on his face. This might not be a bad thing. Even if they're not best friends, at least Her Majesty finally has a friend who understands her. A friend? Huh? Talon murmured, seemingly lost in nostalgia. I used to have a few friends too. Unfortunately, they were all tricked and killed by my foster father's plan. Talon's sudden reminiscence caused Lord Marius, Lena, and Ember to all shudder. Your Highness, what kind of plan did your foster father devise? Lena asked carefully. Talon was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. To teach me not to trust others so easily. My foster father threatened them to come and kill me. Unfortunately, it was only much later that I learned the truth and realized I had misunderstood them. No wonder they kept crying and apologizing back then. But perhaps the one who should be apologizing is me, right? Talon laughed loudly, looking up at the distant sky, as if recalling something again. Now, we can be considered friends, right? At that moment, Lena suddenly spoke up. When I was little, the late Emperor told me there are no secrets between friends. I was the late Emperor's friend, and now I'm friends with you, Your Highness. You silly girl. Have you grown your wings already? You want to be on the same level as your father? General Leona glared at Lena and continued. And what's with your dressing? The hierarchy is all messed up. Lena stuck her tongue out at General Leona. It was just an example. Mob, why are you getting so worked up? Besides, to be friends with the prince? Even Dad is worthy. You little brat. Do you believe I'll use the family law on you? Go ahead. It's not like you can beat me. Lena shrugged, which sent General Leona into a rage. She charged forward furiously. So you treat my words like the wind blowing past your ear. Do you? Who allowed you to eat only the filling of the buns and not the bread? I haven't disciplined you in 3 days, and you're already climbing all over my head. Just looking at you makes my hands itch. Lena's face changed, and she hastily tried to escape. But unfortunately, she couldn't get away. General Leona raised her hand and repeatedly spanked Lena's bottom. Lena cried out for forgiveness but couldn't escape the punishment. A heartbroken Lord Marius ran over. Oh, my good wife, you're hitting her a bit too hard. He was immediately scolded by his wife. You have the nerve to say that? This girl has been spoiled rotten by you. Lord Marius could only admit his fault and try to appease her. Yes, it's all my fault. Don't be angry anymore. I'll slowly talk to her. Talon stood there, quietly watching, and suddenly spoke. This is nice. I know why my cooking is actually no worse than Lord Marius's, but I still prefer his food. At this moment, Talon suddenly spoke up. Ember revealed a slight smile and looked at Talon. Is it not the same reason why you cook noodles for Her Majesty? Captain Ember is right. Talon stood up, supporting himself, and looked at the family of 3 in the distance. Lord Marius doesn't just cook for me. He cooks for his family of 3. The intention of cooking for one's family naturally makes the food taste the best. Let's go back to the palace. Her Majesty the Empress and Her Majesty the Demon Empress must be hungry. As he spoke, Talon clasped his hands behind his back and walked out of the Marius estate step by step. Yes, Ember quietly nodded, looking at Talon's back with a hint of pity before following him. Back at the Imperial Palace, inside the royal study, an enraged Empress Velez shouted, imitating Talon, and chopped the side of her hand onto Lilith's head. Are you an idiot? How did you even become a demon empress? Lilith held her head and mumbled. Well, I'm best at fighting. I just kept chopping and chopping until I became the empress. It's a miracle the origin demon kingdom wasn't ruined by you. Violetta sighed, looking at the contents of a book. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. You need to start changing. Seeing Lilith lying sprawled on the table, Violetta gave her another chop on the head and yelled, Be serious for me. Lilith could only hold her head a grieved lie. I am being very serious. As Violetta flipped through the documents of the origin demon kingdom, she frowned and lectured Lilith. Many things are not the same. You need to understand that. As she was teaching, Lilith's eyes sparkled with admiration, praising how amazing Violetta was. Violetta discovered that this milk cow's brain, aside from talent, was only filled with fighting. She knew nothing about governing a country. How she became an empress was a true mystery. Are they that big because she traded her brain for them? Violetta covered her face with her hand, peeking at Lilith with envy. After understanding that being a ruler was not easy, Lilith sincerely began to learn from Violetta. With Violetta's help, Lilith issued countless orders to adjust the demon kingdom. This made the citizens of the demon kingdom cry with joy, sighing that their demon empress finally knew how to use her brain and had stopped chopping people up. A few days passed, and Lilith was getting a headache from all the memorials. She kept thinking, why not just chop them to death? It's not like chopping them a little later is a problem. Why do I have to use my brain? In short, Lilith's governance had only one principle: to chop or not to chop. Thanks to Violetta's help, the demon kingdom reached the peak of civilization. Lilith lay dizzy on the long table. Being an emperor is so troublesome. Why didn't those ministers ever discuss things with me before? They were probably worried you'd had them chopped up. Lying on a long chair, resting leisurely, Talon held a bucket of milk tea and spoke casually. Being an emperor is hard work. It's a job that requires skill, and it's mentally and physically exhausting. You should try to learn. Thud. Just as Talon finished speaking, Violetta brought over a stack of memorials and placed them in front of Lilith, causing her to jump in fright. Violetta looked at Lilith with a serious face. These are the revised memorials from the Origin Demon Kingdom that your guards sorted out. You must approve them properly. I will check them later, for the sake of your Demon Kingdom citizens. You must try your best. Violetta was a model of a wise ruler, a good emperor. Knowing Lilith's situation, she was determined to guide Lilith to become an emperor like herself. At this moment, Lilith regretted demanding to move into the palace. Eldest, second, third. Lilith slumped onto the table, looking at her 3 guards. Help me. Second and third both looked at Eldest. Eldest just sighed and said seriously, Your Majesty, what this Grand Ignis Empress says is very reasonable. This time, you can only rely on yourself. Her Majesty Violetta has patiently taught you. You should cherish it and try a little harder. Beside them, Talon, who was continuously sipping from his milk tea bucket, also chimed in. That's right. If you don't govern the Demon Kingdom well, all that wealth will be gone sooner or later. That can't happen. Lilith looked pained, resting her chin on her hand as she thought, I can't let all the wealth disappear. Otherwise, how will I support my boy toy? Thinking of this, Lilith obediently began to approve the memorials. Opposite her, Violetta was also working on her own tasks. Only occasionally, Violetta and Lilith would sneak glances at Talon, thinking how adorable his lazy posture was. Even the way he drank was adorable. Lilith also looked at Violetta and sighed. How is she not getting a headache with so many memorials? At this time, at the Valerie's estate, Valerie's was receiving news from a man in black. His Majesty has agreed to your plan. However, at this point, the man in black's words became more cautious. If you really do this, people will die. Valerie's looked at the man in black. Come and try to touch my face. Are you sick? The man in black asked, his face full of confusion upon hearing Valerie's words. Valerie's didn't speak, just quietly looked at him. The man in black saw Valerie's solemn expression and knew he wasn't joking. He reached out to touch his face. Just as his hand was about to touch Valerie's, the other man suddenly disappeared. I knew it. Your micro-step technique for approaching and evading is too terrifying. In our generation, you've relied on this to run rampant. The man in black withdrew his hand and shook his head. Valerie's waved his hand. A true hero doesn't dwell on past glories. Keeper Chu suppressed me for so many years. But now, even his head is gone. The man in black sneered. The branch of the Celestial Archives was destroyed. They've lost their heavenly secrets. His Majesty has agreed to your plan and even made an oath to take care of the Valerie's family. Here is the Imperial Edict. Valerie's took the edict and read its contents, then said softly, All right, the people who died at Mount King Yan, immediately have the newcomers from the Eastern Flame fill their positions. From now on, the highest command of the Eastern Flame Empire in this Grand Ignis territory is handed over to you. At this point, Valerie's placed his hand on the man in black's shoulder and squeezed it firmly. Do not disappoint my expectations. For the Eastern Flame. For the Eastern Flame. The man in black took a deep breath, tears streaming down his face. Big brother. Valerie's body stiffened. Then he smiled faintly. It's been many years since I've heard you call me big brother. Go. The man in black took a deep breath, cupped his fists, and left the study, watching his subordinate leave. Valerie's returned to his desk and sat down. He began to write a letter. Prince Talon, who may also be the Yama King. Although this is just speculation, I believe there's an 80-90% chance it's true. Upon seeing this, Yama King Talon, please do not act rashly. Do not rush over here to kill me, or else 70% of the Imperial City's citizens will become my funeral offerings. After seeing this letter, please come to the Endless Light Welfare Institute filled with the Empress's know what affection and the prince's boundless love to meet, and allow me to say, giving it such a name is a bit insane. After reading the letter's contents, Talon's brow furrowed, and his hands clenched involuntarily. Beside him, Ember, who was responsible for delivering the letter, asked with some concern, Your Highness, did something happen? The situation is more serious and harder to deal with than I imagined. Talon rubbed his forehead, a dark and cold glint in his eyes. Captain Ember, let me ask you something, the prince said. Ember's face was solemn as she nodded. The Endless Light Welfare Institute filled with the Empress's know what affection and the prince's boundless love. Is there really a problem with this name? Talon looked at Ember with a serious face. Changing the name now would involve a complicated process and be very difficult to resolve. Ember swallowed and shook her head. Your Highness shouldn't overthink it. That name is actually not bad. That's good. Then, so it's Valerie's sense of taste that's the problem. Talon nodded, then suddenly looked at Ember. Then no. To Welfare Institute. Sponsored by Lilith. Is almost finished. What do you think of the name? The Prince's passionate happiness and Lilith's sincere devotion to a beautiful homeland welfare institute. Is it okay? Ember's forehead was covered in sweat. She quickly gave a thumbs up. The Prince's naming is brilliant. The theme is clear and promotes the positive energy you've taught us. Good. Talon clapped his hands and praised Ember. Captain Ember has vision. Valerie's taste is just a poor. At this point, Talon pushed himself up. Let's go. I'm going to have a chat with Valerie's. Ember finally reacted, looking at Talon's back. Your Highness, Valerie's is looking for you? Don't worry. I won't die. Talon waved his hand dismissively and slowly walked away, disappearing before Ember's eyes. Ember watched Talon leave with the letter, her brows slightly furrowed. Could the prince be walking into an ambush? Thinking of this, she then remembered the scene where Talon used the poisonous mud from the old poison master as a face mask, and she stopped worrying. After all, with the prince's strength, even 100 Valeri uses lying in ambush wouldn't be able to do anything. Talon left the Imperial Palace and went to the East City where the orphanage was being built. Since this was a world of cultivators, construction was not difficult. The main cost was a large amount of spirit stones. Talon's criteria for construction were to focus on quality. The simpler and more rustic, the better. Save resources to build schools and libraries. So these orphans would have a place to study and try their hand at cultivation. Their futures would be arranged based on their aptitude. Besides that, he also had some small workshops, inviting people to teach skills to the elderly, the widowed, and the disabled. Talon wasn't giving charity. He was helping these people live better lives. Big Brother Talon is here. As Talon approached the orphanage, a child's piercing scream was heard. In an instant, the orphanage gate burst open, and a crowd of children rushed out to hug Talon. These children, dressed in white and blue clothes, had faces full of joy as they looked at Talon. I've come to visit you all again. Same these kids. Talon immediately burst into loud laughter. Don't push. Be careful not to fall. Slowly. No need to rush. Which little rascal dares to touch my royal bottom? Talon pretended to be angry, making the kids laugh even harder. Big Brother Talon, can you be our dad? A little girl came up to Talon, looked up with her big, bright eyes, and stared at him. In your dreams, if I become your foster father, where would I get the money to raise all of you? Talon bent down and lifted the little girl. He smiled at the little girl. I will always be your big brother Talon. Then it's a promise. The little girl, despite having only one arm, hugged Talon's neck as tightly as she could. This little girl had once been abducted to be a beggar, but was fortunately rescued by Talon. Now she had this good life. Little Yen is so cunning. I want a hug from Big Brother Talon too. Yeah, me too. Me too. Talon's heart swelled with pride. I know little Yen ranked first in this exam. All of you have to work hard. Only the top 10 can enjoy the warm embrace of this prince. Normally, only Her Majesty gets this kind of honor. After hearing this, the children were even more delighted and surrounded Talon as they walked into the orphanage. On the way in, several elderly people in the courtyard looked at Talon, who was surrounded by the children. With gentle eyes, one old man sighed. Thank goodness for His Highness the Prince, who spent money to give us a place to live, to let these children study, and to let old folks like us put our skills to use. And at this moment, in the courtyard of the orphanage, Valerie's had already set up a tea table. His son was also present, standing respectfully beside him. The prince's title, Benevolent Freeloader Celestial Lord, is incredibly fitting. The people love it very much. These children also like it a lot. Mallory said, sipping his tea while looking at Talon. The children beside Talon were now quiet, feeling very nervous. They didn't know much, but they knew this man was a high-ranking official. For some reason, the children always felt this official was a bad person who would be disadvantageous to their big brother Talon. Prince Talon, we can sip our tea and talk slowly. After speaking, Valerie's calmly pulled aside the lapel of his robe, revealing a black talisman that was faintly visible right over his heart. He continued to speak slowly. If I am harmed in the slightest, this space-time turbulence talisman array will detonate. I can't guarantee much else, but I'm certain this welfare institute will collapse in an instant, and all these poor children will die. As Valerie's finished speaking, He gently placed a jade cup on the opposite side, inviting His Highness the Prince. Talon looked at Valories with eyes full of disgust. Little Yen also called out to Talon worriedly. Talon sighed, then regained his composure. He put Yen down. You all stay back a bit. This is adult business. Kids don't need to worry. Then, Talon walked straight to Valerie's and sat down. Talon took the freshly poured jade cup and drank it all in one gulp. Prince Talon, you should really drink more slowly. Talon glared at him, then picked up the teacup and drank it clean again. Done drinking. Let's get to business. Talon placed the cup on the table and stared at Valerie's. Valerie's mouth twitched slightly. He inwardly cursed that this Talon was always so annoying. Talon clasped his hands together and asked Valerie's, what will happen if I kill you right now? This space-time turbulence talisman array is a type of formation that combines talismans with artifacts. Valerie's pointed to his chest, explaining clearly to Talon. This is the main talisman, linked to my life. The other 8 sub-talismans are scattered throughout the Imperial City. If I die, the sub-talismans will detonate, space will collapse, and a torrent of space-time turbulence will erupt. 70% of the city's citizens will surely die. But, at this moment, a talisman was pulled from a distance. Hovering in the air, a black talisman appeared, and the space around it was torn apart. Talon immediately stood up, asking himself, what is this? At that moment, a talisman suddenly appeared, and the space around it instantly shattered. The talisman array has now been activated. The 2 of us are trapped here. The 8 sub-talismans have formed a complete formation. With this main talisman, I can rigorous spatial collapse at will, pulling both of us into it. Valerie spread his arms and looked at Talon. Of course, with your strength, you could kill me and then leave safely. But what about these children in the orphanage? And the citizens in the Imperial City? Do you even know how they'll die? Valerie stated it clearly once more. Once I die, the talisman in my heart will explode, and 70% of the people in the Imperial City will die. And of course, the first to die will be the people in this orphanage. Talon, you still want to kill me? Valerie stared at Talon and asked in a low voice. Talon turned his head to look into the distance, at the group of children with worried eyes. They all obediently listened to Talon and stood far away, not leaving, but quietly watching from over there. At least for now. I won't kill you. Talon withdrew his gaze and looked at Valerie's, shaking his head. Valerie's burst into loud laughter and suddenly stood up. He solemnly turned towards Talon and performed a grand salute. I was right about you. I, Valerie's, on behalf of the citizens of the Imperial City, thank you for your benevolence. Your Highness. Valerie's demeanor was not at all feigned. It was sincere and full of respect for Talon. After sitting down, Valerie's looked at Talon. Prince Talon, rest assured, our Emperor of the Eastern Flame Empire has agreed. After this is successful, all citizens of the Grand Ignis dynasty will be moved to the Eastern Flame Empire to live and work in peace. Since when did you people care about the common folk? Suddenly, Talon's lips curled into a sneer. In response, Valerie shook his head helplessly. We stand on different sides, so I have no choice but to do this. I can only prioritize the interests of the Eastern Flame Empire and do my best to ensure the people of the Grand Ignis dynasty can survive. He paused for a moment, a hint of pity in his eyes. You are a ruthless man, but whether I act or not, you are doomed to die. Is it worth it? Talon clicked his tongue and shook his head in disdain. But Valerie's gaze remained unusually firm. For the people of the Eastern Flame, it is worth it. Talon's silence was a form of acknowledgement, for he could read the unshakable determination in the other's eyes. Finally, the veins on Talon's forehead bulged, his expression contorted with extreme anger. I respect your patriotism, but I still think you bastard, deserve to die for daring to use an orphanage to threaten me. Hearing this, Valerie's just raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at Talon without a word. A ruthless thought arose in Talon's mind. If he weren't afraid that making a move would cause trouble, he would surely beat Valerie's and his son so badly that even their own parents wouldn't recognize them. He suppressed his anger and asked in a deep voice, How did you discover my true identity? Talon frowned, recalling the events in his mind. I handled the scene very carefully. I dealt with everyone who saw, so there should be no mistakes. My methods of concealing my identity are perfect. Even someone as intelligent as Her Majesty the Empress couldn't figure it out. How could a fool like you discover it? Talon crossed his arms, leaning back slightly, with a look of utter confusion, because this was a point he truly couldn't understand. Valerie slowly explained, Violetta doesn't know about the lower-tier world regions. There's a type of world region called a body cultivation world. In this type of world, spiritual energy is thin, and resources are scarce. Cultivators can only temper their physical bodies, making them incredibly powerful. Once their physical body becomes saintly, they are nearly invincible in combat. However, people from that world can only rely on lightning to cultivate and achieve a hallowed body. But they still cannot break through the realm barrier and surpass the 10th tier realm. If I'm not mistaken, Prince Darwin, you were summoned by Her Majesty from such a body cultivation world using a summoning talisman. That's why you have no cultivation realm, but your actual strength is terrifyingly high. Although this is a special region, in the end, this southern barren territory has weak space and chaotic rules, allowing your physical strength to be fully utilized. This is also why you act so indifferent and lazy, is to hide your true identity as a peerless powerhouse. Hearing Valerie's long explanation, Talon was inwardly stunned. A body cultivation world? Is there really such a thing? He thought, but I didn't come from another world region. I came from another universe. If not for that, I might have actually believed his nonsense. He was about to explain. You've misunderstood. I'm not. Before he could finish, Talon was cut off by Valerie's. In the body cultivation world, you know you have no future, no prospects, so you're eager to deny it. Prince Talon, on this point, you've lost your composure. Perhaps in the eyes of those people, you are just a barbarian with no strength and no future. But your benevolence, I greatly respect. Seeing that the other person had already concocted an entire story, Talon looked defeated and didn't bother to say more. He lazily replied, "Fine, as long as you're happy. I'm just a good-for-nothing with no future." Talon wanted to explain, but couldn't, feeling utterly frustrated with this arrogant and foolish man. At this point, Valerie's was still excitedly analyzing the reasons why he knew Talon was the formidable Yama King. There is a very logical coincidence. The plan was going very well, but ever since Her Majesty summoned you, the Yama King started to appear. Lena, that girl has a very proud nature, like an untamed wild horse. Suddenly, she became so obedient to you. I felt something was not right. Then, Ember also became extremely respectful towards you. This made me even more suspicious. When the ancient curse-warding scriptures had no effect on you, I suspect the reason was your powerful body. Until Lord Marius was captured, the formidable Yama King appeared, annihilated the entire Black Soul Coven, and rescued him. The big question is, where did the Yama King act? Thinking about it carefully, your relationship with Lord Marius is known throughout the Imperial City. It can be presumed that you rescued him because he is your cook. Finally, the event that confirmed my suspicions was the day on the road when you reached out and pinched my face. At this point, Valerie's paused and looked at Talon, his gaze unusually sharp. My movement technique was actually unable to escape your hand. Just then, buzzing sounds were heard, followed by 3 subtail mist-nymphs flying towards the two of them, sealing them inside. Valerie's looked at Talon, his voice becoming solemn. Yoba King Talon, although you may be a nobody with no future in the body cultivation world, here, you are an invincible 10th-tier terror. The Eastern Flame Empire will not admit defeat. I can only use my life to drag you down with me. This is the only thing I can do for the Eastern Flame Empire, and it is also the greatest respect I can show you. As soon as he finished speaking, Valerie stood up straight. The talisman on his left chest glowed with a bright light. He looked at Talon, his expression extremely solemn. Prince Talon, don't even think about killing me before we enter the space-time turbulence. Your attack will trigger the talisman's detonation. For the sake of those children, please do not act rashly. Talon didn't speak. He was mentally asking, Astro, what are the results of your analysis? Almost instantly, Astro reported the danger level affecting the orphanage is 12%. The best option right now is to remain passive. Even if you fall into space-time turbulence, it will not cause any harm to you. Master, moreover, your existence can stabilize the space, reducing the damage to a minimum. Talon asked again, can I just tear open space, grab his head, and throw it in? Astro replied, that would still cause a detonation, affecting the surrounding area. Why? Talon asked, annoyed. But Astro's answer was somewhat amusing Astro because he is too small. Master, he cannot withstand the impact force created when you open space. After hearing this, Talon's face was full of resentment as he glared at Valerie's, silently cursing this useless weakling. A question mark suddenly appeared over Valerie's face. He didn't know why Talon suddenly called him a weakling. Suddenly, Talon's expression changed drastically. He saw behind Valerie's. Valor, with a ferocious expression, had drawn a dagger. He lunged towards his own father. In that moment, Talon was extremely worried. If Valerie's was hit by this attack, it would cause a catastrophe. But no. Just then, Valen's attacks suddenly stopped. Fresh blood splattered onto the subtailmusnims. He looked out at his own stomach in disbelief, to find that Valerie's had pierced a large hole through it with his bare hand. Son, you are too young. Valerie's looked at Valen's astonished face, smiled coldly, and shook his head. You. Valen clutched his stomach with one hand, but couldn't stop the flow of blood, which was immediately drained away by the surrounding tailmusnims. Valerie sighed, looking at Valen with sorrow. This space-time talisman array requires a blood sacrifice. Once the people in the shadows chose to plot with me, you became its target. Valen staggered backward, falling against the spatial barrier and slowly sliding down. He desperately tried to cover the wound to stop the blood from being drained by the subtailmusnims, but he had no strength to resist. At this moment, from a distance, the children who saw Valen being killed were frightened, but they didn't run away in fear. Instead, they were extremely worried about Talon. They felt that the high-ranking official had just killed someone and might attack their big brother Talon as well. At this moment, out of worry, the children ran towards Talon to protect their big brother. Talon, standing inside the formation, loudly stopped them. Don't come over here. Are you not going to listen to me? Valerie's, standing beside him, also sighed. The prince is truly a benevolent person. Even at a time like this, he still cares so much for others. I am truly honored to die with you, Your Highness. Just then, Ember's alarmed cry was heard. A moment ago, she had felt a sense of unease and came to check, just in time to see Valerie's attack his own son. Don't come here. Stay there and protect those children. Talon raised his hand to stop Ember from approaching. Ember condensed her spiritual energy, gently enveloping the children, her face looking grim as she stared ahead. Valerie's, you truly are a ruthless man. Valerie's, with the calm demeanor of one facing death, calmly explained. The true purpose of the Celestial Archives is unclear. The Holy Demon sect is backed by the Origin Demon Kingdom. Compared to them, the Eastern Flame Empire's methods are to few. This generation's Emperor of the Eastern Flame Empire is extremely belligerent. The nation's fortune is declining, and the people are in misery. This is a necessary evil. Once a dynasty's fortune declines, many calamities will arise. The people of the Eastern Flame will suffer greatly. Valerie sighed, shaking his head. Then his eyes became firm. My death is nothing to regret. For the Eastern Flame, this is a necessary sacrifice. I have no regrets. As Valerie's finished speaking, the talisman in his chest flickered incessantly with blood-colored lightning. The entire space seemed to be collapsing and shattering. He continued, when the space collapses into space-time turbulence, the tailmusnims will detonate. Over there, none of the citizens will be affected. I know, Prince Talon, you really want to kill me. But here, before we step into the space-time turbulence, you have no way to do it. Accompanying Valerie's words was a burst of aura that enveloped the entire surrounding space. Anyone could see the danger within. Talon's expression remained emotionless. The children cried out in unison. Big Brother Talon. Auntie Ember, hurry and save Big Brother. You bad man. Let Big Brother Talon go. The children from the orphanage cried out anxiously, tears streaming from their eyes. Talon immediately shouted, no crying. Have you forgotten what I taught you? In the future, you can only rely on yourselves. You must learn to be strong. Inside the spatial barrier, Talon looked at the children with a serious face and shouted. Little Yen led the children, her small mouth biting down hard, obediently holding back her ears as Talon instructed. He softened his voice. You are all the best kids. You must listen to Big Brother Talon. Your Big Brother Talon is very strong. You don't need to worry about me. I'm just temporarily going to another place with this bad guy. Talon turned around, facing the children, and revealed a bright smile. So, during the time I'm not here to watch over you, you must study hard, eat your meals on time, and remember to wear more clothes when it's cold. Also, take good care of the dogs you've adopted. Once you've chosen them, you can't give up. Do you understand? A group of little kids in blue robes raised their hands and shouted in unison. We know. Too quiet. The prince can't hear you. Talon, inside the space-time turbulence, cupped his hand to his ear as if he couldn't hear. WEKNOW. The children's faces turned red as they roared at the top of their lungs. It's a promise then. Accompanying Talon's laughter, the space suddenly collapsed and twisted, enveloping him on Valerie's, turning into a black dot that vanished on the spot. Ember's face was dark as she looked at the spot where Talon disappeared. Her hands clenched tightly. Auntie Ember, Big Brother Talon will come back, right? Lillian grabbed Ember's hand and asked cautiously. Ember sighed softly. Then she turned to look at the one-armed little girl and patted her head. Her expression softened. Don't worry. His Highness the Prince will definitely return. He wouldn't bear to leave you all like this, Ember said, gently poking the girl's nose. Then she looked towards the place where Talon had vanished. She mumbled, Valerie's, this is the biggest mistake of your life. You actually dared to use these children, these people, to suppress the prince. What a foolish act. You have no idea how terrifying His Highness truly is. Your actions will not only fail to protect the Eastern Flame, but will instead push the people of the Eastern Flame Empire into a point of no return. The Eastern Flame Empire. Phew. You people are finished. No one, in heaven or on earth, can save you now. At the same time, in the space-time turbulence of the Southern Barren Territory, a crack appeared in the void. A bolt of brilliant lightning flashed, and suddenly, space was torn open. The two of them fell into a mysterious space in the Southern Barren Territory. Thump. Valerie's landed heavily on the ground, feeling dizzy and disoriented. He was also crushed by Talon, and it was extremely painful. It took him a long time to come to his senses. He held his head and stood up, looking to his left and right. But all this junk, why does it look so familiar? Talon looked left and right, suspecting this might be an illusion. At this moment, Astro's voice sounded. Astro Master, normally when you clean up, you tear open space and throw the trash away. It seems you've been throwing it all here. My trash? Talon observed carefully and found that this waste was indeed discarded by him. At this moment, Astro spoke again. Astro based on analysis of knowledge from ancient God clan texts. This is a default setting for the Southern Barren Territory. Whenever space is torn in the Southern Barren Territory, any objects thrown in will be teleported here. Perhaps this has something to do with your father-in-law's imperial seat. Astro continued to explain to Talon. The Grand Ignis dynasty is covered by a special world barrier. To enter, one must pass through a special channel and have their cultivation sealed. For those with powerful strength, trying to tear through space to enter will also result in being forcibly teleported here. Talon mumbled. So an either open space to clean up and through the trashing. He never expected his actions would cause such environmental pollution. While Talon was observing his dumping ground, Valerie's was looking around with a shocked and uncertain gaze. After a long while, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is the Holy Dragon Ruins of the Sea Tribe. The Holy Dragon Ruins actually exist. According to legends passed down through generations, the human race had three leaders: the human emperor, the human monarch, and the human sovereign. The Holy Dragon lineage of the Sea Tribe were descendants of the human emperor's line. Unfortunately, in this distant era, we cannot witness the glory of the ancients. We can only imagine the splendor of the past from these few ruins. Valerie's excitedly climbed the steps. Then, his expression gradually turned somber. I pity. The Holy Dragon Ruins cannot be opened by those who are not of the human emperor's bloodline. We, who carry the common bloodline of the human race, can only become slaves for life. We can only stay here to guard the ruins, to die in this place. Even if we are still alive now, we have no way to leave. At this point, Valerie suddenly laughed and looked at Talon beside him. The plan has changed a bit, but all in all, it can be considered a success. I've dragged you down with me. Prince Talon, don't be sad. Just as Valerie's finished speaking, a huge commotion suddenly occurred. Creak. A heavy, grating sound echoed from the majestic main hall of the Holy Dragon Ruins, and the massive doors slowly began to open. A majestic voice echoed. This is the Holy Dragon Ruins. Who dares to cause a disturbance here? At the entrance of the ruins, a man dressed in dragon-patterned clothes, leading a man and a woman, walked out from within, his demeanor majestic. Valerie's face immediately turned solemn as he looked up the steps. He never expected that the Holy Dragon Ruins would already have servants. When he saw the person on the platform clearly, his expression changed dramatically. He cried out in shock, truly unable to believe his eyes. Why is it you? And the Black Soul Coven's Li Yangan's Chernhua? Why are the three of you here? Wasn't the Black Soul Coven destroyed by Talon? How are you three still alive? Valeries, I never thought I'd see you here. Bai covered his mouth, his voice shrill, but he was cut off halfway by Li Yang, who patted him on the shoulder. What are you doing? Suddenly hitting me? Bai impatiently tilted his head to look at Li Yang beside him. He then noticed that both Li Yang and Shernu's faces had turned pale, and they were rambling all over, staring at something. I followed their gaze and saw Alan, his face filled with indescribable fear. In the distance, Talon was smiling and waving at him. Long time no see. Have you all been well? Bai was so scared he screamed. He turned and tried to run back into the Holy Dragon ruins. Trying to run? Talon's figure vanished in a flash, and in the next moment, he had arrived at the main entrance of the Holy Dragon ruins. Talon suddenly appeared in front of them. This scared Bai, Liam, and Shun, who was so much that they staggered backward. Their legs gave out. They tumbled down the steps. A pathetic sight. He calmly walked down the steps, came before the three of them, and held out his hand. Pay up. You three still owe me 5 million spirit stones. 5 million spirit stones? Bai, Li Yang, and Shun, who sat slumped on the ground, stared at each other with blank minds. When did they ever owe Alan 5 million spirit stones? You don't remember. How disappointing. I thought that after returning from the brink of death, your enlightenment would have advanced. You don't want to pay up? Faced with Talon's questioning, the three of them could only wear dazed expressions and shake their heads repeatedly. Talon also shook his head and explained, I didn't expect you to forget so quickly. This is the money you owe me for kidnapping Lord Marius. When you kidnapped him, I had to go and rescue him. This is the labor fee I deserve. He solemnly advised. Let me give you a piece of solemn advice. In the future, no matter what you do, remember it well. Then Talon began to meticulously calculate the bill with them. At the Black Soul Coven headquarters, I taught you what benevolence and kindness are. You should pay me tuition fees for that, right? After you were gone, I had to help clean up everything there, handle the bodies. I even had to help you clean out your warehouse. Talon recounted the bill he had calculated with Lord Marius in detail to the three of them. Finally, Talon asked again, Tell me, do you or do you not owe me 5 million spirit stones? Talon opened his hands, looking at the three dazed individuals, let alone Bai. Even Valeries, who was listening on the side, was stunned. Can you even calculate a bill like that? He can turn anything into money. Valeries was even more confused. How did Bai and the others get scared into this state? Even if Talon was at the Invincible Realm, they shouldn't be this terrified. And how did the three of them end up at the Holy Dragon ruins? Suddenly, a heavy, annoyed voice echoed throughout the space of the Holy Dragon ruins. Who is making such a ruckus here? All the spiritual energy within the ruins suddenly condensed, forming the phantom image of an azure dragon. The Holy Dragon appeared, its draconic might rolling out, enveloping the entire Holy Dragon ruins. Valeries, seeing the phantom of the Holy Dragon appear, became even more excited. The Holy Dragon ruins guardian spirit. Inside the Holy Dragon ruins, a Holy Dragon had transformed into a guardian spirit. This legend was also true. To be able to witness it with his own eyes made this trip worthwhile. Talon, standing beside him, was pondering. Does he really look like the Dragon King from Dragon Ball? When he turns into a person, will he really have two horns? Just as Talon predicted, in the next moment, the phantom of the Holy Dragon condensed and then transformed into an old man with a long beard and a majestic appearance. He really did have two dragon horns on his head. Valeries looked at Bai and the others beside him, his expression showing no surprise, as if he had met them long ago. He guessed these three had become slaves of the Holy Dragon ruins. Lord Dragon Spirit, don't come here. Run. Quickly. Below. Bai couldn't help but shout, his face filled with anxiety. Run. Valeries looked at Bai in confusion. Has this person lost his mind? The spirit of the Holy Dragon ruins. A venerable and powerful figure. Run from what? Run? You wretched slave. You dare to incite this old one to flee? In Midra, the Azure Dragon Elder's face was filled with anger. His figure slowly descended as he shouted, Kneel before me. The old man unleashed his dragon spirit's terrifying pressure. Thump. The Holy Dragon Elder looked up at Talon. Talon also looked down at the Holy Dragon Elder. In front of Talon, for people were kneeling, including the Holy Dragon Elder himself. The surrounding atmosphere became quiet. A moment later, Talon spoke. Old man, why are you performing such a grand ceremony? Before the main hall, a highly embarrassing scene was unfolding. The Holy Dragon Spirit, Elder Drake, looked towards the young man who had just spoken to him with concern and fell into deep thought. He had used his soul power, imbued with draconic might, to make the other party kneel. How did he end up kneeling himself instead? Beside him, Bai, Liang, and Chun, who all covered their faces, thinking to themselves, I told you to run, but you wouldn't listen. In their minds, after being thrown into a spatial rift by Talon, they were lucky to have survived and arrived here, only to be captured by the dragon spirit guarding the Holy Dragon ruins and forced to become slaves. They knew full well how terrifying Talon was, capable of bending even the rules of heaven and earth to his will. Meanwhile, Valeries was also a bit stunned, unable to comprehend the situation before him. The dragon spirit guarding the Holy Dragon ruins, maybe because of old age and weakness. He momentarily lost his footing. Right? Damn it. Elder Drake cursed inwardly. He felt he had lost a great deal of face. I, Elder Drake, and the last of the human emperor's line, the master of the Holy Dragon, a renowned dragon sovereign of the celestial world. How could I be humiliated by a mere human youth at this moment? Elder Drake let out a low growl, pushing himself up from his knees. He immediately mobilized the full power of the Holy Dragon ruins. Lightning crackled and surged around Talon. He himself was the guardian of the Holy Dragon ruins. His body had long been integrated with the ruins. Following Elder Drake's words as he slowly stood up, a terrifying draconic might instantly emanated from within the Holy Dragon ruins, continuously being absorbed by the old man. The surging pressure was accompanied by the entire ruins glowing brightly, transforming into the phantom of an azure dragon that soared into the sky, glaring down at Talon. After the phantom azure dragon appeared, the rolling draconic might completely suppress the entire square. Beside them, Bai, Liang, and Chun, who were rambling. On the ground, Valeries was in an even worse state. He spat out a mouthful of blood, forced to kneel, and could only struggle to lift his head. He exclaimed in horror, No, truly worthy of the Holy Dragon ruins. The Dragon Sovereign, the master of the Holy Dragon. Valeries' mind was shaken, and at the same time, he felt that Talon was truly unlucky, stranded in these ruins. He thought he would be trapped here until death. But now, Valeries was certain Talon would lose his life. Just because the old man couldn't stand firm, he would lose his life for no reason. What a pity. What a shame. At the same time, Elder Drake's ethereal body radiated a brilliant, blinding light. His expression was solemn, high and mighty in the sky. Now, you will kneel before me. Buzz. The entire space of the ruins suddenly began to tremble violently. Behind Talon, countless specks of golden light appeared, tearing through the darkness. Elder Drake saw this scene and his jaw dropped, not knowing what was happening. From within the golden light, several massive golden dragons emerged. According to Elder Drake's knowledge, these were called Yanglong, the creator dragon gods. Then, the golden dragons immediately absorbed all the soul power from Elder Drake's body, as well as the phantom of the azure dragon behind him, which was also absorbed. Then, the image of the golden dragon behind Talon flashed once and disappeared. At the same time, Elder Drake's body suddenly plummeted, landing heavily on the ground in front of Talon. In the Holy Dragon ruins, the shining dragon light quickly vanished, and the ruins returned to normal. The blessing bestowed by the human emperor on Elder Drake was completely destroyed. What shocked him even more was that this young man before him had suddenly manifested such a terrifying true dragon behind him. In that instant, Elder Drake even felt that his azure dragon lineage was no longer worthy of being called dragons, but rather worms. Elder Drake's body trembled unceasingly. His eyes were fixed on Talon. You, who exactly are you? Talon himself was very surprised, but being as cunning as he was, he wore a proud expression on his face. Although I am just an ordinary person, I am also a descendant of the dragon. After Talon finished speaking, he felt a bit excited and pumped his fist. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Without even having to personally beat this old man, he had already knelt in submission. Descendant of the dragon. At this moment, Elder Drake mumbled, looking at Talon with tears in his eyes. He blamed himself. What's wrong with people chatting and being a bit noisy? Where did I have to come out? What was I trying to prove? And when Bai reminded me to run, why was I so stubborn and didn't run? You Bai, you didn't explain clearly and just told me to run. So, how could I run? He suddenly turned his head and pointed at Bai, Liang, and Chen Hua. It's all your fault. shouting I'm making a scene, disturbing this great lord. You even tried to sow discord between me and him right in front of this great lord. The strong smell of blood on you already told me you were no good. To avoid dirtying this great lord's hands, today, I will clean up you pieces of trash. At this point, Elder Drake suddenly raised his hand, gathering the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, and struck at the three, who now had ferocious expressions. You all beast. You're just like that Talon. The AI's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but curse. But before he could finish, he was struck by a single blow from Elder Drake, his entire body shattering and flying into the distance. The pitiful three remaining evils of the Black Soul Coven were thus beaten to a pulp and die. After finishing all this, Elder Drake turned around, facing Talon, and revealed a sycophantic smile. This humble one, Elder Drake, is honored to meet you. My lord, are you satisfied with this small matter? As he spoke, Elder Drake clasped his hands and bowed to Talon, his posture extremely humble. Elder Drake was silently calculating in his heart when he noticed that Talon opposite him was looking at the three corpses with a pained expression. He suddenly turned his head to look at Elder Drake and shouted, "Why did you kill them?" Talon clenched his fists. Elder Drake's heart trembled, and he cried out internally, "Oh no, could it be that this man doesn't like killing?" In the next moment, Talon's voice, slightly trembling, rang out again. "They still owed me 5 million spirit stones." As he spoke, Talon's hands also clenched around Elder Drake's neck. Talon's words made the surroundings fall silent. There. Valerie's choked on his own saliva, coughing violently and repeatedly pounding his chest. He had thought Talon actually felt pity for Bai and the others. Elder Drake was utterly shocked, looking at the man before him, his mouth agape, speechless. Talon analyzed, "You said we were being noisy here, and you are the guardian spirit of this place. When we were talking, you couldn't have not heard. If you were really trying to help me, why didn't you wait for me to get back that 5 million spirit stones? You didn't wait for me to settle the score with them. You said you couldn't control your anger, that you were too impatient.